other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you desire. But I know for sure today will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. In a moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should I recall the sirens and how that things went down? Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. In a moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. On a cold plate.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. It is the halfway point, so it's crunch time. These teams cannot afford to lose, but we are back here for a nice summery day. I'm your host, Sophie. It's nice to be here again, and I am sharing this wonderful day with some of my favorite people on the panel. I've got Adam and Aurora. How you guys doing today?
Doing good, man. Doing good.
Doing good?
Middle of the week, real quick.
Yeah.
Teams are turning it around.
That's true.
Execration's making their comeback. Bleed look like the new favorites of Tour 3.
Yeah, right. What about you, Aurora? How you doing?
I'm actually a bit sleepy today, but I think the games today will kind of wake me up, hopefully.
Really? Is there any game in particular that you're excited for?
Actually, the first series, because I think they were pretty close last season.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Execration didn't do that well for the beginning of this season, but then it seems like from the last series, they kind of picked something up. And then, I mean, AG has kind of been the same, right? Somewhat. Just a little bit not as good, I would say, for this season. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do a little recap. Any games that you guys particularly enjoyed on Monday?
Bleed Talon.
Bleed Talon, same.
Bleed
I have
Talon.
to say the same.
I mean, enjoy is a difficult word. Surprise, yes, the entire day. So,
Oh, the entire day. You were surprised by the entire... That's true, because it was kind of a day of upsets, actually.
yeah. And then the last series was kind of, haha, you know.
I actually enjoyed the XERXIA series too. I felt like Blacklist didn't really play very well, but I feel like XERXIA played really clean.
Yeah.
And it was actually, like she said, a big surprise. I think they looked like a real Div 1 team, which
Yeah.
is not what I expected from them.
That's true. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the games. Actually, yeah, like as you said, it's funny because at the start of the day, before the series, you were like, oh, XERXIA have to play really fast because they can't, take a chance going late game against these teams. And that's exactly what they did.
I feel like they had so much pace in their series, and at the same time, it was also a bit of Blacklist having no pace, I guess. And they just kind of outscaled. And I think I mentioned this the other day, but it felt like Blacklist, every time you move on them, it feels like they need one more item to fight you, one more item to fight you, and they just never seem to be able to find a fight.
Yeah, it's true.
Look at that smile. He's a happy boy.
I mean, I'm sure XERXIA must have been super happy to get this win.
I think they should be happy to get any wins, but
Yeah.
based off this performance, I feel like they're actual contenders right now.
True.
If they can keep it up.
They might be the new Execration. Is it too soon to say that?
All the axes.
Yeah. Oh, look at these happy boys. What is that, Gongcha? Yeah, then we have this series. A lot of people didn't expect this coming, although I could tell.
Was this a surprise? I feel like it wasn't. I feel like it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that much of a surprise. Well, honestly, I thought Talon were going to take it, but after I saw the drafts, I felt like I knew.
Game 1 especially.
Yeah.
I agree. I feel like in game 1, Talon looked like they were kind of testing stuff out, right? Mikoto, Alchemist. But game 2, when they wanted to win, actually, Bleed just looked so good. I feel like I never doubted if Bleed could do it, but at the same time, it's Talon,
Yeah.
It's so hard to picture them losing.
Actually, I was told that I could have flamed Talon harder.
Oh, you'll get a chance. I'm sure.
Guys, benefit of the doubt, maybe they just woke up. They all they just woke up.
You're playing
from
a
their-
tournament. If you just woke up, it's your fucking problem, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have a pretty early call time. They're pretty disciplined.
This game in particular, I feel like Jabs kind of didn't read the memo. Like, they picked the LC for what purpose, but then he's kind of doing the opposite. He's not really watching where the Medusa is and then helping her to actually participate in the fights instead of just sleeping all the time. But yeah, he went in and then he wasn't even in range to cast the duel, which is very weird. So yeah, definitely could have played better than I feel.
Yeah, I remember he was kind of stuck in a corner though, because they banned out all his heroes. Basically.
Yeah, it was not an easy Legion game. He had to own his lane and then transition into carrying the game as a non-carry, which is a big ask on a hero like Legion.
Definitely a lot of pressure. But this Boom Execration game, Execration are back on their feet.
Our Boom are back on their ass. What the hell? Did you watch game 2, Natsumi?
Oh god.
Jumping onto the minefield about 5 times in a row.
Winter would have some words.
Winter had many words, I'm sure.
Can you do a little Winter impression? What would he say?
I can't do that. That's not. Natsumi, what are you doing?
Oh my god! He knew that he don't have to move.
Oh god.
Suddenly he moved.
I mean, I felt like Boom should have took that game. I think everyone else in the room felt like Boom should have took that game, but Natsumi's like, nah, game 3, let's go.
But we all knew it would go to a game 3. Like this
Did
series,
we?
it had to go.
It's just the way it got there, you know, it's kind of...
Yeah, a little silly.
Yeah.
A little off the rocker. All right, let's take a look at the Division 1 standings. We got Bleed on top, 3-0. They have not dropped a single series. Very impressive. And Talon following closely behind with 2-1. Blacklist with 2-2. Mansion AG, Boom Esports, SMG XERXIA, and Execration. Not looking good for SMG and Execration. Funny enough, they were the ones who went to the major. They didn't learn, apparently.
They made changes. I don't know about Execration. I think it's... They've been on the downhill for a while.
Yeah.
Ever since... I think the first season, they lost much. We kind of doubted them, and then they just had their strats, and they looked really good. And after that, it's like we don't really see anything too new coming from them.
That's true.
They're still a good team, don't get me wrong. It's just that they can't seem to find their footing right now.
I think it's also because they're exploring the more, I would say, common drafts. Like the other day we interviewed Carlos, I think. He's saying that they were trying to figure out their problems since the first 2 seasons, and they're trying to actively fix it now. So I can understand why they are not really doing well in terms of points. I would
Well,
say.
I wonder if they are fixing anything. Let's take a look at today's schedule, because they're the ones who are playing first. It's very important for them to figure it out for this game, because they cannot afford any more losses. Our first game is Mansion Army Geniuses versus Execration, followed by Talon versus XERXIA, and to end off the day is Bleed versus Boom. Any series that you guys are keen to see?
All 3, actually. I feel like this Execration AG are both... I feel like we don't really doubt AG as much, but I'm still kind of 50-50 about them. I think Execration, I was more 50-50. They looked a bit better against their Boom in the Boom series, so maybe they're doing what they did last tour and they're making a comeback, you know. I wouldn't be too surprised to see that. With Talon XERXIA, which... I don't know, I feel like one team's going downwards, one team's going upwards, you know. It's
That's
always
true.
a nice matchup to watch. It's a big ask of XERXIA to take on the champs, the angry Talon, probably.
I mean, Talon might be so mad, though. They might just try to end it in like 15 or
Yeah,
something.
maybe we'll see where they come from.
I think it was a much needed loss. I think it's a very humbling loss.
Maybe.
I mean, although Bleed is pretty
You
good.
feel humble, you just get angry. It's like, ah.
Well, maybe
How
they
could
need
we
that too.
lose?
Maybe they need the rage. They need to feel.
I think they also, I mean, it's hard to judge from our position, you know. We are like, based on one series, you know, they didn't try their best or some shit, but for them, maybe they're just chill.
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
like DPC, you know, like we're focused on TI, no burnout. We got tournament after this. We came from tournament, so.
But the Bleed Boom game, I think we have the same sentiment of who's probably going to take it, right?
I feel like I would have just said Bleed, but in Corin's interview, when we asked him which team he was the most afraid of, he actually
Oh,
said
yeah,
Boom.
he said Boom.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious why. Maybe they beat every team, but they lose to Boom. You know, it's the rock, paper, scissors theory, so.
Oh, true.
I'm curious to see.
Was that a shots fired moment?
That's a boom, boom, boom.
That is a boom, boom, boom. Actually. Wow. Yeah, I mean, now I'm totally lost.
You're just lost.
But yeah, I mean, I swear, I've been on this ever since Bleed won their first game. I have been on the Bleed train. Not even a bandwagoner. On the first time they won the game, I was like, Bleed has figured something out. But anyways, enough about Bleed. Let's talk about AG versus Execration, because that's the game we have going right now. That is going to be quite exciting. Not to be biased or anything, but you know, I'm kind of hopeful for Mansion AG because it's a Bali major and their Indonesian team.
That's true, but you could also say it's a SEA major, and we have 8 SEA teams fighting it out right
I
here.
know, but it's not the same, Adam.
Not the same. So you hope Talon lose to AG?
No, of course not.
So
Because they have Mikoto. Mikoto is Indonesian.
all right. That's fair. That's a good defense. I
Come
accept
on,
that.
Adam.
You should do hot takes.
I should do hot takes. I don't have a migraine anymore, so I'm ready.
Ooh.
What do you think about this series, Aurora?
Just from the last race, I really hope to see more from Execration, definitely. But I'm not very sure about AG because they have been kind of just doing the same things. I feel that's what I see from their games. So yeah, I'm leaning more towards Execration side.
Although you say they're doing the same things, for me, the same for AG kind of feels like still out of the box for Southeast Asia, if that makes sense.
Just have a very unique identity
Yeah.
and approach when it comes to drafting, right? I think based on what I see, at least, I feel like Coach Claire has given them a bit more comfort. Picks, like they play what they want to play within reason.
Yeah.
You know, like you can see the purpose of each hero in the draft, other than the post 5 most of the time.
That's true.
But their draft does come together, and I think they're very skilled players and a very good team. So I just want to see if they can like convert into anything, because they had a really good run last season, you know, falling just short, and they look like they're still figuring things out a bit right now.
Yeah. I feel like we harp on their pause 5 picks a lot. So what do you think they could change about that? What is the biggest issue about their pause?
I mean, I'm
5
not
pick?
sure. I just feel like when they pick the post 5, it doesn't really feel like it fits into a draft. But he owns sometimes, you know. The other day
On the
they were
Bane?
questioning the Bane,
Yeah,
and he
that's
was like owning. So maybe I'm wrong, you know. Sometimes comfort's better. I think he also just needs to win in your dreams lane, which is probably their logic coming into the draft, so he can play whatever he wants.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I feel like they can do okay.
I think for me, I feel the post 5 picks are usually kind of sus, but I still think it's because some of the players on the team wants to play fast and the rest want to play slow. So being that fast maybe on DB and Yowie is kind of like in the middle, but then like for In Your Dream, it always feels like he needs time, you know. Like it's not that he doesn't want to do things, but it's just he's more comfortable in a later phase of the game, and then that's how he performs. That's how I feel. I just generally I see this team, I see this stability not there because of the pace of the players. So that's why I cited Execration mark, because I feel like, oh, if they're going to shit, they're gonna shit together, you know. If they're gonna own, they're gonna own together. So it's more like a 5-man game.
Yeah, AG kind of not on the same page sometimes. More
That's
like
true.
I think they have a very preferred style. In a team where you want to play fast, if someone is slow, you slow down, right? We saw that the same thing with I think Karma last season, where his team played fast, but he was a bit slow. Then now they replace him with Young God. I think like being on the same page matters a lot. You're right, and I agree. Execration does have that. You know, they lose together, they win together. Their games, I think a lot of the time, even since Tour 1, they have gone way longer than they needed to be. But
That's
they
true.
always manage to pull it back somehow. So we'll see. Maybe that's just how good the team is. You know, they just always pull it back.
But Execration, they're really about this team play, like you guys said. But what has been making them go on kind of the downtrend right now? Because, you know, we've been saying that they don't look as hot as they did last season.
Lack of, I want to say lack of captaincy, but that might not be true. I think the reason they were doing so well was because they had drafts that they were very true to them. Like this Tino Visage, for example, they like this hero's OP, and then they worked on it, they made it stronger. They made their strategy stronger. I feel like right now they don't have strategies that they execute and make strong. They have
Right.
heroes that they pick that look good in the draft. And I think that's not Execration. I think that's not their identity.
But why did everything change? Because it's not like they changed their coach from season 2 to 3.
I think from their interview, what I understood was really just they're not trying to be the number one in DPC, you know, they're trying to take out all their very, very foundational problems and then just get it out. This is what I comprehend from what Carlos said. So might be just that, like they don't want to, you know, just keep staying in comfort zone and then, you know, not learn anything out of that. Yeah.
Exactly. That's a good answer. Well, let's get our draft going for game 1, series 1 today. ENG instantly picked up by Execration. What do you guys think?
I'm sad.
Why?
They banned the techies. I have techies on my shirt today.
And Techies has been like probably the hottest pick, at least this week. I feel like it's if I'm not wrong, there's a stat that says it's the most picked hero in the whole DPC right now.
Really?
Yeah. So Execration, they go for his ENG. I think this is like back to roots for them a bit. Not really Carlo ENG, but Shank's ENG. And they always run it with the Tino Beastmaster. So I'm curious if they'll pick it on 8 here.
AG with a bat. Is that a good opening for them?
I feel like it's bad on second pick has been coming out a lot. First two, bad. Because I think Winter mentioned it, the bad rider in the offlane now, you kind of build Octarine very naturally. Like you're more than happy to buy Arcane Boots Vanguard and disassemble later. You can farm camps at the side. So before, when you cut wave on bad rider, you need to go to the small camp and to the big camp. There's like one path, but now you can go anywhere, and there's a camp there, you know,
That's
and you feel kind of good. You can clear ancients. It's easy to stack ancients for you. So I think the hero's just a very high value pick right now.
Clockwork. We've been seeing a lot of clockworks, I feel like, in the second week, but not in the first week.
I personally am not a big fan of the hero. I think heroes that don't buy like Aura or like Pavis or Glimmer feel not so great right now as supports. I think you either have to do a lot with your spells, like Oracle or Phoenix, for example, or you have to be able to purchase items that make you scale. I think something we see more commonly in SEA, like this with this Ench especially, is the like they build into like carry, right? This Willow, this Ench. I think that's okay too, but I think ultimately when you play at a certain pace, this early Glimmer, early Force Staff, all they really have very high value.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Maybe
remember.
they find the rocket, you know, like the slight buff on the slow, like useful in the lanes. Can be useful with the bad, I think.
It is useful. I mean, it's a vision hero for Bad Rider to jump, right? Which is always kind of nice. It's also a neutral pick, and it's a hero that deals with Ench a bit better now because Battery Assault does double damage to creeps. You also can kind of kick the Ench out of your jungle, which is what you want. Bad Clockworks, you know, once you get on Ench, she just kind of dies. It's a lot of magic damage. So they go for a Beast instead. I was wondering if they'd go for the Magnus, but I think AG had a pretty decent opening against the Magnus, and this has been Execration's go-to opening for quite a while now. Something we didn't talk about on Execration recently is that they've changed their carry picks quite a lot. I feel like Palos has been in the lab. It's been experimenting, you know. We see this Diffusal, Marcy, we see him playing like just not so normal carries. He played Myrta the other day. It's
I
banned
feel
now.
like his heroes just aren't.
I feel like he doesn't have heroes. He just
Yeah, well,
whatever is
'cause
good is like, pick it.
The first tour, his like, and the second tour, his big heroes were like Lina, Morphling. He played quite a bit of TB, I think,
Yeah.
and Marcy. But Lina, Morphling, and Marcy are like dead basically now.
I feel like it's not him though. I'm not sure. I think he just doesn't really have a real identity as a player. But you could also say that his identity is that his hero pool is very huge, and I feel like the team is having a problem with his huge
Adjusting.
pool of heroes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally you feel more secure if your most prioritized core can, you know, like narrow it down to these few playstyles, at least the playstyles. Then you can kind of figure out what heroes you want to draft. But yeah, I think maybe he's just really trying to face his, you know, like true self now, which is trying to find an identity, like you all said. Because, I mean, even his Marcy this season was a little bit sus. Not gonna lie, really sus. Because of the way he bought the items. Because I think the previous season he did pretty okay on the hero. It's just that maybe he finds, you know, the camps are like not very connected in a way where you can jump from one camp to another camp easily. So maybe Fury, Marcy don't really feel that good. And also especially because she's already a universal hero, so she doesn't like damage early if you just stack up stats.
I think it's also up to the drafter, right, to be able to abuse these big hero pools. If you don't come out with a drafting advantage based on your players' multiple selection of heroes, you're kind of in a tough spot. And I think Dota right now, people have got good enough at drafting to where you sometimes you're on last pick and you actually have nothing good to pick or nothing great to pick, you know. We saw in the Talon series as well.
Yeah. There's a normal pause 5 for you. You like that, Adam?
I mean, he does play quite a bit of CM on the team. Like, I know I've flamed like their post 5 picks a lot, but I think they've got better. They've got better. I just feel like there's no purpose sometimes, or I don't understand the purpose more so. I'm
Right.
sure they have a reason for picking what they're picking.
It's giving you back all the purpose this game, you know, like have the aura for the Clockwork, for the Bad Rider, and then hitting the snakes,
just a
and
creep-
also
it's a creep killer, right?
Ancient BM.
Ancient Beast. It's Frostbite. They also have no stunts right now. That's something really undervalued. I think only people who spam CM would understand how strong you are when your opponent does not have stunts to cancel freezing field.
I think I remember there was this one game so long time ago where Puppy is on Enigma, I think, and then the opponent only have one stun or something, but it's a very big cooldown stun. So he just used his dagger, went in and black hole without BKB. He's like stop me now and lose your most, like prioritized spell, then lose the team fight, or, just let me do my thing. And yeah, this is how I feel when I look at CM.
Do roots cancel freezing field?
Some do, some don't.
Huh.
Like the bear one does, right? Entangle.
Some roots cancel channel and some don't.
That's so strange.
And some channels are cancelable, but some aren't. Like you
Dota
can cancel
2.
TP, but you might not be able to cancel a channeling spell. Alright, so Execration go for the Ember here. Just good hero right now. I think a lot of teams favor this hero. Not the highest win rate, but it's also a decent laner against the Bad Rider, so they feel kind of forced to pick it there. Otherwise, I think the one worry is that AG might get it, because they have no stuns on Execration and no ways to really kill Ember, so they couldn't really go for a Pango or anything. But AG responded to Storm, which is a similar hero. He does well against the Ember in lane, and he's really good against this no stun stuff coming up from Execration right now. There's no catch. So it does look like a pretty good Storm Spirit pick, paired with the CM as well. Vision from Rocket Flare looks really good to me.
What do you guys think about the Veno?
I think it can be, like, it has the purpose there because of the Barrier and Cloud World. Like, generally against these two heroes, you kind of want to know where are they coming from, right? So when your Veno just keep placing snakes all around the area, you feel kind of better. But, like, the only way they can bypass that is through smoke.
Yeah.
So it's not too bad. But yeah, of course, this hero kind of dies off after laning phase, right? So only that purpose. Not too great, but because they are like 16, 17, maybe they wanted to, like just not pick something that can be very heavily countered and then kind of also lose the purpose of picking there, right?
I think I just wanted an Aura buyer because Tino might not be able to go for Aura this game, and Shanks generally doesn't do it on the Enchantress. And I guess Veno just kind of fits the theme of this patch where you want auras, you want a bit of team fight, His ult got a nice rework, so you can actually kill Pyros with it right now. Gale against Bad Rider and lane's pretty nice. It's just a very neutral, annoying hero to have on your team, I think.
All right, they both have one pick left.
No Slark. Wonder what they'll go for here. Naga, maybe? They bet Bloodseeker Slark. What's that
Funny
mean?
because I was thinking
Alchemist?
of Luna. Because they keep doing it last season, right?
I mean, Luna fits their draft. It's nice with the pace. You have something we didn't talk about last time we saw Luna Ember was the slide off fist at night. It's actually crazy OP, I think. Because you get the damage from Luna Blessing globally on heroes right now.
Oh.
So you have slide off fist, you have this Eng buffed up.
But the
It's
lane
really
might
strong.
be painful. Might be.
You have Veno Luna, like you're just gonna
Yeah.
run you down. Better I can never really turn on them.
True.
Magnus. They're running that pause one Magnus again.
Yeah, I hate this pick actually. I hope Palos
Same.
plays the Ember. I mean, I think it's a okay hero right now, but AG has last pick. Like, if they pick something like Ursa here, I don't see how Execration win this game ever. It's like Ursa, there's Lifestealer, it's all in your dreams heroes too, Doesn't care. Even Naga looks decent. We saw like this song to protect against the Roar or RP, like either spell. You're just in a really good place. It's also so hard to play Magnus against Bad Cloud. That's why I said right at the start of the draft, like, oh, they picked Beast instead of Magnus because Bad Cloud. And now they pick it so far back into the draft. I really hope they run in mid and Pulse is on some carry Ember.
Even CM can be annoying.
They're all annoying. Storm's
Yeah.
hard to RP, finds you, and AG go for Naga. We saw this Naga match up against Magnus so many times. Once he touches the heart, it just feels like he doesn't even die in your RP anymore. I think this game's gonna come down to so much on Bob and whether they can take advantage of this Ember Spirit being huge. Otherwise, GG. 1-0 for AG.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really feeling the safe lane mag. I feel like they've run it so many times, and I just haven't been that convinced,
I think it's just maybe the players are not very used to a hero like Magnus. Because I think on Magnus, right, you already have the free pass to Battle Fury, And then you kind of already have high base damage before Universal, and now with Universal you have like the license to buy stats item and still have damage. So for me, the only difference is how are the players gonna get used to fighting way earlier. Like you have to feel strong to fight early, to join the fights early, I would say.
Yeah, but
'Cause-
also fighting against like Bad Rider.
Yeah, exactly.
Naga song, it just looks like a very forced pick to me. I don't think it's a good pick, but it's like Execration saying, we're comfortable with this hero. It's what we want, this is our strategy, let's go. So maybe they have something there. See how it works out for them.
So whose draft do you guys like better then?
I feel like it's Naga has not lost against Magnus or Medusa. And teams need to realize that, like, what's this Bloodseeker ban, Like,
Draft wise, I like AG's draft more, but I'm still on the Execration side. Like, let's go, Palos, you can do this.
As much as I love Execration in the Philippines, I really want to see AG make it to Bali. I just feel like it's just the storyline. It's just so nice, you know what I mean?
I hope you get first hit bash, so.
No, not me, please. But anyways, I want to see what our casters think about this draft, heading you guys over to SVG and Cap.
Thank you, Soph. That's right. The storylines are kind of set in place already, which is these two teams matching up against each other are just on the current cusp of being able to put themselves in a nice position for the major. Funnily enough, though, they were also matched up in the very last series and last season, right, Avery, where Execration managed to deny RB Geniuses a chance of being able to go to Berlin. We'll see whether or not they could do it again here in denying them a trip to Bali.
Denial kings, some might say. Just out here denying everybody. And if I have to hear this electric voice line one more time, I'm going to deny my own brains out. Oh my God, it was spammed the entire draft. Yo, Tino, chill, bro. Just chill out, man. Oh my God.
No, Tino will never chill on the chat wheel. How dare you? Hand this man the aux immediately. This man has some tunes to play.
I mean, they're literally all chatting Electric Boy, and like they are being annoyed by it. Even AG are telling him to chill. So it's not just me. I will say, SCA, they've had some rough land performances, but the chat wheel performances have been off the charts. I will give it to them. They are definitely #1 in the world when it comes to spam annoying voice lines. That is absolutely correct. 50-0, or whatever the undisputed title is. They hold it. So congrats, sir. Tino, you're a champion.
Tino out here like the goddamn Undertaker of chat wheel lines.
50 feet through a table for my brain if I hear the electric one more time in this game.
All right.
Oh, Gale landed on DB.
Yeah, Gale landed on DB, which means he's going to have to use the Firefly early. That feels pretty bad already for his lane. And I think that Venomancer against the Bat Rider is also going to feel very bad, Avery. Despite your protestations in the draft, I think you weren't a super big fan of a lot of the heroes that you saw.
I still feel like SCA are a little off the top meta. Like, I feel like historically it's kind of been the case, especially when it comes to supports. I feel like this region has a hard time figuring out the best supports and patches a lot of times, and Europe and China tend to be ahead. But, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the heroes. I just feel like Clock is, as a first phase support, like, there is no way Clock is a first phase support. I just refuse to believe that. Like, there are some...
I will also refuse to believe that. As a Clock player, I'm with you.
This hero's laning is absolute dog. It's one of the worst laning in the game, in my opinion. He uses regen like a goddamn vacuum cleaner, offers almost nothing to his core on the lane, and then he kind of farms pretty slow unless you're getting net worth off early kills. So maybe the one thing you can do is like pseudo tri-lane, or you can go pull waves, something like this. But as a first phase support, man, like, this hero does not need that priority. So we'll see what Yo can get done, but I am very skeptical of the Goblin in the current meta where auras are still king. The 5-man's really scary. Even some of these like pseudo
not a goblin, he's
lineup.
A keen.
Well, he's like, I mean, he's a goblin in this cosmetics suit. He's a pirate goblin.
No, he's a little pirate. He's a little pirate robot.
Yeah, pirates are goblins of the sea.
Yeah, I thought you were a lore master. You can't just be calling him the wrong race.
I have resigned that title.
Okay, well. It was short-lived, I guess.
I got too much flack.
I would say it was good times, but
it
you
wasn't.
know.
Something else I think is big for laning this patch is I think there's two things that win you lanes that I look for. And this is my bias. I'm not saying I'm correct on all this, even though I am. I'm not saying I am. It's up for everybody to figure out, right? But
you guys in chat can decide that Avery is correct. Yes.
All right. The two things I have an early read on that I feel like end up winning you lanes over the long term are circlets and blood grenades. As DB gets denied. Oh, that's the one thing you can do with Clock. Kill your own teammate before the enemy does.
I'll probably do that at some point in the game with Cogs, so we can look forward to multiple performances of these denying teammates with Clockwork.
And there's those electric beams fans. Oh man, chat thought I was making this up, but you are in for the pain that I have had. Another deny?
Welcome. Now he's going to get denied. The skewer is going to take him away from DB's attempted deny, and they will manage to pick up first blood. I was doing a little bit of fact checking on you, as I always do. Got to make sure that you are indeed on the up and up. I checked on Western Europe's support picks. One Clockwork pick, one Enchantress pick. Both of them lost. Yeah. Venomancer picked up 5 times, did win 3 games. Out of that 5, but yeah, you're totally on the money when it comes to these supports.
I mean, the Venom one was the one that I kind of like. I think the Venom support is definitely viable because you can get these lane kills with blood grenades and get even trades, and then this hero can farm pretty fast.
Dino, he's going to die as well. Jeez, it's just a bloodbath down the side lanes.
Killer lanes, and getting a kill with Naga, that is a rare feat, especially this early in the lane phase. But in Snare level 3, it's going to secure him a Lotus as well. These Lotuses are pretty big, and Shanks just does not feel too useful down here on the early waves at least. See if they can make it up later. Tino's still finding farm. Axe is going to help him out versus the Naga. But being able to secure Lotus feels really good in your safe lane because you're not supposed to get that.
Right. Another grab here. Carlo going to be bumped back by the flame break into the cogs with the battery assault still. Take it away. Let's see if the hits will land on the hero that they needed. And they do manage to get it. Shanks dies on the other side of the map at the same time. So, Army Geniuses taking up 2 different kills in the 2 side lanes, though In Your Dreams still having a bit of issue with these Axeman.
He's still living life. And AG need these kills so that the Naga can keep early pace with this mag, who's had a very good start still. Top of that net worth board off the early kill. But DB is caught up, and he's exerting some pressure of his own. This is going to be a race between the Naga and the mag, and perhaps which mid can influence the map in order to get their carry to those timings first. This is like a very timing-based hero in carry Magnus. Needs to be ahead, in my opinion.
Anyway, final check. Crystal Maiden was the remaining support. 2 pickups.
There you go.
1 and 1 there.
None of these heroes are really being played in the big meta regions, which I think you have to look at to some degree. And I don't know. I think there are reasons why. I think they tend to be weak laners and they're single target focused, which means the big 5-on-5 clashes are just harder for you. Of course, drafting is always relative and it's always inner meta, so it doesn't mean I'm faulting the teams. You know, if SEA is going to play this way, then you should play to dominate that style and go to LAN and adjust there. I just have a personal vendetta against Crystal Maiden. Got to get it out there.
Yo, it's going to be Cotton Bob, who he definitely has been popping off a little bit lately, putting in some good work, but not good enough work to be able to get this kill, and he's going to die to the support rotations that come out. And now Carlo is going to be body blocked and killed as well. Yue walks away, going from getting ganked to doing the ganking with the double kill.
Almost dying to creeps, lives on less than 10 HP and gets the solo kill on DB on the dive under tower. Brazier paying off. That storm kill is not even close. He had a massive wand. You gotta do the math better than that. Like, Veno is a kind of rough ganker, especially if you go level 2 Poison Sting over level 2 Gale. We've been seeing a lot of this level 2 Gale over the Sting just to get the larger level 3 kill threat going. And he would have helped there.
He brought a salve. Apollo spot a salve, gave it to Carlo. Carlo passed it over, and a rocket flare stopped his salve from going through. So he got like maybe 75 HP out of it.
I'll get salved again.
Okay, there we go.
Suck the Veno's net worth dry here. Yue did hit 6, but so did Bob, even despite that kill. So no action there. Very even laning phase overall. I'd say DB is kind of the one separating in terms of levels, and I think traditionally when you play this off-lane bat, you kind of don't want him to die. You want to abuse his tankiness with the super high early HP threshold and and get to like early Vanguard. So the fact that I got 2 kills on him is pretty big because now you still have a window where you can abuse him. You're going to turn around. Abuse.
And Carlo thought he was going to be good with just the Gale on DB, stopping his aggression with the Firefly, but once again, Jokum in the right place, the right time, snagging him with the cogs.
So this is where Clockwork can have a very good game if you get kills on lane, and he has been involved in 5. So that is more than enough to power this hero up. He's going to get 7-minute Wisdom Rune as well. Jokum having the best game here on the hero that I trash talk the most, of course.
Chat, you are free to change your opinion on Avery's opinion. So if you guys think he's wrong now, that's totally fine.
I never even got to have my circlet rant, man. The game is just too fast.
Yoe is going to make the rotation to catch the bottom lane out. Shanks, he'll fall here. Yoe secures a killing spree for himself. So the Storm Spirit's on the move while Bob is going to do the Ember Spirit deal and just hit the tower with not an Orb of Corrosion because of his death earlier, but just a Blightstone.
Feels a little worse here. Really wants 8-minute power rune. That's why Carlo has rotated here. His game is going to be quite slow on Veno. He sacrificed a lot for that top lane. Paulo's having the best game of everybody, but at a steep cost as 8-minute rune. Just not contestable against the Clockwork. Gonna have to pray for the 50-50 and he wins it. Look at that. Sometimes the best move is a prayer. And gambling. That's right, kids. That's the lesson of the day. You should just gamble.
Well, Valve was already teaching us that lesson, so it's fair.
Well, we're never going to cast another Valve event. It was nice while it lasted.
It's okay. They can't fire us right now. We're in the middle of a series. That's never happened to somebody before. Carlo, he's going to be caught. Another snag here with the cogs, and he's going to be the first to fall, looks like, but at the same time, they're going to go for the kill on DB. Bob makes his rotation to the off lanes. 1-for-1 so far, but the RP is going to be put to use and get a kill onto the other support. So Palos gets a little bit to work with, still trying to secure even more. Goes for Varys now. You're always going to run interception here, put some pressure on a Bob. Maybe Bob bit off a little bit more than he could chew when he gets frostbitten before he could jump away to the remnant and kill just like that.
Max Frostbite. AG support's definitely getting a lot of work done in this game with the support duo that is very volatile. Like, if the game goes well for Maiden Clock with all these levels, you live in the life. Level 6 on Varese already. If those lanes went bad, it'd be the script flipped. But right now, they are taking full advantage as Carlo has to jungle with level 1 Plague Wards. Shanks is stuck at level 4 alongside his partner. Gonna probably have to jungle at some point as well. Full level advantage here for AG on the map. This is the point where you can snowball it, get a lot done. Just clean house.
Yikes. Yeah, that is a pretty dramatic level difference we see there on the screen. 10-minute power runes are coming up in a second here, but it looks like the bottom tower is going to be just taken by the Enchantress Beastmaster. Not much contesting that. We'll see whether or not Execration is going to give up their own safe lane tower at the same time, because they're definitely going to be ahead. They definitely got a better running start when it comes to the side lane pressure on towers anyway.
They have a couple stacks on the triangle, but I would want to see a bit more for Paulus. Again, you really want to accelerate Mag, especially when he's having this good of a lane phase. If he gets fast Harpoon, Zero just goes ham. He went Mask of Madness as well, so he can clear stacks incredibly efficiently. Got to get it up for him before some of these tier 1s start to fall. Because Execration do not have the best tower defense lineup just because of how gimp the Venom's game is. And
yeah, that's a weird thing.
Too good.
Who's going to stack for him? Because Carlo wants to be in this top lane, and then Shanks is needed for the pressure on the bottom lane.
I mean, Shanks ain't applying any pressure all the time. The level 5 edge is not pressure. Why did he double stack?
Maybe he felt like he wasn't going to get it in time.
You can like always get that one. You can even get that one at like 55, 56. It's one of the best pull camps. Either way, maybe he just wants the creeps, but what the? Okay, I don't understand what happened there. Either way.
Oh, he's probably focused on his Dart Troll Summoner.
That's true.
Which he had mid, so. Oh, and he gets a second one, so more skeletons to hit the tower. Nice.
Dream finds a courier while Carlo will help with that kill top off an RP. And Shanks just solo kills Breeze.
Yeah, got him from behind. A Crystal Maiden coming up, runs straight into the Dark Troll Summoner that was going for the tower pressure anyway. But big kill on DB in the top lane. That kind of caught the glimpse of that one. Looks like they managed to put him down with an RP.
Did not expect this kind of double troll push to work this easily into the Crystal Maiden plus a Storm who can just jump the edge if he shows without ult, but they got through it. That's a big
hook shot top lane. This time they bring the clockwork up here. They really want to take this safe lane tower, and they need to be able to punish whoever tries to defend it. Mid lane, jump forward, Yoei was not able to grab Bob in time. If he had, again, there is still that maxed out Frostbite, and he now has Freezing Field to back it up too. They're going to two-man smoke, but they're going to end up running into Execration here. Of course, they spot him thanks to the daytime vision, so they can pick and choose their timing a little bit better.
I mean, who do you jump here? Do you have the damage for Ember? Maybe with max Frostbite.
They're going to try, but the Centaur, it interrupts him. Vares was going for the Frostbite once again to combo off of the initiation from Yoei, but really good read from Shanks, who was following that Centaur movement like a hawk. Jokum's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Goes for the kill on tower, does get it, and will likely die for it. But, you know, job well done, I think.
Also got to save the Venom. Pretty important. This spell is pretty long cooldown, honestly, for like what it does, a single target nuke in most scenarios. 120 seconds for a support. Really want to make this spell count in the early fights if you can. And this spell also kind of falls off, in my opinion, so another reason why the levels are really important for Execration supports here if you want to take the fights, or at least be ready for when Paulos wants to take the fights, because that is probably the name of the game here. You're getting a lot of farm on your Beastmaster and your Magnus, but you're gonna have to put it to use at some point to take away the Naga space, because In Your Dream is continuing to power up 2-0, 140 CS. I do think Naga carries this game for sure. So you're not on a strict clock, but you're on a maybe a half working clock, you know. Either way, the clock is ticking.
Half working clock. Well, you know, a broken clock is right 2 times a day, Avery, so nice catch on Bob. They are going to be able to finally get in with the initiation into not even the Frostbite needed, apparently, just a hook shot off that. Now, I will bring a counterpoint to your Naga concern. Tino is rushing the Aghanim Scepter. He's not going for the Helmadon build, but the drums. And I have seen this firsthand. The drums does destroy the Naga illusions. It is actually so hard to use them in team fights because they just get evaporated so easily.
I think it is nice, but I'm not sure if it's an end-all be-all in this game when he has 2 like magical initiators in the Storm and the Bat that can go in and either find the beast, they just chain him into a kill, dislocate him with a lasso pull or something. You also have Clock, so technically you have 3 initiators on AG, long-range initiators, who can start the fight for you, and then you can send illusions in, focus somebody, sleep and RP, reset the fight. Like, all of these factors, I think, could potentially make it hard for this Axe to go to work, but he is getting it very fast here, and that item is quite strong in the early engagements versus Naga before you have any auras or anything to deal with him. He's clearing through the Ancients. Paulos, your Ancients are getting stolen, my man. The Greed Beastmaster.
He's now leaving the top half of the map, I guess, and he does already have his harpoons, so pretty decent there. Pick off on supports, it may be on both sides, as Carlo is going to be caught by DB, so it seems like we're just going to be trading supports while the cores get farmed. The drums are now here. Boom, boom, boom.
They are here. I mean, they better be here after that. He got everything. 150 CS on this Beastmaster. God damn, he's level 13 too. Drums will go to work in this game, that is for sure, and he has to make it count in these fights. Gotta get that interaction with Naga going.
Skewer back, DB in some trouble here, and he still has RP to be able to put to work as the Clockwork comes in to try and help out. All he does is add another unit to the RP, and he'll almost die as well. Paulos does end up getting killed, but at least Bob was able to clean up that Clockwork kill that he was oh so close to getting.
It's a big mag kill to get, especially going to Yoei here. Like 500 for him, plus 500 for the team. A lot of momentum taken off the board. Drums online for Tino bottom, but he gets manted.
He got that roar off. I think that might have been able to burst down the Naga before the sleep. Either way, they're going to put pressure on this tier 2, get the glyph to be used while the rest of the team does rotate over. And somehow Varys was sandwiched between Bob and Carlo. I don't even know how that started, but it'll finish with Crystal Maiden's death.
I mean, AG, they're getting a lot of space taken away from them right now if they can't take this fight. Gonna try and force the jump on the Ember.
Yoe burning a significant amount of mana, try and go for this one, gets light chains with a hook shot on in. Bob just not respecting the follow-up initiation that's always potentially there and the song to be able to reset things. So they don't even really give up a hero for this just yet.
I mean, there's skewer harpoon here. You definitely force the issue.
Oh yeah, they're gonna still catch Jokum. So he does get conned by the harpoon, so trading 1 for 1 so far. Varys re-showing up to the fight, and jump in from Yoe, finding Palos. He's going to be able to get that kill. The roar goes out onto the Bat Rider at the same time. Tino,
drums are back.
He is tough to deal with right now. Let's see if they can burst him down, or if the drums are going to be too much to handle. Yoe, he's taken down from a lot of poison, plus the damage from Shanks. Who said the Enchantress is not a team fight addition, Avery? God damn, that was some big moves there from Shanks.
I feel like the drums did the most work. We'll have to see on this team fight recap. If this engine did like 500 damage, you'll be eating your words, but he did 3,200. All right, goddamn, he did some decent ass damage in that fight. 15 tread swaps as well. That's how you know he was playing out of his mind right there.
Jeez.
Why doesn't it show on... That's the observer.
It's the simplified version, so that like there's less information clutter. Because not everybody wants to nerd out by tread swap.
I mean,
that is
it's not often you see that in a fight, you know. But Shanks putting the work, gets the damage done, plus them drums. That is the exact timing of a fight Execration want to take off that Beastmaster pump up as Tino takes first position here over Palos. He is the true carry. He has come to carry this game and make me eat my words.
I have full faith on Beastmaster in this matchup. I personally am like all Execration right now because I think these drums, when you get it this early, do way too much. And you just can't put this Beastmaster down. That's what I'm convinced of. Now he's got a pipe, it's going to be even harder.
I agree. They're definitely favored right now. You know, the problem in this game is I kind of trash talk to both teams, so I'm going to end up looking bad no matter what.
Well, you know, maybe people will think you look good no matter what. Play both sides.
I don't think that ever happens, even when I'm right.
That's true.
The only
Dota
upside
fans
for
are
me
very fickle.
Is that I trash talked the drafts, but you trash talked Val. So in about an hour, you're out of here forever, and I'll still be here. I'll still be here, trash talking Crystal Maidens for years to come.
I'm over here.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. Carlo. Top lane, tried to go on him. Glimmer Cape plus Pavis, and he is good. Army Geniuses trying to get their own little plays going after a bad team fight. Unable to strike oil here. Bob too also was able to get away.
Like, let's say you're not confident fighting the Beast in the 5-on-5. You can rat the map with the Naga illusions plus the Bat Rider bots running down lanes. Plus the Storm gives you crazy pickoff combined with the Clockwork if you catch someone out of line. Especially with Arcane Rune on Yoe now. Like, there's a lot of potential to stall this game and get to some later timing for AG and dodge around the Beast mag timings right now. Which I think is pretty much the game plan, because you are not fighting Tino with bags and pipe already completed. And he is an absolute monster. 2,500 HP with the aura up.
I mean, the worst part is for Naga, not only do your illusions not really do anything in team fights, but they're actually more of a detriment than a help if they're around the Beastmaster, because then you're just giving him more to lifesteal off of.
Yeah, you just don't want to send it on him. Unless you get like the single target pull deep in or something.
Yeah.
So free up Roche. Downside of being stuck in rat mode is you cannot take the 5-on-5 objectives fight. So I like this Roche Force from Execration, making the most of a lineup that doesn't have the best catch, right? It's pretty hard to catch the Bat and Storm right now. I think they're just too tanky for you to burst them with Ember +1. This is the next best bet.
It'll work. Optimistic smoke out in TP.
Yeah.
Naga cancels that one, and the smoke is not going to do anything for Army Geniuses besides maybe
Actually,
find a bounty rune.
Paolo's TP top. They know it too. If I'm AG, I would have just run to that pit. But I guess Execration are all through the gate instantly. Still, those are those types of TPs I think Execration need to think about. Like, they didn't lose anything there, but I'm telling you, this lineup where if you show one of your big team fighters in the mag or the beast somewhere and the rest of your team is slow to get out, you get jumped,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
you're going to throw a lot of gold back to AG's way because this is still a very even game.
Yeah, I mean, they are not down by very much net worth at all. It's 2K net worth lead for Execration. That's after the objectives that they've taken, after the towers and all the extra kills that they've gotten. So, yeah, Army Geniuses, they are definitely keeping this, you know, they're keeping their heads above water and pushing to a late game where the Naga Siren can actually have an impact against all of this AoE physical damage and magic damage they have.
To get their Tormentor stolen alongside that Roche, another objective to fall. Question for Execration is, can you force the high ground here? I think you can because the outspam for AG is just so bad. Like, there's not crazy sustain for this Execration lineup, but it's enough to force all of AG back and take your victory and walk it off. Is an Invis Yoe here and Blink on DB. The initiation power is there. He's scouting.
They did leave a remnant behind, so Ember's going to show at the bottom lane, but he can join in on a team fight that breaks out, if indeed it does. But the current scouting from Yoe does not let them feel too confident. Execration maintaining a pretty disciplined front here, playing around each other and setting up some early Vena wards.
That'll finish up BKB for Bob, so all of Execration's core is becoming very tanky here. Satanic for Paulos. Pipes, Glimmers, and Pavises buffing it all up. You have that Enchantress heal. I mean, there's a lot of EHP to fight through. You do have a Vessel on Yokum. It's going to help with the Beastmaster heal and the Enchantress heal a bit. But your damage is still limited. I feel like you have one good core jump on the entirety of AG. And if that doesn't finish the guy, you're just done in the fight.
Yeah. There's the lack of catch you're talking about, DB. Breaks the smoke, immediately blinks TPs away. Execration still just kind of hunting for a pickoff that will lead to them going high ground once again.
Never refuse gold given.
It's tough. It's very tough to find the pick on this map with Nog Illusions creating so much space. You don't really have a stun either. I mean, you have Roar, but Tino has no mobility, and you have Chains. But there's no real good follow-up. He just still up for 2 minutes. Still have this window to go high ground, and there's no glyph now.
I will say I don't mind Execration. Yeah. Yokum, he's going to try and get the cogs pushed back here, but there is the counter. It's just the skewer back in. You cannot guarantee that the team fight is going to happen on your high ground if you're Army Geniuses. Palos can and will pull people out of position with the harpoon and skewer. Another attempt at a skewer to counter, but this time it's a little bit off the mark. Doesn't matter though, the damage is still being done. Tier 3 soon to drop.
You have Orchid picked up for In Your Dream. This is just a timing item to try and help take this fight. Increase the damage, increase the lockdown. Single target burst. It's just hard to find that window.
Palos does have Satanic. If he wants to, yeah, he could heal back up to full and go again with still having 2 lives. Or maybe they're just going to reset entirely.
Happy with a tier 3, I guess. Believe they will continue to scale in this game. That is a big question.
Where are you going?
Who is right on that? Well, they are just going again. 30 seconds. All right.
Okay.
I still think this is the correct play. Like, force this 5-on-5 timing. You know you're stronger.
I mean, this is the perfect amount of timing where the enemy team really doesn't want to commit, but at the same time, you could probably take Barracks in 30 seconds, so they have to go now. They're going to go straight for the Beastmaster. Try and kill him first. They barely get through the barriers. They cannot seem to do enough damage fast enough as he finally managed to get off his roar, and there begins the heal. In Your Dream, all his illusions are gone, has to use the song to escort him and his team back to the safety of the fountain. But this lane of Barracks is certainly forfeit.
They just rushed that fight. no way around it. Like, Paulo's got full value out of an Aegis that had 5 seconds left on it. It's just a couple seconds too early makes a big difference here for AG in a very important fight. Now you have no song, no last. You do have lasso coming up, but what is to stop Execration from continuing to 5-man in this game with you stuck in your base with a timing that you just can't crack? They're too damn tanky. This Zag's Beastmaster flipping the script here on this Naga Siren and preventing any timings coming out.
He's got the Kaya-Sanj, so already that AoE damage was tough to deal with. Now the damage is more. He's getting more heal out of it, and the chain stuns that they just attempted are not going to last very long.
There's just no real team fight from AG to come back in these 5-on-5s. Like, I'm trying to look for it, but what is it, right? Crystal Maiden ult? Is that your best team fight spell?
Yeah, until you have an Aghanim Scepter on Yoe, which really that by itself is a nice team fight spell, but you kind of need the follow-up to it. And I still think even with that, yeah, there's not a ton. It would require basically a really good hookshot cogs with freezing field going on, like some basically dream sequence.
I mean, he does have it. This is maybe your last chance to get a full fight going here with this Stormags. Maybe throw the bat in first, bait a clump, and get a big pull. Execration might not be ready for this. That said, they are very happy being balled up. Venom wards, boars, Ench creeps. The Zoo is killing your racks here. There's jump, he gets 2.
Gonna go for it, only grabs 2, no follow-up to it. And in fact, DB, he's gonna die straight up to Shanks. Too much damage from these impetuses, and a second lane of barracks falls. They're gonna have to blow through buybacks if they want to keep Megas at bay.
The rainbow connection.
Oh,
we're on the real Naga.
That might be a little bit too deep, though. Execration fighting against tier 4s with the 3-man grab. The slight dodge, the hook shot off of that one. They do manage to still control up 3, but no damage. No damage whatsoever. Now the lasso pull back into the freezing field. Okay, that's looking a little bit better. He gets off the RP, but he does end up falling. The carry is gone. And another 3-man grab from Yoe. Things are beginning to turn a little bit as Execration have overextended themselves. Are now out of resources. Tino still inside the base, but will eventually be burned down in your dream. Oh no, he doesn't have TP. He's gonna die to the dots. Oh, man to dodge. Glimmer Cave, never mind, he's good. He dispels all of it. Yoe, though, is out of mana. They have to stop the Enchantress. The final hit comes out for the Aghanim Scepter, and he gets a double kill with it. Oh my god, I've never seen a better Sproink in my life.
He had Quiver plus, I didn't even see him get that Axe in the middle of that. That was a damn good Sproink right there. Cleans him up. He got a lot of damn gold out of that. It's like 2,000 gold.
Seriously.
That said, Shanks, he added to his streak and then fed the streak to DB. That was an 8-kill streak. The Bat Rider getting 880 out of that. At least something for DB off that buyback. That was an expensive fight for AG though. Double buyback, the clockwork one from earlier in Bat Rider. But they do hold. I mean, they goddamn hold off those pulls. Those were sick pulls by Yoe. He got 2 3-man pulls in that fight. You can't really ask for more here.
Yeah, certainly not. Roshan just came up too, which is kind of interesting. Army Geniuses, I do wonder, like, a part of their success in that last team fighters we're seeing here is an uncontested freezing field. Yeah, the really back and forth of Yoe around the fountain. Like, there were a lot of these instances that go their way. Do they still feel confident after winning that fight, taking a fight that is outside of the base and into the Roshan pit instead?
It's way harder. It's way different, and I don't think so. It's so hard to fight into an aggressive position through Venom Wards, through Boars, through the Ench creeps. When you don't have vision on the mag, you don't have vision on this Ember to potentially start on him. This is a way different team fight down here.
Well, they're still going to try and set up for it. Maybe they don't pull the trigger on it, but they are approaching.
I mean, you have a Butterfly Naga timing with level 20. He's silver.
Does that Butterfly help that much, though? I feel like a lot of the damage he's taking is Drums and Slight with Empower.
Yeah, or this Sproink. Oh, this is a problem now. It's gonna send the illusions.
Okay, they're all grouped up right now. They're gonna get a lot of this information. They only had any big team fight spells.
You can song this.
Could look really bad.
Song stealing?
Maybe in your dream,
You get this is the time. Now or never.
Now he needs to pop it. Oh, the hook shot came in. He managed to steal away the Aegis. The Aegis goes a 3-man grab out for the Storm Spirit. The Illusions try to go to work, instantly get demolished. They do not stand a chance when it comes to this kind of heat that Execration is bringing right now. Freezing Field is left as the Crystal Maiden falls. In your dream, actually turning around on Palos. Maybe just because he has the song to get out, but that's a bold turn with nobody behind him.
Maybe trying to bleed out that Aegis if he can. Very confident he'll get out here. Which I think is true. And stalling up for his supports to come back, right? You only got one lane here. Buying some valuable time is actually pretty nice. Ends up paying off. You did get cheese out of that. I think Yoakum stole it, so that goes to Yoe. Very nice hero to have cheese on if he can get it off in the fight. It's a second life for Storm. With full mana might make the difference here. You're gonna have to fight through this Magnus Aegis right now. He has an AC, he has Defiant Shell. He is very tanky, and he's got auras behind him.
Oh, and this building is dropping fast. They have a glyph. They have all 5 heroes up.
They should get back
They're
to
gonna need,
soon.
They're gonna need a pretty extreme grab here from DB to set this up. Jump into the back line, manage to grab the Veno and the Beastmaster together. Hook shot after that. Yoe, gotta be careful though, has to zip away. Meanwhile, the Magnus does lose his first life. That being said,
they're gonna have to bail him out.
Action is back up for a second here. They need to be able to get him out, and the Skewer will get him a bit of distance. Backdoor protection still protecting it, but they want to go for it anyway. At the same time, the RP, oh, it snags it, but the song. Oh, is that enough?
What a
gets
sick
back to
song.
the fountain. What a sick timing from In Your Dream. But is it enough?
Up.
The creeps are coming in at the top lane
Back doors
soon.
up. It's gone.
The backdoor protection, it's gone now, but the fight has already commenced afterwards. Shanks gets to the low ground. Bob playing up against these illusions while Palos reconsiders his positioning.
Who do you want to lasso here, though? This Beastmaster. He's
Santino in front. He's going to be lassoed. Pull back into the tier 4s, trying to get off the roar. Not quite. BKB goes off. Finally gets it off now, but another grab from the Storm Sphere. Grabs onto 2. The buildings fall, though. Mega's in way. Army Geniuses have to win this fight, but they can't do it without the Storm Sphere. He dies. Now the Bad Rider falls. In Your Dream, the last core standing. Ogre Clothes Seal Totem away, trying to get out, but I think it's just too much. Oh, Storm actually got a buyback off of Tick Gold off of that one, and will be able to get the Ember Spirit. In Your Dream is safe for now. Yoe is going to go for Carlo next as he stalls the rest with his disables, trying to create some space for In Your Dream to chase after him. He's not even going back to Fountain. He knows he has to make this work. They cannot let Execration walk away from this one. Nice little swing to the low ground, but running low on mana. Now they manage to grab the Magnus as well. In with the pull, and he's going to get killed as well. That's a second death. First the Aegis, now his second death. On top of that team fight, Execration will have plenty of buybacks to work with, but Army Geniuses, they hold for now.
I mean, they hold, but they're against Megas. And Megas feel like a death sentence here with how tanky Execration are. You also got Storm buyback out of that. That was a well-worthy push from Execration here. Nothing sad about the outcome of that. They're just too damn tanky, man. It takes way too much to bring this Beastmaster down in the middle of the engagement.
Yeah.
He's even building do-it-yourself trident, I guess.
I like that. Yeah. He's got Kaya Sanj and now the Yasha.
It's a poor man's trident. I don't think he got the patch notes. It's not in the game anymore. Anyway, he'll finish the Manta on top of it and get all 3. And he's a problem. He's a damage problem. He's a tank problem. He's an aura problem. And Tino really put on a clinic for this Beastmaster Naga matchup. I thought AG would have been able to play around it a bit more, but game just accelerated way too fast. I guess Magnus also helps. He's buffing up this Ember. You have double cleavers going to work in the fight. Yeah. And then you get Roche into both Tormentors, and suddenly your supports are filthy rich as well, right? Shanks has just done an insane amount of damage this game. Level 20. Hurricane Pike, he's just going Moonshard. I mean, if you needed any extra damage, the Enchantress is going to provide it here. So they are not lacking that.
He's actually becoming a big enough problem that they kind of need to address him in the next team fight, but how do they even do that? I mean, the Naga Siren can't put any damage on an Enchantress with this level 20 talent.
No, it's just way too hard. And I feel like this game kind of fell into this category again of you have too much single target versus a lineup that can ball at the like 20 to 30 minute mark, right? It's just a struggle. And then the other thing is, again, like this core Bat Rider for me, this hero just doesn't feel that impact. Like, okay, you have this Octarine, you have low cooldown spells, you lasso some dude, you pull him in, you do like 300 damage. Then he gets Lotus and piped. And like, who cares, right? Does anybody care about Bat Rider in this game? This hero has just not looked good at all for me in this offlane role.
I will
reverse the ball.
I will agree with that. Youe tries to find an opening here. Hook shot to try and create some space so Youe can jump out. He will be able to do so, but they're going to have to forfeit the clockwork and Song escape out of this fight. Bomb's going to chase after him, but his BKB only lasts for so long. He can still go, though.
Yeah, why not? You got Vegas coming in.
He's got a lot of backup running in. They're going to try and get the Harpoon Skewer back. Does manage to get him with the roar on top of that one. That's got to be a death sentence. A nice pull from the Storm Spirit, but not good enough. They do have a buyback, and the Slight Chains actually stops Youe. That's going to be a dieback for Youe. The Naga Siren might be able to buy back, but Youe, he'll be dead for good as the tier 4 is dead. 1v1, Bob says, as he's feeling himself after a pretty nice victory, it's looking like, unless they do some extreme fountain diving right now. DV's already managed to force one hero back to the base, but they're focusing on the throne for now. Hook shot over to the side, Skewer, RP onto 2. That's pretty nice from Palos. He starts going to work, and GG is called before the fight is even done. They know In Your Dream cannot carry this through. Execration will take game 1 against Army Geniuses.
I feel like this game it felt like it was a lot about Naga and like the Naga interactions of the course, but honestly, I feel like a lot of this game was also about the group up from Execration with their timing between the Beastmaster, the Mag, and the 2 supports getting so much more net worth out of the objective taking between the Shards, between the Roshans, between getting these tier 1s into tier 2s and controlling jungle areas. So the Veno and Ench are just farming. Like Shanks is just farming a bunch of ways. He's getting mega fat. And then you have this problem where you have a lot of single target damage on AG and you cannot take these 5-on-5s. And I think Dota is very hard to play if you don't have a clear idea of how you get these 5v5s going for you in your favor later on. Like they're finding network, but it's not translating into damage. And then you're stuck with this Bat Clock Maiden, which to me feels very low damage. The second pipe comes out in this game, like, I don't know what you're doing, right? Who's doing anything to pipe? It just feels like you have 10 minutes, you're all invincible. That's where I go back to this meta. I think you have to think about these auras, how powerful they are, and you have to think about how your supports are contributing to you either getting there or stopping the enemy when they hit that timing.
Sure, if your offlaner's not getting it for you, then you need a support that can farm and get it for you instead, right?
Yes, that's what I go to, because Vessel's great on clock, but like, is Vessel doing anything compared to Pipe in this game? It's not even close. No. It's not. I'm telling you, it's not even.
It's not. It's not. And game 1 wasn't that close. Execration will take it pretty handedly, a 38-minute victory, but that's just game 1. And we talk about game 2, we head to the panel.
Thank you so much, Cap. Execration look like they're Tour 1 Execration again. They look like they're back. And I mean, for lack of better words, man, Shanks was buzzing. He was doing it.
I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it was AG's game to lose. This Storm should have been kicking the Ench out of the jungle and killing this Beastmaster over and over again. There's nothing to do this game except stop the Beastmaster. It's literally the only way they lose. How can this Beastmaster against Naga CM with a Storm Clockwork in the game be so farmed? How can Shanks live in their jungle? I literally spoke about this in the draft. Their heroes are good at killing these Enchantress. How's this Ench taking the mid tower at 7 minutes with one stupid creep? The AG played so fucking bad. I'm sorry.
Where's my shot
so
fired?
How can this happen? How can this Storm not keep going with Beastmaster? We saw this for 3 tours in a row. We saw SMG do this every game. You just pick Storm and you go kill Beastmaster over and over again because you fly past his pig, you fly past his hawk, you fly past the support, and you kill Beast. And I guess credits to Execration too. You know, they played really well, but I really feel like AG lost this game more than anything.
That's true. I mean, they moved a lot around the map. I feel like we were able to shut down Bob pretty early, but then I don't know what happened.
Who cares, Bob?
Yeah, exactly.
I care about this bottom tower. How's this Beast taking my Naga's tower? How's this Ench taking my Naga's jungle? At 5 to 10 minutes into the game.
That's very true. Tino and Shanks were owning.
I was wondering too, like why did they take the tower so early? Like what happened there? And then it's just so. I mean, looking at Storm, right? He got a free kill on this Ember as well, and then like he didn't really do anything. You know, the entire game he's just kind of just sitting at mid. That's not what you want in this kind of draft, right? And especially like Execration's lineup don't even have stuns to punish his Storm. Like maybe you would probably die to a burst or something, but there's no way you don't win the fight, you know, by jumping on them first. So yeah, I also think it's AG's game to lose.
I think it's a Naga 1v5 game. You just help your Naga play his game, you know. How do you do that? You protect your safe lane long enough to the... So Naga has access to her own jungle. You keep this Beastmaster poor in the meantime, you know. Who cares about this Ember? Tino's the one who like gave them so much tempo in this game, and I felt like AG had all the tools to stop him, but they didn't.
That's true. Also good pickup on the Ags.
Yeah, it was a great pickup. He even went for the Manta. It was actually kind of cool.
Yeah, it was rough. I was thinking maybe they could come back, but it was a bit of a copium, actually.
I think it's just when Execration realized, oh, they are all, you know, at the timing right now, and then they just went for Roche. This is what I feel like when I play against Magnus in my pops. It's like if you don't do enough in the early phase, this Magnus is just gonna bring his entire team to do a very early Roche, and you can't even do anything about it because this Magnus is 2k HP. He has like 200 to 300 plus damage. You literally can't do anything at all.
Oh, it's great seeing happy faces on Execration again.
On Shanks especially, because he's usually the one that has the.
Carl looks like he's gonna drop the next best album.
I was thinking about that too. I was like, oh, he looks so swag
Here
today.
to party.
Yeah, here's our match MVP. We have Tino on Beastmaster, completely just destroying his lane. I think there's, if you saw the game, not much has to be said. He just ran it down.
I think his laning was great. His movement was great. His itemization was great. You know.
Yeah.
No complaints. Sure, he has a negative KDA 2-3. But yeah, he definitely was the MVP of this series.
He was an unbothered king, you know?
No cares in the world.
Yeah, no cares.
Only
Doing
cares
his
my
thing.
drums.
Yeah. Just banging the drum. I wish I could see how much damage Shanks put out though. That was quite painful to be that Enchantress. But first, let's go on to a short break before we get back into the second game of our first season today. First series. Hello, everyone, and we are back for the second game of the AG Execration series. This one is very, very crucial, very important, because Execration really don't want to lose as they currently are on 1 and 2. And if they have 3 losses, that would kind of make them eliminated from going to the major. Maybe not exactly if there's tiebreakers, but AG are also, they're just on 1-1, so they can kind of afford to lose another game. But I mean, at the same time, no one really wants to lose. Who do you guys think will lose this upcoming game, though?
I mean, I feel like AG had the winnable draft. You know, the win condition was on them to execute, and they didn't execute. Execration outplayed them completely. There was no like, I think their draft is better or something like that. You know, it was just outplay, and I feel like the momentum of that it's good. You know, in a series, like it's just a straight out team diff.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe they're just very uncomfortable because of their post 5 pick. Suddenly it's a normal hero. It's a...
I mean, he played CM like the past 2 series as well.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be too flamey, but I really feel like it was a lot on the Storm last game. Just...
I mean, it was. He just needed to protect his Naga in the safe lane. Like, kill a beast, help your Naga farm.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
that's just the truth of the game.
Even if you don't feel good to smoke to the beast, right? You should definitely kick the Magnus out of the lane. Like, Magnus was against Clockwork Barrier with, like, the CM standing behind and you just going in. You can also force reactions, and then the Beastmaster is alone, then you can kind of go and kill the Beastmaster later. But he did neither. He got a free kill, he still did nothing, I feel. Yeah.
Did you guys notice your cup?
Yeah, the Kukumancer.
Yeah, you want to pull it up and show everyone for a bit?
It's the Carlo Mancer this time, though.
I just noticed that.
Carlos the Mancer now.
Wow, such attention to detail. What an amazing set we have, guys. We're so lucky. Wouldn't you agree, Adam?
Do you know what's funny? I went to buy a new shirt just for this, and it was green. And I was like, shit, I can't wear it.
Oh, I know.
Because we have a green screen.
Yeah, I brought a green jacket too, and I was like, wait, oh, I can't wear this.
I want to wear a green one too. Then I'm like, oh yeah, no, I can't wear it too.
We can all just be headless on the panel.
That's true. Wait, what do you mean? This is not green screen. We're actually at the beach. What are you talking about?
I'll be a volleyball.
Well, we'll play with your... Anyways, back to Dota. So, I mean, it wasn't even a draft issue last game, though, right? Like, AG's draft looked like it was totally playable. It was just more of how they played as a team.
I feel like Execration had a draft where they needed to hit timings early, and AG had a draft where they had to stop them from hitting their times, but they didn't. They didn't even try, which was kind of my issue. It's not that they didn't achieve it, but they didn't even try. And I felt like that just... It's not a good sign.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, it did look like AG were really getting choked out of the map. Like, it looked like Naga had nowhere to farm.
Yeah, when you lose your tower that early, especially against the ENG, because the way ENG works is that once the bomb tower dies, he takes over your jungle, and he took mid tower eventually. You know, he sent the skeleton twice. Bob even tipped him. He's like, "What's happening here?" He actually pulled a wave, and then the Skelly Bros just got it. And he's playing against counters, right? I would call them counters. I guess ENG was on the left of Radiant jungle, and the Naga was on the right. And Naga never bothered to move towards the ENG. Like, he probably dies to images and a net with a frostbite or something. He's level 5. But why is this able to happen? I feel like no one in the game really cared. Everyone's just walking around and the house is on fire. They're like, hey, what's up, man? How you doing today?
This is fine.
Yeah, this is fine. What an analogy. All right, so anyways, let's get our draft going for game 2 of Series 1 today. We have Underlord, Beast, Ban, and Doom. I like these. I want to see some different off lanes, you know? Anything besides Underlord, Beast, and Doom.
All right, Dusa's in the pool, Carl's in the pool. AG seems more like a Caudle team. Caudle TB, Caudle Ember. There's also a world where they just pick the TB outright, I feel. Oh, there's also Elk in the pool. I feel like a lot of these heroes I'm mentioning have had like lower and lower win rates, so they look like less impactful.
Does AG even play Elk much? Because I feel like In Your Dream is kind of a slow player. That hero doesn't really look like it will suit him.
They played it that one time, right?
Yeah, that's when she said that the Elk didn't suit In Your Dream.
Yeah, I remember.
Ooh, I like this.
Alright, it's a cow. Got the cow. Jokam Spirit Breaker. Maybe DB too. I don't know what Execration's response to this is gonna be. I think the normal is like the Yule's heroes. Dark Willow's one of them. or Oracle. Purge, obviously, as the Oracle.
But the Aetherlands Venomancer.
The what?
The Aetherlands Venomancer. Aetherlands use Venomancer.
Sure.
Yeah, AG played the Alk against SMG, and they lost.
Yeah, that's the game that she was talking about, how
Yeah.
it didn't really fit in your dream.
That was
which,
pain.
I do kind of agree. I think it's just one of those heroes that when you hit timings, you want to be strong about it. I guess every carry, or I think that's just Dota, right?
Yeah. But Spearbreaker, I feel like a lot of people have been gassing up this hero, but we don't really see it that often.
Because he's too fast. Right, so Execration take it instead, call TV. I think the TV is kind of a block pick with the, I would say, Dusa Elk in the pool, and TV is just, I would think if AG is down 1-0, they want Terrorblade. Because that's how they've been drafting recently.
Right.
That's why I thought they would have picked the call into the TV. And Execration just take it away from them. Palos TV, that's not something we've seen recently. Have we?
He played
Actually
it.
played one game.
Yes.
All right, fine.
And he was actually kind of not doing too badly on the hero too.
Me just know how to play normal heroes. Just a man of many controls. Yawn.
Oh, they played it in against Boom. That 70-minute game.
Oh, I remember. The Natsumi Monkey King.
Anyways.
Right, so funny thing about Call TV is that I feel like when I think of Coddle and what makes Coddle strong, it's like Coddle Ember, Coddle Storm, Coddle Pango. But I feel like in SCA, Call TV has been like the go-to. Everyone's just Call TV. And I guess Chakra on Illusion makes sense, but it just, I don't know if it's that strong of a combo that it's what you want, you know?
Does the CDR work on
Meta, yes.
Meta?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so crazy to me because Meta feels like an ulti spell, you know?
You know what I feel? It's that because C players are always like, oh, I've got this, let's go. You know, they don't really think of the fight as a full picture. They always just feel like, hey, I got Ravage, let's go. You know, just, it's always like, let's go, I have this, I have that. Maybe they just feel like, how to make our carry go together? Okay, pick him TV. He doesn't really need to go in front first. And then we'll have Collar to, you know, like, lower his meta cooldown so he doesn't have an excuse to not go. This is how I feel.
And Mansion
But if
Age.
you have more meta, you can farm more Ancients with meta.
Whoa.
It's all about perspective.
It's true.
Why farm ancients when you can farm heroes? The only ancient that matters is the throne.
Damn, that's deep. So AG taking out some heroes to protect the Pugna. They are approaching this game a bit differently. They're banking it on this Pugna against the Terrorblade. I also think this is very, very likely a DB Pugna
Really?
and a Jokam Spearbreaker, yeah, just because of the TB. I think it'll make a lot of sense with their draft. Otherwise, they'd have post 5 Pugna, post 4. I guess they could still go Darkseer or Kappa.
Kappa.
I mean, I like how they are defending their TV pick really well.
Yeah, I haven't.
They didn't
I
ban the
haven't
PL though.
seen
Like
anyone.
definitely just PL for AG.
Maybe they just feel like I have Coddle, then I can buff up a Pango or an Ember, maybe make the PL.
Yeah, but PL's not there.
play. Yeah, true.
So his illusions are there. It's the kind of stupid thing about a hero right now is that sure you can kill the PL quote unquote, but the PL's not there.
I remember when PL used to need plans, brains to play. Now you just, I press one button and watch. Wow.
The evolution of Dota.
Yeah.
Disruptor. It was good against Bara.
It's a nice hero to have.
It's
It's
also
nice
quite
with
good.
TV as well.
Yeah, it's also quite good against Pugna, I feel, because of the glimpse. It's very annoying.
So you can't charge off kinetic field. You can't charge into kinetic field. You're just constantly running into the wall.
Oh, true.
And glimpse is just always nice, you know.
Dude, that's also one of the things that's so annoying is the like interactions with kinetic field because like you can the boulder roll. You can like
Yeah.
roll out of it.
Yeah.
And you can also get hooked out of it, right?
Yeah.
That's so weird.
Alright, so you know if there's a bump on the road while you're driving, you can roll over it, but you can't walk into it.
Huh?
Huh? That's true. That's what went through my head when I was saying that.
What? All right, with AG picks up the Ember. What do you think about this one?
I think it's just trying to take away the
Ember Call.
Ember Coddle. It's also good against the Pango, which is probably what Execration won against the PL that AG will pick here. Come on, AG, make me look smart. It makes the most sense to pick it like, no.
There's your Kukumancer.
Kukumancer. The Carlomancer now.
Is this the Varizmancer?
Probably. I've only seen SCA play as a boss 5. I think DM's the
What if
OG.
DB takes it 3? That would be
Not against Terrorblade,
crazy.
that's dumb.
Okay, never
Surprised
mind.
this thing kind of owns you. Yeah, it's just a nice plus 5 to have right now, you know. You always have net worth, you
Yeah.
give vision, you have nice team fight kill potential. There's the
Bingo.
Pongo. I saw this is something that Execration don't do often, but Tino's getting last pick right now. What will the man bust out? Will we see the return of Visage? Pretty good against Fennel and Pug now. What a buff the carry heroes. I feel like Tino's the aura on this team, you know, and like they're drafting for this Giga team fight right now, this Disruptor Pango. They want like, meta, you know, come fight us, you can't run away from us. So I think Tino has to play a hero that enables them to come into the middle of that. It's a pretty sick Abaddon game.
Yeah, that too.
Double Dispel, you can buy aura. Can't really die.
They run the PL.
If they can, they should. Because right now it's only the Pango that can sort of tell which is the illusion and which isn't.
What else is there for carry for AG? There's Naga's removed, there's still the Morphling, but I feel like the hero's not been in a very good place recently.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say Faceless Void, but then it's banned.
So he's in the void too.
Yeah.
Damn AG, what's the pick here?
What is the pick?
Your way, Tinker.
Let's go.
What is the pick indeed?
I would see a world where they go for like Bloodseeker and try to play really fast instead of trying to match pace with Execration.
Yeah.
If you look at Execration's heroes right now, if they can't force the fight on their terms, it's kind of hard for them. AG also have this really strong, I'd say bursty kind of heroes, you know, like his Breaker goes in, the Venom goes in, pops out, and Bloodseeker is bad.
Oh.
Okay?
Sag. Yeah, Bloodseeker was actually looking really good there.
I only kind of see Morphling right now. I don't feel like it's good enough. Damn. Ursa?
But mainly it's also because of Kiki's hero, right? He doesn't really do.
I think Kiki plays a lot of heroes. I just don't know what he's like. I mean, he's obviously better at some than others. Like, we saw a lot of Lifestealer and Morphling, you know, heroes that just kind of AFK in their lane before.
Well.
Yeah, like carry.
Oh.
there it is. The Arc Warden. Alright, pick Abaddon. Tino, come on. It's a great Abaddon game.
Will he do it? Then that would. Oh yeah, he could play offlane Ava, or that
Yeah.
it could be an offlane Caudal Copium, right?
I like the offlane ever. This game. I think it just fits their draft. It's gonna help them high ground against the
Oh, true.
TB or the Arc Warden as well. Any other cool picks? Some Aura Buyer, something that gets on top of Arc Warden. The offlane Spectre.
I'd rather offlane anti-mage, please.
Calm down there, buddy. What is this option?
It's kind of Copium, but it's Broodmother dead.
I think so. Has EU been picking up Broodmother at all?
I've not seen a hero played at all. Die. Lycan? Lycan looks cool too. I feel like with Lycan they have so much downtime, and AG just have this lineup where they will win eventually.
But AJ have a way to like eat all the micro units.
That's true too. Just a lot on the map to handle, you know. Ace Arc Warden. I guess it depends on what kind of place you want to play at.
I think I really favor the Abaddon over anything else because
Yeah, me too. I just think it's
It's-
very niche, you know. Like the team might not be even thinking of the hero.
Let's see, 10 seconds. They're really using like all their reserve time on this one.
They're confused.
Uh-oh. Oh!
Okay.
So that's a worse balance.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but prefer the Everton.
It's a good lane. He's gonna run this Arc Warden down. This is a super strong lane for Omni, by the way. Super giga strong. Call Omni, you just run at them. You know, this Veno does nothing to you. This Arc does nothing to you.
Yeah.
You're gonna get an early phase boost, and you're just gonna keep running this Arc Warden down.
And the Omni shard's crazy now.
Yeah, you're also a Harpoon buyer. I feel like as weird a pick as it is, it looks really good for Execration.
I can guarantee that this Ember does not feel
Oh,
good.
look
right
at
now.
Bob. The roar of battle. He's ready.
He's mode focused.
The hair flick. He knows it's gonna be 2-0.
All right. Well, I mean, let's see if they can do the 2-0. Execration really looked good last game. I feel like I haven't seen them look that strong in a while.
That is true.
Yeah.
Execration. Week 2.
Yeah, week 2.
It's their time. The time of the tour. They're like werewolves waiting for the full moon.
Can you give us a woo? All right. Thanks, Adam, for showing us your furry side. But yeah, I mean, Execration. I mean, we kind of see them. We saw them do this last season, where they start off kind of rocky, and then they ended up like picking up the pace and playing a lot better by the end. Only just managing to defeat AG, their last series, and cutting them off from the major. So I mean.
Will they do it again?
Yeah. We'll
One
do it
more
again.
AG eliminator here.
Yeah. What do you think, Aurora? Who do you think is going to win this game?
Execration.
Because?
I mean, I look at Omni Knight versus Ember Spirit. I just feel bad for the Ember Spirit. Like, there's no way the Ember Spirit feels good this game.
Okay.
That's all.
That's
Yeah.
a good enough reason for me. So let's get this game going. Gonna throw you guys off to our casters.
And I am going to throw you guys under the bus. Look, I don't normally do this to other talent, but they did clearly break protocol. You only awoo when there's a Lycan in the game, and that is clearly not the case. Instead, Avery, we have an Arc Warden, which we're going to see put to the test. We worked the first time against XERXIA, but Execration, they're no XERXIA, are they, Avery?
No, they are not. I don't know if that's a compliment or a diss, but I'm going to throw it back to you. As everybody knows, according to protocol, the classic shout you give when there's an Arc Ward in the game, Cap. Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Cap. Protocol. You know the protocol so well. Let's hear it.
What noises would Arc?
We're all waiting.
Like,
We're all waiting with bated breath, Cap. You know all the protocol. You were just dissing the panel
he's
for knowing
such a
protocol.
sophisticated being.
That
I don't
classic,
think he really
it's
makes...
a classic, widely known Arc Warden chant. Let's hear it, Cap. Let's give the people what
Well,
they
I
want.
believe protocol clearly dictates that it's the co-caster who starts it. So,
No, I don't think that's how. I don't think you're as familiar with the protocol as you pretend to be. That's all I'm learning here. And I think as head
listen, I
leader,
wrote the protocol. Don't you dare come to me about the protocol. I wrote the goddamn book.
well, I mean, you did start the cabal, so that actually adds up. Finally, you admit it. Whatever. That one dodged. You dodged that one.
Flash of inspiration. The all-knowing one guides me.
You need to hit me with like a creature hero. What is Arc Warden? What noises is Arc Warden going to be making?
I don't know, man. It's like a Zet. It makes electric bubbles. You're just like, that's an Arc Warden sound, you know? Get fried. That's my Arc Warden chant. You could have done anything.
That's not the noises that he's making, though. That's the noises his abilities are making. That's different. Apparently, he does a dance. I've never seen this taunt before, but...
All right, you're
yes,
a big
we're gonna see-
Omni Knight fan.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, you like spamming Brain Dead Heroes for MMR. Well, walk me through the scale of this hero now as compared to before.
Okay, I think... This is what I've been telling everybody. I think Omni Knight maybe is not a broken hero, but Hammer of Purity is definitely a broken ability. I am so certain of this. The damage of this ability is insane. All you need really is Harpoon and Shard. Maybe you need a Blink Dagger in this sort of game because you're dealing with a ranged carry. But you just blink on somebody, you slam them twice in the face with Hammer of Purity and you do like close to 1,000 pure damage. I think it's broken as hell.
Oh, it must not be then. But that sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
I think this hero's weird for me. I feel like he does a lot of damage, but at the same time, he can have issues dealing damage. So I feel like you want 2 other damage dealers with him. And then he's like a sustainer. That's the aspect I like about him. I think the lineups in the meta that have 2 sustain heroes kind of end up being low-key nasty because like it's really hard to go on anybody. If you go on the Omni Knight and you have supports who can bail him out, like in this game, maybe a Coddle heal plus Revis or Lotus is enough, right? Then you can't go on the Omni, and then the Omni prevents you going on anybody else. And you try and go on the Coddle, the Omni can bail the Coddle. Like, it becomes really obnoxious for these single target damage lineups. Man, blood grenades.
Ooh, DB's done.
So many grenades. There's another one.
His blood grenade. Another throw. Yokum is going to die as well. Palos picks up that kill as well. It's magic grenade. It's magic damage, right? Oh, but Decrepify doesn't have the magic damage you take.
Got his courier too with the ring around.
Oh, man. Jesus. All right. Execration off to a very hot start in this bottom lane.
Yes. And the reason I was bringing up the sustain is I think it's why Pugna has also had some successes with it. This hero is like one of the ultimate sustainers from the support position. We're seeing it on core here. I think it means you have to have a better game on core, which DB off to a rough start is going to hurt. But it is something that AG can play around with too, if they can build some auras and get their 5-man going. But I do like the Omni Knight in this game. I think you wanted a sustain hero. Sustain hero is very nice for Arc Ward and Veno in general. More grenade action going out, but there's a Dispel. Is it enough?
Oh, man, that was super interesting. In Your Dream does manage to pick up that kill on Shanks, in part because he is on Dire's side, Avery. So his Tempest went out a lot faster than it normally would, and he managed to catch the Kato, who was kind of moving pretty quick. I think he might have been able to get out of range if it was the Radiant version of the Spark Wraith, but the Dire one activates fast.
The faster activation is actually so annoying. I don't know how many people actually like played versus it yet, because Arcborn is not a hero we see a lot. But in my experience playing versus it is really hard to dodge the faster Wraith activation. Really hard. You just get permanently chased down forever. So that does help him here in the early laning phase. Pretty nice, pretty cool to see. But ultimately, this is going to be a lane Tino just free farms. Like, I don't think there's much way around it.
Maybe some people may have missed the Army Geniuses game that had the Arc Warden. It was their first or second game against XERXIA. They won it pretty easily, but part of the mechanics that we were talking about there was the difference between Radiant and Dire. As we're going to watch Bob, see if he gets killed here. He's all out of abilities, so it's looking pretty rough for him.
What the hell?
All of them.
Is this the entire Grenadier inventory? Like, Jesus.
I mean, at this point in time, you should have like 4 or 5, right? In total.
I think I've seen 7 or 8 use this game, and there's still one sitting on Varese. Just insane the value this item can provide in these early kills, and the early kills are just so much XP for these roamers. It means a lot if you get them. So I'm not complaining about it at all. I love this item too. This is just a crazy amount of them in this game.
I'm always surprised at how quickly they come off cooldown. When you buy out the bank, and then you check the shop again, and it's like, oh, there's 3 of them available again.
The dance ball.
Back in with the glimpse, the Decrepify fades away, but Palos actually taking a hefty amount of damage.
You gotta think about these Lotuses as well. Like, DB has a Lotus right now, so he's kind of just baiting this fight out.
He go for it. Not quite enough damage. Yokum needs a save from the Decrepify. Turnamarum Blast gets the Terrorblade before Terrorblade can get him, and DB still playing with that healing Lotus. I don't think they're aware that existed, as he had a raindrop there as well, dodging the glimpse damage on top of everything else.
He had a lot of effective HP hidden away there, and they're probably going to get the 2 for 1. Nowhere to run, and you get bashed. This lane paying dividends for AG as they get a lot of levels on Yokum. He's already level 4 and almost a half. That is a lot for a roaming Spearbreaker. And I was complaining about the supports last game, but this opener from AG to me is significantly higher power level. Like, I view Pugna and Spearbreaker as 2 very strong heroes in the meta right now. Their spells are always good at engagements. They scale amazingly well. They have good tempo. Can play around the map. They're just strong. So this opener is working well for AG, and one that I also like. So, you know, I'll give him extra vote of approval here.
The blast puts Yoe up to the high ground with the double damage. He still kind of wants to keep going. Hit these supports, spots Bob. He gets a little bit low. Charges coming out. He's not going to make it in time, and he's going to die like this. Okay, doesn't even bother to try and Fairy Fire or Magic Wand. Yoe kills the Disruptor. The last bit of that double damage as well. What a value power rune that was.
He took 254 physical off that one hit. That is an absurd amount.
Jeez.
And now they're taking the stack.
Oh, no.
Massive win for AG in this middle lane, and just off of the support levels, right? You have 2 4s going to town against a Coddle Disruptor, both 3 with... What are Coddle Disruptor offering in this 3-on-3? It's literally nothing. You have a level 2 Chakra Magic and
Not the charge. He's going to take the Wisdom Rune.
God.
Yokum.
Disgusting.
Beautiful stuff. It doesn't matter if you die in this situation. Stealing the Wisdom Rune is so valuable, and that is going to keep Execration, who are already kind of their supports anyway, in a losing situation, going to keep them even more under-leveled. This Bob is going to get gone on here. Looks like they're just trying to force maybe a Rolling Thunder out of him, see if they can force him to use it prematurely. Failing that, maybe secure power runes.
Very concerned for this Execration support duo right now. You lose this Wisdom Rune in a game where you're already falling behind on levels, you may never get there.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder. Oh god, the Slight is coming up. Bob, he has to out-heal the Slight damage, and he does with the bottle. Has to dodge some of these melee hits as well. Oh, swashbuckle away, but Yoe, he'll bring him down with a final Slight. Has another Remnant to be able to get out too. Glimpse back will push Yoe away from the Coddle. But that's about the best these supports can do. Hope to survive. Certainly can't put the same kind of pressure this Spirit Breaker is.
At least Shanks is denying a rune there, because there is not much else for this Coddle to do in this game. He's 0, 1, and 2, Cap. He went for a laning build, and he got those stacks up. Well, the stacks got stolen. His Wisdom Rune got stolen. He's going to get a Courier, but he doesn't even get it, and now he's getting charged. This Coddle...
Look at this move from Palos. Shanks is going to get gone on, but at the same time, Palos has gone through the portal and is going to go for a gank on In Your Dream. Magnetic Bubble's already out. Going for Yokum first. Oh, Palos needs to get off the Sunder, but doesn't. He gets bursted down too quickly. Where was the Sunder? Where was the Purification? No Sunder. He decided to level up other abilities, and Tino only had level 1 Purification.
Breeze?
Okay, that was maybe not the best idea.
Yeah, that was an ambitious TP. We'll feed another kill to Tino here, who reaps the benefit of that fight, but an expensive rotation for Palos. Absolutely expensive. And DB headed straight back towards bottom, and now he's just got free reign to pummel this tower. You also don't have meta. They know he doesn't have Sunder. You're going to just bring everybody here. I think Palos is dead again. This is the Spirit Breaker Dota that can play really fast around the map.
Yeah, with all the magic damage they do, it really shouldn't be a problem here. But DB somehow got his life drain like canceled or something. Either way, very clear they have enough damage for it.
And that's level 6 for your Spirit Breaker. Level 6 is for both AG supports here. I'm looking at level 4 for Shanks. I can't emphasize enough how brutal of a game this is going to be for Execration supports to come back. Especially when you're going to start losing towers to the Pugnant Blast, which is kind of inevitable. You have sustain for your heroes, but not for your towers. Midas up for In Your Dream. He is going to have an absolutely free game here on Arc Warden because of the space it's going to be able to be made. You're on the back.
A lot of wards too, by the way. Varis is doing a great job. Maybe his TP's not the best, but his D-warding top notch right now.
Bounce it out in all things. More blood grenades being purchased as well. The aggression does not stop. I mean, I'm charging anything I see at this point.
Yeah, certainly.
Like, what's to stop you? Pretty much the one thing going well for Execration is Tino on this Omnia, who is very tanky.
Bob not having nearly the same kind of good time. Had a magic wand charges, but couldn't get away from the stuns from Yokum. Had another one in the chamber, and now they're going to be able to catch Carlo. Yoe working with plenty of mana. A Slight will finish him off, getting him a double kill, while the charge onto the other side going for Tino. Tino, who does have lots of HP. This is not going to be the easiest kill. 20 magic wand charges and a healing lotus still to be used, so he's good.
they're forcing it off the map, and Yowie is just still punishing mid. They do not have lockdown for Ember Spirit in this game. They do not have lockdown for the charges around the map. It's just free reign right now. I mean, this is a goddamn feeding frenzy. You got to stop the bleeding if you're Execration. Just find something. I don't know what that is, but you got to find it.
Well, apparently it's neutrals. That's Vari's solution as support Venomancer is to jungle. I've seen this one in a few pubs.
He's just stealing all their camps. They're going to bring 3. All right, that is something to be found. Some extra XP here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It will cost you again.
Radiant's top tower.
Nothing is free right now.
Oh, geez. He's actually going to use the ultimate. Bob needs the help of Tino to stay alive here. Chasing after the Spear Breaker doesn't quite land there. Nice use of the Tumbler toy to get over that cliff. Certainly needed it because
Radiant's top
this is
tower
not the cleanest area to fight right now. Glimpse back.
Ooh, dodged it.
Nice slight dodge.
Slighted the neutral camp. Thank you, Goose. He was out of Remnant, so that might have actually been a kill. Very important dodge there from Yowie to not give away the 5 kill streak. As AG continue to pummel Execration on this map.
DB just took a hard camp stack, a triple hard camp stack away from them. So
I mean, how many have they
the
stolen?
damage is being done constantly. Yeah.
At this point, Shanks he should just stop stacking, man. It's not working out. Go stack the Dire Triangle, I guess. Maybe then you'll steal theirs, and then it'll work out better.
At least the Ancients is DB couldn't take those, so looks like together they'll be able to farm that, maybe get to their level 6 on Carlo. Honestly, Shanks,
do it.
yeah, they kind of need to clear off. Just give them the levels.
This is the problem with supports when you fall behind. Like, it is a real struggle. I mean, you're giving your Disruptor Ancients right now just to try and get Static Storm online. It's tough. It's tough out here. Little Orphan Disruptor has had a very hard knock life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That is probably not a reference for the C region. Unless I'll make it. Smoke charged.
Instantly removing the disable. There's another one to follow it up, though. Ready to go with the Sunder. Can't quite reach anybody here. Wants to use it aggressively. Does not want to have to be forced to use it on his support. But that's what happens. He immediately gets the kill onto Carlo as a result. And Palos is still in trouble. The magic damage is too much. He dies through the ult of Tino. Guardian Angel did absolutely nothing. It sells his support out for nothing.
Why did you do this to me?
Okay, Bob at least gets one kill. But hunted down deep inside your side of the map. DB on the other side, they've been sandwiched. They're going to have to fight through DB's life drain. Tino will live. Not quite enough damage there. Yokum, Swashbuckle's really adding up now. Bob, he gets a second kill. Oh, Static Storm to try and stop the Ember Spirit, but it's too late for that. The Rampage is already complete.
Is back to the struggle. He almost was dying again.
Jeez.
You will CP out. They all get out. Execration do not get a lot out of that. In fact, they get pretty much nothing. Here's will go back to farming with the double Midas. Another costly death for Paulus as he tries to make something happen in these fights, but there's just too much mobility and too little control. I mean, they're already charging Paulus again. He's dead. Absolutely dead. There's nowhere to go on this map. It's Spear Breaker Dota, man, with a lead. This hero is disgusting.
I mean, this is you're seeing part of the reason why he's been one of the most successful heroes in high-level pubs. A lot of pro players have picked up on this hero in the last couple weeks.
I fully expect this hero to be competitive. He's a beast if you can lane him properly.
Big kill.
This is a nice pickup.
They're going to have to lose some support. Oh, God.
Or is it?
Oh, no. Glimpse back and finally get it. But it was after Bob died. So Carlo will pick up the solo experience for that one, and his life is still forfeit. Yowie is having the time of his life after a game one like that. Bounce back into game two. Young godlike streak already at 16 minutes.
11-0. Who needs CS when you can farm heroes?
Yeah.
I mean, he's playing versus 0 stuns, right? It's a dream Ember game. Like, this Execration lineup does not have nearly enough control to deal with what is happening in this game right now. And they're getting mega punished. Maybe if you win lanes, you can ball with the Omni Knight, but Omni Knight in this type of scenario is offering you very little. Because he does not want to just sit behind his Terrorblade off every charge. There's a phylactery suck.
Okay, maybe an opportunity to turn around. It's finally the Sunder hits on an enemy hero. They get the glimpse back on a Spirit Breaker, ensuring his death while DB is cleared up underneath the Static Storm. Yowei, though, watches 2 of his allies die and sets out for vengeance. Gets 1 kill. I'm not a mana, though. Gotta be careful with that one with this Diffusal Blade up on Bob. And the constant heals coming out from Shanks, lowering that cooldown. The constant swashbuckles are going to be dangerous for this Ember Spear. That's really the only danger he has to worry about.
I mean, that was a costly go by AG. They threw a lot of momentum back to Execration's way in a map where they had nowhere to go. Diffusal Pango right on time. Start getting some mana burns. Tino gets involved in some fights. And Paulos, he gets a lot of recovery out of that turnaround off Sunder. But of course, the charges never stop.
No. No, they don't. So we've had so much action. I didn't really get to tackle this, but I think Omni Knight or Hammer of Purity might be broken, but I don't know how he gets the damage on some of these heroes, right? Ember Spirit, Pugna, Arc Warden. I mean, these are not melee heroes that you easily get on top of, right?
It's very tough, especially when you don't have other stuns to help you hit them. Like,
yeah, true.
He has no setup other than Static Storm Glimpse, which we haven't seen once because it got so stumped. So it is tough. It's very tough right now for Tino. I also feel like this hero's power spikes are kind of like early game oriented, right?
Precious bounty.
Ish. I think he scales way better than he ever did before. Nice charge away from Yokum. The glimpse back, though, to deny him that escape, but he still has plenty of mobility left. The boost of the bulldoze gets him some distance. Bob is going to hunt him down eventually, though. Gets that kill. Back over to Yowei, who is silently hunting. Will pop out now to catch Bob. Slight chain stops the TP. Over to mid.
0.
Static Storm holding in DB. Need to get on top of him. Tino is so slowed down. Now he's going to be life drained. Okay, use that Guardian Angel against a bunch of magic damage. I don't think that's going to do much good for you. Another Decrepify, another suck, and another chance for them to just barely escape. Apollo's left alone against the Ember Spirit. Yowei is just not to be trifled with in this game, too.
There's somebody stopping him for real. 14-0. This guy's got like a kill a minute almost. Disgusting streak. You can never pop it. I don't know if you're gonna pop it though. That is a problem. The map way too hard to play right now for Paulos. Just can't find any room. That's a 6th death for the Terrorblade. I mean, this Phylactery Pugna is also way better when you're snowballing the game like this.
Oh, yeah.
Because the solo kill potential goes up very fast. These Decreps plus the extra slow with the magic damage. You're basically solo killing a support if you ever just run into them randomly, which is pretty bonkers for this hero to be able to do. And you're fairly tanky. He's got 1700 HP. His skeleton, he got some meat on them bones, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he does now.
I mean, he doesn't because they all got melted off by Viper, but...
Yeah, of course. He's gonna have a Glimmer Cape to protect those bones a little bit better against that magic damage.
Very true.
They get Roshan while Execration get a Tormentor. It's not an equal trade.
And that's that double Manta Arc Warden Roche that is crazy fast off the bonus magic amp, so... But
yeah, talk about this mechanic, because some people probably maybe didn't see that game 1 against XERXIA.
Well, then go watch the VOD then. That's what...
Listen up, viewers. We don't know you shit.
I mean, I feel like everybody watching now is like, watch that game as well. I think it's 100% crossover. Because C fans are dedicated, you know? They're dedicated to the flame. never going to miss an opportunity to play in their game.
All right, well, you know what? We'll just delegate. If you're in chat and you don't know what we're talking about, the interactions we're talking about, just type 1 and somebody else in chat will explain it for you.
We're not going to do these polls again. These polls never end well for me. All right, anyway, the short version is the double bubble. You get attack speed and you get bonus magic damage per hit. The bonus magic per hit is 120 with the talent, and it procs on illusions. So when you double proc Manta, you get 6 units, all hitting with 120 bonus damage every time it hits. It's a lot. It's a lot of burst that comes out of nowhere. In my opinion, the mechanic that makes this hero pretty good this patch. If you can keep your illusions alive in fights, which honestly seems pretty reliable. I don't think there's any like crazy fast illusion clear in the game anymore, except maybe Pugna drain off Nether Ward, which is pretty sometimes hard to do
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
because you have to throw the ward down.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting also that they were Army Geniuses played a Radiant side against XERXIA, but here they're willing to play a Dire side, which that mechanic we kind of referenced earlier. There is a difference. So the Raid Dire side one always has the magic damage bubble. And the shorter Spark Wraith, which you said is super obnoxious and pretty powerful. They do find Into Your Dream. They get on top of him with Bob just what they need. But he's taking so much magic damage. My God, fortunately, the Rolling Thunder does go off, and they should be able to get this kill eventually. DB not opting to heal his carry and went for the kill, and didn't manage to get it either. Omni does not die, but Bob did. What happened to Palos? Is that Yoei? Did Yoei
That was
kill him?
Yoei.
Top tower is under
Yoei
attack.
found him. They had a nice one-on-one exchange. Paulo said some things. Yoei said some things.
Okay.
It got very heated. And Yoei broke his back over the kitchen sink. So
Oh, he gave him the Bane treatment, huh?
Tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
that is kill team for Mr. Ember Spirit with that shield rune.
Which will break first, your body or your spirit?
I think both are breaking for
Radiant's
execration in
top
this game.
tower is under attack.
They need to,
after death number 7, which one has broken first?
definitely, they were simultaneous. They broke at an equal time together. I respect that. I can't believe you're going to do a Bane impression. You wouldn't do the Arc Ward bit. What's wrong with you?
You said make a sound. You didn't say sound like that. Also, I don't play Arc Warden. I don't listen to this guy.
I mean, it didn't have reason. It could have been anything, though. Dota fans don't know what Arc Warden sounds like.
That is true. Very few Dota players play Arc Warden. I think he's one of the most underplayed heroes in the game.
I mean, yeah, he's like way too annoying. You have to play 2 heroes for 1. It's too much work.
Yeah. Well, nowadays you're incentivized not to do as much of the split pushing, right? Because the damage penalty.
Very true.
Bob gets off the Rolling Thunder. Yoei responds with his BKB. So his Beyond Godlike spree is not going to be easy to bring down.
On the charge.
Bob
the
is gonna bring it
delivery.
out. Ooh, barely gets away. Yokum going to be pulled back to his death. No, barely enough damage. Dino threw a hammer of the gods straight at the Spirit Breaker's back and nailed him.
Quite literally, I hammered to the back. Dropped it on his poor sore back from carrying Pugna into that engagement. I kind of like that technology here. Early boots of travel, too. That is truly an express delivery.
For me.
Sailing in.
Is that... It's so dangerous.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is
you
a
might be delivering
missile.
your Pugna straight into the middle of the fight.
That is the definition of a dangerous payload. But I kind of respect it. Especially when you're ahead like this. Like, I wouldn't do it in an even game. But if you're ahead,
Sure.
this item pays off in the net worth, and it'll help you just secure these kills. You have a very aggressive Pugna build.
Dude, look at his next item. He wants to go Nullifier. He just screw over this Omni Knight.
Pretty nice.
I
Normally
mean,
we see Nullifier versus the Pugna. Here he's turning it around.
yeah, I guess so. I mean, I guess part of this is just, it's great against the Omni Knight, but also DB maybe feels like
Are scanning.
his kit is kind of complete. You really don't need many more items than this, apparently.
Yeah, because the rest of the Nullifier is definitely not doing much for this hero. You're not right clicking, and
No, not at all.
I guess 6 armor's okay, but not for a 4K item. So it is really just about the purge here. Pretty interesting idea. Honestly, I don't know if it's the best, but he can make it. Okay, he changed. He's going hex.
Okay.
I think he was just thinking.
That's a little sad. I mean,
Well, you know,
it would help them in the fact that they're getting away a lot of times with Heavenly Grace. Jeez, Yoe's just bouncing around like a pinball here. A deadly whirl of blades and fire that is destroying Execration. They're chasing after him now. He still has plenty
arcane
of
rags
to work with. Yeah.
Dire's
Right,
middle
filling
tower
quick.
is under attack.
This is not the... You know, I would be scared of chasing into this Ember, but I guess they feel confident. They do get a
I mean,
tier
the
1
ball-
tower.
The ball is coming online, right? You got this pipe from Shanks plus mech. This
Yeah.
Coddle heal with the ult, the Omni Knight sustain. He's got 2400 HP. He's gonna have a halberd. Like these double heal lineups in the mid game, they're hard to deal with. It's very tough to poke them down. It's hard to commit on a single target with the saves. So right now, if Execration want to come back in this game, now's the kind of the time to do it. When your sustain is still strong, you have this Scotty on Terrorblade. AG very, very confident in their position right now, but you can't throw too many of these kills, especially if you somehow throw this Ember streak, man. Yoe's sitting on 15-0. You're talking about slicing and dicing. Well, if you slice the wrong thing, trip and break your neck, then you're throwing a lot of gold to Execration's
Radiant's
way here.
courier has been
A
killed.
lot of gold. That's probably like a 2.5K, 3K kill.
I will say one thing. There is no difference, right? In beyond godlike streaks that are 10 versus 10 plus kills, right? Besides like net worth.
Dude, that's
You get what I mean?
I thought it infinitely scales.
Charge on through, does it? Bob is gonna die. Shanks spotted as well, so... Oh, Yoe thought... Did Yoe think he juked him, or did he just decide not to chase after Shanks? Either way, Shanks will get away.
Making me think about these streaks now. Does it cap at 10? I thought it was just a formula.
I thought it was just... that it just ended at beyond godlike, like that was the end of the formula, and then the net worth is the other part. I could be
How does that
entirely
make
wrong.
any
That's
sense?
why I was asking.
I don't know. I mean, I'll have to look it up after the game.
Okay.
Either way, it's still worth a lot of gold.
For sure. No, he's
You know, I mean, you're not going to not kill him because he's half beyond god. Like, oh, well, there's no point anymore, guys. He's 15-0, not 10-0. We're not gaining any more gold.
Healing and
Just leave him be.
Damn, that Wisdom Rune still sitting there. DB almost level 18 after that. Closing in on site, too. That is a realistic purchase in the next few minutes. Roshan spawns. They already had a ward in the pit, so EGM are probably going to go for it right away.
They have their Scotty on Arc Warden as well now. Level 20, so he has the magnetic field cooldown. Pretty big talent for this hero with how much the bubbles buff him. Also very annoying talent for the Terrorblade to have to deal with.
Rune of illusion.
Ball still decently strong for Execration if they can find that fight in the clump, and they're going to get a really good glimpse to start it off. That's just a freebie. You want to take
Beautiful
this
stuff.
4v5?
Bob taking a lot of damage. Swashbuckles away. Execration do manage to disengage without losing anybody. That's very important until Bob. Okay, saves. He's got his own Guardian Angel thanks to Tino. Always ready to go with the Heavenly Graces.
You know, something we saw in these earlier fights is he has Guardian Angel, only level 1 here on Tino. This is not a great Guardian Angel game.
No, it's not.
There's almost nothing that's blocking out of maybe like one slight or something, but the Arc Warden hits, it's more of a hybrid hero now, especially with the magic bubble, so you can kind of just punch through it.
I mean, it's the same reason it's a really rough game for Palos, right? Terrorblade is pretty good against physical damage, very bad against magic.
It may be something that makes this Arc Warden Terrorblade matchup better for Arc Warden now too. Like you're just dealing
good
way
point.
more magical right click damage that is basically just amp damage versus Terrorblade. It's like 50% better.
Smoke
So-
wrap around here. AGM gonna try and get the high ground wards. Or not. They're going to try and sneak a ward behind their outpost.
Oh, they just jammed it through.
Already spotted the Disruptor, got off the Static Storm. They will manage to bring down the Spirit Breaker, but the pincer from the side managed to bring down the supports. Paolo is struggling to be able to get it off. He can't get off a Sunder, man. The illusion's just too much. Put him up against the back of the wall, and Execration will be executed. AGM successfully executing a beautiful pincer move there around the Roshan.
Magical damage bubble. Just killed him through the Guardian Angel, man. Paul's had nobody to Sunder. He's just stranded there. AG just jammed the charges over that hill. No cares, and instantly took out the supports. I really like that pincer maneuver. They found Coddle. He's their auras. The second Shanks is out of that fight, that feels like a lost fight because you need this pipe and mech and multiple blasts to sustain you over the long term. It's just way too difficult. It does cost you a Spear Breaker buyback, but who the hell cares when you just get everything you want? Now you have Aegis on in your dream. Time to siege. Hex is up. Welcome to hell, Tino. Welcome to hell.
Is rough. Execration. I don't think they're going to be able to hold this one. And this is just, you know, an Arcorn with an Aegis as well. It seems like an impossible scenario to be able to kill him once, as he's gone through the last like 20 minutes of this game without dying. He's going to go back for a second, get a heal up, and I assume come back with his next round of bots. I feel like they should just keep sieging.
Yeah, I tend to agree. You have everything here. You have Veno, Arc Warden. You can just set some stuff up on the high ground, get vision.
I mean, they do almost have Butterfly, and your dream is pretty close on that. That is, I mean, you always say Butterfly is kind of like a game-ending item, right?
Yeah, because usually you get it and the enemy does not have Pierce. So the damage and HP threshold just spikes up insanely high before you can deal with it. You just end the game, and then it's just a really strong timing item. We'll get a haste room here for Yoei as well. I mean, you're going soon for sure. It's just a matter of finding the opening. The high ground defense is a little annoying here, but I don't know. The way that bottom fight went, where they just went in, and it just felt like the fight was already over. I think they're pretty damn strong. Especially Paul still doesn't have BKB. Like, he is struggling to get here because he went for that nullifier, which, yeah, that's a great nullifier game. But he can't really hit anybody. That bottom fight, I don't think he got to do anything. He just got stranded and kited out.
Yeah.
Hit by some random Veno ult and then destroyed by Arc Warden illusions. And that butterfly is
100%
completed.
needs BKB.
Well, this is go time. Smoke up.
Dire
And they're smoking a Tormentor here, but it did get cleared out by Execration. They got... Who shard for that? Oh, Coddle shard. Well, I don't know if Recall's doing much for him this game, but you never know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're stuck together all the time.
Can recall somebody from the fountain to your tier 3. Efficiency.
The smallest bit of efficiency.
Speedy rune of haste.
Well, here comes that butterfly push. It's
They're gonna try
up,
and
it's
flank it.
here. We've got a cheese for Yoei too, so he can even join in on the sieging if he wants to. Oh, Palos and Carlo, they tried to make some sort of backdoor movement.
Radiant's top tower is under
They're
attack.
fortunate to stay alive that far outside of their base.
I like that, trying to find the Pugno or one of these supports. Those have the VKB on Terrorblade now. It's a much better situation than just getting sieged here, which is very frustrating with the range. A minute left on this Aegis. I do expect AG to try and force the issue soon and get this fight going. Bubbles will definitely help you break here.
Tower dying fast. Bob trying to stall it as much as possible with the disarms. But every single time he does, He takes a heap of damage in return. Powell's going to try and join in, try and deal with this Tempest double. It is just not easy and costing them so many resources to be able to do it. A poke here from Yoe. Nothing serious. They play back to the fountain. Got to get a heal before the next round comes in. 30 more seconds on the Aegis.
I mean, look at the range. How do you deal with this Arc Warden Siege? They're not dealing with it. This is a slow and painful death right now. I mean, Yoe's killing neutral creeps. It's not even at this push.
Carlos circling around the back here. He gets a ward up on this high ground. He's just trying to get some vision of these backline, right? DB in your dream.
Gotta find the Pugna. Pugna is always the best target to find. He's going deep. Field missed. I don't even know who can join that though if he finds him.
Yeah.
And EG will be content with what they got. It wasn't much, but continue to build the gold lead nonetheless. EKB finish for Jokum.
And melee barracks was very low, but Execration hold on to it for now. Oh no, a Mind Breaker? Now the Arc Warden just added in an extra bit of 45 magic damage.
That's an easy choice right there.
Uh-oh.
Surprise silence. Gonna add to the annoying factor here.
Yeah.
Do have a lot of gold on Shanks. He's thinking about this Ags. I mean, he got a lot of farm in this game considering their position. Kind of impressive. I just don't know what he can do with it that's the most effective. Kind of want to buff your team, but he has already bought like the best buffs. The Crimson Guard's not doing anything for you. As cheeky as that is, Paul's gonna try and force a high ground push. This is very ballsy.
Immediately spotted. Nullifier goes out, deals with the shield rune and the flame guard. So, Yoe has got to be a little bit careful still, though. Man, that magic damage just raining in. Bob has to use his BKB to charge on through from the side. Pops his ultimate. Going for Tino, but the Guardian Angel does go out. Still, though, a lot of magic damage, and Tino's still going to die before the Purification can go out. The Omniscience not there in time. Yoe slow down. Oh, maybe stuns. Okay, that's a big kill if they can get it and get out.
Oh, it's the streak.
The offlaner for the Ember, a massive kill, 2,000 gold like that. They will lose their lane of barracks, but this is a fight that maybe can be fought until it's not. Palos ran forward, got psyched, and got killed immediately. There was no save because there is no Omni Knight. You could feel that pain as Bob, the only save available to him was the Glimmer Cape. It's enough for now.
Shanks dies in the fountain.
Oh,
somebody stop
no.
this Zet. My
Tempest
God.
double doing far too much, and he's just about to hit level 25 too.
It's about to get a whole lot worse, my friend. The support pain is real. It's been real this whole game.
Easily
just
jump
putting
forward
the final
side.
nail.
They do have the Heaven the Grace to purge that one off. Bob fighting, but it's just too much. Too many illusions, too much spam, too much magic damage. Rolling Thunder goes out. He gets hit with a charge. He died in his ball.
Oh my
and now
God.
his other core dies too. He buys back, but Tino's not here. What's the point without Tino?
Well, I think we learned a lesson there, Cap.
Yeah.
You know, the unstoppable charge met the immovable rolling thunder.
The charge was definitely superior in this game. Yokum still has a BKB to go through. Push him away.
Out again.
Save him. Four staff. Palos. He doesn't have an MKB, so he cannot actually fight these illusions when the magnetic field is up.
No, they are causing him so many problems this game, as well as that's crazy. I mean, they're just fighting a double right now. Double's basically 5ing them. Well, you got the double. Something to feel good about. As Yoe will come back after giving away his 2,000 gold streak. I guess it does cap at 10.
Oh, and your dream's net worth is not capped at all. 31,000 net worth for him. Terrorblade just at a paltry 24.
It's a rough life. And he still has another item he can choose from here. Sell his Midas. Get the true 6 slots going.
I mean, he could still get the shard, which is really potent. This late in the game, still pretty impactful. I don't know if the Aghanim Scepter is going to do that much for you, but it's another item you can get. Moon Shard as well.
I mean, right now, it's
Two
killing their
Spirit
base.
Breaker. Palos caught out alone, and these bots 2s are deadly and even worse. Lincoln's given over from DB. He tried to sunder the Spirit Breaker, but DB saved him with the Lincolns.
I don't think it would have made a difference, but cheeky little play. Add some insult to injury here as AG dominate this game 2 and strike back. Electric indeed. You can keep spamming it, my friends, but you got zapped this game.
I mean, they're going to try again and again with these Static Storm Rolling Thunders, but every single time it seems a bit too impotent. They get maybe a hero or 2 low, but never enough to get the kill, and certainly not enough to win the team fight. GG is called, and we are going to a game 3 off the back of another Arc Warden victory.
Very toxic lineup from AG here, man. The Pugna, the Breaker, just destroying you on the map. Ember Spirit for 0 stuns, 15 and 0 until that 1 layer death by Yoe, which we'll give to him, you know, whatever, you gotta throw in there. Then in your dream, just destroying this late game. Guardian Angel, useless in this game. I mean, Omni Knight had an okay laning phase. He was pretty strong in terms of his own. Like, Tino had an okay game considering what happened, especially on the lanes, but it's just like no momentum to be built in this game, and these late game fights just seem impossible, man. You don't have the lockdown. Your Terrorblade is not outranging or outscaling the Ember Arc Warden here. Breaker Pugna causing you a lot of control issues. Highest damage in the game. We'll go to Yoe with 57,000 here. What a performance, 18 and 1. Got to give him MVP sooner or later.
Beastly performance by him. And one thing I'm taking away from this when it comes to the drafting perspective, and we'll see whether or not our panel agrees, but when you're matched up against Army Geniuses, I am not first phasing Terrorblade anymore. We'll see what the panel talks about as we head into a game 3.
We are back to a 1-1. It's an even game, so it's now anyone's game to take. What did you think about what Cap said?
I think it's right. I was thinking about it in the green room, and I feel like the heroes that AG naturally want to play, the Pugna, I was surprised they didn't ban the PL, but obviously they have this Arc Warden too, and it looks even better against TV than it did before, with this like magic damage from the bubble that they were talking about, and it just feels like this is what AG want to play as like the heroes they love, you know? Yeah. They're just good against TV. So maybe Execration need to rethink their approach.
What do you think, Aurora?
I don't agree with how the Omni Knight bought his items. I feel even when he walked out, he had Magic Wand and then 3 bunches. I don't think you necessarily need to walk out with Tangle, but I think what you need is the Bracer stats and Facebook's Rush, and then later on the Echo Saber Rush. I think heroes like Omni Knight and LC, you generally don't need this Vanguard. Like, you have your own heal, right? So maybe you only need one small sustaining item, and then you need to go for damage, you know? Like for the LC it's a Blade Mail, but for Omni Knight I think it's just the Echo Saber. You're not strong because you can't die, you're strong because you run them down and you 2-hit them and then you do 500 damage. That's why. And in this game I feel like he already had quite a free game, but he was still not really doing enough to the enemies. And then the Arc Warden just go into his jungle, hide, and then farm. Then you can't even do anything to Ember, which is very weird because Omni Knight totally trashes Ember.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I think to double down on that, it didn't help that Execration reacted to the mid pressure a lot. They just kind of ended up feeding Yoe. Obviously getting a bit lucky with the double damage rune, but they really snowballed harder off this Ember mid than they should have, just because the Call and Disruptor kept going there and kept kind of dying or not really being able to help the Pango. I feel like the TV was probably hard to help, but the Omni-Light lane should have gone way better than it did. And I think a reason he went for Vanguard is probably because they probably made this call that they want to play around middle, right? Whereas Shanks was like stacking, no points in Illuminate. Because from the draft, I felt like this Omni Knight would wreck this lane. I pictured this Omni Knight at 4 minutes diving a tower with the face boots, like you said, with the bracer, but it just didn't seem to happen.
Yeah, he bought a wand and then the Coddle died to the Venom Arwarden early on, so that kind of gave her a bit too much for, to Dire side, so the Omni doesn't seem that threatening anymore.
Here's our match MVP, Jokam on the Spirit Breaker. A lot of global presence there. He's making a lot of things happen. But also a special shout out to Yoe because he was just dominating on an Ember.
I feel like AG, this tour, last tour, their early games always on this guy. It's always Jokam alone making the moves, and I feel like every time the team wins the early game, it's somehow or other because of him.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's very true. Actually, I feel like last season, their offlane was a lot stronger, but for some reason, I feel like there's not as much of a connect between DB and Jokam this season.
It's the hero pools, maybe. No, it's not just you. It definitely feels different. I think they're dominating their lane a lot more.
Yeah,
but I think it's also because of the heroes that Jokam used to play. They're not really favored right now, right? The man was an insane tiny player.
Yeah, right.
He plays a sick Rubik, but I think they've kind of went away from the hero because they also want him to have impact on the map in the early game, to play around your way a bit more, so that might be something as well.
So I ask you this question, Adam. Whose game was this to lose?
I actually think Execration had a tough game to play, but I think the Omni Knight, or if they picked the Abba in the last slot, it might have gone a bit better. They just had this like, the Omni was the strong point of the draft, right? But they didn't play to him at all. There's no point in the game where this Call and Disruptor went top, and it just kept on going. Because I think she mentioned that this Ember sees Omni and he said, and this Omni Knight in top lane, he's going to bully the Arc Warden, he's going to bully the Veno. This Ember cannot help. If the Ember helps, the Pango comes too, and then suddenly Pango has a game, because he has something to do in the top lane now.
Yeah.
And I think they kind of messed that up.
It's a good answer. All right, well, we have an even game again. Next game takes it all, so we will find out who will win this series right after a short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. We are back for the Execration Army Geniuses series. Sophie here with her lovely panel. We are back to a 1-1 situation, starting off our day with a best of 3, the full best of 3. So it's such a wonderful Wednesday morning. But I gotta ask my panel, how do you think this next game is going to go?
AG looked better in game 2. They looked like they
That's true.
woke up. I feel like, again, game 1 was more on, not really, not to say Execration didn't play well, but I feel like AG had the first move advantage, but they never did the move. And Execration just kind of took over off timings naturally. Game 2, I feel like AG just outright outplayed and outdrafted Execration.
It's true.
I'm leaning towards AG right now.
What about you?
I think it was just maybe Execration is not very used to having Omni Knight this hero. Because there was this camera highlight, I don't know when did it happen, but like Bob just sat next to Tino. It made me feel like, look, bro, this is how you play Omni Knight. This is what you do. This is what you buy. That made me feel like that, you know. But yeah, maybe if you're not very comfortable with the hero, maybe go with something more towards your team's preference. Maybe don't have to save Tino's last pick, because I feel like they didn't really abuse that much.
Yeah, it was kind of weird, right? Because usually Tino's first 2 on this team. I think I would say like 90% of the time Tino's heroes out early. And this time they reached last pick, and it was similar to Jeb's situation on Monday where there was like, he was like, Eva Omni, you know, it looks kind of good, but he probably never played the hero. Or the team probably doesn't understand hero, which is what we've been harping about. Execration's problem being is that they play these heroes and these drafts that they're not used to, and they just don't look as good as they usually do.
It's not comfortable for them.
It's not comfortable,
Not
yeah.
normal.
I want to see this Execration. I want sunglasses. I want a masking tape. You just cover the opponent's draft and you pick your heroes. I think they're good when they do that. They play a draft where they understand their timings, their spikes. They play the game well, and you know they are very much more focused on themselves. I think that's what Execration need to do.
Have you ever done that drafting?
Close one eye?
With, yeah.
I think there was a point in Dota on first pick where you actually could not react to the opponent's picks. Because second pick is reactive and first pick is like very based on the first hero you pick. Like in a Chen meta, for example, you know, you first pick this Chen, you cannot ignore the fact that you have Chen because you have to draft around it, you know. You need a certain balance to a lineup. I think on first pick it's much more natural to draft a lineup composed of well-balanced, more well-balanced and more towards like a strategy than second pick.
And what do you guys think that Army Geniuses need to do to hold it together for this upcoming game? Because they look good. They look good again. So what is the good things that they did that they have to continue on?
I think I mentioned that Yoe is kind of the player that is neutral, right? He can play fast, he can play slow, but Kiki is definitely a player that can kind of only play slow now. So you need to have a draft where you can have your 4 players, you know, like keep running at people, do their thing, sure. But like you need to allow that timing for Kiki to join in the game. Like he cannot be forced to do something too early. Maybe giving him a TB or I would say a late game kind of Monkey King would be not too bad. But I'm not very sure because Monkey King is also kind of an early game hero, right? But yeah, Ursa, Outwarden looks very good. So yeah, they just really need to not force Kiki out of his comfort zone because he looks so lost every time they try to do that. So just, it's okay, let him have his time and then he will carry you.
I feel like a lot of the gameplay of AG so far has been maybe more greedy. Like even in these games where they're winning, they're greedy, but they kill people, they choke you on the map, you know? Like we always, I think even their first game, they play like some dual Mark Warden Invoker. You know, that's just how they play. They're a bit more dependent on the supports for early game. I'd say Jokam specifically, a lot of their early games are reliant on him. And they like to play the map a lot more than I would say certain other teams. They don't really come together fast, but I think they've got better at that and they tend to protect objectives and take objectives as a unit much more. It's just whether their heroes are naturally useful. I think that's kind of important.
Yeah, well, let's see if they do pick up the naturally useful heroes for their draft for Game 3. Let's get it up there. All right, they get the bands out. Beast, Underlord, Arcana. Doom.
Alright, I like that more. So does AG challenge the Doom here and pick the TB? Because I feel like a lot of teams do that, but Doom is also really good against Terrorblade. Oh, wow. That's a very early Bloodseeker pick.
It can still be an off-lane Bloodseeker.
I mean, I feel like we always say this Bloodseeker can be like flex and shit, but at the end of the day, it's just better in the carry role, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it's just an answer to Doom, maybe. You know, you buy Javelin early, it's good against Vanguard. With techies in the game, you kind of have a lane that gives you the Thirst move speed most of the time.
Yeah, I like the techies pick up on AG.
We can just like TB here, right? Or TB. I feel like they should pick something to answer his Bloodseeker right now. Even a TA wouldn't hurt. It doesn't allow him to run into you.
Actually, yeah, we saw that TB Bloodseeker matchup in the Talon Blade game. That was hard. You couldn't like not close the gap at all.
Yeah, it's so weird because once TB has net worth, like Bloodseeker is a very snowballish hero, right?
Yeah.
He's similar to Disruptor. He's like the carry version of Disruptor. When the hero can run at you and you have to run away, he's probably the strongest carry in the game. But if you can like stand your ground against him, he's just sad.
Yeah.
Sad.
Ench again.
Yeah, back to the Shanks Enchantress. I think they just felt like he had a lot of impact in game 1 and he was able to open the map for them and AG didn't really know how to deal with him. And I kind of like the pick. Shanks looks extremely comfortable when he plays these DPS heroes, I would say.
I think maybe our magicians should kind of look to ban Storm here, because when I see Bloodseeker, I pick Storm, right? And then Tekis isn't really that reliable stun for some speed, because I think, okay, the old Tekis, right? Not the very old Tekis, but the Tekis with the Suicide and Silence on it. That is when you kill heroes that are mobile, like Anti-Mage, Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit even. But now it's like only stun and it's not even that long, so I feel this hero doesn't threaten the spirits that much anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Storm's definitely one of the heroes that do not care about Rupture, so it used to be a very natural reaction to pick against Bloodseeker compared to like the Ember, the Void Spirit, you know, where they actually take damage. I think there are also heroes that just stand their ground. I think maybe not Elk, but like Ursa's one of them, Lifesteal's one of them. You know, in general, you just want to play heroes that don't get threatened if they get ruptured.
They ban Ember, Bounty.
Venom's removed too, so we'll see a new +5 hero.
Oh,
here.
yay!
I wonder if Carlo would end up playing something like a Phoenix here. The hero's pretty good as a concept against Bloodseeker. You know, you can't really run into Egg. You Sunray just keeps whatever core alive. You have the maybe they don't want this Eng plus Phoenix duo, yeah. But I do feel like AG has, with this Bloodseeker pick, is now weak against the ball. And I think Execration on first pick, I was talking about this earlier, but they naturally tend to draft that way, where, you know, we buy auras, their first 3 heroes are kind of locked in what they do in the game. And then Palos is just the dictator of the pace with his last pick.
When's the rap album coming?
He looks ready, man.
Yeah, it's the chain, I think.
Gonna be hard. It is the chain. It's the like oversized tee.
Yeah,
as well.
true. Do Savan and TV Band.
I mean, Dusa is also along the lines of like, I stand here and I don't take any damage and I make it hard for you to kill me down, you know?
Yeah, for sure. There's just too many heroes that like do that right now. There's TA, there's Ursa, there's a lot of heroes. That's why Bloodseeker is not very commonly picked up early. But I think if you do this, it's okay, and you need to draft around it. You know, you need to have this Zeus, this Slash, this other semi-carry if your Bloodseeker can't carry a game, because the hero will always have a strong lane. So most of the time will have a strong lane and have some snowball timing in the game, but it's where he can transition that into anything.
We can still look for Yove Tinker, maybe?
Is this a support Clinks or
This hero is only support.
only viable for
Only
support?
support, yeah. It's especially good against Eng. 1, because you eat the creep. 2, you kill the Eng like she's paper.
You just walk out of,
Yeah.
what's it, the Shadow Walk? What's his called? Is this? What's
Skeleton Walk, I think.
Is it
Skeleton
Skeleton?
I think it's
Yeah.
Skeleton Walk. I feel like this hero is so busted right now, and we only see it in game trees for some reason. is so stupid. How can that shit hit the tower? It's not real.
Yeah.
It's not real.
True.
Oh no, it's clockwork.
Ooh.
Alright, what's the Palos hero? I'll probably pick Bob here, right? Ember's banned. Don't really want to pick Pango into Bloodseeker Clinks. Void Spirit's not the greatest. They need some ranged damage hero.
Muerta. Wow. Okay.
I mean, I think she's also along the lines of, oh, I'm just gonna stand and hit, you know, but she's not as tanky as other heroes would be. And I don't think she can stand the damage from Clings at all, I feel.
I mean, Clinks can't hit her, right? If she's ulted.
Yeah,
That's
but
probably
like,
the logic behind it.
it's kind of very annoying because this Clings is gonna keep tagging along you, you know, and it's really annoying to farm as this hero.
Maybe. We'll see what AG go for here. I still like your Storm idea. Even though it's for AG this time. I think they need that kind of hero, something to get on top of the Muerta. I think another common answer to the Muerta is heroes that naturally buy Nullifier or just some Doomish heroes. Because the problem's not really sticking on top of her during calling, but she also buys Hurricane Pike, the 4 staffs. It's just feels like a better sniper.
Magnus.
Right, so
Okay.
Techie's Magnus. This is the AG special, isn't it? You also have empowered Clinks in your lane now.
Oof.
It's also the Skewer Rupture thing.
Yeah, I mean, we saw DB plays Magnus a few times. He never really went for auras, but instead he played for this like repositioning. And I think Muerta is not really good at dealing with that. Execration definitely need to address it in their last pick. Maybe some Kunkka, some Puck kind of hero.
Puck looks great, except you're also pretty soft. This Clings just looks really good now against all of their heroes.
I like Kunkka the most. I think DK is alright as well, but they have Clockwork Edge support, so it's kind of weird. I still feel like you want this kind of range DPS because the Clockwork needs someone to play. Someone needs someone to play with. My God,
It's a tongue twister.
it is.
I heard you. You seem frustrated with
It
yourself.
was. It was tough. English is hard sometimes.
English is hard. All right. There's your favorite clairvoyance with his fancy shirts.
Yeah, it just man's down to do business. How can you complain? He knows it's time to put in the work.
Yeah. Chemo looks like he could be
Kimo look
He
like
be
he
Carlos
just woke
producer.
up. Every time he finishes drafting, he goes back. He's like, back to bed. Guys, see you in a while. Hope you win. If you lose, wake me up. If you don't, see you later. Tango Band, just another Empower carry. I kind of like Tiny for AG right now too. I feel like their supports do nothing against Tiny. You know, he's gonna scale really well with Empower, and he just has a lot of solo kill potential.
Tiny mid.
Yeah, Tiny mid. Sure, if it's a big Yoei hero though, they'll probably go for Void Spirit. Honestly, Void Spirit is definitely much more of a Yoei hero. It's also a hero get on top of the Muerta. Doesn't care too much about Clockwork nor Enchantress.
Which spirit would you say is Yoei's best spirit?
Team Spirit.
Oh,
I knew you were gonna say that.
It's probably Ember. She's right.
Ember.
I think he used to be better at Void Spirit and Storm. He was like big on those two, but it's kind of changed it up now.
They heard you. They banned the Kunkka.
And Kunkka is really good against both Bloodseeker and Magnus. X-Mark and Kunkka. And Clinks actually. One is, you know, you get catch, you have X-Mark against Skewer, and Bloodseeker does not want to fight into rum. Coco rum, is that what it's called? The bowl
Rum
buff.
buff.
Yeah.
A coconut.
He wants to drink blood, and only blood.
Let's see. Yeah, there's a void.
Right, so they take it away instead. Now, Tiny looks amazing for Army Geniuses. Look at Clairvoyance. I'm telling you, Yui. Is this the Tiny game? No, you don't play the hero, but there's a game to learn. The game you carry us. This is it.
You gotta keep going while his mouth's moving.
All right. Calm down. I know you don't want to play Tiny, man, but I'm telling you, Tiny is so good.
No, he's telling
Stares
you, I want to
intensely
play
at
Tinker.
other heroes.
And then
Not a
he's
great
pushing,
Tinker
no,
game. It's
there's
so
a
hard to
clock.
play.
No.
Ah, he's like, you're playing.
No.
All right, I give in. Damn, I have
How's-
that exact same chair at home.
Like gaming chair?
Yeah, the chair Claire was on.
Oh.
How's DK?
Yeah, I was gonna say how's
He
DK?
looks a lot more unkillable. I definitely would have preferred the
Tiny.
Tiny, but I can also see why they chose to go for DK. They need stuns. They need a blink stun for their supports, techies and clinks. And do I like this more?
It's okay. I don't need to try so hard to make this
I really
DK look
wanted
good.
Tiny, man. Really did Tiny.
Yeah, I know.
I see why they picked DK. I think it's okay too. It's just scaling core.
Yeah, and they don't really lack damage. It's kind of okay because there's skewer, there's also like techies. It's fine, but
Also
I
building
still,
damage, which they kind of lacked other than Jocam. So
Yeah, but
I'm
I
okay
really
with
like the
it.
Tiny.
But Tiny also does all of that, man. What
Yeah.
the hell?
I mean, like when the clockwork hooks in, you can kind of just toss him away. You know,
That's
it's,
true.
It's so much.
But then you'll have horn toss and toss.
Okay. Okay then.
The silence. Silence is golden.
Nice. I know the silence is deafening. You're quite on point with your analogies and comparisons today.
Thank you.
That just you've been working on it.
No,
No.
I'm trying to think of one right now.
All right. Well, stop thinking. It's just don't.
It's not working.
Yeah. Anyways, whose draft are we more convinced with? Out of these two.
They picked DK because he has Dragon's Blood and Bloodseeker needs blood.
Oh my God.
I got it, guys. It took me a while. I'm
That's
sorry.
like.
But I got
you
it.
should be drinking the blood.
I like
from the
AG's
end.
draft more.
AG?
For real. Yeah.
For
Would
real?
have preferred the Tiny, but you know, what do I know? AG got this.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, like him, I prefer the Tiny because you can be aggressive. You can also kind of just react and, you know, like make Execration look not so strong. But I guess I understand the DK. I'm a DK fan, so
All
yeah.
right. Well, I'm gonna be devil's advocate for this one. Gonna go with Execration. Let's see what our casters go for. This is a 1-1, so big series ahead. I'm gonna throw you off to them.
Our panel thinks it's all blood for the blood god, specifically Dragon's Blood. But if he needs blood, Avery, they're matching up against a ghost. She doesn't have any blood to take.
Actually, she does, I think. I hate to break it to you, but Morta is a corporal being, so I think actually she does possess arterial
no.
blood flow.
But
However,
okay,
Clinks
what if
Clinks
she
does
pops
not.
her ultimate? Okay, that's true. That's a good point.
No, then she's just a ghost with ghost blood. But Clinks has no blood. So that's a big question. You'll combine the blood grenade to make up for the fact
God.
that he does not possess blood because, of course, all of his flesh was seared away from him when Meraxiform was slain and the curse of eternal life placed upon Clinks as he crawled back to the Hoven. There's some lore for you, Cap.
seconds to battle.
Is that the most cursed existence of all the Dota 2 heroes?
Yeah, it's
Constantly
actually-
burning in agony.
It's kind of messed up what happened to him, you know.
Yeah.
He was like a
I feel
normal
like
dude.
he'd be more bitter about it. You know?
I think he is bitter. What do you mean? That's why he's running around killing people with fiery arrows. he's internally pissed off. He's actually just an average Dota player. As the runes spawn, we'll see who can win out here in the exchange. 2 for 2. Exactly even.
No, but he has the line that he always says is what, better to run than curse the road, you know? He's
that's like a
he's saying,
hindsight.
you know what? You can't just be like all stuck up in your fate, you know? You got to keep living or dying, whatever he's doing.
He's alive. He's eternally alive. It's just he had all of his body burnt off him.
God, that singing is so. The electric line, I feel like it kind of fits the chat wheel line. It's the singing that is just so offbeat of the general atmosphere of Dota.
Yeah, it's terrible. That's my
It's
opinion.
terrible.
My opinion on this game, though, since you haven't asked me, useless. I feel like, once again, I go to the support battle, that it determines a lot for the early laning phase and the runes and all that. I think the mid matchup is going to be DK favored, but I think supports, I would rather have the Techies Clinks than the Enchantress Clock. Again, my personal bias. I'm happy to be proved wrong as always, but I think Techies Clinks are incredibly strong laners in the current meta, and they snowball the map very fast. So I feel like AG honestly, I would take them on all 3 lanes here. I think they're going to free farm 3 lanes with their cores because the supports are going to exert heavier pressure on the side lanes. You're going to have a Bloodseeker powered up by all the trading that's going to happen with the Clockwork Ench. And then I think Klink's Mag will do absolutely fine up here. You're going to have a fast Vanguard, and you're always going to farm mid. So I feel like AG, my expected outcome is that they free farm 3 lanes. And I feel like I have to favor them.
Yeah, I definitely looking at Execration's lineup compared to, as you said, Techie's Klinks. So like definitely some of the most popular supports in pubs right now. Both of these heroes are being spammed constantly by pros. Meanwhile, Execration, I mean, Muerta, I feel like nobody's really playing this hero ever since the bug fix on her ultimate, which was piercing the BKB. Now I see nobody really playing this hero. It just feels like Execration just kind of marching to the beat of their own drum, their own ideas.
This Muerta hero has not been successful at all in terms of win rate, statistics. Also, the games I've seen, it feels so clunky. It feels very hard to hit people during your ult for like the full duration. And then when your ult's out, you just don't feel that effective until maybe 5 or 6 slots, like crazy late game territory. It feels hard to get there. So this is a very difficult hero to execute. Shanks is going to get beat up down here. God damn. Look at the blood for the blood god.
And the blood has begun to flow. And In Your Dream even putting some decent damage on Tino on his way out. Did pick up his Ring of Health, though. So we'll see whether or not he's able to survive in lane. Maybe he's following, who was it? I watched, what was it? Ice? I think it was Ice in the C game. The other day where he had the speed aura all the way to like late into the game, and he was running around at max movement speed like constantly. It's pretty funny.
He was playing with the speed aura. He was also playing with that cooldown reduction aura. Risen to prominence here. Yeah, the days of the Centaur Stomp being your only option. Ancient history. That said, this early game, it's panning out here. AG on top in 3 lanes. Continuing to dominate both the side lanes and win mid for Yoe. He's up a couple denies and some extra harass on Bob. Just the stun spam. So obnoxious in the melee on melee matchup. Four-minute Water Rune going to get stolen here as well. Yeah, even more obnoxious for him if he's the one losing the harasser and then he's not getting Water Runes or his bounty.
And DB is still top CSing while his support is away.
Yeah, that's the issue. You can't, like, this Clock Muerta lane is not that good. It's very hard to be aggressive with it, especially when there's a skewer out of the Clock. Like, how do you kill DB on this lane? You can't. Very stable lanes here for AG. It's gonna pay off. Question for Execration is, can you push through that, create some like own kills of your own later on, and then strike into this late game where the Doom Muerta dual core can be very scary in terms of just running into them.
I will say one note for AGM here, and there was a bit of this problem last game on the other side with Execration. Looks like Tino's gonna die here. Just way too much thirst movement speed on In Your Dream. He's pretty easily able to get that kill. Look at mid though, Yoe. He is going to be caught, pushed back by the Hurricane. They're going to try and body block him as much as possible. Hit him with the Remnant. They go for the TP.
Oh, it's a long TP.
Oh, a long TP. What happened? Oh, he TP'd to his tier 1 and his support had TP'd in.
Oh my God.
Thankfully, he survives off of 3 levels of Dragon's Blood. Barely.
And because Shanks backed off. Shanks thought he was out.
Yeah.
That's why you always got to check that duration. Varese almost killed his boy there with the help. Sometimes helps.
Oh, now he's going to help his boy. He hits the blast off, guaranteed kill on Bob.
I mean, this mid lane is destruction right now. This is going to be a fast Dragon form versus a level 5 Void Spirit. Might even just stay around and keep the pressure up if you feel like your silence are going well. This Clock Ench are just not exerting pressure anywhere, and AG are doing whatever the hell they want. Vanguard is up for DB top in a 1v2. He's just sitting there. In Your Dream is sitting bottom, healing off creeps. I mean, Paulos is even getting beat up on this lane. And now DK form hitting mid with the 5-minute catapult that's still alive. Bob just can't walk up. He's watching his power go down.
The Clink's damage on towers is pretty nice too. So Sea Dragon, Dragonite, Clinks, all adding up to a very, very fast mid-tower death.
Has fallen.
You want a fun Clinks fact for you, Cap?
Yeah, hit me.
Did you know that Tar Bomb works on towers?
That was kind of what I was referencing, but yes.
Yeah, but you know, but in all assets, it slows them.
They get a movement speed slow?
Yes, technically the tower loses move speed.
Oh no. That's very
Watch out.
impactful.
That's all I'm saying.
Carlo. Oh, the battery assault. Oh no! He got it. Oh, we got it. All right.
What a win.
Something to work with here for Execration, because I thought it was all going bad. They steal away the Wisdom Rune, so they picked up double.
I mean, that is a huge win. Just taking it away from these AGM supports who are off to the races in this early game as they find another big core kill. Like, that seems pretty good. God damn. I mean, you're looking at double Wisdom Runes for your support side Execration, and you were the same level as AGMs.
Yeah.
That's how dire that situation was and continues to be here as AG ramp up the pressure. So the question now is, I think they got the 3-lane win that was kind of expected and they wanted. How well can they translate it? Either you're going to start giving up some core kills and swing this back, or you're just going to continue to scale on your triple melee and power core lineup. And you're going to hit a scary timing here.
Secure a arcane rune for Bob, who was trying to get a little bit more involved, TP'd up to, or attempted to TP up to top lane, but DB had already skewered back. Maybe he'll have better luck with this arcane rune somewhere. DB clearing through the hard camp stack. Palace is going to come over, but it is a 1300 HP Magnus. Carlo gets on top of him for now. They're going to need the help of Bob. Attempted skewer. Nice silence. Beautiful stuff with the Cogs. That's actually a pretty neat combo. Cogs and calling.
Yeah, it is. Kind of forgot about it. I'm surprised they didn't make it work earlier, but
Yeah.
that is one way to give this Clockwork some extra lockdown. Dude, are we like an American Idol audition? There's so much singing from these voice lines. I didn't know Dota players had this much talent.
I'm
Outside of
going
Dota.
to guess it's not actually the Dota players, at least not for the SMG one. I would love to know who's doing that singing.
Don't ruin my immersion.
Okay.
I choose to live in a world where Dota players are natural voice artists.
Having talents outside of Dota 2 has not been my experience with Dota players, but you know, well, we can keep that dream alive for you, Avery.
I was trying to think of something that some of my ex-teammates were good at, but I actually can't. You're just absolutely right on that one.
Oh, you always have commentating.
Oh, that is an ambitious leap there, Voorhees. I wasn't speaking about myself, man. Chill. Chill out. Farm continues. Lee does not build. Execration got a little bit back. Downside is Yoei went bottom with second Dragon Form and took another tier 1. Which is pretty brutal here. The increase in map control continues. Fight for the rune. Oh, it just eats the Wildekin. Okay. Why not?
Yum, yum, yum. All right. A pick off is Varys. Finally, Bob gets something to work with here. Has to TP away, but will be denied by a Dragon Tail. So as soon as he gets a successful rotation somewhere, it immediately ends in failure.
It's a tough trip to the well. You're trying to get aggressive. You're trying to make this play action happen with a support duo that really needs the kills, so you can just keep snowballing the map. You have to kind of make those risky plays, I think. It's just AG happen to all be there, wanting to protect their jungle, their ancient stacks. Third Dragon Form for a third tier 1. That is as efficient as you can make it here.
He's going to get a Blink Dagger once they kill this tower. Carlos sitting here without level 6.
Do you want the
Sad, sad life.
I actually don't know if you want Blink first. As weird as that sounds,
What, you think he should scale up like Hannah Midas style?
yeah, I think you go Midas, you're and you win the late game with Black Dragon with Empower. That is a tough hero for Execration's lineup to deal with, even with Morta.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Black Dragon natural magic resistance is pretty potent against Marta.
Yes.
It's kind of like the opposite TV versus Arc Warden interaction.
I just don't see the damage going through this Black Dragon in the late game, and he'll always get there with Mighty Power. The upside is he has 2 other pretty farm-heavy cores. Like, it looks like DB is just going to play, you know, the Harpoon, farm Magnus as well. So maybe you're not as worried about the scale, and you just want DK to run around and make plays to enable his Techies Clinks, which is what's going to happen here. They're going to 2-man smoke off that blink straight to the top, but they are late to the party.
The combo works again. Cogs and calling, but Palos will die in return. They've gotten the pick off, but the team fight is still superior for Army Geniuses.
So this pickoff is going to be the name of the game for AG. You have Clink setting up on one side, this Blink Dragon Knight that can do work somewhere else. They miss the dust on Yokum, but Yokum hits a courier and will dance his way away.
Tower is under attack.
He opted not to go for the phylactery builds and instead
Another
going
courier.
straight for the Solar Crest.
Yeah, I've seen both. I think either build is fine. Depends on how fast you get one over the other. I think the medallion buildup is a bit faster, and you get like the extra mana regen. It's pretty nice on the hero.
I think it's better for farming neutrals, as opposed to phylactery's much better for hunting supports.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yoe just shrugs off the damage until the hookshot lands. No
Didn't get the
cogs. Oh dear. Well, you're gonna have to use the Doom for this one.
Shot miss. Is he
Slow him down with
alive?
flare. Is that? Oh god, it's not gonna be enough.
That was an unfortunate non-cog there. I think he didn't want to block his team out, but that looks bad in hindsight as Yoe just walks off a failed gank on Palos initially. They tried to just kill him 2v1 under that tower and did not have the damage. That's it. The whole time, Yokum was just farming bottom. You got 2 couriers down here, defended that tower against the Ench push, and is now almost level 8. This is where this hero becomes one of the most annoying heroes in the game right now. Like, you don't have detection to deal with them on the map. You're just invading your areas. They're going to save their rune.
They knew he was going to be here, but they don't even have the detection to punish him.
He's a real threat. This hero does a lot of damage. Gives a lot of vision and farms pretty fast. I mean, he's almost on par with Bob. Bob has no game. He's an absolute creep. I don't know where he's going to get it from. Especially with the Bone Fletcher just trailing him.
He's just eating away at a lot of the neutral farm available. Hit a hook shot and get a kill. Thankfully, the neutrals don't take it away, but it's still a trade-off with Yoe able to deliver the finishing blow on Carlo.
He really likes that voice line. I'm telling you, man.
He does.
You can say all you want about C, but these guys are #1 on the voice line DPC ladder. You know what I'm saying? Like, if the invites to TI were done today based on voice line usage, C would have 6 slots. It wouldn't even be close.
Maybe that's how they're determining all the other invites for Riyadh.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That
attack.
wouldn't surprise me.
It's a singing competition. Or actually, it's a surprise American Idol.
Who would win that?
Or
All the
Eurovision.
Dota players. I bet Arkeezy has a silky voice. You know what I'm saying? I bet he hides it from all his fans, but
Singing Whitemon.
Bottom tower has fallen.
you think Whitemon's a good singer? Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never heard Dota players sing. I just heard them cry.
Oh dear.
DB's crying to this combo, man. That's the 3rd time they've locked them in the cage. And that skewer not able to do
It's like a
anything.
4-staff or something. Bob is also struggling. Hey, thanks, Carlo. Killed one of the mines for Bob. Limited the damage. And your dream can't quite get close enough for a rupture, so Execration will be able to get themselves out of that tangly mess.
This is where I don't like the DK blink, because I don't think you actually have enough damage with this dual Techies DK to really threaten heroes.
Dire's top tower
So your
is
farm
under
rate just ends up
attack.
being slower, and you're not creating any real extra pressure with it. That's my kind of feeling, because the Clinks is not going to join you, right? Like, I don't think the Clinks wants to join the DK Techies. It's kind of weird how this hero
Radiant's
works.
middle tower is
Kind of
under
wants to be
attack.
like in his own area farming and maybe threatening a support or something. So all this said, like, the lead is the same. Off what was a 3-lane win for AG, we are still at a 2k net worth difference
Radiant's middle
at 17
tower
minutes.
is under attack.
Not really getting much more out of the map than Execration, who have done a really nice job farming pretty much every Ancient spawn, and of course they have Devour Might is Doom. That helps. Still looking for some catch-up for Bob, but only being 2k behind DK after his start, having his courier killed like twice. It's not the worst position I've seen.
Dire's
He's
top
pretty
tower
tanky.
is under attack.
It's hard to just burst him with the AG lineup unless they want to commit RP or Rupture, which will open up space for Paulus in the fights.
They're going to need a lot of space. Army geniuses, besides Yoe, I feel like is really the only one actively trying to put pressure on Execration right now. Goes for another kill. That's going to be on Carlo. Fear goes out. Hook shot as well. A lot of damage being done. Fire damage and magic damage of Muerta. Too much to handle, and DB has to skewer himself away. Fortunately, the calling didn't last that long, but the other side,
Straight
Kino is there.
into a Doom.
Doesn't even need to use the Doom, and they get the ball back onto the Clinks as well. Vengeance for Execration, and a huge turnaround as Palos picks up a triple kill. That is him straight into his BKB.
These jumps have just backfired on AG horrendously. Like, you're giving Paulus the dream fights here going into the calling. That is not a situation you're going to have fun with when you don't have spell immunity. Silence is just destroying DB in these fights, in the ganks. Double blink for AG, but it feels like you're just blinking into the fight that Execration won, unless you can find Muerta first, and you haven't been able to do that. Another fight where they strike back. Double damage for Bob, looking to get a little solo kill. Got disarm.
Not quite enough. Bob. Gotta jump. Oh. Still gonna hit him with the skewer and catch him on the RP as well, just to make sure there was no getting away.
That taser. Oh, you feel for Bob. He gets a power rune. He's trying to make something happen and ends up just getting himself killed.
Oh, what
Now
is
they have
this?
eyes on Paulus.
Yeah, they do have the Doom coming in. He's gonna need to be able to help out. Palos pops pierce the veil. Tino cutting in from the side. DB's getting burned right now. Spotted. Straight up Doom and gonna tick out as Palos now pop at the BKB. Goes to the TP out. He's gonna be saved. Ever so bad. Was a little close. Tino though. And Tino is definitely dead. He can draw it out as long as he wants, but there are plenty of stuns here to stop him.
Look at the return. I mean, he got both kills on the mag and the techies there. Muerta escapes. Another decent engagement for Paulus, who is level 15 now. That is crazy high based on how rough that early game went. And they're continuing to farm on the Shanks Enchantress, which was a huge factor in that game one, right?
Yeah.
He did a lot of the damage carrying power there. He's continuing to scale. Maybe he can be the X factor that makes up for how rough of a game Bob is having. Nonetheless, AG fed up with these random jumps, decide that Roshan will not be as difficult to target.
Execration with a net worth lead now. This game, I feel like AG has kind of let it slip through their fingers a bit.
I really think they... I know it's weird to say, but I really think with their lead, they should have just farmed it away. Like, with everybody. I know it doesn't feel good though. That's why I understand what they were doing.
Yeah, against
like,
Doom, like I
Yeah,
kind of get that. Like I don't want to let that hero just go late with the Octarine Boots of Travel Midas build, you know? Oh,
there's
nice
RB.
RB on it too, with the blood right on top of that one. Varys is there with a blast off, just to ensure with all this thirst movement speed. Shanks is still kind of hard to kill. They're gonna have to use the rupture skewer to force him to bleed out.
See, good things happen when you farm, Cap. Look at that. Execration ran into you, and you got the best fight of the whole game.
Sure, yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
That's one way to look at it, yeah.
I think the scale is fine. I genuinely do. I think if you're going to draft like this where you have the Bloodseeker opener versus the Doom, then you better be confident scaling. Like, that's how I see it. You know?
Dire's middle tower.
Otherwise,
is
this
under
opener
attack.
doesn't make sense to me.
Oh my God, he's gonna do it. Did you mention this? You see this? You seeing what I'm seeing right now?
What, the Blood Mist?
The blood mist, baby.
Oh, you think I don't see the Blood Mist?
You're always aware when there's a blood mist potential, right?
I mean, this is better than it used to be. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think it's that bad. If you get the barrier up and stuff, it's kind of a nasty spell. Also pretty good for support.
Is that better than just trying to get some sort of way to get damage on Huerta? I mean, I guess your option is really just the one magic item that nobody goes. What's that thing called?
Roach?
Yeah.
Wait, is that
Evidence
work?
brooch. I assume so. It's ethereal units. She's ethereal.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. Can attack ethereal units and deals no damage to magic immune
I
target.
never thought of that. I mean, yeah, that sounds pretty good.
I mean, but the buildup is horrendous. It's an intelligence
No way you're doing
item.
it on this hero.
Yeah.
I mean, Blood Mist damages her.
Radiant
Yeah.
are scanning.
So
Yeah,
I guess
good.
you know that's his only option.
I mean, plus a Mist of Blood is just kind of badass, you know?
I still don't think blood is an answer to ghosts. I'm gonna stand by that. But it is an answer to demons, apparently.
What are you, a priest? You're a ghost expert now? First you're an expert on protocols, now you're an expert on
Dire's
ghosts?
top tower is under attack. Radiant's
There's some things popping in my head, but there's a warning in my head that also says don't say those things. So we're gonna just watch Army Geniuses hit the tier 2 tower, and Yoei is gonna work towards that Aghanim Scepter. The Black Dragon is halfway through. We do have to wonder though if he went to Hand of Midas, how much closer he'd be.
I mean, yeah. You probably have like 1,000, 1,500 more net worth, I think.
Radiant's bottom
Maybe not the
tower
biggest
is
difference in
under
this game.
attack.
But I would have preferred it. Either way, they're in a decent position to scale. I just feel like Morta is hard to win these late games with when you're like the only real right-clicker damage. Maybe if Bob were in a better position, I'd have more confidence.
Yeah, this is not a
see it.
desolator destroying you Void Spirit. This is a recovering Void Spirit that may never get back on the wagon.
And that is an issue because you really need his damage. Like, Doom is nice in this game, but it's not a crazy Doom game. You're dooming 3 cores from AG who are all pretty tanky. The DK doesn't even care if you're not going to doom the DK. You can doom the mag to take his team fight out, but if he has the other 2 cores empowered, like, you might still win the fight, right? And you always have this Clink's wild card. I mean, Clink's is closing in on Bob's net worth, and Bob's net worth is behind Shanks right now. So these supports are easily as relevant as the Execration mid. A lot of these fights come down to how much Clinks gets done, how much Enchantress gets done in terms of the damage output. Both these heroes can just slay if they're in prime position. I mean, look at who's sieging this tower right now. It ain't any of the 3 AG right-clicking cores. It's the Bone Fletcher, man.
He's pretty annoying at being able to pull this off. Just constantly tar bombs and lets the skeletons do a bunch of damage. The smoke wrap around here. They're gonna try and get a catch, but Army Geniuses Oh, maybe
Ooh,
they
that's a good
didn't get
hook.
away. Got Yokum on the low ground. Do manage to get a harpoon skewer away onto Carlo, but he does get him stuck inside the cogs. Is there any follow-up to this? Tino trying to go for it. Missed out on the Minotaur stun. Does hit the Doom, but immediately is controlled up and will probably die to that same Bloodseeker he tried to kill. Bob jumps forward, does manage to finish off DB. See if he can catch up for more. Is out of Astral Steps. First one coming up. The heroes are in minutes to disengage. It's a 2-for-2 exchange. Similar hero roles as well. So even affair, I guess.
Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom
it's very
tower
even
is under
trade.
attack.
Just a sick hook shot to separate the Clinks from the fight, remove that damage. Very close to getting the Doom jump without getting RP in return. Something, I think, bumped him back, or it
Radiant's
looked like
bottom
it.
tower has
Maybe the
fallen.
blink was just not a max range blink, but either way, do you get a decent target? RP enough to salvage the fight. Execration holding on in this game, trying to get their Void Spirit to survive in these fights as much as possible so he can get back.
So we're gonna miss there from Bob, but maybe for the best because the supports were behind this Dragonite.
He is a rough target to go on too.
Radiant are
Yeah.
scanning.
A lot of armor. I mean, Warta will shred him. That's your one upside in this game, I think, is that Warta versus these cores is, in theory, a pretty nice matchup. Maybe I'm underestimating how much this hero can carry, but
Smoke out from Army Geniuses. Heading to the triangle here. Might be able to spot Palos. Oh, they're going for the Wisdom Rune spawn. They're going to find it. They're going to get that rune. Now are they going to head back into the triangle? Man, if they only knew the enemy carry was just one blink away from an harpoon skewer back.
dude, Harpoon Skewer is so annoying.
Yeah. I mean, it's
This is so
easy
instant.
to do. Yeah.
Yeah, like the fact that it's guaranteed. I mean, I guess that's like how it's supposed to work, but you just get dragged from so far away. It's ridiculous. This item should definitely have a mana cost. I don't know how it doesn't have a mana cost. Like, what item doesn't have a mana cost? It doesn't even make sense.
Ghost Scepter. Blink
Yeah,
Dagger.
but that's a Ghost Scepter, you know.
Blood Grenade has a health cost instead of a mana cost.
All right, you're completely missing the point. You know that.
Radiant's middle tower.
I just like being a smartass with you. Drums, Boots of Bearing.
And
Minus.
more importantly, the Blood
Bases.
Seeker Ags. The Blood Mist.
The Blood
It's
Mist.
coming. It is absolutely coming. Now, the big question with this
Are
build
scanning.
is do you go the Spell Lifesteal 20 or the Rupture Cast Range? Because traditionally, you go the Rupture Cast Range. And then you play for that level 25 Talon with double Rupture, and you have Mega Cast Range, and it's easy. But with this Ag's Blood Mist build, you can go the Spell Lifesteal. He does go it. Oh my, it's the Alpha Omega Bloodseeker build. It's coming.
Okay.
I don't know if you're ready for this. I don't know if they're ready, Cap. I don't know if you're ready. This is ultra secret technology. You're about to enter the Blood Shredder, and you're not going to like what you find.
Well, they're gonna send the double life Muerta to try and clog up the Shredder. They're gonna go on Palos, poke at him. Attempted harpoon back. What was
the
that?
hell? Did he get
What happened to
stunned
his
out of it?
skewer? I don't know.
I think he just missed it. You know, another big
Stun,
problem.
Stop harpoon. Pull back.
I
Oh, they're
think
going.
so.
That is a bold move. They're going for the Tormentor. Oh, nice use of the Hurricane Pike to push DB back. Maybe that's what happened. I think that's what happened.
I mean, I checked his pike. It was off cooldown. I don't think he piked anybody. I think he just like skewered too fast. They're gonna try and pop the Aegis. They'll pop the Bone Fletcher.
Pops his ultimate, pops his BKB. He's gunning for it.
Blood
Hookshot
Mist.
does manage to hold in a lot of these heroes, but they do manage to finish off Palos. So that's his ultimate now down with the BKB.
So
Blood
fast.
Mist out. Palos will manage to get one of these kills while the Bloodseeker's trying to clean up on the side. It seems like they don't feel like they have the power. Oh, almost caught him. They don't have the power to take Palos twice, apparently.
No, but that was a decent fight considering you're fighting into the Aegis and you lost your Clinks right off the bat. Yoakum has to buy back. See that fight? Look at the damage done in that fight. Oh my God, that is all blood mist, baby. He got 2 off. It did a lot. It honestly did a decent amount of damage in that engagement.
Also, if he was going to go the Blood Mist, aren't you supposed to go Kaya Sanj or Kaya Yasha? One of the two?
I mean, he's doing a hybrid build, you know.
Sure.
He doesn't want to ultra commit to the spell like Steel, but... Ooh, hook is a little too slow for the Harpoon Master. The Walrus will skirt out of there.
Walrus? You need to work on your real life lore, Jesus.
All right, he's a Magnetar, whatever, man. He's like a walrus body, you know?
What? What? That's the first animal you think of when you look at Magnus.
Yeah. He's like like if you took a walrus and
it's not an elephant with the trunk he has from the cosmetic, or a rhinoceros, which is definitely what he's based on.
Look at the body shape, man. He's got like the lower body into the abdomen that curves up into the head. That's a walrus shape, bro. You need to study your animal.
What about
anatomy,
the part where he's got legs?
I said without the legs, he basically be a walrus.
All right, that's it. That's you heard it here, everybody. He's a land walrus. That's what Magnus is.
I mean, you're arguing with a lore expert. Did you know Magnus's closest friend is Tuskar? As they like exploring the northern frigid regions together. This is why I refer to him as the Walrus. Double damage up for Bob, plus Enchanted Quiver. So maybe some damage can come from this Void Spear in the next fight. They are going to need it. Morta looking to do it all herself. That's pretty good doing.
Nice quick execution, a surprise pickoff inside of their base. Army Geniuses were not ready for that one, and they will not be ready to catch anybody on the way out. They TP in a bit too late. But Execration are going to stick around. I'm surprised, but...
Playing off the Rocket Flare vision, Shank's just walking in. He's got nags again.
They go for the initiation. A stun, double stun onto the Muerta. BKB, Palos gets off his ultimate. With a Blood Mist, Bloodseeker is trying to go for the supports right now, trying to chase after this Clockwork, not able to get him, but at the same time, the Muerta's ultimate is running low, and Palos is not going to be able to do it.
Blood Mist carving through him. They're going to take this fight. No Doom to back up that engagement. And double buyback. Oh, no. Not fast enough to catch the Enchantress there.
Can I just say this Muerta is not impressing me with the damage being done during her ultimate. And I feel like that's been the tale of this hero for since 733B.
She has problems sticking on top of targets. Like, you have a very limited window to get the damage done, and if people kite you around, just go back in. Hero loses all her value. And right now, In Your Dream is just running around in these fights. I mean, he's got absolute freedom, right? He's 7-0-7. They have not been able to lock down this Bloodseeker once in this game. And now you have Black Dragon AC up for Yoe. A lot of extra tankiness suddenly you're going to have to punch through. That makes Muerta's life harder. That's what I'm saying. Bob needs these items so they have another damage source. I mean, Shanks has Ags. That's nice, but this is not a lineup and a hero in Muerta where you can just rely on her to 1v5. That's not how I view the hero. Maybe in a perfect game, but this is way too much scale. That said, Execration is still on a net worth lead. That is the crazy part. They have farmed.
It's Doom for you.
Yeah, that is Doom. That is true. But I'm still surprised at how much Shanks has gotten in this game.
No, you're right. He's still ahead of Bob. And he's going to work towards a Scythe now. I mean, the Bloodseeker definitely continues to be their biggest problem. Which I do kind of feel like this is a certain kind of peak for him. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not sure if he's going to keep scaling as well as he feels right in this moment, you know?
The level 25 talent's definitely nice. But I guess there is some concern here if, let's say you're Execration, you find the jump on the Bloodseeker, and you can like hoof stomp him into a Remnant with Doom on top with the Lincoln's pop, and just take that fight and eliminate him first, then the damage is just completely gone. I mean, In Your Dream has been doing 80% of the damage in all these fights. I've looked at them all. It is all Bloodseeker all day. So if you can jump him and start the fight that way, that is incredibly nice for Execration. And something to remember is that was buybacks for that bottom engagement, right? We had a Mag buy, we had a Techies buy, there was a Klinks buy earlier in this game. In fact, 3 of them are on cooldown for AG and none of them are up. Buybacks are powerful for AG in this game because you can just play around the Doom and the Morta ultimates. That is something Execration have to fight through, which means Roshan is really important for them to take away from AG because you do not want to play with Morta ult Doom into an Aegis lineup. That just makes the fights impossible.
And they know it too. They know Roshan could be up right now. They know they could be doing it right now. Only thing that really gives them any protection here is the Clockwork Rockets. They're going to smoke up, start setting up. Look at all the Techies mines already preemptively placed, though. They want to play around this high ground on top of the side portal.
And Execration have completely bought out for this fight. None of their cores have buyback. They bought out Shivas for the Doom, Moonshard for Paulos, and a Lincoln's for Bob. They need to make these big damage spike items work. They need to make them work now. Gotta find the right target.
Oh,
what was that hook?
Was that hook shot? That's your ally. Carlo?
Carlo shot himself in confusion. It's an opening.
No,
they found Morta.
Okay, they already got the Dragon Tail stunned, but it didn't matter. Was able to disengage. They really want to play around these mines. They've got like 10 mines set up in this area. The DMZ zone has been established.
Mines, skeleton archers.
And they could just kind of do Roshan at some point and force them in through all this.
Yeah, that's the good part about it. You have the objective here during this nighttime. Dragon form is running out. Maybe something to think about. I mean, Execration are happy waiting this out if the Roche doesn't spawn. They have Rocket Flare to know, so they're not going to force the issue, and AG are TPing out.
Well, they're going to TP out. I think they're going to try and catch them from behind.
Oh my, this is a
sick bold move.
If it works, though, it's absolutely sick.
No, it's not going to work. Bob, he jumped up to the high ground. They see nobody there.
But where do they think they are, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're still going to get caught. Shanks broke one of the smokes. Yoi's coming in from the side. They spot him on the vision. Tino, can he get off the BKB in time? The blink coming up in a second here. They still can't do it.
They have a high ground ward. They see everything right now.
They see all these heroes, but they don't want to make the jump per se. Oh, Shanks spots him, goes for the skewer.
He got the recourse
right on top of that one. Where is the follow-up? A blast off.
Oh my God.
Horn toss as well. Absolute destruction near the Execration. Get routed by Army Geniuses. Geniuses indeed. What a move by them.
Oh, DV, you damn beast. Showing up in the third game, the Twilight Hour, when his team needs him the most. I mean, he gets 3 cores. I was thinking he's just going to take the 2 supports off the obs. That looked pretty good to me. Like, why not start the fight on full obs? But he wanted he wants to take the damage out. He gets everything on top of it. Lack of dewarding, destroying Execration in this fight, as Roshan will destroy AG as he's on his way to the other side of the map here. A little awkward, but it shouldn't be a problem. Man, what a team fight. They just get the Techies connection on top of 2 before any spell immunity comes out as well.
Yeah.
And then Blood Mist. When you're clumped like that, you're getting Empower hit, you're getting cleaved, you're getting misted. That is just nasty stuff.
Dire are scanning.
Watch that one again. Yeah, DB.
Show it to me. Look how
sets it up, skewers them together, turns around, hits that RP. Beautiful.
I mean, 2 of these cores basically got nothing off, right? Techie's stun was huge there. Yeah, he was so close to getting hit by that Sproink as well in that tree line. I mean, That is a fight of inches. Oh, let's see who got everything off of that. I mean, that's cheese for Yoei, who finished his Manta. So you're going to have these black Dragon Illusions that can go in and scout things, make DB's life easier. And DB got a refresher shard out of that. On top of Ags, by the way. So he has that Horn Toss. Now he can double RP, double Horn Toss, double Skewer. That is a lot of control, a lot of displacement if he potentially wants it.
Yeah, we'll just make the rupture charges all the more potent if In Your Dream does go that route. I don't know if the whole Blood Mist thing makes you go for the other talent.
No, I don't think so. I think you still go with rupture charges. Any of the spell amp builds or like spell lifesteal builds you're doing are still better with the double charge. You have more than enough move speed in this game. It's all about getting the damage in when you can. And he is closing in on that Talon. He is a big boy.
Wisdom Rune going to be taken away. Gogum actually level 21. He's got the 20 talent, 40 attack, strafe attack speed, and he's going to work towards a Daedalus. So maybe a Bloodthorn? You already have the Orchid. Make a little bit more sense, perhaps. Execration smoked up, smoked out deep onto the enemy side of the map here. A mine went off. They know there's some heroes here.
Yeah, Yoei's just going to go in with the illusions.
Mind Dragon lead the charge. They're going to go for him. They actually go for the initiation straight up. Doom is gone. Up so quickly.
Where's the RP?
That was fast.
It's on a clock.
And it goes off on a clockwork. That's not going to be good enough. Oh, In Your Dream. He's fighting through this, but he's fighting through it. Palos cannot deal once again with the In Your Dream Bloodseeker.
Oh my, he's destroying them. He's healed so much. That was like a dream fight for Execration. They get a free DK pop. The RP hits basically nothing. And you still can't bring down this Bloodseeker once. He did 800 damage in that interval.
Crazy.
It is a crazy amount of burst coming out.
Yeah, let's do this.
You get the Dragon Knight buyback. That is very valuable here. Not if you have to expend more to. We'll see if Shanks can deliver some damage. We'll tank a Rupture.
Oh, trying to go for the bomb, trying to take away his Aegis. Not going to be able to get it. The Skewer back deep, deep, deep. Bob. Oh, he actually got him.
This is more to buy. They kill him again.
They can pull him back in with the Remnant. Fear him back in even deeper. Gets off the BKB now. Vari's tries to run interception. Now In Your Dream. Up with the BKB, but too much control, too much damage perhaps. The pure damage raining in.
Gunslinger.
Not good enough. They finally finish him off. Palos, he gets away. Nice hurricane. Back. Oh, Yoei pushed away and killed. A shot from Huerta finishes him off.
Palos, you sharpshooter. God damn, you just shredded them all, man. What the hell is this game? This game is crazy. The damage outputs in these fights is ridiculous.
It is crazy. And they finally showed that they can focus fire down this Bloodseeker.
Oh, yeah,
and you're about to get 25 on Huerta, which means the magic resistance talent, meaning the Blood Mist, is going to be even less effective.
I mean, is this game over? That's another question. There's no Dragon Knight buyback, and they know it. And there is no buyback on In Your Dream for 80 gold. You have a double damage Void Spirit. If you can get back here with Huerta is one of the fastest tower takers in the game. Oh, you have 5v4 guaranteed. This is your window. I think you go for it here if you're Execration. I don't know if you're going to get another chance. You use Huerta buyback here. This is a tough call, but you got to make it quick.
I mean, they may get scared off of the buybacks, though. They might be a little skittish. We'll see.
This is I think he would have gone throne here. There's no DK guaranteed.
Maybe they just, I mean, Megas is still going to be a pretty potent recipe for success here for Execration if they can get it in this period of time. 9 more seconds left for the Bloodseeker.
There's a Hex on Shanks, too. The true 4th core. He has been a problem. I'm still have 20 seconds.
Seconds added in.
Remember, no more to buy. If you overextend here, this game is going to swing very fast. There's an early pickoff.
Jump in first. They go for the techies. A quick pickoff. No, he actually disengages off of that one. Tino had already blown the Doom. Okay, that is not looking good for Tino. They get the Megas, but they're going to have to leave Tino behind. Maybe it's going to be Army Geniuses who just run it back and go instead. to challenge Execration for the end of the game?
I mean, he has buy though. Like, there's a reason Tino was in there, right? He just dropped the Doom. All he's doing is covering Muerta. They want to get Megas, and they want to get Muerta out. The rest of them have buys. That is a successful push, in my opinion. The DB was very close to almost finding Muerta on that skewer RP on the end.
Yeah.
And that is what In Your Dream was looking for. There's a reason he just ran in there, right? He's like, I don't want this garbage Doom. I want the gunslinger with no buy. But they are going to just run it back. I mean, this is probably the play because I don't think you want to just wait for Muerta buy while you're against Megas. The game ender has come one way or the other. AG are going to force it.
Under attack.
The true damage test. And it's all about the skewers. The RPs, he gets nothing.
Oh, DB. He did force out a BKB, though. That is something still. The next
Go again
initiation
here.
may not be as kind for Palos.
The creeps are coming in the side lanes. Your window is very limited if you're AG.
Yeah.
You need to go fishing.
I don't know if they have enough time to be able to get Megas full out. This push is coming slow without Dragon's Blood or Dragon
He's a
Form.
lot of barrier, man.
Dyer's top tower.
Playing with 1500 barrier right now. What in God's name was that?
I don't know, but they have to DD out. Mega creeps too much destruction coming in from the side lanes.
Wait, so
Wait, what was it? I didn't see it.
He used jetpack during the horn toss, and apparently that means you just skewer under him.
Radiant
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, he's a land mammal. You can't do anything about flying creatures.
Just stupid
It's an
interaction.
obvious counter if you think about it, Avery.
That's one of the stupidest interactions I've ever seen, dude. Why did
This
that
is
work
why
like
the mammoths went extinct, Avery.
What?
You should know this.
Okay, maybe I'll find that more funny than it deserves, but like, what, he just jetpacks up and you just slide under him? Can't touch him, he's in the air? I don't think that's how Dota hitboxes are supposed to work. I didn't know you could dodge skewer in the vertical, but apparently you can. You learn something new every day, even after 10 years of this game.
Level 25 was finally picked up from Muerta, and he also got a refresher off of that. So he's going to have double Pierce the Veil.
Oh, that is good. That is good. This is where this hero shines, right?
Yeah.
Extend that window where you can deal the damage. I mean, AG are just running down mid right now. They have 25s of their own. Double Rupture up and extra RP stun duration. That's a 4.3 second RP if you could land it, but he has had issues landing it.
Yeah. I think they're trying to catch somebody, but they'll be very sad to learn nobody's home right now. Execration, they want to play for Roshan.
I mean, they know they have Vegas. They know they can't get thrown here.
Yeah, I mean, the tier 4s are getting a hit once again by Megas. They're going to TP back to make sure they don't give up Megas their own. But if Carlo knew all these heroes are TPing out right in front of him, oh, so close. Maybe Yoga.
one.
Okay, he finds one, and that's a hero with a gem, too. A great hero to catch. Gets him the tip, too, in this crucial moment of a game 3.
I mean, who has buybacks up right now? The buybacks are coming back for AG, as they also are coming back the big one in this game.
I mean, they
I
push
can't
out the
believe-
side lanes again. They're going for another aggressive.
Oh, Shanks.
They just can't deal with these Megas, so they're
missed him
trying to
again.
take fights where they can, but the horn tosses just are not landing.
DB, it's shooting fish in a barrel, but he's hitting the barrel. I mean, these are big pickoffs to miss. Like, you're not going to get too many of them. I can't believe Shanks was showing like that. Like, especially when you have these ruptures. The rupture skewer is disgusting when you land it. So that's another reason these skewers are really important. You want to displace the fight into you, not around the Muerta. And this pickoff, it could have meant Roshan, which will now go Execration's way. That's an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, that one's going over to Bob, and he'll take the cheese as well.
And he's finally caught up in net worth. It took 50 minutes, but he got there. And this is a game-ending smoke.
Just took a gift of 5,800 gold from Roshan to get him there.
That silence, it might mess something up, right? You blink horn toss in now, you get silenced. Might not BKB.
Smoke out Yoe. always trying to put his body on the line. This big tanky black dragon. The Doom actually popped by Tino, but he didn't reveal it.
I mean, no harm, no foul. You just reset it here, up 60 seconds.
And he almost has a refresher too, so.
Yeah, I don't think Execration are in a rush. They know the buybacks are going to be back here for AG as well, so this is one of the issues. Like, you're not going to win this game off the mega creep pressure alone. You're going to have to kill the heroes. You're going to have to kill them all twice. That is a tall order for a lineup that is somewhat dependent on those ults and fighting around them, right?
Yeah.
Kind of need these refreshers. One ult for every buyback.
You know, I was watching a certain Southeast Asian game that kind of looking pretty similar right now. A team with megas, a team with techies setting up a whole bunch of mines behind it. A potentially hour-long game on our hands. I don't know. A little bit of deja vu going on right now.
I mean, you're talking about mines. What about the mine field? That is not something we've talked about this game, but when you have skewer,
Double damage.
it's a real factor, right?
Yeah. I
What do you mean,
don't think
yeah?
X is.
Bro, you get ruptured, skewered through a minefield, you're gone. I don't care who you are. You're absolutely gone. And it makes ending the game harder. Because you can just throw it around the throne, and then you have to throw them through this stupid minefield. He's going for it. He's 1,000 away.
I'm fine with him going for it now. I just think it's pretty hard to execute. Not worth the gold most of the time.
You know, there's nothing else to buy at this point.
That is true.
TV, look.
Nice scythe off of this skewer.
They're really looking. They find more time.
Huerta. Change to so okay, that's going to be life number one. The rest of the team desperate to be able to bail him out. Just all in jumps. All the initiations being thrown out to get Huerta, to save her, to get her out of this situation. But
finds two.
He hit the RP on the two of them together, skewered them back into the blast off once again.
Paolo's got everything off.
Caught off the ultimate, and Paolo starts going to work, laying out the damage, punishing DB for his initiation, tearing through the support.
They got a turn. They got a stun.
Bloodseeker, they came back in. Oh, Dragon Tail, they got her. Bloodseeker too strong and too goddamn fast. He is Speed Racer out here.
In your dreams, says Throna. In your dreams.
Too.
Radiant's middle tower.
There's just
That is
nowhere to
going to be
run.
maybe 5 heroes. Yoey's going to chase after him. Hit him again with the shockwave.
Bye.
Going through. Bob.
They want to bail him out.
Oh, God, they just caught him with the... Oh, stun! The follow-up hook shot there as well. DB, he dies. No buyback on the Magnus.
No buyback on anything here except In Your Dream Bloodseeker. But can he do it without the control from Mag? Execration say, no, you can't, and we're about to run it at your throne.
He just bought a refresher. He has a ton of ruptures he can use in this next fight, potentially.
He's going to need them all.
But he may not be able to get much off here. He needs a BKB. He needs to be able to use that refresher, but he's chain stunned up right now.
Doom up at
Did he
3.
get a chance to be able to pop it?
The minefield's up.
It's up for now. It's going to fade away in a second here. They try another initiation. In Your Dream now has his BKB. He's going to play for a double BKB. He goes for Palos. Palos popping his ultimate, laying back into the Dragon Knight, finished him off. Bloodseeker left alone against the entirety of the team, trying to fight through them. The Blood Mist is going to work. Blood Mist is going to work. He's killed too. He's stuck inside the cogs though. The scythe is up. The stuns are in. He can't get off another BKB. There's nothing left for him. A second life goes out. He runs at him. He runs at him. He needs to be able to finish him off. He kills him. He's going for Bob as well. The throne is 1,000 HP.
He's a god again.
In Your Dream, holding on to a dream right now. He's going to be able to finish off Bob. An ultra kill for him. Shakes is going for it. Shakes is going for it. A couple more hits. Oh, the glyph. Off. In Your Dream fights through it, but no, he dies, and that is it. Execration, a nail-biting finish, but they will get it in the end. They will deny Army Geniuses a second time. A second defeat for Army Geniuses as Execration get it at the last second.
I mean, what is there to even say about that? In Your Dream is just putting the whole world on his back in the last 3. Dude, I tried to look at the last fight. I'm pretty sure he did 26,000 damage in the last fight. Not an exaggeration. I could not see the exact number because it goes out really fast.
If that's true, it means he did more damage than Yokum, DB, or Yoe did in the entire game.
Yeah, he did, like almost for sure. Because he had 90% of the chart and it was 27,000 total. So he did at least 25 to 26. That is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe he killed Morta twice in that 1v5.
That was insane. If it wasn't for that Cogs, I think he wins that game.
Maybe. There's so many little things in that game. It's ridiculous, but I mean, I did not think that was the game Execration were going to win the late game, and they pulled literally out of a spiritual hat there. Paulos gets the job done despite, in your dream, a literal blood god. But not
insane game 3. And we're going to need a breather after that one. We got more series to go. But first, the panel will be able to talk about a crazy series and an even crazier game 3.
A very nail-biting finish indeed. Execration take game 3. They win the series, and it was so very much needed. They are now sitting at 2 wins, I believe. That, I mean, yeah, they get to do the little 2-2. I totally agree with him. I think if In Your Dream was not stuck in the cogs, they actually might have been able to win because they were all on diebacks. Like, Execration were all on diebacks. They could probably have just ran it down mid.
The worst we had by, right? So.
Yeah, that's true. Watch did have by. It was a really close game in the end. A bit more back and forth. If anything, it looked like some SMG series. Both teams just kind of dying in front of their base over and over again. I expected AG to take much more of a lead with their early game, but they just felt like they didn't really take the smartest of fights against the Muerta, and the calling, it pierced the veil. It did so much in all these fights where he just didn't get gone on. The Tino got his flank, I think, bot lane. They just ran in, and AG just couldn't take these fights where they wanted to abuse their draft, which was to reposition enemy, right, with this Magnus. Just never really got the skewers off.
Honestly, I would say both teams kind of played on par. But yeah, it's like AG.
Wait. Can I talk about this fight? How is the ward there? Execration, what are you doing, Carlo? Please. All right, you may continue.
I mean, I was saying they were quite on par, both of the teams, but then you can see Muerta was kind of struggling a lot because of the Magnus. So I feel the one fight that actually AG could have done it better was the high ground fight, which they didn't have RP anymore. They shouldn't have pushed you. It was this fight, yeah. So they could have just waited for their cooldowns. I don't know why did they force so much when it's obviously it's enemy space and they're gonna buy back because you have no RP. And it's pretty hard because if you have no RP, you kind of can't stop the Enchantress, you kind of can't stop the Muerta from hitting anyone. So yeah, this was their major mistake. And it gave Execration everything they needed to come back from that.
Yeah, I agree. Just choke the map, wait for your spells, and execute your draft once again. They had so much siege. We saw it like later after Mega Creeps, the Dragon Knight illusions, the Klink's Scaly Bros, just drop it on the floor, watch, and when they come to defend against it, that's when your Magnus pops out, right? That's when your draft comes together.
I feel really bad though, because Bob was quite low net worth for a very long time.
I mean, what do you expect, man? Like, he's laning against DK, and then the enemy off lane is Magnus. You can't keep up with that, and then Basika is having a free lane, so it's just despair.
Yeah, it was definitely quite a tough start. Didn't really have anywhere to rotate to. His supports, I think I talked about it, just not really offering enough damage early on. So there's nothing to really cover him, but he made a nice comeback into the game, just off some team fights. I think he still did what his hero needed to do.
Yeah, dude, this at the end was crazy. This was wild. Oh my gosh. Now see, I think maybe if he wasn't in the cogs, he would be able to kill everyone much faster, giving the throne more HP. I'm maybe coping, but I think like he actually possibly could have like defended. His Clinch was coming back in 1 second.
He probably would have defended it, but that's like saying like if he didn't get stunned, but
yeah, I mean that's true. That's
like
true.
If they don't use their spells, maybe he'll kill them.
It's just very impressive at the end there. But here is our match MVP. We have Paulos on Muerta. doing a lot of damage as the ghost. The ghost was stronger than the blood. She had no blood to seek.
That's true. It looks like a cocktail on the beach.
What, her face?
Yeah.
Oh, it's very colorful. Man, the sun, it's quite hot. That's what you're thinking about? The
Maybe.
beach?
I mean, this hero is just really good against agility carries. I think In Your Dream had a pretty innovative build going for this Blood Mist. I've never seen it be useful ever. But this game, it actually looked like a legit thing.
Yeah.
And I think SVG was talking about the Revenant's Brooch as well as an answer to the Pierce the Veil, but it just felt like they couldn't get through, especially with the refresher coming out, just couldn't get through to enough damage to kill the Muerta through the Pierce the Veil.
Well, since Execration has won this series, we have an interview with them. We got Shanks on the line. Congratulations, Shanks, on your win. How do you feel?
We're very happy right now. We almost lost the game.
We got a little bit tired. I assume it's a long game. I want to ask you guys, what changed for you guys from this week to last week? Because you guys are looking much better. Like, you guys are looking like a much better team this week.
I think last week we were not having that much fun. We were overthinking a lot because of our losses. Yeah, that's it.
Good answer.
This happened last tour as well. Do you think it's kind of a similar thing? Last tour, you guys started off pretty slow, but end up going to the major too. Do you think it's also because of the same reason?
I think before it's just that our ideas were not correct. But now it's just that the aura of the team when we're losing, we're becoming a different team.
That's good. It's always nice to see teams kind of grow again.
Yep.
Hey Shanks, I realized in this series especially, you guys drafted a much more game-carrying hero on you. Like, cause last time before this, I would say 733, the patch, you were kind of on the heroes that make space, not really the heroes that, you know, like, okay guys, go in, I'll carry you, that type. But then here now this week, you are playing on heroes that, you know, just carry the game. I feel like you're the actual carry of the team.
I think it's because most of the teams ban us the ENG, but AG gave us the ENG, so we just picked it because we're good in playing that hero.
Giga chat.
Giga Chat.
You can shed.
I want to ask about the Omni Knight in game 2. Like, how come you guys went for Omni, and what do you think went wrong in the early game that game?
I think it was my suggestion, but we could have made the Omni Knight play at mid, and he could have a good time at mid because he's just laning against Ember. We just didn't thought of that.
I've got a question for you. Since you're saying that last week you guys weren't having as much fun, and now you guys are, who is like the most fun haver on the team? Like, who is the jokester?
This guy. This guy in the middle.
In the middle?
Bobby. This guy.
Oh, Bob. Hi, Bob.
Only Sophie? Damn, that's biased.
You guys?
I mean, you guys look really good right now. I hope you guys can keep it up. You know, this major
Thank you.
round 2, get them again. I have no more
I hope so.
questions.
All right, you got any
good.
questions? You're good? All right, well, you have any fans, any questions or things to say to your fans? I mean, any words?
Shout-outs.
Shout-outs, exactly. I'm like freezing up.
Shoutouts to all the fans. Thanks and keep supporting us. Thanks to our boss. Shout out to our coach and our manager. Yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you so much, Shanks. You guys are electric. Good job. Congratulations. All right. I love that song. We are electric. It's a
I mean,
good one.
it's kind of like, you didn't play Dota 1, right? So it's like a
No.
Dota 1 player anthem kind of thing.
Yeah. What was that guy on YouTube? What was his name?
Best hunter.
No.
Dota?
What is it?
Dota.
Dota. Yeah,
Yeah.
that guy. Yeah, that's all those compilations. But I wouldn't know
boomer.
because I'm not a boomer like you guys. Anyways, we will go for a quick break. But before then, I'm going to tell you, next series, it's a very interesting one. It's Talon versus XERXIA, a team that XERXIA is looking better and better. And Talon lost the bleed last time. So very excited to see how this game will go. But we're going to go for a quick break. So see you then.
never they will fight. And Mama said his words, oh, so many times. I'm thinking you knew better than the other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the roll of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamers with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. On a cold plate.
The Bali Major is upon us, friends, as I believe that ticket sales went live not but just a few hours ago. And it is still seemingly like it'll be a very, very exclusive tournament, not just in terms of the fans, but in terms of the teams, because you are going to be needing to figure out if you're going to be able to directly qualify to TI. And part of that process is also going through tour number 2 of the DPC. I'm the Tsunami, and I will be guiding you through the last 2 series of the day. And for this series in particular, I've got John and Aurora to help guide us through. Welcome, John.
Hello, good to be on. I've had a long day.
You have had a long
I'm
day.
looking forward to be back in the sea, nice and relaxing here on the beach. Fun games that I had, yeah.
You've been doing a world tour. You've been to 4 different regions in the last 48 hours.
Yes, I have. It's nice to be able to cover a lot of Dota. You see all of the different styles. I think the one thing that I have seen is that drafting in C is very different, and I'd like to see it get even more different. You know, I want to see more experimentation from our teams. So maybe this is the matchup we see that. XERXIA up against Talon. Talon already taken a loss. It's a little bit shaky for them. I mean, they're not out of the running, but, you know, taking 1 loss means any further losses leads to tiebreaker scenarios. Bleed looking amazing. XERXIA also kind of getting their win in that same day, looking stronger than we'd expect from week 1. So anything can happen here, Aurora.
Well, anything can happen, but for Talon to be possibly losing to XERXIA is definitely something I want to happen, but wouldn't really, you know, like guarantee it, I would say. Because Talon is still like the best team, I would say. It's just maybe the last years they were really too burnt out from, you know, like from the first season till now, yeah.
It's been a chain of events for them, and I don't know how many of the cards they have left to show, because after being top dogs in Southeast Asia, everyone has been looking at them. And so not only within your own DPC are you getting exposed, but you go to Dream League or Berlin and you get shown weaknesses that other regions found in Talon. And so then you come back home and then everyone's like, why did everyone figure this out? Why are we like so easy to defeat now? Which Bleed is a very, very capable team. I was surprised by it because last season, Talon went completely undefeated, and that's the bar that I set them at, is going undefeated. And so them even getting like 1 series loss here and there is like unacceptable. I can't believe that you're doing this.
Yeah, it's not a result we expected, but Bleed looked like they rallied quite a fair bit. You know, the change just with Misery, keeping your own roster intact for a pretty long time like that, and then just coming in with a code change does signify that the players are in tune. So, you know, they just need to be guided more, and that's probably the result of all that practice. For Talon, it might be back to what you said there, Neil, where they've played a lot of games. It's been really, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's been bad in the land, so maybe it's just been rough. Everyone's just staring at them too hard.
They got their 3rd place in Lima, and perhaps they were like, that's enough. We can get the 12th place DPC invite. We have just enough points to qualify, but they need to get points out of this DPC to really be safe. And we'll see if they're able to get that against XERXIA, which, Aurora, tell me a little bit about this team, because I missed week 1. I was tuning in, and I assumed that they were just your typical Div 2 Promo T team. And then on Monday, then they beat Blacklist. I'm like, oh, maybe they're better than your average Div 2 team. So what do you make of this team?
Yeah, I mean, from the first week, they definitely look like just a Div 2 team, because you can see the discipline level is not the same, and a lot of the players are actually not very confident. So when you compare to like players who have been in the Div 1 since last season or like season before last, you're not gonna be able to play on par. But then I think maybe they kind of got that out of their system in a sense where they're not overthinking so much. They just want to, hey, you know what, let's just play our game. It's okay if we lose, but like we need to see how far we can take this, you know. And then last series, they proved it. Like they were still on the same page. Don't get me wrong, like they were a Div 2 team, but everything they did, it was just on the same page. No one is suddenly doing something different, you know, where we can see kind of happen in a lot of Div 1 teams. But yeah, XERXIA has been just, you know, like taking this game as a 5-man game.
Yeah. That's the development that we hope for, because I think a lot of people have many times often argued, we'll get into the draft soon, but I just want to give some love to the Div 2 scene, because I think a lot of people would prefer if there were relegation matches between Div 1 and Div 2, but I feel like if there were relegation matches, the Div 2 team would always get smashed because they have been playing against other Div 2 teams, and now it's their chance to go to Div 1. You need like a week or maybe a week and a day to like get your bearings and see what it's like to play against other tier 1 teams. And so I'm glad that they seized the opportunity. Week 1, like you said, they got the shakes out, and then week 2, Blacklist, they come in looking strong. And now we'll see on the second series that they'll be playing for week number 2 what their ideas are. Apparently their idea is a Spirit Breaker Phoenix opening.
Yeah, I like this. I like Spirit Breaker overall. We saw it in the last series. It's not been as popular in Southeast Asia. It's been popping off elsewhere, and this hero just does a lot. It's been buffed up for some reason. I feel like, and I talk to Mike about this all the time, he rambles on about being a Spirit Breaker enthusiast because it's a no-brain hero to him. It's one of his specialties. So he says it already felt strong before being buffed up. It got buffed up again. And it's a pretty ridiculous hero. I think the combination they gun for in other regions, like say Western Europe, they tend to go for Spirit Breaker and Visage. We don't tend to see that combination as much, but I think just having the Spirit Breaker allows you this aggression to come out with XERXIA's draft, again, up against a team like Talon, up against stronger teams across every region. The one thing I find is for a smaller or less experienced team to have a big shot, it's stronger lanes. I think Spirit Breaker allows you to extend your laning pressure to other lanes if you find the chance to charge up and be aggressive.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why Talon kind of just instantly reacted with a mid hero, most probably mid hero, because White Spirit has never really gone to another lane. Yeah, like it's just, you don't want to die to this Spirit Breaker, you know, especially when you see it in the first phase already. You just kind of want to pick a mid hero that is independent from this Spirit Breaker's gank. And but I still think maybe it can be backfired because look at this Phoenix pick, right? It doesn't feel really good in the first phase if you just think about Spirit Breaker and Phoenix. They both aren't really really strong laners that can guarantee your the outcome you want from the lane. But then again, if you look at Talon's 2 heroes, both of them can't hit the egg. Like, I know this White Spirit was picked after the Spirit Breaker and the Phoenix, but still, like, these 2 heroes can't play against the egg. And XERXIA might just have this going on in their way.
Yeah, like they're going to need an egg counter in Talon. And I'm guessing that's going to be from Savage's hero. Like, it feels like it has to be his right click. Maybe something like a Q hero comes out that can right click, although Enchantress is taken out of the pool. I think your point stands that opening up like this on XERXIA does mean that maybe some stronger duos that you'd want with Spirit Breaker and Phoenix are taken out. Bloodseeker gone, Underlord gone as well. There is a small potential for XERXIA to run the off-lane Spirit Breaker for Rupido. I think he used to do that in other teams. Maybe, I'm trying to think if he did it in UD Vesuwan. I don't think so. But I do remember him playing that like at least a year or 2 ago. So some flex there.
And Zai ran it like day before yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Right? Yeah, so the blueprint is there if we want to make. Are either of these heroes core, you think, Aurora, between the Phoenix and the Spirit Breaker, or is this the support duo that we're looking at in the first phase?
I generally already don't like picking 2 supports in the first phase, but I think maybe it can be something they're very comfortable with, because like I said, they like to group up as 5, but they don't necessarily need the heroes to be, you know, like Underlord and then all the heroes that can just group up and push, you know. It's not a push 5-man team, but
no
it's
group
more
up with any kind of lineup.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So it's like having this Spirit Breaker going in, and then naturally as Talon, you want to kind of disengage first and then go back on them, right? Because Spirit Breaker is on cooldown. You are like 1 hero down. But then there's this Phoenix. So it's like, as long as they, from now on, yeah, they pick the Ember Spirit, they pick a hero to make sure this Phoenix egg can, you know, like can just work. And not just, you know, like having to chase wherever this Spirit Breaker is charging into. And that's good enough. The way they ban the heroes, it's like 3 support bans.
Yeah.
I can understand the Enchantress because, I mean, it's just great against Spirit Breaker. It's no-brainer. You just kick him out of the lane.
It's all heroes with dispels.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it would make a lot of sense because you show your Ember this early, right?
Yeah.
So you want to defend your Ember as much as possible. And because they already picked the mid hero on Talon, so naturally only support heroes can kind of make you feel really bad, like not having a game. I mean, you can't really ban carry heroes for this Ember, right? Because it's not really what you take preference into when it comes to drafting. But I would say banning the SD was definitely a lesson learned from watching Blacklist, I would say. Remember the game where they had like Bat Rider and Spirit Breaker? I think Neil, you weren't here. So
Regale me.
yeah, they were having this entire lineup that was very reliant on this Spare Rider or Spirit Breaker to start. But like they gave the SD, and the SD just kind of trashed the entire team. So must have picked it up from there.
Yeah, it seems like the most reasonable justification because otherwise SD is not that top tier of a support right now.
And it doesn't really make sense with the Void Spray and BM.
Yeah.
Like, it just feels out of place. So I think that's the only reason they want to pick it up.
PTSD from that match.
Yeah. I do like that Talon managed to pick up the Slark. I think that's a pretty stable way of kind of dealing with the Phoenix, dealing with even the Ember when you can catch him in the pounce. The response from XERXIA with the Timbersaw is pretty damn good, so it's another way of just kind of forcing this team fight around the egg. You get a really solid lane coming out. I am curious, a Timbersaw plus Spirit Breaker lane, it sounds really tanky. I don't know if a Slark can really punish that with a Lich that Talon has. They can maybe sustain the first few levels. Level 1 to 2 is probably your best bet. Come level 3, 4, 5, I can see the Timbersaw and Spirit Breaker kind of getting things done. And, you know, with the Timbersaw, you've got your anchor to allow that Spirit Breaker to charge elsewhere. You can just be annoying. You can go invade the Wisdom Rune if you want to. You can just make all this movement across map. Even run maybe a aggressive tri-lane down bot if you wanted to here for XERXIA, depending on how the game goes.
I think Slark and Lich would stand a chance against Timber and Spirit Breaker in the like level 1 at least because of the shield. But I would say if Talon don't play it right in the safe lane, then this Timbersaw can just 1v2 very freely, like you say, and then this SB is allowed to do his shenanigans over the map, you know. But yeah, I think it's quite difficult for the Timber and the Spirit Breaker to survive the first phase, the first level phase, because Lich is just, he destroys melee heroes, I would say.
Yeah, he's going to have a fun time against a dual melee. Rather interesting to see what Talon will want to pick up for Q. Does feel like most of his favorite heroes are gone. Ench and Techie's coming to mind. Tiny's just kind of dead from the support position. You seeing anything that could fit with your Beastmaster in the offlane to apply some pressure?
I thought of Skyra, but yeah, they take it out because obviously you have to take it out when you have Timber and Ember, who are very vulnerable to the silence and the magic burst. But
the only hero that, it was Wind Ranger, was the only Q hero that, because he's only played 4 heroes this entire DPC. Wind Ranger, Techies, Bounty, and Ench.
Honestly, I would say if you dare to pick Silencer here and you play him right, it's actually a great hero because when this Spirit Breaker charges in, right, and you press the global, they can't do anything on social. Like, it's very difficult for them to buy BKB on Timber or like even Spirit Breaker. It's very difficult for them to want to buy Lotus and then scale against Talon. I would say it's not what you want to face, but again, social can just pick a Medusa and, you know, like group up.
Ooh, Dark Willow comes out. It does maybe do a little bit of the same, or not quite like the Silencer, but you know, at least if the Spirit Breaker comes in, you see him, you can kind of set up with the Bramble Maze, you can you can try to secure your lane for the Beastmaster pretty well. It does feel like the Dark Willow can play that lane pretty nicely. It gives you a lot of damage early on as well to deal with the Timbersaw. So I like that response from Talon. We haven't seen too much Dark Willow. I haven't seen it too much either overall in the DPC, so I'm not sure how to feel about it.
I mean, it is a very decent hero to build ills for the Spirit Breaker, I would say, but it's not that great of a hero against Ember and the Timbersaw early. I would say you still need more damage. Right now on Talon, you don't really have damage unless this White Spray has like hell of a good early phase, you know. But I can understand where Talon is coming from.
She can also survive, like, I don't know what Spirit Breaker is going to do during the early game. You can't really easily kill Void Spirit because of Dissimulate. Slark and Lich is going to be your lane, which is probably going to bully you, and a Willow will go into Shadow Realm. So who are you ganking?
Yeah, that's why it's like, they're just punishing this first phase hero. You know?
Which does end up being the support duo, and they're going to last pick a Muerta.
Yeah, I'm not fully sold on the Muerta core. Like, it feels like this is a hero that instantly got jumped on when we got the fresh patch. When we were watching some Dream League, you probably witnessed a lot of teams also just jumping into Muerta first phase, first pick. It can still work. It still has some ridiculous damage spikes, but it's a weird tempo that I still can't wrap my head around. I think it can drop off if you're not careful, but in the context of XERXIA's draft, it does make sense. The lane against a Beastmaster shouldn't be too hard.
I mean, I can see why the Muerta, because it is a hero that group up with the rest of your heroes. She does quite well with these heroes. Like you have all your frontliners, you have like other damage source, and you have the egg to protect you and you to protect the egg, I would say. But then again, I think Muerta is kind of vulnerable against like a Beastmaster Slug combo because they have Hawk. They can always, like make the map easier to play. And as Muerta, you kind of feel too vulnerable, I would say. And that's also Void Spirit. They're just gonna run at you, in team fights. So I'm not very sure about the Muerta, but I think it fits their draft fine.
I think Southeast Asia is very trend and fad dependent. Like, Medusa got exposed at the beginning of the week, and now everyone's just like, oh, never mind. Muerta's my new favorite carry. I love Muerta all of a sudden, because this is like the 4th Muerta that I've seen in 2 days.
Yep.
Which was not happening week 1. And I don't think other regions are especially favoring Muerta, so I'm curious if this trend is in XERXIA's favor, or if maybe they would have been better off sticking to old standbys. Well, let's find out in game number 1 with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
Oh, Tsunami, you missed the opportunity. You were talking about trends. It's time to go to the trendiest casting duo. Let's go, Avery.
Wait, who's that? Odie Pixel's here? I didn't know he was here. He's in the studio?
Listen, you need to start carrying your goddamn weight. Put on a dress shirt.
I can do it right now. I'll do it for game 2. I didn't know that was the dress code. I thought we were at the beach. Who the hell wears a dress shirt to the beach?
No, you're right. You're right. We are on the beach. We need to be chill and relax.
Take my shirt off.
No, that's for the after stream.
I'm sure we'll be trending after that.
That's where we make all the money in esports.
That's true. Yeah.
We are going to see the 3rd Muerta pick for Southeast Asia. It is 2-0 right now. So undefeated. I did some number checking, unpicked in Western Europe, picked up 1 time in China, it lost, picked up 0 times in Eastern Europe, and I didn't bother checking North America because who the hell cares?
True. I agree with all that. I mean, after that last game, I kind of got convinced a little bit. Like
a little bit.
Yeah,
okay.
Paul's did some work on me. Okay, first off, I like this hero. I really like watching the hero. I think it's a really cool hero. Love the design. I think the timings are hard to hit, but if you hit them, she's incredibly powerful. Like conceptually, she's a right-click carry that doesn't care about your armor. That's like crazy. And calling, very strong spell, particularly this game. What's interesting is they get this last pick Muerta, and it does a few things. One, it doesn't care about Frost Shield or like this high agi Slark, right? You're just punching through all of it. Then she's one of the only carries you can pick that gives you AoE ground targeted silence, which is very unique in Dota. It's very nice versus the Void Spirit. It's very nice versus the Slark, especially if you can just follow up a charge or a chains. They kind of lack the follow-up disable. So Muerta can actually give you that. Then you can fear them back into your egg or something. It's an interesting combo. So I kind of like the pick. We'll see how it pans out. This hero can still miss her timings and then look really bad, but if you hit him like last game, kapow, you get shot in the face.
Yeah, twice, because she has that gunslinger chance, so even worse.
For each face.
Yeah, the other carries already off to a hot start. 23 Savage is putting some serious damage on a Rapido, who we've seen him have some hit or miss laning phases, and I feel like this one has got to be a miss. I'm not blaming this on him. I'm looking at Bombi's hero. That's a Phoenix. That's not a hero that wins you a lane.
Especially if he doesn't use spells. I'm not sure what he's waiting for here. But not using Fire Spirits in the first minute and 30? That seems unconstitutional to me. I don't know. And especially versus Slark, when you have a Timber, you want to win the early waves as much as possible. And he's kind of got away with it, honestly. I'm surprised they got away with it as well as they did.
Yeah, this is pretty weird to me personally, but they do manage to pick up the first blood. Jabs will die. So XERXIA, already good start for them. And I think the storyline for this tournament is, excuse me, this series is kind of, you know, good old David versus Goliath, but it's a David who's already taken down like a real, maybe not a giant, but like a pretty tall dude. You know, he's like over 6 foot. He's built for sure. They took down Blacklist. They looked way better than they did in week number 1. Now it's time to put that to the test.
I mean, took down Goliath's cousin. You can take down him. It's definitely in the realm of possibilities here. I think Talon have been a lot more consistent than Blacklist, so I expect them to be a fiercer opponent here. And I do think they're favored, but yeah, we have seen XERXIA play very well. I still think a lot of it was predicated on the support momentum. Going back to that Blacklist series, right? What really set them in a good position was they had a lot of mid roaming. They had pretty independent side laners, and like almost gaming gladiator style, just like crash the runes, snowball JG on these spirit heroes, and then they're just off to the races. This game, don't feel like that's going to happen. So it's going to have to be a kind of different MO for them, playing through the side lanes, because you don't want to really leave Muerta alone. You can leave Timber alone at some point, but Phoenix is pretty hit or miss in terms of going mid and fighting, especially versus another mobile spirit hero. So this is kind of a different style than what I think worked for them in that Blacklist game. We'll see if they can make it pay off. Also, maybe just more of like a late game oriented lineup. I feel like whenever you have Muerta, you're just trying to win it late. The hero's not going to like rush down buildings or anything.
Do you feel confident about their lane? Because I think Slark, I like the answer of Muerta early on against that hero. His jab's going to be the whole bash to bash. Jesus, stuck in the calling forever there. All right, another
later, brother.
Yeah, seriously. The I like the matchup against Slark, like in the mid game where the calling is probably feels really good, but I feel like late game, surely the Slark with full Shadow Dance and Depth Shroud just gets on top of Muerta with the Ag's Pounce and then can't really be hit.
Yeah, I was thinking about it in the draft is T gets denied the rune from Makoto. Like, are you happy trading Pierce the Veil for Slarkle? Assuming both heroes just pop theirs. And then they're like hitting other random people. I don't know. I feel like that can go either way, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I also feel like the calling is an annoying spell for Slark to fight into for a lot of time because the spell does have a decent attack slow attached to it. You can also just get feared away in your ult. I actually feel like Muerta might do pretty decent in this matchup overall. Like,
okay.
As long as it's not some weird isolated situation. I know Slark can take the long fights, maybe with the Ags and like pounce charges and going in and out, it gets weird. But then is he able to sit there and actually hit somebody? It's really dependent on who pops their ult. It's like a game of chicken. His jabs is in a game of pain. You just get beat up. The one thing about Muerta you cannot deny, her laning is very strong. This hero is a beast on lane.
Yeah. Looks like you're right. I actually checked Dota buffs counters over just, you know, regular pubs, which is different, but oh, is he gonna get it? Oh, he dropped the ward for it. That is smart. Well played, Q. Gets the kill, doesn't save the lane. In fact, he's maybe gonna die here to Young God, who's just going to work on this Muerta, diving into the tower and dodging the brambles, gets the kill, gets out. Very nice. Well-deserved tip for Young God.
He's almost level 6. What a lane for him. 4-0. Who needs CS when you can just claim skulls?
Yeah, seriously.
Ridiculous start from Muerta here. He is really far ahead, man. Ridiculous on the net worth chart. Gets a Lotus to boost him back up as well. Just max stats, early treads, paying off. Hits every dead shot. Talon offlane really getting punished by this pick. And there's that like 3 mid for XERXIA. They'll get rewarded with a lot of bounty runes here. 3 bounties going their way. A lot of extra gold.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, so what I was saying was from the pub stats, Slark is actually the 5th best counter to, or Muerta is the 5th best counter to Slark.
Yeah, see, sometimes I'm actually right.
Yeah. Sometimes.
I feel like that's a very weird matchup.
Wonk.
Dire's top tower
That's an Ashy stack. Timber is not having a fun time. In fact, he has 0 reactive armor.
Yeah,
an omen of how it's been going.
I
Double
don't
Wisdom Rune.
think that's correct. I mean, if he had a 4 position that was more impactful in the laning phase, I guess I would agree with it. But I feel like 2 levels of Whirling Death and 2 levels of Timber Chain and no level of Reactive Armor seems a little sus to me. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I don't think the second point of Whirling Death is that valuable compared to single Reactive Armor. Like, you're going to get the regen. It's going to add up. You went Soul Ring, too. He's 2-3-0 now. This is very aggressive. This is like a build you just want to fight. I mean, this build can destroy Slark if you have that aggressive support. Like,
Yeah,
I've seen.
if you have the aggressive support, right? Like, you just throw all your spells on him all the time, but the supports are going to come in and gank Rapido again. They pull him back in. He's got a Timber Chain coming up in a second, but the Slark has been
There's the aggressive.
He got chained.
It pays off.
He does pay off, does manage to get him from behind the Spirit Breaker charge. Always got to worry about that one. And now the chain on through Q almost enables a second kill. Bombi picks it up, a double kill for him.
Double Wisdom Rune paying off as well. You're now level 5 on both your supports. The runes have just been demolished here from XERXIA. The bounty runes, the wisdom runes. Power rune will go Makoto's way. But other than that, again, this is what powers up the XERXIA lineup, in my opinion. Their supports being very active tends to bode well for them in the game. They're doing a pretty decent job. Going back on 23, he's still not level 6. Cannot afford to die.
He gets it now. Perfect timing. Turns it around with the Bramble on Bombi. They finish him off. While he's a little bit low. Teehee really hoping that final hit is a bash. It is not. The charge is going to have to do it. They do manage to get that kill. Now the Ember Spirit on through. Rapido does manage to finish off the Dark Willow. And 23, having already used his ultimate, is in some serious trouble now.
Trying to bail him out.
Will manage to catch Rapido here. Helps out with the roar coming in from Jabs. JG unable to finish up 23, who had a very nice pounce into the trees, out of sight and out of mind. Because JG puts him out of his mind. He's just got to run away.
Talon bringing everybody to that Slark lane, making sure 23 does not go down there a second time, keeping his levels up. The recores on the top, and they're going to run all the way across the map, but that was probably worth it. A lot of space for Young God. That is the one downside of that move. As Morta continues to climb this net worth chart at a crazy rate right now, but straight back into the aggression.
Yeah, seriously. Teehee's in, refill the bottle, go again. Makoto getting low, but it's Teehee's going to die first, unable to get off his ultimate. XERXIA perhaps underestimating Talon's fighting power, but will play for the power rune still. Chains on Makoto.
Too aggressive.
Jump away from that remnant grab. Good job of it too. JG survives as a result. Dodges the stun even, but it's a double damage that goes to Makoto. That is gonna hurt.
That is probably the best mid hero with double damage outside of Ember. And these two spirits use it the best for sure. With the extra damage from being universal. Even 23 going to that mid. Maybe trying to dodge this Timber ult a little bit, but man, Talon core is really playing for each other in this early game. Just trying to help bring each other online. Now they're going to go down to Jabs' lane with this catapult. 10-minute timing. Vanguard Beastmaster hoping to just push this tower down. It's going to be into a very strong carry, though. You already have Maelstrom up on Young God. This is just not a push that can happen.
Yeah, as long as he's got some heroes behind him.
I don't know if he needs anybody behind him. He is the hero behind him.
Yeah, that's true. JG,
Also,
look at him. Taking tower shots for a siege wagon push.
Yeah, good damage on Makoto as well.
Charge coming through. They're going to see it coming, though. They have a high ground ward. A sinister gaze, just in case. Tower dies. Off lane tower. Young God takes that all by himself. Uh-oh.
Jabs.
Jabs has this big stack that he really wants to do, but with the offlane tower dead, they got to be able to protect this, and they bring all of their heroes to do so. Talon is not messing around with this ancient stack.
No, sir, they are not. 5 heroes, all 3 cores together again for the second time in like 11 minutes. Space on the side lanes, but you're feeding kills. kills that both these Talon supports really want to get to their ults, which are very high damage ults between Bedlam and Chain Frost. 2 spells that can enable a lot of this early game in terms of damage, playing off the Void Spirit and the Beastmaster going in and setting it up. And Jabs will get to do his stack. He is a happy man right now. Just axing them neutrals. Look at him go.
Is this drums build?
Dire's top tower.
What do you think?
I don't think so.
No?
I think you play for the team here. You have 2 other high damage cores who are having a better game than you. I don't think you try and carry this game with Beast. I think you just build the auras.
Is under attack.
Oh, like straight up auras, like not even Helm of the Overlord, just actually going like and such.
Helm of the Overlord's fine. You get the built-in Vlads. Like, I'm okay with that. I think it's a very good Vlad's game. I think at some point you want Pipe plus something. I think Pipe is invaluable here. And then if you get to like Halberd, Lotus Orbs, these types of things, it's pretty damn nice. I wouldn't even mind an actual drum. Help kill the egg.
Oh yeah, sure.
Good for
Timber's
Slark,
on
too.
some trouble here. Another Timber Chain coming up in a second. The Sinister Gaze was thrown out before the Timber Chain landed, so he was able to jump away instead of interrupting it. Nice egg right in the middle of all these heroes with Young God and Tiki to be able to cover it up. No such kill, and the Slark almost died too. That would have been just the perfect cream of the crop right there for XERXIA. Still, great team fight all in all.
Hey, protect their Timber. Gonna kick everybody out of this lane for Talon. Kind of a dead move for them. Do get some ults out of it, but they're losing mid tower. These tier 1s have been bulldozed by XERXIA. Not often you see the Beastmaster lineup this far behind on objectives, but they are going to be 3 tier 1s down in this early game.
Jabs took a long time considering his item build, but it looks like he's kind of settled on a Pipe. Hasn't bought anything for it yet, but it does look like you're right. He agrees to play for the auras.
Dire's middle tower
What an awkward gaze. Didn't get him up the high ground. He gonna walk this one off. Oh no, Diffusal's up, so that'll be another Agi stack.
One charge. Oh no! That final hit stopped him from being able to get off a charge. He just barely had enough mana. Then denied by the stat steal. Bombi doesn't have an egg to be thrown out, but he can throw out some fire spirits. That makes it a whole lot harder for Q to push in the finishing blow. Pavis also helps quite a bit.
Yeah. Pavis doing decent work here.
Search. Oh no, JG, what happened? A slight change that missed.
Also, is he going the Blade Mail build? He is. Interesting. Is this a Blade Mail Ember game? It's really good versus the Bedlam.
Refuse gold given.
But I don't know if it's that good versus the other cores. Interesting. I'm always interested by where this Blade Mail comes out on Ember. We've seen it a lot, right? We saw it at the Major. GPK was building it. We saw somebody else do it, I think, in C. Every time it comes out, I'm like surprised to see it. I mean, the item's fine. It's like decent damage in armor. It makes sense on the hero. I never can 100% understand what makes it a Blade Mail Ember game in some ways, you know?
Radiant are scanning.
Like, is this a Blade Mail Ember game? It doesn't strike me as one, which isn't to say it's the wrong item, but I don't look at these heroes and be, oh yeah, Blade Mail is gonna destroy Slark. Like, he was gonna Blade Mail him here, and
yeah,
I guess
Slark
he showed him who's who.
Not to hit him, but maybe that's a deterrent. If you get pounced, you pop the Blade Mail, he doesn't feel good about hitting you. I will also say I think the armor's nice against the Void Spirits nowadays. Rapido, not going to be healed enough. Chain Frost bouncing around a little bit does help finish him off, but Q will be the return kill. Bombi is getting very, very big. He's level 9.
Yeah, he is having a great game after a slow laning phase. He's got the levels, he's got the farm, he's going to build a pipe of his own. Sunray is going to be a nice spell this game too, right? Like, the way Talon have to take fights going in single target on a unit, if you can just heal that guy up, throw some auras on him, it makes Void Spirit's life very difficult. Generally a single target burst-oriented hero. And you have given this Phoenix all the levels in the world, almost 10. That's a lot of Sunray for one bird.
Here goes that Blade Mail, 23. Almost had him. Looks like he pounced just maybe a second too early. Otherwise, Jams could have been there with a Primal Roar follow-up.
And this is his pipe timing. He rushed it, which means I feel like when you rush this item, you do want to fight with it.
Yeah.
What an early Roshan, too. I did not see this coming this early for this Roshan lineup.
Yeah,
I guess Mortha just slay.
Yeah,
so
your
farmed on
damage
Young
coming
Gun.
out from the Timber Saw as well.
Pretty efficient move. Gave up a tier 1 bottom, but you probably weren't fighting that anyway.
I mean, yeah, when you're already ahead so much on the tower game, why not give up one of those towers?
Talon definitely on the back foot.
I don't know what happened. I would
fight
love to know what happened to XERXIA between week 1 and week 2.
That's a good question.
They really have powered up. Charge. Yeah, clips 23. Puts a stop to that one. The rest of Talon re-smoking up to be able to make this move. They're fighting into an Aegis, remember, so XERXIA, they could definitely win this fight. They're going to do it on Makoto. God. They're going to try and burst him down nice and quick. They're going to lead off on him. Okay, got everything ultimate. That makes things real hard. Primal Roar goes out. Chain Frost actually bouncing over Young God with the Bedlam. Looks like they will be able to take away that Aegis. Now they're going to go for that back line. They do manage to get off the egg, but 23 on top of it. Quickly burst it down. Immediate stun out onto Young God with their fear out as well. And without his ultimate, he is just going to be overwhelmed by Talon. 23 low. Hits him with the charge. Can they finish? Oh, Scepter! No way. Timber Chain cancel as well. They can't get to him. 23 stays alive off of a bold move from Makoto and a bold move overall from Talon, opting to take that fight. Did it with buybacks, but they did do it and do it large.
It's a great team fight from them. Haste Rune just gives Makoto everything he could have dreamed for, just kiting them around. Pretty damn good Chain Frost pipe. That is the pipe fight that you want here if you're Talon. Like, exactly at the right time in this game to make that aura work. And what a clutch Yules by Q at the end. Saves his Slark, the cherry on top. 23 gets to live. Aegis wasted here. I mean, Mortha is not a great Aegis carrier and this early in the game. Like, you have to use your spells in one of the lives and the other one just doesn't feel that great. So it doesn't help you much there. And of course, level 1 egg. I feel like you need the egg to go off to win these 5-on-5s. So it's something XERXIA are going to have to think about. Like, how do you protect the egg? If you're Talon, when can you man up on it? Slark definitely helps you there. If you can get Depth Shroud later, helps you even more. There's not many tools to protect it. It's pretty much only a charge through and maybe a fear from Deadshot. That's like it.
Yeah. Well, this game just kind of like all the momentum that XERXIA had been building up. They had a very nice gold lead for themselves. It was sitting around 5 to 6K, but now we're back into an even game where Talon probably, I mean, as the more experienced team, as the veteran roster that has, you know, done well in international lands and such, they have to be confident about their ability to go late.
This team's always confident about late game. That is their MO. I feel like Q is often their late game X factor. He will always find a lot of farm. He will always play a hero that is obnoxious in those late games. The Dark Willow is going to be very obnoxious here. It's going to offer a lot of damage. It's also going to offer a lot of disable, and just between the Shard, the Bramble Maze, very annoying for Spear Breaker, very annoying for Timbersaw. You will not get the Shard though. It will go to Holly. Another great Shard though. They have very good Shard supports. I like both of these a lot. They're very good value. Going to be very annoying in the fight. It's an extra slow, extra bounce. Now you have some more single target burst.
When it comes to this support shard thing, I was telling somebody that it's not necessarily something that is in consideration, but it is really nice. It's not the reason you're going to pick a support right now, but it is a nice little cherry on top. Do you agree with that, or do you think, like, in some ways you should be picking supports in part because their shard is good or bad?
I mean, I think the support value in all the other areas of the game is always higher priority. but it might make, like, it might reflect in some of the win rates for heroes overall, right? Like, I'm sure these fights are better or worse for different supports based on how good the free shard is. Ag's done for 23.
Break on both sides. They're going to go for the Timbersaw first. 23 backs off of that one. The charge on through does land onto the Void Spirit. They are going to go for him. Teehee being the target of both a Roar and a Pounce. The Chain Frost is going to bounce over to him, and 23 is able to help finish him off. Meanwhile, JG diving in deep with that plate mail, gets hit by the Terrorize. Does he have a remnant? He does. He gets out. Rapido, he goes in pretty deep. But Talon playing a very good game of kiting them backwards over and over again. XERXIA really did not get a fight that they wanted out of that.
Just not any latch to drop this egg either. If the breaker goes down, that's so much of their stun out the window. And then how do you hold heroes in this area of the calling of the egg to take that engagement? Talon are just kiting it in and out. I mean, JG goes in deep. He has a shield rune, but he's not really dealing that much damage. Kind of the downside of this Blade Mail Sange build. I mean, you're tanky. They're not killing him, but he's not really solo winning these fights either. Q has Blink as well. This is the super aggressive Willow build you dream of going every game.
Yeah, seriously. And it's going to be hell for Teehee here. St. Yule Scepter's a great way to be able to get rid of the Bulldoze, making a much better target to go for. Silence on a 23 is going to get out of that calling. Always dangerous.
Man, this Willow pick has destroyed the Breakers game. He has 8 deaths.
Yeah.
It's like every charge in, he gets brambled or Yules, and then does XERXIA want to take that fight on top of a disabled Spirit Breaker? It just feels terrible.
Half of Talon's kills are on that Spirit Breaker.
Somebody's been feeding off the cow.
Yeah. An all beef diet for Talon in this game.
Continue to slowly grind their advantage in this game after a rough early laning phase. Finishing some really big items here. That's the Mage Slayer, Diffusal Ags for 23. That trifecta finished, along with Halberd for jabs. So the Beastmaster's tanking up. The damage is coming online for the Void Spirit and the Slark. This is where the 5-man from Talon is. It's very scary. You kind of have to rely on the Phoenix Egg and Sunray to deal damage through the tankiness. There's going to be a Frost Shield somewhere. There's going to be some Brambles dislodging and disjoining your Timber Chains and your charges. Again, what is like the big stun connection for XERXIA that sets up their damage? Outside of charge, Nether Strike. That's kind of it.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, you got an offlaner with no disable. 4 position with no disable.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And the chains is just not reliable because Slark is dispelling it. There's Glimmer Cape on the Lich. Pretty hard to chain some of these heroes as well. The way the fights are going with Slark frontlining, you have night vision sometimes.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Talon are pushing your base. 25 minutes. They're going to tap that high ground just to use home. Looking for the high ground off.
It seems like Talon really like forcing reactions out of you, and they're going to jump inside the base with the Blink Dagger.
Again. Ooh. Space Cow finding no space in this game as a 9th death.
Excuse me?
23?
23, man, that was way too aggressive. I mean, he was getting low just off of the Ember Spirit. He was begging to get a turnaround there, and Rapido was happy to oblige.
Yeah, that's a poke goes too far. He'll try and return the favor on his Spirit brother.
Chain Frost, JG gets out and almost kills Q.
The Blade Mail destroyed him. I mean, that is the one hero it's really good against. The Willow cannot really avoid that. And tanky build pays off. Pupil's Gift plus Kaya Sage here. God damn, that was a lot of damage. He just shrugged it off. XERXIA hitting some tanky timings. Ags finished for Rapido as well. These two frontliners, they're going to require a lot to bring down unless you're getting the Slark stacks. There's like a key factor in these fights. How much can 23 actually hit these big core heroes? How much can Young God? Maybe the biggest question of this game, which carry is going to get the right-click enemies the most?
Yeah.
Remember, this was early Roshan in this game, so it's spawning soon.
Minute left on that one. But both teams expecting that it could be right now are going to set up for it accordingly. Let the spirits do the split pushing. They're going to smoke forward.
This type of fight is, in theory, good for XERXIA if they can force Talon deep into them, because then you can get a defensive egg. But the Hawk saw them smoke.
And it's also on Talon's outpost, so they could use buybacks much more effectively. Then again, there's a tier 1 for XERXIA too.
They just want to get the Timber to break this engagement, be the frontliner with that Ags.
They got to get rid of that Hawk. It's getting too much vision. They deal with it. Makoto spotted, chained, forced to use his illusion rune. Afraid of getting comboed there.
I think they're going to start
Clark is more than happy to start building up some stats if he can. They are all set up on the high ground. XERXIA defending below.
Is under attack.
This is a very pivotal fight. Do not want to lose
break
vision
out here. Look at all those Lotus Flowers. So you take a step here. But another poke from Talon, forcing a reaction, but XERXIA never really overextending themselves in their response. But the stats, they are building up. It's already an additional 30 agility, 423. They're going to go for the charge now, trying to surprise him perhaps, but the response in for the Void Spirit, causing a little bit of chaos. Young God still holding on to his ultimate here, gets hit by the Terrorize. That's going to be a little bit awkward. They got to just stay alive for now. JG forced to jump away to his remnant. Into the pit he goes. Timbersaw's popped his Aghanim Scepter. He's not going to be able to fight that one. They have to back away. Once again, Talon, they poke and they retreat, and this time they got something out of XERXIA. They got the Supernova.
That's a good spell to get, especially when you committed a lot yourself. You used 3 ults of your own, both supports in that roar. If you still had egg up, you might be able to force this issue. 23 still looking to poke with Night Vision. He's getting charged. That's
he does get charged.
Death Shroud coming out.
Yeah, he's got another Shadow Dance coming up in a few more seconds. They need to be able to finish him off now. Oh no, the Shadow Dance is now back up and they're a man down. XERXIA retreating to not want to give up this Roshan.
They're just getting worn down,
but
man.
May not have a choice. 23, 63 agility. Use that Shadow Dance. There goes that Aghanim Scepter from the Timbersaw, though. Not an easy target to go for. Nor is the Blade Mail Ember Spear, but the BKB was used by Young God. His ultimate is still up, though. He holds on to it.
Lockdown problems plaguing XERXIA. They just don't have an answer for the Slark pokes. And slowly but surely, Talon whittle out the big spells and items from them. Roche is going to go bottom now because that fight got prolonged for so long. It's daytime.
Yeah,
now
which means
Talon are just all going bot.
Now they've got the outpost advantage. Something to consider for this fight because Talon do not have the offlane tier 1 tower.
Yeah, but do you feel bold enough TPing in this outpost? With Hawks to set up, and you use 2 smokes for that top fight. I'm pretty sure that was the last of the smokes here for XERXIA.
Yeah, I mean, if they could smoke and get a 5-on-5 and then play with buybacks after that, maybe, but they may not even be able to get here in time.
Like, this is the last smoke for XERXIA. It was on a ward too, and they saw that with Gem. Talon know what's coming. They're just going to set up and take the fight. This is all about Phoenix Egg. You need a good egg here. You need it to land. You need it to latch because you just don't have the other stuns.
Oh, look at this. The long wraparound while the scan is on Bombi. They may not realize that XERXIA is coming in from the other side until the slight goes out. I think they saw that bit. They know now. Talon, you could see... Talon have a very clear idea of sitting on the portal high ground. They took that first on the other side of the map, and they're holding this part on the defense.
Well, it's because you can't get vision on this. Yeah, the portal high grounds. There are no cliffs in the game that see the portal high grounds outside of the portal high ground itself. So when you're up here, you are literally immune to enemy vision, which is an interesting concept. Right? The only thing that does it is like other flying vision, which they have the only case of it, which is the Beastmaster Hawk.
Yeah.
So they know if they're up here, they feel like gods. Atop the outpost, atop the world, you cannot see me. There's no way you can start on me.
They follow the rules of Obi-Wan.
I have the high ground. The true high ground. Indeed. Daytime is also worse for them. It makes the pokes harder for 23. Can't go in and out due to the nighttime vision.
Yeah, that's a good point. The Slark is actually going to go back because there is a gigantic push coming in through the top lane. Similarly, Ember Spirit pushes out the other lanes. He's able to do that way more freely. He has a double damage now in his bottle. And they're pushing in all of these lanes. You could see XERXIA is trying to put some pressure on Talon for sitting in this corner of the map.
Well, what's the pressure, though?
I let the creeps hit the buildings.
This is a very slow pressure. I don't know if Talon care about this. Definitely not enough to go back or anything. The question is, what is are Talon waiting for the next nighttime? Is this really like a 5-minute wait? All right, 23 is done waiting. He wants some action to happen.
And he starts a little bit. Once again, going on the Timber Saw, even if he's tanky, it doesn't matter. Poke at him, steal his stats away, and start building an advantage. Doing it more and more. Rapido, he's going to get some serious damage on him now. Pops Shadow Dance, the Ember Spirit back into Remnant, trying to come in through the other side. The charge does manage to land on the Dark Willow. A big burst of damage. Dark Willow not quite dead yet. Meanwhile, the Ember Spirit does manage to slip away into the another strike back now. A jump in. Right on top of all these heroes. The charge on through. To finish off the Supernova just in time. A Primal Roar on the Young God, stalling him up during his ultimate. That's going to hurt. He does have a BKB to work with, and he's going to use it now. Turns around. Dark Willow running out of the Shadow Realm. Look to be able to force a dive back onto him while they send 23 Savage away with the fear. They bounce onto him. They lock down the Muerta, finally finishing him up, and there is just too many stats on 23 Savage. 176 agility and building as 23 Savage. Any amount of burst damage there. A rampage building up for him now, and Rapido left for last. The Aghanim Scepter can only protect you for so long, Rapido.
That's just more stacks for the rampaging Slark here. Be a little careful of that pop, but he's got 200 agi.
Sinister Gaze. Oh, and he's out of mana now. Oh, he is battery.
My God, 23 putting in work this game. 58 agi stacks here with 8,000 damage done. And that fight, it just comes down to he BKBs and kills the egg solo. And that's the fight, right? If that egg goes off, you might win that engagement. But 23 is refusing to let this egg ever come to fruition. And support buybacks from Talon to that tier 2. Enough to get there in time.
Oh my God. Roshan actually did go to the other side of the map.
That was a little 7 or 8 minute fight, and it's not even over.
Oh, jeez. If Makoto somehow got caught by a charge redirection from Teehee just happening into him, that would have been insane. But the Lincolns did protect him.
Double wisdom room.
That is a lot. He'll give the other one to G? Yeah. So he gets his closer to his level 20 Talon as well.
Big team fight went for Talon, finally claiming this 8-minute Roche fight. At the second nighttime, we have been standing guard. And this Slark Muerta matchup, maybe it's favored to Muerta on paper, but it has looked all Slark in this game. They just don't have the control for Muerta to be able to kill 23 in any of these engagements. It just comes down to, like, you have to connect these charges. And that is a tall order, man. It is really tough into what Talon have thrown in your way. A lot of roadblocks. I think you need Hex in this game if you're XERXIA. At some point. I don't know who builds it, but you're going to need one.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, certainly have lockdown problems. And I'm looking to see who would do it, but Timbersaw really wants a Lotus, which
he needs it.
Radiant's
Does
top
he?
tower is under attack.
Well, I think he does. It's the Willow spells. It's all this gunk.
Okay.
You just can't deal damage unless he has Dispel. I mean, he could go Hex. It's a very expensive buildup.
Radiant's
Honestly,
top tower
I think it's the Phoenix.
Oh, they got the
That's
Tearbreaker
good.
outside of his defender's gate. You're supposed to defend from the other side, Teehee.
The gate turns into a cage. And that is Scotty finished for 23. He has hit a crazy power spike right now. Age is still up for 3 minutes.
And he's got a BKB on his second life. It's in his backpack for now. He doesn't need it. 23 really understands how to be able to build up these stat steals. He knows how free his game is, and he continues to punish XERXIA for that fact.
0 stuns, every pounce stacks, pounce out. What are you going to do? Absolutely nothing. He's going to go back. They're just going to push out the other wave and continue to farm the map. Cheese on top of Makoto as well with that Linken's build. How do you lock down the Void Sphere? We've been talking about locking down the Slark. He's another mobile hero problem for XERXIA right now. Linken's makes it even harder. He can't even charge this man.
Well, there's more gunk for you, even if he gets the Lotus Orb. You'll get rid of the Cursed Crown, and now you'll just be dropping some brambles on top of you.
That's why this shard is good. Can't really itemize around it.
Yeah. Also, Q, pretty damn close to an Aghanim Scepter.
Yep. The extra scale is coming, as it always does for this Talon lineup. If you let him get there. Build some more
Come
stacks.
down, hit him with the pounce.
middle tower is under attack.
Stats on stats on stats. Fear him, push him away. Makoto goes for the punish, doesn't find it. But still, another objective down. Talon building up more and more of an advantage now with 2 minutes left on the Aegis.
I mean, they're just slowly grinding this game into a victory. That's what it feels like. Every minute, they slowly get a couple more stacks. They get a little more objectives, a little more gold. There's nothing rushed about it. Very cool, calm, and collected here. So they just look for the openings, continue to build their lead. Can XERXIA stem the tide? I don't see any lockdown anywhere close to the future. Rapido does have a Hex, but he's just not getting there.
Again, an Aghanim Scepter does so much to protect against the damage. Doesn't stop the 56 agility that 23 just picked up. Grabbed him successfully. Young God. They're not even going to try and bounce off of that one. That's just more time for 23 to hit the tower.
And that Axe is up for Q. There's a lot of extra magical bursts coming through. You're on top
There's
of
Hot right
Phoenix.
there. Bombi in some trouble. Feared up. Cannot get off the A. 23 gets down to about half his health, but still has the Aegis to be able to work with. And yeah, they're going to have to work a man down, 2 man down. No buybacks available. And maybe the Ember Spirit, JG, does manage to get that kill on Ollie. Has a Remnant out. He can jump away to it, and it gets him barely inside of his own base. Close call. Makoto. He still goes for it. All this long-range jump. 23 almost loses his Aegis there. 10 seconds left on that.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I mean, you're just trying to stall for supports right now. Try and last out this wave of Aegis expiring in 2 seconds. You will claim that life through attrition. But 23 is not done. He's got some stacks. He's got a Solar Crest. Support's up in 5.
They got to punish Q eventually, but they try to go for it. But lead. The jump is there. Young God dies with no buyback. Do they have anything to deal with this now? Oh no, the Nova Fire got rid of the Aghanim Scepter on Timbersaw.
Barracks are under attack.
I was about to say this thing is dispellable and you are going to have nullifiers coming out. That will not save you forever.
Radiant's bottom
Now you are actual food.
I think that might just be it for XERXIA. I mean, maybe they're going to hold on against Megas or something like that, but this was a game that, I mean, honestly, they did a really good job in the first, 15 minutes building up a decent advantage. But Talon, I don't know if it's experience or skill or better tactics or what, but They pull through in these fights. See if they could do it one more time to be able to close out the game, or XERXIA going to be able to pull a miracle out of nowhere. One death on the Ember Spirit, a buyback available. And now they're going to be able to grab the Spear Picker, pull him back in. He's dead, no buyback there. Supernova goes out. Can't quite commit for it, but they can commit onto the Ember Spirit. Who cares about the explosion of the Ember? Oh no, Depth Shroud gives them the heal, stops the targeting, and Bombi, he won't be able to get that double kill. That was so close.
They might go back in here too. 23 is just healing up. 1 Rax for Megas. The Ember dieback should seal this game. They just warm out. You're talking about the difference here. It was just discipline, right? Talon were very disciplined this game. I don't think they played this game necessarily that clean for the first 15 minutes, but in terms of conceptual strategy, very aware of how their lineup functions and playing it to damn near perfection in these fights. There's just no control for Slark, and he abused the hell out of it.
They got Megas, XERXIA. They have to win this fight now. The BKB already goes on for 23, so that's just not a kill they can get. He hides into the trees, starts healing up XERXIA. They're going to have to defend throne against Megas against a 5-man of Talon that are 24,000 up.
I wish you the best of luck.
Man, look at that. The Timber. No longer safe with the Aghanim Scepter. Very quickly finds his life threatened.
Lotus Chain Frost will pop the Aeon Disc on Ollie. A moral victory.
Something small. Pull him in. Young God forced to use his BKB, forced to use his ultimate, tries to do some damage. But Talon, they just disappear. Back into the night they go, or into the day, back behind the tier 4 towers, out of reach of the rage of Young God. Dealing with the tier 4s, jumping in deep. JG, they're just trying to get any hero kills that they can at this point in time, but even Ollie is a little bit too elusive for XERXIA as JG does manage to jump back. Good Sunray damage going out. Ollie is going to be left behind here, but Talon, they're going to go back in. Teehee quickly gets blown up. Jabs on the side, stuck on the cliff. He's going to be in some trouble. He dies as well. A second kill going the way of XERXIA. Their throne dies to the creeps. Oh, no.
I mean, another moral victory at the end there, you know. They got 2 heroes. They got Jabs. They're like, yeah, we won that fight, boys. I mean, they got our throne, but who really won that late game?
Went down fighting, I suppose, and went down killing.
But a very convincing game from Talon. I think what we mostly expect from this team, right? Very disciplined, very playing towards their overall idea of the draft and letting 23 and Makoto shine. I think that's about. I think Jabs going for an aura build is absolutely correct. And I feel like this team's win rate when Jabs goes for auras is like, must be way higher than when he doesn't. Not a flame in that comment. I'm just saying, like, the way their heroes and their players function, right? They have Makoto and 23 and Q, who are they're like damage dealer players. So you need, between Ollie and Jabs, they're the utility players on this team. Like, that's how I view this team. So if Jabs switches from utility to damage, then it's like too overkill. But when they're in this type of mode, this pocket, it allows Q to play greedy and be a damage dealer. Jabs picks up the slack with Ollie, and then this team just looks a lot more structured. Like, they look like they have much better formations. It's a better win condition. So I like to see that more from Talon and find ways to develop. And I mean, XERXIA looks still pretty damn good in the first 10 minutes there. I like what their supports did.
No, this was a competitive game one, and XERXIA certainly showing that they can maybe take on even the best of Southeast Asia to see if they can continue that spirit going into game 2. But first, the panel.
This is a team that is continuing a bit of consistency, at least in the first 15 minutes of the game. After that, it seems like Talon's experience, while it may have been making them feel a little bit sluggish during the earlier series, this time it proves to show that they know what to do whenever they're down after a laning phase. But still, props to XERXIA. That was an impressive first 15 minutes. They had a kill lead, they had a net worth lead. I thought that, yet again, maybe we're going to see another upset, but Talon came out on top in the end.
Yeah, I think XERXIA had the right idea. Again, they came up with pretty strong laning presence. We talked about the weaknesses of what the Slark will have to do against Timbersaw and Spirit Breaker. By the time they got the levels up, it was pretty impressive. to have to deal with that offlane coming out from Rupido, and we saw Savage kind of slowing down quite a fair bit. At the end, I think what really broke it down for XERXIA was the fact that their team fights were very reliant on coordination. It's like what you said here, Aurora, that you don't really have too much to drag them away from the egg. It became all about trying to maximize the egg, but you had very little to protect.
Yeah, I think the Phoenix just has to calm down a little bit, you know, like just hold that egg. It's fine. As long as you have the egg, Daya can't touch Roche because they don't have a legit Roche lineup at all. Like, sure, they have Beastmaster, but then they don't have the helm. So it's like actually realistically very, very difficult for Talon to do Roche at all. And as Social, you just need to keep on dragging. They did kind of drag for the first Roche attempt, I would say, for Talon. And then at one point, Roche even went to the other side, and that's where Talon just, like kind of sneaked it out of Slasher. But I just want to say, like, this Ember, he played quite well, I would say. But his item choice, not what I would prefer, because he had such a good start too, and going for that bait mill, it's like, for what? Because I know, like, you might be afraid of this raw plus Willow combo, but then you're an Ember, right? It's like unrealistic to have this Beastmaster jump on you that early when this Beastmaster is aiming for aura items, and then you also need a dagger on the Willow, I would say. So it's kind of really difficult for them to pull that on you. So why the blade mill? Like, it doesn't serve any purpose there. I would have thought he would just go for the normal millstone and probably even play out better, because if he has that BKB, like the usual millstone BKB build, he could force out more from Talon's side, like maybe drop their HP, even if they don't kill him with his BKB, like Talon just needs like their heroes to be low, especially like when they already have like Leech below, you already have this advantage. You can definitely make them feel uncomfortable to contest you at Roche, but this Ember, like the item build is just, for me, it's just very wrong. It's just not there.
Shows to me that you're scared. If I see a blade mail, that sounds like you don't have the reflexes. You should be able to dodge the roar into other combinations. But if you're scared, you're like, oh no, they're gonna press R on me. But if I blade mail first, then maybe they won't.
Like if you BKB and they press roar on you, then they don't have enough damage to kill.
Either way, you're not gonna die, except a BKB will actually help you be offensive, whereas blade mail purely defensive, and it wouldn't even discourage 23 Savage's Slark. That man will just keep wailing on you even through the blade mail, especially how many stacks that he was getting up against Timbersaw, which was another itemization that I'm a little bit skeptical on. I think against teams and against heroes that will gladly build dispels against you, Timbersaw Aghanim Scepter is just garbage.
Yeah, it doesn't work when you have the dispel in hand. Like the durability before the nullifier came out felt pretty good, but afterwards it's like didn't do too much on Rupido. So I kind of want to see a shakeup. They had the foundation set. They just need a little extra push to kind of take it away, but I can see it happening.
Yeah.
They've shown strength here in XERXIA.
Yeah, I agree.
I was quite satisfied in that Game 1 performance. Now, if they can get a win, that would really impress me. Let's find out how it'll go down in Game number 2 of Talon versus XERXIA after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Beach Vibes, where we are getting ready for game number 2 of XERXIA versus Talon, where so many times I've seen these Div 2 teams just be food for the well-established Tier 1, but not necessarily this time. Not necessarily in Southeast Asia. Things might be a little bit more competitive than that.
You know what? I think historically, Southeast Asia has had some of the most competitive Div 2 teams. Execration used to come out in Div 2. Polaris looked a little bit better in the last cycle, but also used to go up from Div 2. Talon came up from Div 2.
Talon
RSG came up from Div 2.
True.
You know, these teams were contenders in the last tour last time. So I think that spirit continues with XERXIA. Again, a bit of a rougher start, but game 1 was really competitive.
I feel the difference between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 teams are really just the discipline. It's like, because especially in C, discipline is really, really hard to come by. But when they decided that discipline is what they need to move forward, and then they keep practicing in that manner, then they will eventually be a very stable Div 1 team, I would say.
Yeah, the mechanics are no longer the gap between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2. You were even mentioning how JG was keeping up with Makoto. Makoto, the probably most well-established mid laner from Southeast Asia during this season, and JG's keeping up with him, spirit to spirit, head to head. That's something that I can't say would have confidently happened like 2 or 3 years ago. I think back then, like, Yopaj could just play whatever he wanted and meme all over every other mid. But now the gap has shrunken down a little bit.
Yeah, it's extra impressive for JG because, I mean, he's been a mid for maybe a year and a half, but before that, you know, his time in OB Neon with Playhard, Yopaj, Scam, he was offlane. So he's transitioned that role. Granted, it's taken like a year or so, but he's looking really comfy in that role now.
But he still has to work on his itemization, I feel.
Sure. But that's an easy fix. As long as you can click properly, you just need someone telling you, hey,
really,
don't build blade mail.
Yeah, but like it's also the comfort, right? Because I don't know why he thinks he can't die in the fights, but if he's the one that Talon is using all their resources on, they will actually just flat out win the game because no one is touching Muerta, no one is touching the 8. That's how they need to win. So maybe he's just feeling like, oh, I'm the pause 2. I might be needed in the entire fight, so try not to die. But then again, like blade mail doesn't stop you from dying, you know. There's a slug in the game. Slug with Aghanim's 2 pouncers, like you are definitely gonna die if you don't have BKB.
And it doesn't even go with how the Phoenix was playing, because like if he builds a blade mail, then maybe his intention as the Ember Spirit is like, okay, I'm the one going in the fight after my Spirit Breaker charges in, and so I take a lot of focus. But then Phoenix was also like, dude, I want to get in the fight immediately too. I want a Supernova immediately. And so everyone was just going in immediately, which kind of goes in the theme of what you were saying, which is a team that loves to 5-man. But there's an order of operations. Spirit Breaker goes in first, and Ember Spirit kind of pokes with a few slight chains, and then when the team fight is fully committed, that's when Phoenix gets into it. And so that's the discipline that was perhaps lacking in game number 1. But in game number 2, we'll see what they change as their approach.
A lot of openings left available with the Monkey and Oracle bans from XERXIA, Talon taking out the Bounty Hunter and the Bat Rider. So Techies is in the pool, which is probably one of our top tier picks across pretty much every region. Spirit Breaker, which I feel like worked for XERXIA very well, can come out. They take the Doom instead, fair enough. Very stable offlane.
I mean, I was thinking, why did they take out Oracle and Monkey King at the same time? The first phase is kind of questionable, but then when I see a Doom pick, I mean, yeah, okay. But then again, it's kind of weird because Doom is in meta. He's like, I would say, the strongest offlaner now. Do you really need to ban them this way? Because I feel like when you are thinking about your second pick, right, the 8th pick here especially, and not having the first phase ban for that hero feels kind of suck because you'll have to ban next 3 heroes for that and not at the same time ban the heroes that you may want. So yeah, it kind of feels a bit overkill here for the Doom.
If you have to first phase ban to protect your first pick, is it really first pick material?
Yeah, exactly.
It feels a little bit unnecessary for the Doom anyway. I feel like in certain lane combinations, it kind of crushes a lot of its natural lane counters. Normally, that's what the Techies. I think the Techies actually... I feel like the Techies is a much stronger first pick just because it enables almost every offlane. So like what Talon's doing here, picking up the Techies themselves into the Beastmaster. Techies is just an atrocious hero. Like this hero, it's just gotten I've ranted about this over 4 regions now. It's just really damn strong. Universal, lots of range, lots of damage, magical damage. Very great way of breaking up smoke ganks with your mines. Like, it gives you a lot.
Your favorite hero, or not favorite, but like, do you think it's the best hero of the patch right now?
I would say so. I'd say if I see a Techie's first phase ban, it's pretty natural. If it's not banned, the other team picks it up. It's like the playbook. That's the playbook of drafting right now.
Okay.
By the way, guys, don't hate me, but I'm wearing a Techies shirt.
She is wearing a Techie's
Very
shirt.
in team. Very in team. Yeah.
Wait, when did you buy that shirt? That's the real question.
Honestly, I didn't even buy it. My friend just say, "Here, take this." I'm like, okay, nice. It was when I still enjoyed Techies. Now I'm like, in pubs maybe not, cause Techies is more of like a competitive hero now. He's such a stable hero. He has damage, he has initiation, and like all the CC.
So you don't like him being viable, you liked him as a meme.
No, I do like him being viable, but like not in solo queue, because in solo queue you're kind of on your own. So it's not the hero I would go for. Although I was trying to pick it this morning, but like I got banned out, so no chance.
I don't know, according to John, auto pick it.
It's an auto pick. I feel like you can make it work in pubs so well because you just channel your teammates to be aggressive with you, especially in lane. Yeah. Like if your offlaner is not doing much, you can make that lane hellish for the enemy team. If it's a passive offlane for your partner, it's like it just does everything.
He has a lot of options.
He does. And down the line, you have the minefield sign upgrade, which we've seen certain teams not read the patch notes.
Dude, Natsumi loves the minefield sign.
Oh my god.
He walks into it as soon as he sees it.
Dramatic.
Oh, that's gonna be an experience he'll remember for his entire life. Don't worry, guys.
I wonder if our final series of the day is gonna be Bleed versus Boom. I wonder if DJ's been revving up to play some Techies just because of Natsume.
I wouldn't be surprised. Not be surprised.
Meanwhile, XERXIA end their first phase by 8th picking a Terrorblade, and then dedicate a handful of bans to protect that pick as well, taking out the Phantom Lancer, the Arc Warden, and the Pugna.
I really like how they are always just defending so well with their 8th pick. It's just, like I said the last game, it wasn't even about the draft, it was really just them not being chilling, I would say. Like, the Phoenix is just rushing to press the egg and then kind of just lost on everything because they need the egg to pressure the Roche.
Yeah, hopefully they are a little bit more, or a little bit less trigger happy, because between Doom and Metamorphosis, if you're itchy fingers on pressing these cooldowns, it will come back to bite you. Because Talon can pretty easily disengage with these three heroes that they have right now. Beastmaster, you just roar, run away. Chain Frost and the Frost Shield are good at discouraging engagement. And then obviously Techies as well.
Yeah, like you've got pretty decent ways of covering yourself on Talon. I think XERXIA with the Terrorblade. I mean, again, all the bans to protect it. It does feel like maybe certain core matchups still remain. You're likely not worried about Alchemist versus Terrorblade. I think that one's a little bit too unstable for an Alchemist to feel safe in, especially if your lane goes rough. So maybe you're looking for a different matchup for Talon down the line that can deal with the Doom. I suppose the Monkey King ban does make a lot more sense when you consider that.
Yeah, but like, it's Doom. Why do you care so much about the lane as long as you can get your levels right?
True.
Yeah. But now I think maybe XERXIA can look at SD, because I think it's a pretty good hero against Techies, Beastmaster, and Lich, because for the fact that you can save whoever they want to, like all in on, right? And also it complements your TB. But maybe they are not really just instantly picking it yet, because right now you need supports that can enable your mid, because Talon has already banned a lot of support heroes and XERXIA also banned 2 heroes. So like right now they really need to think about what mid and support to pick together, because I don't think they will have a lot of choices left.
There's an interesting Kotl. Okay, never mind. They go with the Ember Undying instead for XERXIA. I would have said maybe a Kotl plus the Ember would have worked, right? Because you've got the Terrorblade, which we've seen in Southeast Asia be the preferred Kotl chord, and you end up getting the Ember anyway. The Undying does ensure that you dominate your lane a little bit better on the Terrorblade. You can keep the Beastmaster further behind. You're more than likely to be able to punish the blast-off plays from Q this time, so that does enable the lane for Young God much better here.
Yeah. Honestly, it's also not bad in the team fights, because when you keep pressing your DK and then the Ember keep pressing a Slag, right, it's gonna be very difficult for Talon to keep up the fights, especially because they already have to deal with the TB, reflection, all that.
It is kind of the same issue as last game, though, where they had a Phoenix Egg answer with the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Now they have a Tombstone answer with the Beastmaster as well. But at least Terrorblade gets some benefit of that with the Reflection Illusion. And they go back to the Slark. It worked for them in game 1. Run it back.
Yeah, I feel like the lane's pretty fine. Slark Lich is always stable to kind of play with. Gives you another, again, really good hold to catch that Ember. If you do manage to catch him out, I think JG has to, if he had a chance to watch it live with a delay, then if he heard what you said, correction on the itemization, it would feel pretty good. I think the Ember still feels great, especially with Undying for all the reasons you said, Aurora. They just need to capitalize on it. Go for that Maelstrom build. Go for the aggression.
And yeah, they do ban out the SC because even if it's not the support that Ember wants to enable himself, right? It still looks too good against Talon.
Mm-hmm. Especially now that they picked the Slark.
Yeah.
It was already good against the first 3 heroes, but with this comp, they take it out. The only thing that has me a little bit concerned for JG is previously he got his Ember in the most favorable situation possible. He already saw the Void Spirit, he picked the Ember, and then they banned out 3 Ember counters. This time he's picking it kind of blind, and they keep dedicating bans. They dedicated like the first 5 bans to their first phase. Now they only get 2 mid lane bans between the DK and the Storm Spirit.
Honestly, I think Queen of Pain would kind of look not so difficult to play, I would say, on Talon right now, because with the Aghanim build, you kind of bully this TB out, right? And you kind of already straight out can bully Ember from the lane. And Sersha don't really have heroes to maybe make this Queen of Pain feel bad early on. So yeah, it's kind of a free Queen of Pain game, although you still have to drag it out a little bit. Because for Queen of Pain this patch, I would say for a long time actually, to get to the items that make her feel strong is actually very, very difficult.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time. Like the Quap's power spikes feel pretty awkward. We'll see. They go with a Winter Wyvern for XERXIA, so that's your team fight solution. That's your save in a way with a Cold Embrace as well. It does give you a pretty strong lane. Like Doom plus Winter Wyvern should be fine. Level 1 feels good. Level 3 feels even better for these two.
I thought this hero was garbage, though. Isn't it been uncontested in like Berlin and Dream League and Tour 2?
It's been left alone, but I feel like it has room to shine in the right game. This could be a game where it's pretty decent. I know, like, I can see it working. Like, it's a double healing support, right? Like, Undying Winter Wyvern.
I think it's just a free game for Slug though, because
he's
your
just
Cold
gonna
Embrace.
build like a million Essence Shift stacks off
Pretty
whoever's
much.
Cold Embraced.
They just go back to the Void Spirit, so not opting
Not
for the
surprising
Quap.
at all.
I mean, all things considered, I think this is still fine. Like, you still have a hard time locking in the Void Spirit, the lane for Mikado. Again, JG could hold his own. The Ember does feel better up against the Void Spirit overall, but you still have some timings to meet. I'm not sure about how I feel about this draft for XERXIA. I do prefer the Terrorblade over the Muerta, but the matchups feel a little bit awkward. Your team fight is also somewhat awkward. Like you kind of need to get a good good curse off. So maybe Bombi manages to farm at this blink. Bombi is one of those fours that tends to enjoy a little bit more farm. So I can see that timing coming through, but it's a very different pacing. I think Talon, even though their draft has shifted very slightly, I do prefer seeing this like Beastmaster techies. Like this is a very scary lane.
And I think this TB probably wouldn't get to hit anyone at all because his team, they don't have a setup for him, like, where's this Winter Wyvern for, I know it's good for the Beastmaster, but like there's a slug in the game and you're not the absolute last pick, so
A lot of things that
confused.
are good in theory are because like you read their spells, but then there's a reason why these heroes are not getting picked. So I looked it up during all of Tour 3. It has been picked 4 times actually. It won 2 times and it lost 2 times. The reason why it won the 2 times was because it was played mid. Sumail and 9 won on Winter Wyvern. Puppy and Kataomi lost on Winter Wyvern. And this is a support Wyvern, so maybe we're looking at a 2-0, but maybe Cap and SVG have an opposing thought on Winter Wyvern.
Well, if I know Avery pretty well, I'm pretty certain he has an opposing thought about anything you propose to him. Avery?
I oppose whatever Tsunami said.
See? It happened. All right.
Yeah, Tsunami is horribly wrong. Kind of. Because he said Winter Wyvern's trash. But he also followed that up by saying that the support Winter Wyvern's trash, which I kind of agree with. So it's put me in an awkward spot. I'm not sure if I disagree or agree with him more. But that is my take. I think Winter Wyvern is absolutely broken hero.
Okay. As
in the 2 or 3
mid laner? Yeah. Yeah.
And as a 4 or 5,
you think it could be a 3? Hold up. Well,
yes.
Pause. Is it?
Okay.
Tell him to pause. It's an off laner now.
Yes, it is. I think this hero is actually a very good off laner.
It's not grief if I play it offlane.
Well, I mean, it's grief if you play you're a griefer, but in the right hands, it's quite a powerful tool. I think this hero's a really annoying off laner, man. Really annoying.
Yeah. Okay.
The thing about this hero is core is the only reason he sucked as core before is his base damage was trash. Now he has good base damage.
Super garbage.
His base damage is really good. His nukes are obnoxious as hell. His spells are always annoying in the fight as a core because he gets really tanky really fast. So like you can't go on him and then he's saving whoever you go on and turning the fight around. That's why the hero as a core is really good to me. Because he just gets too tanky too fast with the damage to back it up and crazy team fight and scale. So like what's the downside, right? To me, there's not much downside. But as support, you don't get to abuse that like base damage HP curve. You're kind of just his spells, and his spells alone are okay, but not as reliable in that form. So that's where I feel like this hero's a 2 and 3 right now. I do not feel like he's that amazing a 4 or 5, but Bombi can have a huge impact on his game if he lands big curses, because again, they're playing without really good lockdown for the Slark. I mean, you have Doom, but there's no real stuns. So I am really looking at Winter's Curse to be a huge factor in this game. And I think the Wyvern can have decent impact.
And it's a persisting disable. I think that's a very important factor when it comes to matching up against Slark, right? You catch him or you curse him or you catch him inside of the AoE of the curse. Either way, Dark Pact is going to stop you. Rapido is going to be feeding away first blood, and Bombi will be giving up second blood. Bad start for XERXIA.
They were spamming nukes and Scorched Earth, and they still lost that trade to the Essence Shift. That's just how strong that spell is sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit too strong, level 1, but that's me.
Yeah, but this hero generally is pretty weak laning, so like as long as you don't end up in a trade like that, I think this lane could have abused the Slark over time. I mean, Lich is also one of the best early trading heroes. You cannot underestimate Frost Blast because you get the extra slow. It's like harder to right-click the Slark back. A lot of things going Talon's way. They play this lane very well, and that is a very powerful early double kill. 2 Agi on the board. First blood gold in 23's pocket. Very good start for the Slark.
You can put the Frost Shield on him. Fighting back into this Slark is worthless, so he's just going to drain your stats, and he might just be dead again. If he's not dead, he's going to be limping away on just a bit of HP. This is not looking good, because I'm going to assume, Avery, that the other side is not going so well for XERXIA either. Techie's Beastmaster is one of the hardest duos to beat right now.
It's kind of an unbeatable lane. You can maybe go even, but you are not going to stop the Beastmaster farming this lane unless something horribly wrong goes wrong. And it's just way too much right-click over time and stats and spam. Very efficient spells. Like both Techies and Beast just spam spells forever. And it's hard to beat these spells. You're also playing double melee into Techies. This hero right-clicks for a lot. Universal change made his laning absurd. That's why I'm amazed right now. Like, what do you do versus this man? He just chucks rockets at you the whole lane. Crazy good range. 700 attack range, and they gave him right-click. The madmen at Valve.
Did you just call them bad men?
No, I said the madmen.
Oh,
not the bad men.
The bad men made Techies too strong.
I mean, maybe they are bad men. You know what I'm saying? Bad men.
And bad to the bone.
Exactly. Unlike you, I respect our overloads.
Nice
23 does not respect this lane.
No, he doesn't. Nor should he, honestly.
Yeah,
not anymore. Not after that double kill.
He's just
They try
draining
and
their stats.
respond with getting the ghost. He's got the frost attack on Rapido.
I mean, not the one he wanted. He wanted the harpy for sure.
Oh, 100%.
But he will take whatever he can get on this lane. I mean, the tax blows, not too bad. I still feel like this lane is like a pretty strong lane in some ways. The Doom Wyvern. I don't think it's that weak, but that early trade just screwed him. That's going to be an uphill battle for XERXIA in this game for sure.
Hey, do you think it would be broken if Arctic Burn could reapply? If you
That's what
like
the Axe
it
is
off
for.
or something like that?
Yeah, it is broken. That's why the Axe is broken. This hero
I
was
just feel like
farmed
a
as,
lot of times as a support, one of the reasons this hero sucks is the fact that the Arctic Burn sometimes in these matchups is worthless. But, you know, same problem with the other bird, the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, Dispel's good. There's not too many carries that can, like, Dispel itself, but...
Blast off stun, Mine lands, Blood Grenade as well. Makoto needs the mana, and he popped the wand. He had just enough spells to get the wand charges needed to get a finishing blow on the Aether Remnant.
I missed the mind damage dodge with the Slight. Otherwise, I think he lives.
True.
And, I mean, T's going to come in just to sap some XP, but now you're leaving Young God alone top, and he is getting axed out of lane. Rough early game for XERXIA. Very rough. All three lanes
Jabs
having problems.
Jabs just axing him nicely to leave. That's all.
He asked him a question. He said, "Can you stay on this lane?" And God said no.
3-0, much better. I mean, XERXIA, part of the success they had in game one was off the laning phase. So this is a little bit concerning for me that Talon is walking away with a bit of lead here, but this is a very important kill. They need this badly. Not that kill.
I was about to say.
The
You
other
need to be
one.
given 23 more stats down here? Jeez. Chill.
No. They needed to kill Jabs. They needed to punish him for being solo in lane, and they do manage to do so.
That is a very, very needed kill right now. They're going to try and battle for 6-minute rune, but they have the level 6 on Makoto, and JG does not. It's a tough fight.
Oh no, blast off onto Makoto. Another round with the Astral Steps is gonna pop both of them. Oh no.
Didn't even get the rune. It was an illusion top. Not even worth the fight. This is an absolute disaster of an early game for XERXIA. I mean, Makoto and 23 are just getting everything, and Jabs is not far behind. The problem with the XERXIA lineup is you don't have a lot of like little spells, right? You have this Wyvern Undying duo with a Doom and a Terrorblade. It's a lot of heavy cooldowns, a lot of big AoE teamfight. Generally, these types of lineups become very slow and very clunky when you have a rough laning phase. A lot of potential liabilities here, and a lot of heroes that need levels and need farm. You better be praying you get this 7-minute Wisdom rune right now if you're Bombi.
Oh yeah, they need it.
Q is coming.
They need it bad. Q. Is he going to blast off for it? Does he want to go for the Doom? Looks like he's going to choose to go for the Wisdom Rune, and he secures it for himself, even missing the blast off of the purpose, and 23 doesn't even need the help with the kill. They still get Bombi on top of that one. The other side, wait. Did Teehee steal? Oh, no, he didn't. Jabs got that one, too. Jabs got that and the kill. Oh, no. It's all going wrong.
Yeah, this is an unmitigated disaster. How are you going to get levels on Bombi right now? I'll tell you, you're not. He is absolutely screwed. That was like
question, idiot.
Yeah,
He's
you fool.
not.
I just don't see it. Like,
Yeah.
you can't go bottom. This lane snowballed out of control. Your mid's not doing much. You don't have any damage to play around. You're supposed to be the damage. I mean, this is just all on JG now, I think.
Once again, Power Rune's desperate for it, needs it bad, gets it, regen rune. Can he use it though? Makoto has one more Astral Step to go, and they have a Bramble Roll on to JG. Can they finish him off? The blast off lands in time. He Astral Steps through Teehee, and they're gonna try and run him down too. They got axes to throw. Double kill for Jabs. The Power Rune. Yeah, at least he still has that Power Rune, I guess.
The rough streak continues here as the support levels grind XERXIA into the dust. That was a tombstone fight. Just gets right-clicked down by Ollie. This is a scary game to be in right now if you're a XERXIA fan.
It's
Very
okay,
scary.
so XERXIA did well in the lanes in game one. I think their lanes are probably worse this time, or at least the execution has been worse this time. Does their lineup do certain things better than game one? Other things other than the laning phase?
I mean, the 5-on-5 is quite formidable.
Okay.
With Doom, Terrorblade, and Undying Wyvern backup, like that actual double sustain supports with a Doom who can build auras, that's pretty crazy behind a Terrorblade.
Nice
It's
dodge
just, you
there.
have to be able to get
Rapido.
there.
If only you had a winner's curse. JG's going to come in off of that regen rune. 23 has already shown so many stats, though. He's going to turn it back around on JG. Now in a T, just chasing away all these heroes. Nice
the
blast
connection.
off the step on in. Grabs the Ember, finishes off Bombi with the hit of the tech. He's not quite enough. And
Gonna get Makoto.
Hey, Young
Gonna get
God.
cute.
He gets 2. Chain Frost doing a lot of damage, but that's okay. As long as he doesn't die. Ollie almost dies to the zombies. In fact, he
the green
almost
drop.
dies to the Splinter Blast again. The levels are the biggest problem for XERXIA right now.
I mean, that is a good involvement for a Young God. He needs to come into these fights, especially when Talon are overextending on these towers, and get some payback. You're talking about the levels. That's the way you can get him back in this game. Get some big kills on the way over-leveled supports from Talon. That's 5 for Wyvern, 5 for Undying. Something to write home about. I mean, the defusal is just so goddamn fast from 23 here. It's like, this supposed to be one of the fastest defusals in a long time, man. He's ripped. Oh, I saw it pop out there. Oh, there it is. This DPC tour fastest. There you go.
Damn.
See, I know my stats, even the ones that I make up. Smoke from
I think
Talon.
that's just luck. Is that enough magic damage? Oh, it's looking good with the mines. No, he gets off the Sunder. Just enough. Okay, that is... I mean, I was ready to pack it in if Young God died there, but we're good.
Well, don't unpack yet. This game's still looking rough. It will still result in a tier 1 mid off the catapult push and that smoke. I mean, that's what really good smokes do. If you don't get your first objective, you get a second one. Tombstone drop to try and steal stacks here. Kind of like this
Okay.
move.
Yeah, that is a cool one. JG, let's see how much of it he can get. Jabs is here to steal the experience and at least get some couple axes, couple last hits. Bunch of heroes come their way. And they're all going to get out. Okay, that was clean.
They got some stacks. They brought all of Talon there. It's a lot of space bottom for Rapido. Space for Young God to farm up while meta's on cooldown. Hard to find these little openings. They found a couple. Unfortunately,
Very nice. Young God needs help.
find Young God.
The blast off lands. This time there is no Sunder to save him. There is a curse. Oh,
them all.
a perfect curse, setting up JG's rotation too. So both supports are going to die for this one. And what was Young God on HP wise? That had to have been like 10 HP or less.
Less than 10. He was on a sliver. And you know what saved him there? A cult bracelet, boys and girls. That magic resist. That is what makes this item good. 10% magic resist plus 4 stats. This item is crazy good in my opinion. Like without any of the random bullshit active component. So extra bracer and Dragonlance rush for Young God. He just maxed the tank ability. It's paying off. Gets him a big turnaround. They're diving Rapido. He does not have the help. Stun miss. The mines.
Oh, they're both melee heroes. Too slow to walk away, but too also slow to hit the mines. I didn't know where that was going.
He
doesn't have curse to protect himself, so. And the Cold Embrace won't do anything against the magic damage that Makoto's rocking. They do get a slight chains onto him, but no follow-up disables.
I mean, did get the farm out their triangle for Young God of this meta. Something. Little victories here for XERXIA, but they're continuing to bleed on the map. I'm surprised this tier 1 tower is still alive top. Like, Jabs has just been pure greeding it up. Does not care about this tower. Says whatever. He's just farming triangle, rushing the drum, which will be a crazy item in these fights. XERXIA lacked the damage. At the same time, I do feel like XERXIA want to take the long fights with the Tombstone and the Wyvern. That is an interesting itemization here.
Blast off Skalan. Winter Wyvern dying to the magic. Oh no, the Chain Frost bounced over and finished him off. That is unfortunate for him. They take the tower and the support's life, and now they're going to start invading some of this area. The Wisdom Rune is up, and 23 Savage will take it away from them.
They did not win the 7-minute. They did not win the 14-minute. And Jabs is finally taking this top tower. I don't know why he's so scared to hit this. Saw all of them bottom. Something spooked him up here. He's just playing it ultra conservative, especially given their position in the game. Maybe he just doesn't want to feed away a Wyvern setup, but that's what I'm saying. Like, a Wyvern dies bottom, I'd just be smacking that.
Yeah. Hey, he's going drums this game. Do you feel like the auras are not as potent or what?
No, I think he should be going auras. I mean, he can probably go anything. In theory, you're going to win this game because of your position. But again, like, I don't feel like you need the Beastmaster damage to win this game. You just play to buff Slark and Void Spirit. And your 2 supports are damage dealers as well. They can also buy auras. Maybe that's a factor.
Tumbler's Toy gets Rapido out of the bounce. The curse does not catch the Slark in it, though. So Bombi can't claim the kill that he was looking for. 6,000 net worth lead for Talon as they begin to close in on tier 2s nice and early. They are really giving XERXIA no space, no breathing room to get a bit of recovery.
You know, now I'm looking at their lineup. I think the drum is okay because I think he would have gone Helm of the Overlord, but he's versus Doom, which maybe doesn't matter in this game since the Doom is so low level. And I think it could have been good, but you have 2 supports who are going to build a lot of auras. Techies is just going to go with the Greaves. Lich already has a Pavis. He's giving you Frost Shield, so you have some decent utility. I think it's okay if Jabs is a bit greedy here. You can always go like Ags into auras anyway, right? You can finish this Crimson, and that's going to be a really nice pickup. So I don't mind this the more I think about it.
Land the blast off. Hit him with one line. Got a second one in the chamber. Loads it up. Doesn't quite explode. The Chain Frost doesn't do enough damage. And 23 can't quite get over the cliff. So a bunch of near misses for Bombi. Life flashing before his eyes, but he's
in the face. He is safe nowhere. That is the state of this game for the Undying. He is very much dying. As both these supports praying for their lives atop the cliffs.
Change his name to Redying.
Very dying. Very true.
A tier 2 at 16 minutes. Yikes.
Lead continues to grow. There's some split push action happening. You do have a Midas on Rapido. I'm just worried about his levels, man. Like, he just got 9. He's just so fragile. You need big Winter's Curses. You need big Tombstones. And if you're Talon, you just need to not give it to him, right? Just don't clump. Take the fight split out. Let the Slark go in with Night Vision. Find these little jumps and pounces and just not too much opening. You can always Winter's Curse into Doom. That is a nice like chain effect you have this game. Can guarantee you a lockdown on the Void Spirit or the Slark if they're out of position. And something that Talon does have to think about. But otherwise, they are rolling through this game, man.
Yeah. You're just rolling. All the way through. Something to work with. I mean, if they could get to the late game, they also have...
Oh, he might get the ult. Yeah, okay. This is holding the Doom. Can't dispel that, my friend.
Straight up Doom, Slight, and a Chains would do it, but they don't even need that much. Slow down so much, he dies. Talon are doing Roshan right now.
They are.
I wonder if XERXIA could get, like, if they knew and they all smoked up and ran at it, if they could have gone here in time.
I mean, I think in theory it was possible, but in practice, like, it's just not the game where they're thinking like that, you know?
Sure.
And that's a big kill to get. It's a decent amount of farm time. Taking Slark off the map. It means also the Slark can't take the Aegis here. which could be a nice factor if you can get him again. And that is that ult combo it's pretty deadly for 23. He needs to be careful. The blink rush on Bombi is also what secures it there. I kind of like this blink rush. I think him going anything else is kind of irrelevant in this game because he just needs to land as big of ults as he can. Like the way this game is going, you're only going to come back off huge curses. Blink is the best item to land huge curses, so I like this itemization.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, especially with how aggressive Talon's being right now. They're going to be jumping on you near constantly, as we just saw with Rapido, so... Thank God they have an evolution carry, you know, so they can actually push out some lanes.
Yep.
Because I don't think there's any other way you could actually get out on the map against this kind of lineup because they have so much catch. Look at them, just diving past the tier 3, not giving a damn. Makoto goes straight for it and into the tier 3s already. Talon being very, I would say, impatient, but perhaps just wanting to put a quick closer on this game too.
I mean, they were clumping there pretty heavily, too. There was curse chance, but just abusing the vision with the Hawks, the Slark. That'll be an easy lane of racks. Second Wyvern is gone. There is no chance for a fight. Push pays off. Easy. And Crimson was finished by jabs as well. That is how rich he is. By the time we had time to debate the itemization, he just has it all anyway, so...
Yeah.
Why the hell not?
I think 23 was down to go a second lane of barracks, but there was a tier 2 mid still up.
I mean, there's also Tormentors.
Well, time to take that one away from them.
Goes to Harlan again. And this guy's got good RNG. Take him to the casino afterwards.
Another Ice Spire for them. The drum sound effect is just, it's so loud. And when he's hitting things, it's constant.
Yeah, it's just there the whole game. Now wait till they add drum voice packs to the game.
A voice pack for a specific hero.
What, you don't think people will buy it? I mean, they release like the 10th Pudge cosmetic of every week, and people spend like $500,000. So I'm pretty sure there would be an audience for a metal band progressive rock drum cosmetic.
I played a party game with somebody who was trying to unlock more of the Arcana on Pudge, but they prefer the toy Persona. I was like, what's the point of unlocking the Arcana if you're going to play with the Persona all the time?
I mean, I'm just going to say it. I know that we sell items based on the most played heroes and the most purchased ones, you know, because you're trying to make money. But there's way too many goddamn Pudge and Crystal Maiden sets. I'm going to say it is too many. Start making some weird ass hero sets, you know. Throw some like more Visage in there. Some random Chen. Give me another, I don't know, Weaver set. Wait, no one has even seen Weaver in like 6 years. Is he even in the game? What happened to that hero?
Yeah, no, that hero's still around.
That's what I'm saying. So maybe if you make some Weaver cosmetics, then maybe you'll want to buff the hero more, and then maybe people want to play him more. It's a vicious cycle, you know?
Don't think that's how that works, but sure.
No, it isn't, but it sounds great. A man can dream of the days Weaver's back in the meta.
Didn't strike you as a Weaver player, but okay.
I'm not, but somebody has to fight for the Weaver, you know?
I think that's what Mason's for. I like how Teehee's just playing on the enemy side of the map, just trying to get whatever farm he can, cut whatever waves he can.
I mean, he ended up giving the 570 gold in 23 year, but otherwise, yeah, it's a nice place to be.
You got to spend money to make money, I believe is the term.
Okay, but he's just giving it. I don't think that's how that saying works. If you just give it away.
I mean, he's kind of that's kind of like spending it, right? You're giving money to somebody else.
No, that's not how that works at all. If I give you $500 right now, I'm never seeing a cent of it back, and I'm not getting anything productive out of it in my entire life. So
you're getting a lifelong friendship.
I'm just getting a.
That's more valuable than $500 ever could be.
I'm just getting a poorly done job. Talon doing a damn good job this game. Lotus up for Jabs as well. He is just smacking your base. He is the carry. He played one game of buff the team. Now he's the building taker. All right, you need a Wyvern's Curse.
You need a big one. I got a. Oh, they spotted him. Oh no.
Okay,
They
well,
don't have a buyback. That is the green light. It is go, go, go. Talon, last time they killed Bombi, they instantly took a lane of barracks. This time around, Talon going to do the same exact thing. Hell, they might even, oh, never mind. There's still that tier 2 mid.
Has fallen.
yep, there is. You think his drum sound is like kind of annoying? It just goes forever.
Yes. Yes, it is.
It literally just goes forever. The entire game, just run around. Doom, doom, doom. It's like a
It's just the
metronome.
hero chat wheel on. It's more audio spam.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It doesn't even have a stable rhythm to it because it's always changing.
Yeah.
Like you can't even vibe to it. You know, if it were like a good beat, you could vibe, get like some EDM going, but it's just like some drunk guy hitting a drum. They're gonna do them. They have Tombstone
That
out.
drum. Putting some damage on him. Glimmer
Depth Shroud.
saves him with the Depth Shroud. That is painful. Meanwhile, JG, he went for Ollie, but he can't really commit. Now with 23 Savage on him, maybe he can run it on through. Not quite enough. Ollie stays alive. T jumps out to finish him off with the decay. Get
There's
him in
the
the
curse.
air.
There it is.
Oh, there's the curse. Onto the Beastmaster too. A lot of damage. A lot of it being blocked though by the Crimson Guard and the Ember Spirit. Thought it was his time to shine, time to pounce in, but denied immediately. A Primal Roar stops him in his tracks, and XERXIA now one lane of barracks left away from Megas and an early end to this game 2, and it's up to Young God to repel them with a Sunder. Will do it at least momentarily, but Jabs keeps the beat going on and on and on.
There is no end to the beat of this drum. I mean, there's some team fight hope there, but Jabs is just way too big and way too tanky. Even with 23 stealing all his stats, it just doesn't matter.
Dire's middle
Hop 1 miss, hop 2 lands, Rapido, blast off, finishes him off. Bombi crawling back to his fountain, but 23 will catch him inside of that fountain. GG is going to be called, and XERXIA, they put up a good fight for game number 1, but game 2 was an absolute no contest. Talon take it with ease.
Yeah, that was a beatdown. That was just a lane beatdown, right? I mean, you're looking, that's one of those games, there is no point in watching this game past the maybe even like 6-minute mark, honestly. It's like, the game is pretty much theoretically over because your lanes just go way too bad and your lineup is not a lineup that can function from losing lanes. It's way too clunky, way too many big cooldowns. You lack small instances of damage to get these cheeky kills to come back. I go back to like, where's the lockdown when you see these mobile cores coming out from Talon? You're just kind of trying to play your own game with like Terrorblade Doom Opener, but then the follow-ups to this Terrorblade Doom Opener are not what they need, which is like low cooldown lockdown, some ability to adjust the tempo when you need it, because in theory this opener gives you all the scale, and you just end up picking more teamfight and scale. If you get away with it and Talon don't do anything to you, yeah, you're probably going to win this game, but they did a lot of stuff to you, and 23 just annihilated you bottom. That level 1 trade was deadly. He had a very easy game on this Slark.
Yeah, I mean, he had good practice in a long game 1 and really used it in game 2. That being said, I hope XERXIA, I hope they don't take too much from this series. They just got a bit of momentum from their last series matchup, and then they matched into the absolute biggest beast in Talon. So I hope they still manage to continue their progression from earlier.
And Young God, 2-0-3. He did not die that game, so another moral victory.
Well, good for them and good for us, I guess. Talon will take this series 2-0 over XERXIA.
Well, one thing that I hope that they take away from this series, or specifically this game, is that is now another L in the Winter Wyvern support column, because I don't know why that hero would be picked. I don't know why that hero would be picked against a Slark, and I don't know why that hero would be picked support. Although apparently it's viable as a mid if you trust Sumail and 9, which you should. But you should not trust Winter Wyvern as a support, especially a last pick support. Aurora, I have once again, this was the Div 2 teams that I'm used to seeing, where they show up and they pick like Comfort, technically. I have to imagine it was Comfort for Bombay.
I mean, for me, if I'm gonna be honest, for XERXIA,
Please do.
just forget about the game 2 and think about the game 1, because game 2 is literally you can't do anything about this. You totally lost it in the draft.
Yeah.
Even like I questioned during the drafting phase just now, the monkey ban was totally unnecessary. Like, yeah, I mean, like you're gonna lose your lane as a Doom against a Monkey King, but as a Doom you can scale so many other ways, and you should be banning first phase in terms of what the team prefers not to play against and not just the Doom. Maybe the team don't want to play against the Monkey King, I'm not sure, but from the way they drafted it, didn't seem like Monkey King was an issue at all.
Yeah, it didn't feel like it should have been an issue. I think one thing as well, going back to the Winter Wyvern, I don't think it's Comfort for Bombi. I remember seeing Bombi play on his time in 496, on his time in RSG, a lot more of stuff like Winter Wyvern, some quirkier supports on 4. So I'm still not entirely sure. Like,
Wait, you said Winter what? What hero was it?
He played Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger.
Yeah,
Okay.
Wind Ranger, Phoenix
quirky.
is one of his
Okay.
comforts from all the way back in 496, and again RSG. The Wyvern, I think it was somewhat up there, but not as much as, say, his Wind Ranger. Like, his Wind Ranger was top tier. I'm surprised that they didn't want to experiment with it. I don't know if it would have been better.
Q's
than
been
this.
playing Wind Ranger left
Exactly.
and right. The hero is
Exactly.
definitely viable, more so than Wyvern.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. Maybe they got into their heads a little bit on XERXIA with the draft, but Talon definitely learned a lot from that game 1, pushed the advantage early. Again, the level 1 trade, that level 1 first blood just made it near impossible for XERXIA going out there.
Maybe part of the Monkey King ban was also they think that Mikoto could flex it to mid. And so if they're picking Ember Spirit and they really want to pick Ember Spirit, then they're like, oh, okay, Monkey King's like a dual position ban. It protects our Doom and it protects our Ember Spirit. But it doesn't matter because Mikoto still went beast mode. This time he was able to see that JG was going to be on the Ember Spirit, and he still picked the Void Spirit and ends up being our MVP for game number 2.
I mean, I guess from the first game, they kind of already agreed that, hey, let's just enable Savage Slug. Because I feel like, I thought about the Queen of Pain. Obviously, she's going to be the win con, and the Slug maybe have to kind of make it possible for the Queen. But yeah, I mean, like, what's better than having the carry actually be the win con when he's already going to have a free lane, right? So yeah, I think Mikoto just has to play the stable hero. That's all they need.
Any other lessons that you would give for XERXIA after this game number 2, John?
I think they can take a look at their laning is where they shine. Not in this game as much. Even Young God's lane was really rough. But I think, again, looking at game 1, their laning was really coordinated. They just knew how to execute. I feel like there's much more useful data from game 1. Game 2,
Yeah.
when a game goes that rough, it's just not... You don't really learn much from it. And I think it's also the true for the opposite. Like when I talked to Shopify Rebellion and they win by 18 minutes, I actually did ask Saberlight. I was like, what you learned from here? It's like, I don't know. Probably nothing. And I was like, should I
Gotta
ask
watch
this
the
question?
replays for this 18-minute game.
Yeah, it's like, it's just a game that you just forget about it, you know, and just focus where you can learn.
Yeah, I agree.
Which was, I'm assuming that they had some foundation that they established from their Blacklist series, and how much of they replicated, I'm not sure. Or maybe Talon watched the Blacklist series and was like, oh, this is XERXIA's weaknesses. We won't succumb to the same things. Or maybe Talon is just a much better team.
Well, we've seen Talon take a loss. I think that should boost the confidence of a lot of teams. I mean, it's still a big loss to Bleed, because Bleed is now undefeated. So they get to move up to number 1. And now you have to bank on Bleed losing a series for you to take that number 1 slot, for the extra points, for the security TEI. It actually meant a lot for Talon to lose that, and it's a big boost for Bleed. But I think going forward, this was like a test for Talon, like whether or not they could reform after a very pivotal loss. And I think they've shown us that they can, although I will have to say, game 1 was very tempered, very patient, but I feel like a good team can also just run you down when you play like less confident in yourself.
Well, one player who was very confident in their gameplay was Oli, who we have an interview with after our Talon series. Oli, congratulations on the win, but I have a question about your previous series. You guys lost versus Bleed. You lost your undefeated streak. What happened on Monday?
Bleed is playing good, and I think they're adjusting very fast, and their draft is kind of good also. I can say they are well prepared, and that's why they win us.
Okay. I mean, it's about time though. You guys have been dominating the region every single tour. This time it's time for things to get mixed up a little bit. How about this series against XERXIA? Were you surprised that they got the win against Blacklist on Monday and came into this a little bit more, taking it more seriously?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that they win against Blacklist because I think they are good, but Blacklist is better, and now we fighting against them. We didn't look down, and we're also doing the preparation against them, and we are not like doing the best, but still good enough today.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're being introspective about it as well. John, you got any questions for Oli?
Yeah, I'm curious, Ollie. What do you feel like was the big difference between your first game and the second game? Like we saw, you know, the draft certainly played a factor, but you guys played a lot more confident in game 2 than game 1.
The game 1, we have a little bit issue from the lane, and the Murta is quite fast, so we cannot fight the early games. And the second game, we win all the lanes, so the game's going more on our side.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Fair enough. It did go your way early on there, especially with that early trade down spot. I'm curious, what do you guys do for fun? Because this is something that I know. I've seen when you guys were in Manila, we managed to hang out one time with the old roster. But now that you guys are in Thailand, what do you guys go out for fun? Does Brando drag you guys out for karaoke or something?
Everyone having fun with their own thing.
Okay.
Some people playing mobile, some watching anime, some watching manga.
All right, so just more introverted then.
Wait, but then what are you doing?
I do everything.
You do everything? You're reading the manga, you're watching the anime, and you're going to partying?
Everything, yeah. As what you can think, I do.
Really? All right, give me something that you're reading right now.
I don't know in the English name. I watch in Chinese.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Fair enough.
Good defense. I'll buy it this time. Aurora, you got anything for Oli?
Hey, Oli-chan, Malaysian pride, let's go. But yeah, anyway, I think from the series between, because we are all very interested in your last series against Bleed, right? Would you say it's not all just Bleed doing well, but it's also because your team has been traveling back and forth and playing DPC, all the games, basically all the events. So has that been kind of taking a toll on your teams? Maybe I would say like mental health, so that you guys didn't really perform up to expectations in the last series?
I wouldn't say it's because of the traveling a lot, but just we are trying out something. Maybe that is not very good because we don't have really enough practice like against a good team, and also the Bleed drafting is like kind of make our hero become weird, and their Terrorblade and Naga is playing really good, I can say.
Yeah, but that's okay, I guess, because it can kind of be your wake-up call. Like, it's better to have it now before the major, right? And I guess I remember Jabs also said, like, they don't want to be just the best C team. You guys also want to, be the best team in international competition. So I guess it's fine.
Well, it's good to know that you're not being affected by the stamina, because it is a long circuit and we want to see you directly qualify for TI through points, and this victory was a good step in that direction. Oli, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us, and congratulations on this series win.
All right, thank you very much.
I oftentimes do wonder maybe the different players will be affected individually. Oli, I think, has the stamina to just grind out Dota. He came from Chinese Dota for like 3 years or 4 years, and so like that is the most rigorous of all the regions. Meanwhile, these SEA players they're complacent. They play a couple of series a day and then they're like, that's enough. I just want to play pubs. I don't want to have to play with a team and coordinate and scrim.
Hey, in one player's defense, in Mikado's defense, he used to play an old boom, which I think is a test in and of itself.
Mushi?
No, like really old boom with Remo Cell,
Oh, okay.
Hyde. that lineup. So I think Mikado, he's experienced certain things. He's mentally fortified as well. I will defend Mikado in that one.
So like what we say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yes,
That's right.
Exactly it. It does make you very sad.
Yeah.
It's
But then you're hardened afterwards.
Yeah.
You've been forged in the fires of that kind of Dota.
Yes.
So then you come to Talon and life's good.
It is. It's quite the glow up.
Well, it worked out good for them in that series, and now we need to figure out if Bleed can continue their undefeated streak, because they're going to be going up against a Boom. Stick around, everyone, and we'll be back with our final series of day number 2 of week number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to our final series of the day, where it is potentially another lopsided favorite versus underdog situation. Because we got Bleed undefeated currently in the Southeast Asian DPC. They took down Talon. Who else did they take down? They took down SMG.
Execration.
They took down Execration. They've got a hit list going on. Meanwhile, Boom adamantly grinded their way back through Div 2 after getting relegated from Tour 1. And it has not looked all sunshine and roses for them. They have had a pretty tough debut back into Division 1. They lost against Execration and they lost against Blacklist, but they got a win against XERXIA. So that's where they stand right now. Adam, welcome back to the panel.
Thank you.
It's Bleed versus Boom. What are we gonna do about it?
Ban techies.
Ban techies. I know John definitely agrees with that.
Yeah, Boom looked okay. But Natsumi didn't look okay against techies, and maybe
the old minefield sign, and then a quick little Wait, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah,
the minefield sign into. I've been given the button.
Oh, can you reach
the cannons explode!
Yo!
I didn't even notice that. Whoa! Okay, wait.
Yeah.
I just thought it was a sound. I didn't know it was actually controlling something on the video.
All right, we need a ship on our side so we can shoot.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
yes. I will
Okay, so what you do with the ship? Move over a little bit, Adam. Let's see. Oh my God! It's the same one. Amazing.
It's amazing.
The technology.
We have the technology.
We have the technology.
And we have some hot takes, We know the casting pair that's going up later. It's going to be Richie and good old Winter. And Winter's had some hot takes about some of these players.
Some of these players.
So, two players.
Natsumi.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's equal on both sides.
Yeah,
so he's equally angry at both sides. We can start with Bleed. He has been, Winter's been quite critical of Corden's performance recently, and finding that, his hero pool is lacking, his gameplay is not up to snuff. What is Winter's specific issue?
Oh, he's had a lot, especially when the Tinker came out. I feel like Winter does have a point. This is not like, he's not like actually raging at them. He just expects better from players as a veteran himself. But Bleed with Corden, it feels like his issues are, his pool definitely is one of them. But I think when Bleed also starts to make him the win condition rather than Jackie, that's the one that really stands out, where he has to get that ball rolling with Corden.
Corden's fault though?
That's true. I don't know if it's his fault.
Not on him. I think if anything, the issue with Corden is that his movement has been very lacking. But in the series against Talon, he actually played perfectly, I think. I couldn't ask for more from him, from a mid player. I think he did. He enabled both side lanes. He had really good rotations, and he just scaled into the game, which was basically all problems solved. So I don't know if hopefully we'll see the same Corden today.
You want to see Michael Corden, not Cordon Bleu.
Yeah, not Corden on Blue, but we have Natsumi or Tsunami.
That's right.
As Sophie likes to mix up the names.
We are anagrams.
I don't know if she likes it, but she definitely does mix it up.
That's sticking.
She's maybe dyslexic, and this is how we're discovering that information.
Yeah, it is what it is. She's managed to hide it really well, and Natsumi's managed to hide his fears of mines very well.
Yeah,
and
he's overcoming it by immersion therapy.
Anyone who watched that video could say Natsumi has zero fear of mine.
Zero fear, zero respect for the minefield, which is, it left me in shock. I saw the clip again. I was watching it when I went home. That sound haunts me because it happened to him like 3 times. First time he dodged it. He actually stood still. Second time he ran through a little bit. So okay, maybe he forgot.
He panicked.
Third time he just literally jumped across. I'm like, what?
Dude, I went home. You guys were on panel.
Yeah.
And John was like, he had to cast another series after. And before he left, he's like, "Can we finish by 11 p.m.?" I'm like, "Yeah, probably." And then I see
This should be a quick 2-0.
Natsumi jump on the minefield, and I just burst out laughing at home. It's like, Jonathan, this ain't looking too good for you.
Oh, that was something else that I'm pretty sure the rest of Boom was suffering. But you know what? That's a throwback for me to old Boom. That's a throwback to good old Dreamocell Boom, Mikado Boom, Hyde, Kezcute. And FBZ, that's the era where certain things like that would happen. So it looks like we've lost one flavor of Boom, but we've gotten a certain flavor back. And I don't know if that makes Gary Ornco happy.
Flavors.
Yeah,
they look good a lot of the times, though. I feel like Boom's kind of, they're stuck in this inconsistency cycle where they are definitely competitors, but they're also kind of fighting for relegation at the same time.
Yeah.
It's
But
broken.
what are they good at then? Give me some highlights for these teams. We've obviously put a great deal focusing on the lowlights because we have that tough dad energy. We have higher expectations. What's something that you are proud of from Boom?
I feel like their early mid game is really stable. They draft in a way where it's very natural for them to play the map. I think that's been Mushi's style for Boom for like the past 2 years. You see FBZ play this like maybe Timbersaw type kind of hero. He builds aura. He's a boss in the lane, and they play around Yopaj on the supports a lot. I think that's been Yopaj's probably staple as a player at this point. It's just his aggression on the mid lane, and I feel like Boom does well when Yopaj is 10-0 on some Ember Spirit. Those are the games that he actually can scale into the mid game, because I think he doesn't take as much farm as FBZ and Natsumi, and Natsumi has been having a bit of issues closing out games. And I think when Yopaj has this snowball start and can actually scale through that, I think that's when Boom looks scariest.
And as for Bleed, they have, really the only thing that we can point a finger at is Corden, and that's just because the standard has been raised so high. The team is currently undefeated right now in the Southeast Asian DPC.
Get the bans.
I thought, oh, there you go. They banned out the techies first phase.
They knew.
They knew. They needed to protect them, and Bleed first pick a Beastmaster, and the first phase from Boom is a Batrider Coddle.
Yeah, this Batrider Coddle's a bit intriguing to me. I think it's a pretty solid combination. There's some flexibility here for Yopaj to play it on mid, for FBZ to play it on offlane. And, we've talked about this, but Universal Hero type doesn't need to go Napalm necessarily if the lane doesn't require it, or if the lane matchup is bad for it. So I like that opener. I think Bleed going for the Beastmaster is also pretty stable. Like, it's not too surprising. This is something Ice has played multiple times before. The question is, how do you get that lane rolling? Because you don't have the techies, right? Like, you don't have this one hero that just enables pretty much any offlane to work.
Oh, hold on. I feel like the Coddle, just as a concept to Boom, is just 2 stack inches. Like, you want a 50-50 lane. It's a pretty good support. You get to buy aura for your team. So it keeps your draft open. Because Batrider doesn't offer you team fight. It doesn't really offer you team fight items. And Coddle kind of covers that base. I think it's also just a really good hero right now, Coddle, obviously. And there's also this point in the game where you get shard and you just can pull people around the map. And I feel like it's Batrider's most likely just Yopaj. Straight up.
Should probably be. They get the Naga coming out here on Bleed with the Beastmaster opening. So, again, maybe trying to set up their lanes. You don't really deal with illusions too well, I suppose, on Boom's end. So it feels fairly secure. I'm wondering... It's a really early Naga pick, though, it feels like, and I'm not seeing a direct reason why. Like, sure, you've got the Batrider and Coddle, but you have enough picks and bans to still try to have an answer for this.
I think if they flex Batrider to offlane, then they have a carry solution. Naga can just dispel off the sticky napalm.
Yeah, but you don't go napalm anyway nowadays.
True.
So it's like...
Well, you can take off flame break also.
I suppose, that is a solution.
I think on top of that, it's also the lack of wave clear for Boom. Like, you have this Beast shoving in one lane, Naga shoving in one lane right now. I think Bleed, they're also in a real good space, like confidence-wise, on like how they play a map. I think Jackie Naga, every time it's been picked, has been top of the net worth, like by far. And they use the song really well. So that might be something they want to play on. Like, it's very Tundra-esque, this Naga Beast. You don't really take a fight until the Illusion or the Hawk sees someone you want to kill.
That was another thing that Winter was kind of critical of in the previous Boom series, is how Natsumi was using Song, because he had a disruptor on his team. And the initiation from Song into Kinetic into Static Storm was not as seamless as it could be. It was oftentimes like Natsumi would Song, and then he would not move to stop the rest of the enemy team. He would just Song just in range to catch the person that they wanted to catch.
And then someone will stun the disruptor.
Exactly, yeah. Or they would just save, it was against a Medusa, I believe. And so they would just save the Medusa because none of the other enemies would be slept. But Bleed has been doing quite good with it.
Yeah. Again, Jackie just performs this
I think it's his best hero.
You think
right
so?
now,
Yeah, I think better than his TB.
Okay.
I think they just understand the hero as a whole as well. I feel like their team, they just are very good at finding network from the map, DJ, Ice. And I feel like this Naga expands the map, it drags out the game, and it just plays to their advantage a lot.
Yeah, I'm wondering how Boom will want to counteract it. Like, where does that wave clear come in? Because your Ember is banned out.
No Storm ban.
They go with a Pango as a solution, so that should that just be our Yopaj Pango with the offlane Batrider, you reckon?
I know, but I hate their draft right now.
Yeah.
Isn't this just a Storm pick? Like, bad Pango Coddle?
It should be. I mean, you don't have anything to stop it. from Boom. Like, you don't have that hard lockdown.
It fits their team too, because they like to last pick DJ, so you just go like Dubu Hero plus Storm here. Silencer, Storm. Sounds very, very likely. Or you get against Pango or Bat in lane, Silencer kind of dumpsters your ass.
He does. It's not going to feel good for Boom. Like, they did prioritize this Kotl plus Batrider really quickly.
But
maybe they feel like they get a lot.
Pango so quickly after that, then?
It's not like it's a great Pango pick too. You're playing against Ensnare and Roar.
Yeah.
So they go for the Quap instead. Wow. The Quap's kind of surprising for me. I feel like Storm Silencer just makes a lot more sense. Corden also does not come across to me as a Queen player.
Yeah, I don't
with like Spirit much more. At least in past history, I feel like they would have definitely went for Storm.
Yeah, I still see the Quap working against the Pangolier matchup at the least. Maybe they just want to drag in a little bit more tempo from the Quap, although it's, again, the timings are a little bit strange. But
maybe this is them expanding his hero pool. That has been something we've been critical of, and so if you got to do it in officials.
Possibly. I think one thing I like about the Quap more than the Storm here is you play this X build now, and Bleed has a lot of poke. They have like illusions going at you, they have access from far, and Quap kind of fits into that.
Yeah, they just go for the Disruptor on Boom's end now as well, so that's their team fight. Support duo of Kotl plus Disruptor. It doesn't feel like they naturally have a lot of play here. I mean, you can, I guess, chase down to set up for your Batrider to lasso with a glimpse, but I don't know, there's something awkward. It doesn't feel like you're going to be catching the Quap that easily.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like you can play into the Global Silence that easily here.
Boom has a very run at you lineup. I feel like they need to cheese. I feel like they need some last pick Bristleback, for example, and like try to end the game. Because I think Bleed's draft just looks like it scales much better, and they're going to have such a much easier time playing on the map right now.
Yeah.
If they show 0 heroes on the map, the wave's going for them, but for Boom, it's going to be a bit more complicated.
So you want them to end the game before Naga becomes an issue?
Yeah, I think you want to get Rex by like 20 minutes if possible. But I'm not sure if that's like a realistic ask in Dota right now.
Yeah, it doesn't
you really
feel
have
like
to dumpster.
It has to be an absolute dumpstering. Like, again, I recency bias, but a lot of Shopify Rebellion games have gone that way. From what I've personally witnessed, but literally nothing else.
Yeah,
and that is the stomp use.
Arteezy could be literally not in the game, and Shopify would still win.
Yeah, one of their matches, Saberlight just muted his mic. Says before the match, I want to buy Arcane Blink, 4-second blink, mutes, and then pings. And that's all he did in the game.
Did he get it?
He did get it.
Nice.
So, yeah, that's the gameplay. I don't think that's the kind of stomp you're looking for in Boom. Like, realistically, you're on a much more even ground in comparison to that matchup.
So Bleed banning the more late game heroes, I would say. Some team fights, something more commonly Boom would go for. I think
it's like they're daring Boom. They're like, oh, you think you can end fast? Go ahead. We're not even going to let you pick late game carries.
I feel like it's so difficult to pick.
They're still...
I had another hero in mind, but it's kind of lost. Shit, what was it?
Natsumi did play some Templar Assassin.
Too many units, I feel.
Yeah, I don't think you can handle...
There was a hero. Damn.
Thinking about...
He played Phantom Lancer.
PL's alright. PL's alright. I don't know how it matches up against Naga, but it's pretty okay against the other heroes. Oh, it was Anti-Mage. I think Anti-Mage is pretty good this game.
Oh.
You have a pretty free lane, and there's not much catch for Bleed. You're also good against Naga, naturally.
Can you high ground at 20 minutes with an Anti-Mage?
No, but I think if they don't go for that approach, because I'm not sure what can high ground at 20 minutes. I feel like Drow looks pretty okay, but the hero's kind of hard to pick.
Yeah.
And Bleed have a last pick post 4, so they can kind of dumpster you in lane.
Oof, the Wind Ranger comes out as well.
DJ Wind Ranger.
I love that. This hero just... I know a lot of people argue that Wind Ranger is still not that good because of Shackle Shot, because of being single target, but just in a vacuum in lane, with one stat item up, this hero just does so much.
I feel like Wind Ranger is the best support if you shackle 2 heroes.
Yeah.
And if you miss your shackle, you're the worst hero.
Yeah.
It's actually so true. If you shackle 2, it feels like the team fight is over.
Yeah, it feels like you're a busted hero. Like, oh my god, why does this hero exist? But even then, I think the value, again, just in laning, your right-click trades just feel so good. Like, you're going to be chasing the Disruptor in lane if you're to pause 4. You're just going to get free hits off. You've got Wind Run. They do go for the PL on Boom's end, so As you mentioned, a pretty okay game for Natsumi. I do still prefer what Bleed has in terms of their lanes, though. I like what I'm seeing coming out from their lanes. I think they have solid solutions for the Batrider lane with the early Naga. Their Ice shouldn't have too hard of a time up against Natsumi. Like, you have all your bases covered on Bleed, and for Boom, it's all about that tempo.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Bleed has an advantage in all 3 lanes here. And even though Boom had second pick, they should win like 2 lanes. I think stacking Ancients and coming back is a good strategy and all, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to get out on the map after losing to Naga Beastmaster in the laning phase. I don't really like what Boom has here. I think it's a very tough ask to lose 3 lanes and try and make a comeback from that.
I mean, I can see them trying to stall. Maybe Natsumi rushes the Ags and you have Chakra Spirit Lance as a stall tactic, but even that doesn't sound particularly amazing. Like, it can slow down the game a bit, but it's still a lot of farm. And I don't know, I feel like Bleed, as long as they draw even at the very least on their lanes, like, you don't outright lose your lane, just draw even at minimum, you're in a pretty good stage to just go into your power spike smoothly and dominate the game afterwards.
Encouraging. You don't sound entirely convinced, though.
Sell me the pen, John.
Yeah, this was a bad elevator pitch. I am not investing in your company, John.
I think Bleed has this thing where DJ skills as well, and they have stronger lanes. I feel like it's a really hard game for them.
I mean, going up against a great many cores, and I don't know if Phantom Lancer has what it takes to win against it, but thankfully, I have a very, very measured cast coming out for you. I've been told that this is the nicest man in all of Southeast Asia. It's Winter in Seek and Strike.
Yes, that's right. It's the nicest man in Southeast Asia here, ready to give us one heck of a cast for one heck of a matchup now. Bleed going into this one, Winter, on a bit of a winning streak. They're looking really hot. Boom Esports as well, finding a couple scrappy wins in between here and there. Their games have been looking a lot closer than they have in the, the Winter Tour, where they didn't win a single game. What do you think? What are your thoughts heading into this one before you even look at the drafts?
Oh, I'm already looking at the draft. I'm looking at like 2 of the weakest players on both.
Is it behind?
On both teams, and I'm looking at who has the hero that has a bigger liability to their team and to their draft, and I'm actually thinking it might actually be Corden on this Queen of Pain. I feel like Natsumi, he had like a couple of really bad games, but Phantom Lancer, I feel like this could be a hero that fits his playstyle and enables him to play the kind of Dota that he wants to. And on the other hand, we've seen like a couple of games where Corden's put on a greedier hero, and he couldn't really execute the greedier mid heroes. He's more comfortable with the tempo, more team-based playstyle mid hero.
And that's how you would define the Queen of Pain, you're saying? Or no? Because you started this pitch off by talking to me a little bit about your concerns on this mid laner, on Corden, right?
I feel like Queen of Pain is it can be like a middle ground. You can play for your team, you can play for yourself, but in most cases, I feel like this hero is more of like a very late game hero. You're really strong later with the Axe, with all your cooldown reduction, your AoE in the team fights. So you kind of want to be greedy and play more for yourself. I feel like I don't like co-ops that over-rotate, and just try to TP and fight all the time without prioritizing their own farm.
Okay, well, we'll see what Corden ends up deciding to do. Still see plenty of Witchblades, Kaya Sanjas, either that, sometimes the Orchid build.
Don't remind me.
The Ag Scepter.
Yesterday I saw a game of co-op with Witchblade, and the co-op kept feeding in the early game.
Yep, that's the danger I see of it. Is that this matchup can kind of go one way or the other. She's not really like as much as a need to win lane to win game kind of a hero like a Viper is, but very similarly, she is a bit of a lane
Pretty
bully.
close.
Yeah, I would say so, but she's got at least a little bit more team fight, even if, Sonic Wave and the Shard gives you a little bit of an AoE silence. That's more than Viper can contribute in a fight. Viper just kind of spits on everyone. I guess he's got the Ags now with the disarm, but I'd say the Quap does at least offer that much more. And when it comes down to an actual fight, I don't know. What would you rather have in a difficult, team fight game? A Quap or a Viper?
Queen of Pain, for sure.
There we go. There we go. So I'm excited to see how Corden is going to build on the hero and what he ends up building into, and how Yopaj is going to eventually deal with what is a fairly difficult lane for him. Not a whole lot of stuns in this bottom lane, Winter, but plenty of harass going back and forth.
Yeah, this is a pretty annoying lane for the Bat Rider. You're playing against Naga, which can remove your sticky napalm stacks. You're playing against Arcane Curse in the lane. This is probably one of the worst lanes for Bat Rider to play in. But I've been talking a lot about how I feel like Bat Rider can be a hero where you just pick a hero early, like off lane, where you just reveal it, and it doesn't matter because you get your levels, even though in a very disadvantageous lane. There's always all the side camps you can drag and you just farm with Firefly.
Yep.
So then you can always come back. A little bit like Doom, but obviously not as good as Doom.
Yeah. DJ in trouble with the glimpse on back. They need another auto attack. Natsumi has it for the kill. Real quick, just want to circle back to the Bat Rider before we move into talking about this top lane a little bit more. Despite a difficult lane for FBZ, like what's his role this game? What role do you see him fulfilling for the side of Boom? You know, taking into account you also have your mid laner for a Pangolier, who generally you want to connect with, right? What do you see the Bat Rider having to do here? Getting kills, perhaps, onto Dubu?
Radiant Shiva.
All right, Radiant Shield. Now that's a build. Winter approved right there. Zephyr slowed to a crawl because of the Arcane Curse, but Jackie just not fast enough here to catch up with Azalor.
He doesn't have napalm, so he has to chase pretty far.
Yep. But with the Ring of Health already for FBZ, he's able to pick up
I'm
the
kidding,
kill.
you know, obviously not Radiant Shiva. You get team. I think you go team fight items. Maybe you get a Greaves because you're playing against the global silence. I feel like that could also be a viable option for you. You go Greaves, you go Crimson Guard, those are really good against the Naga, and eventually if it gets to a point where you still can't end the game, then maybe you can consider Radiance against PL.
Got it. All right, that makes sense. And looking up top lane, you know, Ice back on a classic hero of his, right? He's always enjoyed the Beastmaster playing with the summons. He's got this early Ring of Health. Is this just to sustain himself through the lane with basically the constant tango running, or do you think he's going to build this into Vanguard, into an early Crimson? What do you see this thing for here?
Crimson's nice against PL, but of course you don't get it early. I think now you want to get the Arcane Boots ASAP, so you can spam against the PL in the lane. That's going to pressure him a lot in the laning phase. So it's going to force him to maybe ferry extra regen, or maybe at least force the support to get more regen to the lane. So that's fairly useful, I would say.
When you take a look at the illusion spam that's going to come out to this PL versus Naga Siren in this kind of a meta, is there one that you favor? As Ice is fighting up top lane. He's got 7 stick charges, the Ring of Health running. Glimpse Stomp back. Still fighting this Winter, but I think he is going to fall here. DJ a bit too late, and Xnova gets the kill.
Yeah, they saw DJ leaving to get the bounty rune, so immediately they tried to pressure the Beastmaster and then realized, oh, we can actually kill him, you know. PL still does a lot of right-click damage with the Phantom Rush in the lane. So very nicely done by Boom there, punishing DJ for leaving the lane.
Yeah, Xnova, I think that was just him eating the Lotus. So he's going to get a kill, get the Lotus as well, and they're going to continue. Kind of these small things end up really stacking up in this kind of a game, don't they? I guess I was just kind of curious, Winter, like what item do you think, like do they have PL problems for bleed, would you say? Is the Naga Siren going to be able to set up for them? Are they going to be able to rely on the global silence to be able to catch him here as they do look for revenge onto Xnova here? I don't think they'll be able to die for the kill though.
Ultra late game, I think PL is more annoying than the Naga. Naga's good if you have like a way to set up and abuse your song into some big AoE spell, but if looking at the heroes, they obviously don't have that this time. So I feel like if you're talking about a 45-minute game, PL is definitely going to have an advantage in the very late game situation. But if you look at the mid lane, look at how Corden is actually dominating the lane.
He is. Yeah, I was about to come back to this, right? We saw the early first couple of levels.
How often do you see this happen? Not very much, you know.
How often do I see what now? Can you be specific?
How often do you see Corden winning lanes?
Versus, he's going in for the kill as well, Winter.
Wow.
That's a kill. No one around to deny. No, he's going to live through the tango, is he? Just barely?
He needs to stand in the
tower
regen.
It doesn't matter. I think he's going to die. And he will. He ticks down in the mid lane. We didn't miss much because there's action up top lane where Ice is trying to cut around here into the trees. DJ a bit low on mana. Has
here comes Dubu.
Yeah, Dubu as well with the rotation. He TP'd to the tower, so he really wants to make something stick here, and they will.
That's nice.
Xnova in his dying breath extends his hand out to give Natsumi a tango. Natsumi goes, dude, before you die, make sure you give me a tango. Okay? Very important.
Yeah. Just life of a support, you know. Even in the face of death, you still have to help your carry.
Of course. So now Corden with a solo kill in the mid lane. Yopaj jumps right back onto him as they will go split here. Let's see, 50-50. It's a haste rune top. That's a power rune right there.
Yeah, that's a first rune.
That's a nice first rune, do you think, for the co-op? Would you expect to see Corden rotate on this?
That's the best probably the best rune for the co-op at this stage of the game with your ulti up. So she pops her haste, she's running top, going to pick up the bounty rune first.
Still 4 heroes here as well. Dubu has stuck around. DJ.
Natsumi's in trouble here.
They might really persist here. DJ going well behind the tier 1 tower here into this upper jungle kind of area. This edge jungle, I suppose. It's a lot of space and not desperately needed for Ice, but he has been having a little bit of a difficult time here, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's why the co-op decides to help, and the co-op doesn't really lose out on too much of the last hits because you have a haste. You're running up to the one lane really quickly. So I think he only missed like 2 melee creeps in the lane, so not that big of a deal for Corden, and he still has his TP up and running. So he has a Falcon Blade right now. So curious to see what does he go for. Oh, he's going to get another solo kill.
He is, I think, the bottle, the sip, is that enough? I think he's going to be A-okay. That is a really high-level Shadow Strike, but I think he's fine. He's fine.
He has roll if he thinks he's going to die.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, he won't die underneath that tier 2 tower. So that's the first Sonic Wave used, not going to pick up a kill. We'll see now, because Boom are going to have a pretty unique opportunity, or a pretty strong opportunity. Yeah. They have a really good ward coverage on this bottom to mid side of the map. You know, you seen that? The triangle wards? That might set them up for a Rolling Thunder as soon as there's a TP back to the lane for Yopaj. I might like to see that and try and slow Corden's roll here a little bit.
Yeah, they should definitely try to do something. The co-op already used ulti, so they have to try to take advantage of this. And Surfer, he's already in mid lane trying to soak up some XP.
Getting a little bit of something for his trouble here. Down bottom, you know, FBZ kind of just hitting waves. There's Rolling Thunder.
8-minute rune.
Yeah, 8-minute rune. So we've seen haste, so it's not going to be a haste. Biggest one would be DD, maybe an arcane, you could argue for, as Dubu does get himself up to the cliff. Very nicely done. Cliff's gone back. Blood grenade as well. I think hits either case. Swashbuckle more than enough damage. Rune that spawns bottom is DD, so we got both action runes really early on here. Yopaj will pick that one up. We'll see is the Naga a viable kill here, do you think, with that DD?
Probably not without roll. You're gonna have to. I think you need roll plus the lasso on Bat Rider to be able to kill him. And if the Naga is like being really careful, you only send illusions out in the lane, it's pretty unlikely you get the kill.
Okay. Ice did go, by the way, for that early Vanguard. It's already completed. Farm jungle a bit for it. Has now the Primal Roar, and back into the lane he goes. Bleeder gonna smoke up and shadow him as well here. It's Dubu and Corden joining from the mid lane. We're going to try again for this kill into PL, but Natsumi did a really good job sniffing this one out before.
I mean, this is what
check out what Yopaj is pinging as well.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, sometimes when you over-rotate, it becomes very obvious to the opponents, and they can just read it easily, and you're going to waste a lot of time, you know?
Yep. Even the scan committee.
Like, sometimes I feel like it's really forced, you know? Like, as Hop, you don't really want to do this kind of move so much. I feel like it hurts your game a lot every time you do this.
Yeah. PG's already TPing back to mid. Corden at least collects his third bounty rune of the game there. That was on Boom's side, so it's something. But yeah, certainly not the kill onto Natsumi that they were hoping for. He's going to have a fairly respectable timing now on his Diffusal Blade. Hasn't really been interrupted. You can kind of say the same here as well for Jackie, who's well on his way towards that first item, Yasha, eventually into the Manta. Do you expect like either of these carries to really be super consequential in this early game? Is this that big a deal that neither offlaner was able to get anything going in their respective lane?
I mean, the carries are just jungling, right?
Yeah.
not much the offlaner can do. You push him out of the lane and he jungles and he's still farming. So, I mean, that's pretty much it, you know? You get the Vanguard, he sees the Vanguard and he just says goodbye to you. But if you're comparing Naga and PL, because PL is going for Diffusal first, so I feel like he can be more active than the Naga early on. But I say that, you know, sometimes I see Naga, you get you have a skill point save and then you see like a good opportunity to join your team with the song, and then you can also choose to do that. But in general, PL with a Diffusal would be able to contribute more.
Okay. We'll see how that works. Now, Corden did, make that Yopaj picks up the Invis rune. He's going to go deep into the enemy jungle trying to find the Naga.
So what do we have? Haste, DD, and Invis, right?
That's correct. So we're missing Illusion, Arcane, and...
Oh, Yopaj is going in.
Yeah. Might be an easy kill here. Short little bonk off the roll. Jackie does not have the points in song. He's going to try and TP. He might even die to creeps. He does. All right. I mean, not the worst outcome for him, I guess. He won't have TP, but, you know, you don't really have to run that far anymore.
I definitely did not expect him to have enough damage here. Naga's not an easy hero to kill, you know? Raw.
Let's see if Natsumi is. Roar committed. Xnova is going to be able to glimpse back Ice. Closing the door from ahead is Dubu. He did TP in, I think, from the Twin Gate, if I'm not mistaken. Looking for this kill. There is no glimpse, but there's also not enough reach here.
Power shot?
Of course, not so
Power shot?
That's going to be a nice global for the power shot, as you were calling.
Radiant's bottom
Good
tower
kill
has
there.
fallen.
Heavy commitment or well-justified use there on the ulti?
I mean, early game, it's fine, you know, you're killing the carry. It's not that big. They might have not needed the global, but I think it's not that big of a deal.
Just to prevent the doppelganger, just in case he had it again anyway, right?
Boom are going to try to take advantage on that. No global, so they're trying to maybe pressure the mid-tier 1 tower a little bit.
They don't have roll either, though. That's what I was about to say, right? And they have Sonic Wave, so it's not like a super free push. It comes with risks.
Glimpse.
Into the Static Storm. That's a good setup here. They just have a little bit more damage now for the Quap. One charge is committed. He's getting pushed back, and he just tanked the entire Static Storm.
He has Occult Bracelet. That is like probably the most OP left.
Yeah,
one.
Resistance, and DJ finds a latch here now into Yopaj. Corden, with the Sonic Wave. Oh no, and now Corden stuck in the river, turns back to fight. Both supports, both mounted up. They will take him down as DJ now in the pinball zone as Yopaj playing this one on edge. Right. Will actually go down to DJ in the end, so DJ it's only a 2-for-1 trade.
DJ saves the day. He still gets the kill, but at a huge price, losing 2 heroes. I mean, still, you see how tanky the Quap is with this build. You know, he's going for
super tanky
Aghanim's next, so it's gonna even make him way more tanky when he gets the point booster.
And super aggressive there, Winter, by Corden, wasn't it? Going it blinking up there, looking to try and finish him off with the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the move. You know, it's just he fucked up. You know.
All right, there it is. Just straight to the point, Winter. I respect it. Yeah, just a little bit of a whiff.
No,
there.
He's getting glimpse again, but he's very tanky.
Oh, that he is, and this time there's not really too many ultis to follow up. There was a regen rune that spawned in, by the way, Winter, so I think the 14 minutes going to be a shield or an illusion. Either of those tickle your fancy? They get your goat?
Nah, illusion can be nice if you get it on boom, because you're playing against global, so it could come in handy.
That's a good point. Last word as well, being incredibly annoying.
Radiant's top tower is under
Already
attack.
the Octarine core finished up for the Bat Rider, so lots more abilities getting spammed out as he does manage to get out of the way of this smoke ink. Boom, one thing that they've been doing very consistently throughout this game, Winter, so far is been avoiding bleed. They've been reading them very well. I don't know if bleed have really accomplished much on any of these, you know, big rotations through the map. This time, though, they are looking for the Wisdom Rune. So it might pan out into something.
Zephyr's gonna die, I think. He's gonna run. He's gonna like, surprise.
Well, he's got, it doesn't have Blinding Light for 9 more seconds. It's going to be tight. I don't think he's going to be able to get in here. Let's see. There's TP's coming, though, out from the side of him. They even global for this fight. DJ is going to be able to commit the focus fire. They need a little bit more damage for the kill. There's going to be the lasso. Dubu makes it out in time, but DJ left behind as Zephyr is eventually going to tick down.
Hashtag wolf.
Yeah,
they got the rune. They got the rune.
Who picked it up? Who picked it up on the side of bleed? No, but who? Yeah, Ice got it as well. Okay, yeah, so they got both Wisdom Runes. That's definitely worth it for you. I mean, you're making that conclusion mighty quick. I suppose there's no big team fights coming anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, early game, Wisdom Rune, the first 2 Wisdom Runes has so much consequences if you don't get it. It's so huge for the team. I feel like even if you have to use Global plus Sonic Wave and Raw for it, you do it.
All right. Well, I mean, I never considered that, but nice job by Bleed to turn what was otherwise a fruitless smoke into at least getting an objective around the map.
I mean, it's like pretty telegraphed. Everybody does this. You go over, you stack the Ancients, and you go to the Wisdom Rune. That's why what I like to do personally nowadays is you get a call to follow you when you don't see the enemy. Oh, X-Nova.
Yeah, they've caught Ice here. He's got the Vanguard, but is at least a little bit susceptible to the magic damage. But boom, one out of this fight. Sonic Wave claims the life of X-Nova as Corden with blinking 5 more seconds, but no ultimate. Thinking about making a move here.
He's very strong on the Quap with his Talon and all the strength items and HP items. He's like 2k HP with the strength threats.
That's an Arcane picked up as well, so the last rune, Winter, at 16 is going to be a Shield rune. Oh, wait, haven't we seen Illusion yet?
No, not yet. So Shield and Illusion.
Shield and Illusion, pardon me. I always forget about the Arcane rune. So that might be something. That's Manta now finished up for the Naga Siren, and that's an Ag Scepter as well for Ice. Is the new and improved drug
that's an Imba item against the PR.
Oh, Dubu in trouble, lands a 3-man last word. There's going to be now the Sonic Roar as well onto Yopaj. See if they can actually make anything out of that, and they will.
Yeah.
Just down for the count.
Drums of Slum owning.
Yeah, he actually drummed on X-Nova, killed him off.
I totally forgot about this, you know. Like this item is so good against Phantom Lancer. So to counteract this item, you need like somebody to build pipe, and you need like a Mage Slayer, so you stop him from doing all his magic damage, so he can't lifesteal from it.
Oh, the drums of Slum, there he goes. Based on...
I mean, do they even have a vessel? Oh, they don't have a vessel, right? Yeah, no vessel, so...
That'd be on Boom, you're looking for a vessel?
Yeah, on Boom. They need all these items to deal with the drums of Slum. It's too good against the illusions.
Right, he just lifesteals a bit too much, huh? 25%.
And if you look at the Bat Rider's item, so he's going for more, I would say like more selfish items, more for himself, Octarine Core, BKB, so he's not going for all the team items. And I'm not sure if...
Wait, what?
What's happening?
Zephyr has a Vanguard.
What? Kotal has a Vanguard?
Yeah, Kotal's got a Vanguard. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I really like the point you were, the direction you were spinning on, but, stop the presses. This is too important.
Yeah, but why can't he just buy like Solar Crest or whatever, all the normal Kotal items and just let the Bat buy the Crimson against the Naga?
Oh, it's because he's going Crimson.
Yeah,
okay.
I think they want to get, because the Bat Rider is going for Octarine Core, BKB, so he's probably going to go Shivas and all those selfish items later, so just playing as a third core in the game. I'm not sure if that's the right call, because I feel like Bleed has a pretty fast lineup with Beastmaster.
Right.
And I feel like if the Bat Rider has opted to go for this kind of item, it means that he's going to need to farm a lot more, and you already have a PL in the game, so basically 2 hero that is like a position 1 carry,
Yeah, and Ice is not gone for the Helm of the Overlord build, right? He's gone for the magic damage route, so he's going to be throwing axes in the fights, the drums as well.
I don't like this build on the Bat this game, I'm not sure if it's going to be really bad for the team. We just have to watch and see how the team fight goes, but I feel like personally I would go for the team items. I'll get the pipe and everything, because you need those items to deal with the Aghanim's on the beast and to make your PL strong.
Well, at least for Zephyr, he's on a hero that can actually farm on this Coddle, right? You tend to max the Illuminate and the Chakra Magic. So
but he's not going to buy like the pipe, right?
I don't know. Natsumi, he just used Doppelganger, and now the Rod of Atos into the Global Silence in case he had it. The drums on top, he is dead as quick as that. I mean, honestly, just Bleed making a good rotation and catching him at the right moment, or the wrong moment, I suppose, if you're Natsumi. Instead, tower for tower, kill onto the carry, pardon. But Boom still not empty-handed, will be able to at least get that mid-tier 1 tower. That's something.
Yeah, top lane, Bleed's gonna bring heroes top. They're trying to hold the tower. Maybe are they gonna do a smoke? Yes, they're gonna smoke DJ and Ice again. They're gonna try to catch FBZ on his Bat Rider. He doesn't have mana left, but he has Lotus.
He does have a great Lotus as well. That's 400 HP and mana. They cancel his TP, and there's going to be the roar committed. Listen to the drums go. As Ice plays him the song of his people.
They punish the 2 position 1 heroes, the Bat Rider and the PL. Both of them die on each side of the map.
Yeah, nice play by Bleed. That's just really disciplined, isn't it?
Yeah, this is what happens when you have 2 heroes trying to farm like a carry, Somebody's gonna die. If you're playing against a competent team that's moving accordingly, somebody's gonna die, And you're just banking on the supports to hopefully break the smoke, And if the supports don't do that, your important heroes are gonna die. And I know you like to talk about vision. Hey, look at the Bleed's vision right now. But they're gonna land a Shackle.
DJ taking a lot of magic damage here, but does manage to heal a lot of it off thanks to the magic wand. Not a lot of physical damage coming through, so he is safe and sound.
Yeah, they have a line of Observer Wards in the middle. That's gonna give them very, very good vision in the middle of the map.
Yeah, bisects across the map. There's one as well right over where Natsumi died and currently is farming again. But yeah, you're right, and Boom have not managed to pick these up. These are very aggressive indeed. But this, alongside the Hawk Vision, alongside the Blink Initiation and the Global Counter potential, not to mention Jackie's farm, which is starting to pick up. As X-Nova TPing away, will get out.
Sad Disruptor.
Oh, Happy Corden, though. He just finished his Ag Scepter. What do you think this kind of an item is for the... Well, hold on. We're going to have to wait. Doesn't have a lot of mana to use it. Shackle. To interrupt in the lore from behind. And that's a sad Yopaj right there.
That is actually... it feels so bad when you die like this. Yeah, you're talking about the axe on the Queen of Peñas. That's going to give them a lot of spread damage against the PL illusions. And the PL right now, normally when you get Manta Diffusal, you feel strong to go to the team fights, but not against a quad with Aghanims and the drums of Slum. Your illusions just die in the team fights, and you don't have a pipe on your team to protect your illusions.
Yeah, it's a bit scary, right? This PL, his farm is not bad, but like you're saying, you got the Drums of Slum, you got Sonic Wave, and the Scream of Pain Axe now. Naga Siren is about to finish up their heart, as once again they found yet another, as you call them, position 1, whipped slow to a crawl and kill is FBZ. Dubu gets another +2 there for himself and the kill credit.
Yep, like I said, this is bound to happen, you know, when you're trying to play 2+1 hero, somebody's gonna die somewhere or the other, one way or the other, and the supports, if you're not in position to break the smoke, to protect, you're just gonna lose an important hero. But they're still trying to stay around here.
They have really good wards though, right? They've got this one right in front of the tier 2 tower.
Cordon is so strong here, you know, I don't know if they can actually win the fight here.
Yeah, Dubu gets up his own ward that will go unscouted by Boom, but Bleed playing like they know something's up here. It's a little bit of sus movement from Boom, as you called it, right? You just kind of showed 3-4 heroes down bottom with Roar coming up very quickly and in fact already ready again. I
mean, I understand they're trying to play around the global timing, you know, they used global previously, so they're trying to abuse it, but you need the Pangolier here, you know, if you want to make an aggressive play like this. Okay, they're gonna smoke.
This is dangerous, Winter. Bleed are ready for this. In fact, Jackie already showing in this fight.
I mean, Cordon is so strong this fight, you know. I feel like even without global, Cordon can just single-handedly win this fight.
And Boom, they're not really fighting anything too big here. It's just that Manta Diffusal. They've got roll around this Roche pit. The lasso is ready.
They need a good roll here, Richie.
They can't stop and get interrupted. I mean, at the very least, Bleed without a global silence for this fight. We'll see how big of a difference that makes.
Oh, Pangolier silence.
He's the one to break the smoke, and that last word onto the Pangolier, buying more and more time here for Bleed to set up for this fight. There's going to be now Hawks, Boars, everything outside of this kind of Roche pit area. I guess it is now a pit in the corner of the map, isn't it? But it's going to stop Bleed from getting too comfortable in this kind of a position.
Yeah, I mean, it's also daytime, you know. The Hawk is like so much stronger at the daytime. You get a lot more vision. So it's pretty hard for Boom to find an angle to engage here. So they are already wisely backing off.
They just won't find the angle. Now they got Crimson Guard at least on their way, but these Naga illusions are going to be tanky now. She's got heart.
They need the pipe, you know. There's too much magic, like a lot of AoE spread damage that's killing the illusions, you know. The Crimson Guard is not going to help against that. It's going to help against the Naga, but it's not going to protect the PL illusions against all the spells.
No. Bleed with a Cordon with a heads-up move, expecting a ward here. He's right. See if his team believes him or if they have the sentries and detection available to clear it. But it doesn't seem like they're too keen on pushing into this bottom area. 21 minutes, Wisdom Runes just spawned in. Oh, Dubu is going to die for this, almost certainly. He does not live, especially with 4 enemy heroes. Oh, but maybe he lives. They're looking to turn.
Two-man shackle.
He's in the mid lane, but that's a 2-man shackle into the 2-man Sonic Wave. Yopaj doing what he can now with that Diffusal Blade damage, but FBZ receiving the Crimson Guard buff, simply not enough. DJ picks up the kill credit there as he kicked it off with a nice 2-man shackle. Dubu even lives, completely underestimating the amount of reinforcements that Bleed had in the vicinity. They didn't even need the roar. It's not necessary.
You think Dubu is alone, breaking smoke feeding again? He's the bait this time, you know.
Yeah, that he was.
Boom took the bait and they paid the price, you know. Bad is dying, can't get his BKB timing
How much
online.
is it going to cost him here? Tier 2 and Tormentor, perhaps?
I think they can go high ground.
You think they can go high ground?
Why not? This against 3 minutes.
Yeah, I guess the question becomes, what are you scared of, right? And maybe for Bleed, not a whole lot.
Who's gonna get the shot?
I'm gonna say.
Make your bets.
I'm gonna say Zephyr. I was wrong.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I was wrong. Well, it wouldn't have been Zephyr, of course, because Bleed were doing it. That's why I panicked so hard.
I'm sorry. That was my bad.
You made me panic. Oh, I saw Dire Tormentor getting taken. But it's Bleed who are kind of rolling over this game now in style. Feels like they're the ones squarely with map control here, can kind of do what they please and are setting the tempo. They're going to try for Jackie. Emphasis on try.
Okay, 3 minutes on the Aegis, but he's going to die.
Yeah, seems like he will. Bleed
team
getting themselves back on over here. They didn't really commit a lot of ultis here. Now they will. Rolling Thunder interrupted by the roar onto Ice Ice. Drums of Slum not doing a whole lot though to do that magic or debuff immunity, I suppose. Not Timmy fighting into this one as there's the Song of the Siren. Winter, it catches all 5 and now Jackie sees them. Cordon setting up here, needs to hit the Scream of Pain and does. The illusions all getting dropped. The 2-man shackle as well. Locks down Yopaj. That's a TP out at least from someone. So they're now all looking to get out of here, but the Sonic Wave coming off cooldown just in time. Natsumi picks up the Invis Rune. Might be able to get away here, but the rest of his team not nearly as lucky. It was Zephyr who TP'd away in the fray of things. Natsumi's going to be able to sneak away with the invis as well, but it's Bleed with a powerful counter initiation. They're the first song of the game, Winter, and it's a punishing one for Bleed.
Yeah, I don't even blame them. You know, sometimes I would say that, oh, you get the Aegis, then you have to be happy with what you get and just back off. I feel like there was actually a decent shot of them killing the Naga there, and judging by the situation, because they are behind, so you want to try to get yourself back into the game. So I felt like the race that they took there was actually okay. It's just that it didn't turn out well for them. The Beastmaster was somehow able to get there in time to roll the Pango roll, so they couldn't really lock down the Naga.
Dire's top tower is under
The roar just in time, right? From Ice Ice Ice, playing a phenomenal game. Plenty of damage, going for SNY next. Sorry, Kanj. What is this? Kanj. Kaya and Sanj. I like to combine them, you know? Kanj. And my favorite, Yasha and Kaya, becomes Yaya. Even though no one ever builds that item.
That's my cousin's name, you know?
Is it really? Yaya. Oh, very cool. You know what my cat's name is?
Oh no, okay. Let's go back to Dota. Right, Jackie? I get a net onto...
Oh, nice dodge there. It was just the Manta dodge. Also had the mirror image, but the kill's simple there. Xnova punished for stealing away the bounty in. It's already the butterfly completed as well for the Naga Siren.
I mean, this just PR just can't fight at all, you know? He needs a lot more items, and because of the lack of the team items, they are finding it hard to win the clashes. Pango needs a dispel against...
He's got one now. He's got Manta flying his way.
Yep, Pango has the Manta now, so he has a way to protect against the Silencer. But right now, Bleed's already so far ahead, you know, in the team fights.
Wow.
Like, for Boom to actually win the team fights, they need to get a correct jump. They need to jump the Silencer and kill him before he pops global, and then take the fight from there.
And DJ is just freed, isn't he? He's got himself a full Octarine core finished up already.
Oh, Natsumi's going in?
Yeah, that alone is Corden is kind of alone, but Corden now with reinforcements ready to back him up. Song of the Siren available as well. Corden out of mana at the very least.
I mean, the Disruptor and the Bat, they are so far away.
They've done that very effectively, and they've roared an illusion. Get him, Ice! Yeah! He got him. No reaction from him. He does not care.
And lucky for the Boom, you know, they didn't lose anybody. That was a very strange play, I feel. I feel like there was no way the Bat and the Disruptor would have been able to connect to that fight, you know. If anything, they're going to fight 3 against 5 against a Beastmaster with Hawk.
Risking one to take. Even now more
I mean,
so.
you still have to take calculated risk, you know, even though, okay, fine, I say you're behind. It's okay for you to take some risk, but not blind risk, you know.
Duper picked up the DD rune. He is the carry now. As DJ running into battle, they have a ward right on top of the Observer here. Or the Watcher, pardon me. But good map read again by Boom, sees them well out of the way, and a good ward as well, which saw this rotation coming a mile away.
Yeah, they should try to poke the high ground. I think it's time for Bleed to try to
without Aegis
knock on the high ground. I mean, they have global, they have Naga Song. I feel like...
they're just not going to have any mana, though. I mean, between the Pango Diffusal, the PL Ags with Diffusal.
I mean, don't you see that as... one Arcane Boots. One.
Okay, that's what I mean, though, right? Don't you see that as being a little bit, you know, maybe getting you some issues if the Naga just can't Song and doesn't have Aegis? I mean, are you really that scared? PL, quite famously, right, Winter, one of these heroes that hates building accuracy items like the MKB or the Bashers. Like, he just doesn't do it, right? Are you really that scared? It feels like this Naga, her time to shine. I mean, she's just started basking in the glory here. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, I think that they are strong enough to at least, you know, poke the high ground with illusions. Sure, they have a lot of mana burn, but I think that there's a lot of ways that you can hit the tower without showing your heroes and just let the illusions do its thing. Do it slowly so the diffusal doesn't really become a big problem for Bleed.
I gotcha. This part of the game, these kinds of games, right, for Xnova in particular, I always feel bad for. They've got a Gem of True Sight. It's his. He's purchased it, and he's running it back home. It's ferried back now in his courier. He's just checking for wards on his own side of the map. But a super scary purchase, right? You just have to get the D wards in. There's simply too much map control to really realistically do it with sentries, right? You generally run out of stock in game like these. But you also just can't afford to feed away the gem. Otherwise, you're just going to lose the game. Super scary moment for him. I feel for him, man.
And here comes Boom. Here comes Bleed. They're gonna knock on the high ground here. Yeah. Seems like no, Naga actually is at base. You know, it doesn't have a travel. He's gonna TP to the outpost
that they've captured. So what's the play here? 29 minutes in, right? Roche is gonna respawn potentially shortly.
They should wait for the Roche, I think.
I thought they were gonna maybe knock on the door here, force TPs back to the top tier 3 tower, and then just kind of walk bottom as a team.
Yeah, they can do
Kind
that.
of zone out Boom, you know, prevent them from getting too many more wards up or anything like that.
They should fight the bottom Roshan because they are Radiant. They have outpost there, so it's easy for them to reinforce with buybacks.
Long TPs though, right? They start at what, 6 seconds now?
Wait,
5
they're
seconds?
gonna all TP bot right away to set up for Roche? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, they're not even going to risk it. Big item though, picked up now by, pardon me, by Natsumi. Heart of Tarask up and running. If he gets his butterfly up, do you think that this Naga Siren has the same kinds of problems? Is that maybe a turning point here in the PL versus Naga matchup to you?
Not really. I feel that it's going to be still some time before he gets the butterfly, and even if he gets the butterfly, there's a lot of spell damage to deal with the illusion.
Right, that's true. The drums, the Queen of Pain, Ags. Yeah, this is going to be tricky here. This is going to be tricky, but at least Natsumi can move a bit more confidently around the map, backed up by a big HP pool. Roche is going to spawn down bottom, second Roche, so nothing too exciting on him. So we do get another pause out from Bleed. Bit of lag in the team house.
Co-op is buying Octarine Core.
How do you feel about that after the, was it BKB was the last item, wasn't it?
Yeah, I like Shiva's more actually to deal with the PL illusions, but if Beastmaster is buying it, but Beastmaster is buying Lotus, so I think the co-op, I feel like Shiva's is actually better in the team fights. Like Octarine Core is like, sure, it's also going to allow you to get maybe an extra Scream and extra Shadow Strike in the team fights. But I feel like the Shivas is something that I would not ignore, you know, against the PL. I would definitely want to buy a Shivas against PL.
Bit more armor. I mean, Ice hasn't even actually upgraded into the Crimson Guard yet. Does that kind of indicate to you that they're not really too scared of the PL damage quite yet? There's a lot of reconnects, by the way, all around.
Yeah, probably. The PL hasn't really made much noise this game, you know. He's been just quietly farming. I mean, he died a couple of times. So maybe they feel like PL's not a problem.
Yeah. Hard to blame him. I mean, so far, not the best game for Natsumi. He's kind of fallen behind quite a bit, a full 3K, we'll call it, 3.5K behind Jackie, which does end up becoming, you know, a little bit of why this heart is so much earlier on the Naga. Now, let's go ahead and recalibrate, right? Where we did just hit a pause, but Roche is about to respawn.
Oh, Boom's coming with a smoke. Not sure if they can make it on time.
It's going to be tight. They have a good ward up. Nice movements out earlier from Xnova to at least get the ward on this kind of a cliff. See if it makes any bit of a difference, though, because Bleed fully expecting this kind of a move. You even have Corden up acting as a ward on the cliff here, ready to break
Bleed
the
doesn't
smoke.
have a gem. That's why they didn't remove all the wards.
No, they don't, but they do find Ice all the same. Glimpsed on back. Corden still waiting for the initiation. There's going to be Song of the Siren.
Not a good song.
Doesn't catch anything here, Winter. Is that enough to upset, to tip the scales here potentially in this upcoming
Yeah, Boom
fight?
definitely should run in right now. They have a good ward.
They do. Bleed not really willing to fight underneath it though, and Boom not willing to fight not underneath the ward. Corden still on the cliff. He's gonna now show himself. Gem of True Sight up on Zephyr, looking like they're gonna try and snipe that, but good protection by the cores of Boom to make sure that he stays alive. That's plenty of damage. Sonic Wave. Corden going in, trying to nuke through Zephyr, and they have the kill.
Corden's down.
Corden is down though. Yeah, you're right. Natsumi got on top of him and killed him. So a 1-for-1 trade, not worth it at all. Global silence used, but it's not going to prevent the last one from coming through. Ice, surrounded by the illusions, has still the Primal Roar, looking for the right kind of PL target. Doppelganger just barely allowing Natsumi to avoid the ensnare. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but with, Corden buying back. It's Bleed who needs to get a bit more out of this fight. They will at least find FBZ, as he is going to at least try and make a bit of space now for Natsumi to find his way out of the fight. But is that good enough for Bleed? Is that enough for them to take Roche and maintain their lead?
Maybe, but that fight was definitely not that great for Bleed. They are like 14k ahead, but they still have to use buyback to kind of win the fight.
Yep, Xnova recovered the gem as well, dropped by Zephyr.
I mean, you can see like the corp is not strong enough, you know. That's why I feel like I'm worrying when I see Corden playing this kind of hero. I know that he's going to try to rotate a lot, help his team a lot, and one way or the other, the late game is going to cost his team, you know, because he's not. You remember how he won his lane, and you look at his network compared to the Tango right now. Like, this is not something that you expect after how hard Corden won his lane.
I see what you mean. Yeah, the co-op's definitely like a hero that, especially when you go for like a rotation-heavy play style, and it works, right? I mean, he won the lane, sure, but he also did out-rotate the Pangolier, I would say, trying to keep him down. but it hasn't really happened. As you say, Yopaj finds the farm, has a full Ag Scepter up now, so he's a little bit more potent in these next couple of roles.
Well, at least he's changing his mind to get the Shivas right now. He also realizes that, oh, he has to be able to get that armor and have that AoE to deal with the PL and the team fights. I mean, the PL is starting to be a problem right now.
Right. We'll see if, well, for now, Ice still not upgrading into the Crimson Guard. Would you like to see Crimson before Blink here, now that he has Lotus completed on the Beast?
I think it's too late for Crimson. I probably would suggest getting a Radiant straight up against for the PL.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Just an AoE miss rate.
Why not?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like I talked about earlier, is PL really a hero that does not enjoy building like MKBs or anything like that. Just doesn't really benefit from them.
Yeah, and he, on top of that, he already has the Axe and the Cloak of Flames and the Kaya Sanj. It's going to make him really, really strong.
Lots of resist, 3k HP already on the Beastmaster as the Siege is still going to start off on the top lane.
Butterfly is completed on the PL.
It is. Still plenty of magic damage to be concerned with though, right? DJ with the Octarine Core really starting to pump it out. DJ as well holding on to a Gem of True Sight, and I believe the gem is back on X-Nova. So we'll be looking out for that. As the drums of Salam kind of going crazy right now. But the PL Illusions managing to outfight the Naga Illusions so far. Is this the turning point now? Butterfly potentially on PL, a bit of a turning point against Fleet.
Yeah, and Naga doesn't really want to buy accuracy items. So this is going to be an issue right now. Like normally when you see Nagas, when you have when you want to replace your boots, generally you see like Hex or Abyssal, you know.
Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna do. I mean, there's
They definitely need a Radiance actually against this PL. I feel like somebody should get it.
Okay, they're gonna open it up onto FBZ now. Ice is closing the gap. Oh no, the blinding light still allowing Ice to get it, stay on top of him.
Oh, he missed the wave.
Ignored, but the Sonic Wave missed again from Corden.
I mean, the Crimson Guard is also keeping the Bat Rider alive.
Did a lot of work there. Natsumi burning the mana of everyone as DJ will catch him, does force out the Manta style. Corden with an aggressive blink on in. X-Nova does manage to... Oh, I think he reflected a glimpse. I'm not sure what he glimpsed, but didn't end up working out too well for him.
Oh,
there's that AoE Shadow Strike, and X-Nova killed off by the Naga Illusions.
What a sad way to go.
1-for-1 trade. Yeah, I got glimpsed back in by, I think he glimpsed Ice, who had Lotus. But at least, once again, the gem recovered, and they're burning more time off this Aegis.
Yeah, now is the time for Bleed to actually think and realize these PL illusions are actually starting to be a huge problem. They have to try to figure out a solution to deal with the illusions in the team fights. And Koto already has, I think he has enough gold for his pipe. Yeah, that's going to even make it even harder to deal with the illusions.
And the missed Sonic Wave as well, right? Not doing Bleed any favors there.
They probably got the kill if they didn't miss the Sonic Wave.
He's still forced well out of that fight at the very least, but again, staying alive means that Boom can now move a bit more confidently as they do move now to take their Tormentor. I say it's going to be Zephyrs. I was right, Winter. You owe me your dinner.
Huh? Who made any bets with you? Today's dinner is too good to put a bet on for dinner.
That's true. It was a really good dinner, actually.
I would only bet my dinner if the dinner is not of my liking.
Oh, for now though, situation not yet to Boom's liking. Still a 15k net worth lead in this Aegis on Corden for 1 minute. Finding courier kills, and Natsumi is starting to pack quite the punch.
Yeah, and he also has an Elven Tunic. Not sure if we talk about that. So the evasion is definitely a problem right now for the Naga.
And what's that at? What's that at? Evasion, it's bugged, it doesn't say on my screen, but it's probably very high. So, Gleipnir already committed as X-Nova is unable to actually trap anyone inside the kinetic field. This time around, FBZ falling, and will be killed off. Gem of True Sight on the deck. No one from Boom willing to actually come out and pick that up. Global Silence was committed, but no buyback here for the Bat Rider, who did commit the BKB as well to try and stay alive.
Yep, Aegis is going to run out in 15 seconds, so probably not enough time for them to use it. But let's see if they still decide to go up the high ground with Bat Rider dead for another 50 seconds.
Drums of Slam really starting to add up as well. 10 hits, 350 damage after reductions onto the bat. Not bad whatsoever. So there's going to be at least a bit of vision out for Boom. DJ up to the high ground is, of course, able to shrug off all these PL illusions. Jackie not as lucky. Doesn't have that much of a miss rate, but is holding on to this Defiant Shell. That's pretty cool. A little counter-attack and a 5-second cooldown for him. Synergizes nicely with Riptide, actually, now that I think about it. Especially if it works on the illusions. Does that work on illusions? That'd be crazy if it worked on illusions.
Probably not.
Check. See what happens here.
Yeah, so Corp has Shiva's done soon if she wants it. Looking at the other heroes. Wind Rangers, Offering Call, Great Mirror.
Doesn't work on illusions.
What is Naga gonna buy last? He's queuing up a Monkey King bar. So
okay.
I guess he feels like he needs the true shot.
Yeah, I mean, what's your other choice here, realistically, right? Like, I guess Quap could go for like the Orchid and the Bloodthorn for the 100% accuracy, but that's not like guaranteed against PL. This is a team that has a lot of dispels for you already.
I mean, the other thing I would consider is just the Hex, you know, so you can catch the
That's
PL.
a good point. I mean, you still have evasion issues, though, don't you? I mean, I guess maybe your magic damage. The only other thing I could consider is Ice, if he wants to go back for the Helm of the Overlord, he can pick up the Ancient Rumblehide for the 50% accuracy bonus. For now, the Boom holding the high ground as both teams smoked up, looking
this could
for
be bad.
war.
Hopefully, they're running up the high ground here.
Could be, but they have Global, they have Song. Oh, not if Dooku is going to be the one to tank it, though. Does have buyback and can, of course, affect that from the fountain, but Corden in trouble, gets off the BKB just in the nick of time. The rest of Bleed still lingering in the river, seemingly happy with what they've gotten out from Boom. That was a Rolling Thunder at least committed and the Static Storm. Roche up Winter in just about a minute. Once again, it'll be back down bottom in Bleed's favor. Likely, very likely, unless it's a 3-minute long timer. Then perhaps we'll see it go top. Third Roche as well, so he'll spawn in with an Ag's Blessing.
Do you want to wait for it to go up to get the shot?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know.
Not sure if you can actually wait for that.
I don't even.
The shot is actually nicer. I think the refresher shot.
The refresher shard. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. For this, for what? If you bleed, you're thinking
if
double roar, double sonic wave, maybe. Do you have mana for that? You got mana for that.
Yeah, because who wants Aghanim's that can change the game? I feel like.
Say, yeah. I mean, I guess you're right there.
I feel like none of the Ags are gonna change anything.
I suppose you're right. DJ can be really annoying with his Ags.
Hey, that's the beauty about the Dota patch right now, you know. There's a lot of all this new stuff that you have to consider in a long game. Or do we actually wait because your heroes actually need the refresher shot more than the Aghanim's?
They really didn't change this Ensnare Ags, huh? Still the same one.
I barely see anyone buy it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, me neither. I really have not seen anyone buy it. It increases the cast range, you know, significantly.
Yep. So they get a ninja gear on the Naga, so she got rid of her boots for the MKB. A little bit slower, but still.
All right, and it's online now. We'll see what Boom's reaction to scouting this item is, especially as Natsumi has felt really good in these last couple of fights and now approaching his 25 talent. Would feel even better if he had an Aegis to back him up. Roche has spawned in. It was a fast one, so Ag's Blessing already chilling in the bottom pit. He'll be here for 4 minutes. Yet again, though, Boom establishing it. Who is this? Is this X-Nova again? It is. Just on top of the warding game here. This is significant. I feel like this is something that really goes understated a lot, right? How good these kinds of wards are.
And his gem, when he purchased a gem 20 minutes ago, I feel like when you're losing, you should also still get a gem to remove all the very advanced deep wards so that your team has a chance to come back in the game.
Exactly.
And if you look at Bleed, I don't think... Did they get a gem? Oh, they have a gem.
They have a gem, yeah. They purchased one as well. Jackie smoked up with the cover of the ninja gear. Looking to maybe try and find an angle, but so far it's pretty easy for Boom. They can hold out. Now top lane is going to shove in here eventually, Winter, as is mid. There's Song of the Siren, and not here in this fight is Yopaj. He's already TP'd back.
Shackle.
They have vision on all four. As it's DJ trying to line up the Shackle, there's going to be the Global Silence. Immediately they go onto Zephyr, gets the Force Staff away. The Roar as well onto X-Nova, shackled up and killed. Both supports instantly dead. The PL Illusion's now fighting versus Jackie.
Yeah,
Boom, they're going to have to pull out of this fight.
PL already TP out. So.
Yeah.
They didn't lose any of their important core heroes. They only lost 2 supports. Koto doesn't have buyback, but he has a fairly short death timer.
Did Yopaj show on the map? Is that why Bleed just went in?
Yeah, he TP'd back and he cleared away.
Ah, that'll do it. That'll do it.
I think he was also under Observer.
He could have been, but I saw them making that move as soon as he kind of showed on that mid-wave. Either way, it's going to be Roshan, number 3, going the way of Bleed. Aegis, Ag's Blessing, Aegis on Jackie. Let's see who's going to pick up this Ag's Blessing.
Who gets the Ag?
I might give it to DJ. There's a point to be made to give it to Corden because you do get refunded, I believe, a little bit of your Ag's money. last word, AoE is not terrible, but you know, you're pretty far from the 25 talent that really makes it quite imba. No, he just aided himself. Okay, me carry.
Classic carry player.
Me carry. I mean, okay, the ensnare is really good. The projectile, the reel in, I'm not sure how good that one is. You can reel people in, I believe, up and down cliffs. So, you know, it's not the craziest thing to consider when you're pushing high ground. I mean, ultimately, me carry.
Yeah.
And he's got BKB in the backpack for this then, Winter, of course. The bots in the backpack alongside the BKB. He had MKB in there for a second and then swapped it out because obviously he needs to hit his attacks. MKB now up for Natsumi as well. So these fights are, I mean, it's a 31k net worth lead in favor of Bleed, but it does seem slightly more 50-50. Kinetic Field not up in time there, doesn't catch Dubu. Natsumi showing as well in mid lane as Ice is getting a bit of his mana burn. Oh, that's be now the last, so they've caught corner from behind. Global silence. Oh, the scythe. Sorry, make that the Song of the Siren. So far, is actually saving Corden from any possible further counter initiation. Cheese as well is going to keep him topped up as he does look to get back in this fight, but Natsumi, they've got PL problems now. They've roared the fake one again as well, and Sonic waved it. Natsumi, he's bailing out 2 ultimates here. And Bleed, well, what do they got left to fight with? Still quite tanky behind the Naga Siren and her Aegis.
I think they have to reset.
Yeah, it seems like they will reset. Now they finally caught the real one. There's going to be the Gale Force winds coming out from DJ. That has to be a reset. That was, yet again, they keep finding the tanky doppelganger illusion and getting baited by it.
Global up in 30 seconds. I seriously feel they should just buy a Radiance on the Beastmaster. This PR illusions is too damn annoying.
Super lag. As, FBZ, I think, agreeing with them there. Yeah, Boom as well, taking a couple of disconnects. The server not too happy with how this one's playing out, but I sure am. This one, like I was saying, Winter, it does feel closer to 50-50 than I would say.
Yeah,
the 30k net worth leads that on. You know, I saw a Reddit comment about you the other day where it was like, man, I love Winter. He says stuff like it's a 5k net worth lead 40 minutes in, and he says stuff like this game is over. And now we're in a 45-minute game where the net worth K lead is 30k, and you're like, yeah, 50-50. Where's the logic, Winter? You don't care about the numbers, man. You care about the facts. Dota Plus, though, does care about that number. It gives it a 96-4. Are you that confident in Bleed's lineup right now to end this game here with this Aegis push?
I think 80-20 sounds reasonable.
All right.
I wouldn't give it, what, 94? 96?
Yeah, 96. I mean, that's...
I think that's a bit extreme.
I would tend to agree, especially now. I think Bleed have a timing, right? You're going to have yourself this Pango roll again in a second. Song in 35 more, Global as well in 30. Without Roar and...
I agree with that number if the Beastmaster has Radiance.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. It's just, what's the rating? So it just helps nuke the illusions? I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, it matters against the illusions because illusions can't get the MKB proc, right, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's just annoying for the PL. You're killing his illusions, you're reducing a lot of damage that he's doing in the team fights because of the missed chance.
Right.
And your build is already perfect for Radiance on this hero.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you. We'll see. I mean, he's got the Kayan Sanj now. Guess he would need to backpack the bots or upgrade the Ags in order to pick up the Radiance. Quite an expensive investment into his future, but there is a lasso. They've caught the real Dubu, and he is going to be killed off very easily there. Natsumi takes him down. Rolling Thunder as well. They found Jackie. Can they actually kill him, though? I mean, they certainly can burn his mana. Is the damage going to be sufficient? That's going to be a big old Scream of Pain coming through. Nope, nice dodge there as well. A bit of damage, but mostly more onto Jackie, who does get himself up to the high ground into safe keeping here. Natsumi with not quite enough damage there to nuke him that quickly.
This is going to be a
long one, huh?
Long ass game, man. PL Naga.
PL Naga. He's got 25 now, by the way, on the Phantom Lancer, so he's taking the -4 second doppelganger.
Oh my god. Welcome to the late game against PL.
Are Bleed gonna have to buy back here? No, right? Not on Dubu. I mean, he does have global, so if they actually manage to catch anyone...
they should just give the tower. I don't think they should use the buyback for this, but I could be wrong, you know? Jackie wants to go in.
Yeah, he does. Wants to throw the illusions in at least to be able to clear waves off the towers. But 45 minutes in, and again, that's why I don't agree with this Dota Plus. I mean, maybe not 50-50, but certainly a lot closer of a game, I would say, Winter, than Dota Plus is letting on right now. like, who's going to be able to make the difference now? Are we at the stage of the game where, like, we can start talking about the mid difference, the off lane difference, even the position 4? Like, do these kind of heroes find a bit more relevance now when games go this late? Song does catch Natsumi. Will they be able to find the real one? Are they even going to try? Looks like they want FBZ instead. He can actually throw the ensnare and does catch him. Global Silence with BK beat off here by FBZ, and with the Firefly, he has the movement to get out of harm's way. Ice as well, already through the Savage Roar.
I mean, honestly, they should stop doing that. You know, they have no combo with the song. What can they do? They song and then what?
Sonic Wave?
I mean, if they have a hex, I can understand. You know, they song, they catch somebody, they hex, and they start the fight.
It looks like they're trying to do song into global.
Yeah, late game, that's not very reliable when there's BKBs, when there's so many dispels. I'm not sure. I don't feel like the way they are taking the fights are good right now for Bleed. You know, they are trying to do this the wrong way. I feel like they need to be a little bit more patient and use the song for counter initiation.
All right. Well, they might have to do that soon if they had song. Because Boom, again, once they see 2 big ultis down, they're a bit more eager to get on the enemy side of the map and do some pushing. I feel like they haven't really moved like this as a team all game, but finally, with some wind in their sails, Winter, they're making some aggressive moves. They're on the prowl. And once again, it's going to be likely another Roche fight on the Radiant side, in the Radiant corner, really.
Yeah, Aegis is timing out, so...
3 to 6 minutes.
Yeah, Boom's definitely going to be very happy about that. I mean, I feel like the way they're taking a team...
Wow. Sorry, you've seen these illusion fights. It's nice.
They need to get a hex so that this shit doesn't happen, you know? They need to catch somebody out, hex, or at least hex the PL, and kill him from then on. If they don't catch the PL, this is not going to be good in the team fights. I feel like in a long fight, there's no way the Naga's going to win against the PL in the team fights with the double Kanga Talon.
Hasn't been so far. Gordon's approaching 25. We're hitting a couple 25s. Any of these game changers for you? Ice as well? He's getting there?
No.
Primal Roller
He can only buy Radiance and change the game.
Okay, I see. Natsumi, of course, he's taking his already. Yopaj is getting there. It's really the only one, as there's going to be the Blade here. Bit of damage out from DJ. He's not, unfortunately, contributing too much in this kind of a game, but the slow siege with the illusions at least claims a tower. It's the mid-tier 1, tier 3, pardon.
I mean, at this point, if you kill one lane of rats, I don't even know how much it means to the game, you know. They can just easily defend with a PL. Like, they have to try to figure out in the grand scheme of things how they're going to win the team fights. What do they need? You know? What items do they need? They need initiation. They need to pick off one core with a hex or with Abyss or whatever it is.
Bit of sustained damage as well with the Radiance, the miss rate.
Yeah, and win the team fight from there on. I feel like Bleed is not very sure on how to approach the team fights. They're using the song to start, which I feel like it's not the right way.
Yeah. And now PL, I mean, he's got so many dispels. Disperser and Manta for the global. He's got the Doppel as well, right? As soon as he's not silenced, to be able to use that.
Yeah.
The damage distribution as well.
You just want to let the Beast or the Corp go in, do their thing, cause havoc in the fights, start the fight first.
Oh.
Wait.
Whoa. X-Nova.
What did he?
He died to the Tormentor. That's a mistake here, Bleed. In position to push, I think, off the back of this and force a buyback. I mean, it's the Disruptor, but, you know, not an inconsequential death.
Every bit matters right now.
Every bit matters in these kinds of games. Someone didn't stop hitting the Tormentor fast enough, Winter.
Or someone didn't run away fast enough.
What do you think? Are you? This is like the good old IO should never break tether versus carries never stand in tether range. Which side are you on this?
Work together. Learn how to work together.
We'll learn how to work together. FBZ is going to get the Axe Shard from that
Did
one.
not expect a diplomatic answer from me, yeah?
No, I think you have your instances. You have your instances where you show that you can solve things using fancy language, fanciful language. Work together. Sometimes, you know, it's hard to believe you still play Dota, but that kind of an answer. Are you a work together guy? I bet you're really quiet in your pubs, aren't you? You don't say anything. Sure.
I'm complaining to myself.
Yeah. Someone says something and then you just mute them right away.
No, I say something back first.
There it is. You say, I'm muting you. Okay, 25 talent taken now for Corden. He has gone for the blink cooldown. 3-second blink for him. Ice is about to hit 25 as well.
I mean, considering how many Sonic Waves is missing, so the right Talon is probably the right one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big damage increase, isn't it? 550 over 200 or whatever that math is. but not going to go for it now. Roche, it's another fast one here. So bottom right corner, Boom once again looking to make their way out here, but this time it's Bleed, who've got map control after the death of Xnova, who have the wards down.
They have buyback to reinforce this Roche fight though. I think Bleed should try to take the fight here on their outpost. Then they can use their buybacks to win. They have Arcane Rune on Cordon, so this is a huge rune.
Oh, that's big. That is big. He's going to have like no cooldown on this Blink. 3-second cooldown on Shadow Strike, which is going to help reapply for the Axe upgrade here. As they do see
here we go. Illusion on Illusion active.
They are going in. Yeah, the Illusion's fighting. They found the real Natsumi with the PLs. They're just a bit too strong now. Jackie does use the ninja gear here for a nice initiation. Oh, lasso, they have found themselves. Corden, the Song of the Siren, though, used to reset the fight, as well as the Global both. But what can they do now? They've isolated Xnova here. They're going to look for the kill onto him first. Global Silence used as well. That's going to be Refresh, and an easy kill there for Bleed to start off the fight. 5v4. Xnova buys back, but he's got a long way yet to run here to get back into this fight. Winter Corden forced to use now the ultimate just to get him off his back, but they have managed to find Yopaj, and I think they actually used the reel-in to kill him. Finally, an instance where it's good. Allows you to cast Ensnare on magic immune targets. He went down. Didn't even get off the ultimate. Stunned up by the Primal Roar of Ice Ice Ice. That time, they didn't look to kind of just throw everything at the PL. They just fought around him. Worked out really nicely here, and they're going to be rewarded now with another Axe Blessing. And Aegis and Cheese.
So who's getting the Axe?
Give it a DJ. You should give it a DJ.
Yeah, DJ's been doing a lot of work in this game.
I also really like Last Word Mutes, but he's really far from that. I hope Corden doesn't eat it. Again, I think you do get a refund, but...
no way. Is he gonna eat it to get the refund?
He's the tax rebate, you know? No, DJ's coming on over. There it is. DJ now immediately consumes that.
Corden knows, you know, who's the carry in the game.
That's right.
Jackie's like, I'm the carry.
That's right. It's yeah, and DJ now. He's got, by the way, Wind Run cannot be dispelled as well. So it's going to be pretty powerful.
That's very, very good against the PL.
That is really good.
Yeah, late game Dota. A lot of unexpected things are going to happen. It's all going to come down to the initiation. Who gets the right jump on the right hero without buyback, and you just win the fight from there.
This is going to be...
So almost everybody has buyback right now, except for the Disruptor and the Silencer.
Just the 2 5s. Dubu would be nice if he got his, right? Because even if he dies in the start of the fight, buyback and
do you think
from the fountain.
There should be a talent for Silencer. When he dies, he auto-casts Global Silence?
No, I don't think so. I think that's what you buy back for. Because it's already global, you know? I think in the case of Venomancer, sorry, in Cuckoomancer, I think it makes a bit more sense. You know what I mean?
And Undying?
I mean, that's a talent, though, right? So that's fine. It's in the name. Plus, you get to... What do you call... Oh, hold on. There's a lasso. Global Silence, but how much is it going to matter? Ice gets off the BKB, has a Roar, gets it off immediately onto Illusion, maybe just with a move speed slow. Also eats the cheese, so he does get back to safety. That's a global committed here, Winter. Not inconsequential. They have a refresh in 3 more seconds, but he's going to likely want to save that as that cooldown way longer than just the Global Silence cooldown right now. 80-second cooldown on global. My goodness. Are Bleed really going to still look for an opening here? No BKB on Ice. No, I mean, I guess you can have global, right? You just need to use the refresher. Always painful when you have...
they still have Aegis, so they feel like they're strong.
No MKB in the inventory, though, actually. Jackie's holding on to the Eye of Scotty instead.
Are they going to just hit the Rex? What's going on?
Well, they need creeps to do that. I mean, technically you don't, but you do if you actually want to do damage to them. They're going to try and bait here, though. They haven't cleared the wave. They'll let the creep...
Oh, they're going to have a very good observe. Look at what DJ is doing. He's going to place a very deep ward here.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sneaky one. Yopaj, let's see what he finds. They
are
TPing. They see DJ. Xnova as well will scout him. That's going to be the Glimmer. Or sorry, the Lincoln's broken by the Glimpse. Where's the counter? He goes on it. Big Sonic Wave onto 3. Global Silence as well. Lagging the game here, but DJ's still alive. Song of the Siren as well. Will save him for now. The damage from Yopaj just isn't enough. The Song heal on the Shard is going to keep him alive. Dubu refreshes, has another Global Silence to use. Immediately he's going to drop that, but hasn't actually caught Natsumi with it. Natsumi, though, can't really get into this fight either. He's going to once again Doppelganger. That is at least going to be the bottom. Sorry, make it the top lane of Barracks finally down. But what else have Bleed have to show for this? Out of mana now on Corden, as well on Dubu, and now Jackie potentially in a bit of a pickle.
Get a goddamn Radiance, please.
He's just burning down now as FBZ is going to try and make sure they burn this Aegis out on the high ground, maybe even underneath the tier 4 towers. Jackie, he's going to go down. Cording is completely out of mana. Ice does have himself a blink in 5 more seconds and a roar as Jackie's going to at least be able to avoid the flame break. Nice Gale Force wins as well to assist Jackie on his way back up, but they're actually going to turn. DJ, doing damage to the buildings. He is carrying. Killed the Rex all by himself. Picking up the team here on the Windrunner.
Yeah, they just need to wait for the cooldown and do that again with the focus fire.
Okay.
You know what? Maybe it's a better game plan to run in the fight with Naga and let the Windrunner hit the Rex, and then you use Song and buy time so the Wind Ranger can kill everything.
So you're basically ratting. It's not ratting in the traditional sense.
I mean, you're playing against PL. Fucking late game PL.
Yeah, but you got a Naga, you know? So, like, are you really... is anyone truly innocent here? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah, Phantom Lancer and Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, that is... I mean, it is disgusting. Not gonna lie. He can doppel basically twice in a row. Look at how many illusions. He's eaten his Ags, by the way. So PL, next thing for him is to replace the boots. What would you like to see him pick up as his pretty much last item?
Abyssal, I guess. Is there anything you can buy that's better? I don't think so.
I don't really think so either.
You don't really need Skadi, so I guess just Abyssal. They need more lockdown to kill heroes.
Would you ever see a Bloodthorn being useful on this PL? Oh, Song, they're just in the base. Maybe once they are trying to do your play, at least pick off the 2 supports. DJ looking to line them up here for a kill. It's an easy one onto Xnova, who does not have buyback, still on cooldown from earlier. The Roar as well, catches Yopaj, but now it's Jackie, who under the cover of the BKB is going to be lassoed back underneath the tier 4 towers. There Jackie! Oh no, Aegis, so he is taken down and killed. Has buyback, but holding on to it for now. Ice has the Roar in 10 more seconds, maybe looking for another way back in.
I told you, Richie, this is a bad idea if they initiate with the Song. They need to try to save it for...
That's so much damage.
For the middle of the fight when they have to run away, you know, or at least when they are hitting the rack so you can protect your team.
Dota Plus still giving them a 96%.
No way.
And that is just,
That's outrageous.
Dota Plus, that's some hopium right there.
Dota Plus is hopium.
It's hopium right now for Bleed. It's not like... You know, it's not copium. We're not there yet for Bleed. It's still a really big lead. I mean, sure, if you force the buyback here, it is going to be real painful for them. But I'm not really sure if Boom is quite in a position where they can do that so easily, given that there's tier 2 towers in every lane. So you're going to have 2 fortifies basically here on the side of Bleed. I don't think they get the Naga buyback here. But at the very least, Bleed got basically nothing from that push either. My goodness, DJ is farmed. Got himself a nullifier now.
DJ is like thinking, what do I need to do to carry this game? What do I have to do? They need me to kill the building.
Yeah, they do. He's gonna push another wave and TP on back. As Natsumi sets to work very easily and quickly on a tier 2 tower. Fortify used, of course, because this is gonna be the first tier 2 tower that Boom takes. So Bleed, again, will get another Fortify here. Ooh, and they barely keep the range creep alive. DJ has to snipe that to break back. Oh no, he missed. Okay, so now they're gonna get a little bit of tower damage in. Not too much, nothing too crazy. Gale Force wins as well, annoying the PL illusions.
Yeah, well, what is one lane? At this point, the buyback is more important than a lane.
Very true. And Jackie did not have to use it. Building up for the refresh. Got a 10k in the bank right now.
They're going to try to go from behind. Look at what Bleed's doing. They're setting up.
Yeah, they are. And MKB back in the inventory here. Maybe that'll help Jackie, but the lasso once again. It's going to be able to catch Ice aside. Sonic Wave is decent enough in the Song of the Siren. Once again, the heal. It's good for Ice to be able to get out of this one. Is going to now turn with the Roar. Song ends. Global Silence as well. Already utilized along with the Refresher. But the fight breaking down. Natsumi still managing to outfight this one a bit worse for whereas Jackie actually is managing to get a bit of a better duel.
Natsumi
isolated.
DJ's getting him.
Here. DJ is getting him. Oh, but another doppelganger away into the river. They've identified the real one as now Corden goes in. That's a refresh. I hear another lasso as well. They're trying to control DJ. They've identified him as the carry as Zephyr wants to be back in this fight. Xnova wants nothing to do with this one though, as he's stuck in the river and killed off. A regen spawns in. Give that to DJ, man. He deserves it.
Yeah, he definitely do. Man, this man is just literally carrying his team every time, every fight.
That is unbelievable. Corden doing plenty of damage as well in that fight. Double Global Silence used as well, really coming in clutch. But now Bleak don't have that for a while, and Roche could be up any second here, Winter. Well, we're about to find out.
Let's check out some tier 5 items.
Roche. Oh yeah, we've hit an hour mark. You know what they say, Winter, time spent with friends, it always goes by so quickly. I haven't even realized we've been here for an hour.
I'm your friend?
No, of course not. I'm talking about our observer, Eric. What do you... We'll see. Roche, 1 minute, some odd seconds. I hope both teams remember this time to pick up neutral items. They do. Giant's Ring on the Naga Siren.
Ex Machina.
This is kind of cool now that you get to pick it. This is the only instance where I really wish we could see what the choices were.
Apex on Phantom Lancer. Oh my
More agi for him. So much. Now provides 25 all attributes universally.
Who has the most inbound line?
Well, I don't know. That's what I...
Ex Machina?
Ex Machina. Oh, Corden actually took Book of Shadows. That's interesting. You don't see that a whole lot, but it will help with his initiation given how YOLO he's kind of had to be. Ex Machina on Ice. He's also just bought out for a Scythe. A Vice, pardon me. We'll see what DJ wants to pick up. I'm curious about that. And Jackie's holding on to Giant's Ring right now. Dubu still hasn't found his. What is DJ going to choose? This is, again, this is where I really wish you could have seen the choice of 5 items. No, we can't see the... I really want to see... I've really only been interested for tier 5s, to be completely honest with you. He'll go with Ex Machina as well.
Double Shackle. No double focus fire to kill the Rex.
No, reset the item, the cooldown on all items, Winter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot.
That's okay. Double Gleipnir is what you're looking for. Double Lincolns as well is pretty big.
I never get to the point where I can get this item.
Yes, I know. That's fine. That's quite all right. And Boom had picked up quite a couple of themselves. X-Nova still holding on to the Philly Stone. But there's a Fallen Sky for Yopaj, which you can use mid Rolling Thunder. Zephyr now has got his tier 5 token. And FBZ as well has not...
I seriously feel they should wait for the Roshan to go.
Seer Stone for Zephyr.
Go to the night Roshan so you get the refresher shot.
Well, you'd have to wait another 3.5 minutes. Mirror Shield for FBZ.
I feel like they need it to win the game. The shot, the refresher shot.
I mean, do you... I don't even think you... I mean, you do have mana, actually, on Dubu to cast 3 in a row. Oh, he's got Last Word Mutes now, by the way. So he's now just consumed the Ag's Blessing from Rush. Everyone on the side of Boom, or Bleed, pardon me, now has Ags. But he has, Winter, get this, what's the AoE? 500? A 500 radius Last Word, which mutes. It's dispellable, you know, but that's pretty good. That might be problematic for a lot of these heroes that are dependent on their items to get them out of difficult spots. X-Nova, the supports, basically. X-Nova also has bought out for Ags.
Do you need somebody to dispel you, or can you still press meta?
No.
No, you can't, right?
You're muted.
You need somebody to dispel you.
Correct.
So that's going to be very annoying. So the PL is going to have to rely on what?
Well, he's going to have to rely...
Nobody has...
I don't know. Nobody has a dispel for him,
nobody has Lotus, actually.
Nobody has a Lotus. I mean, it's not really something you expect. Also, because since it's AoE, it completely goes through Mirror Shield now, by the way. So FBZ is not going to be safe from that either. This is actually kind of significant.
Yeah, they need a ward on the rune area right now. They need to see if they get some...
Imba rune? Yeah, they have DJ's got a DD. He's going in.
Late game, I would always say that you want to place one of your observer wards in the runes.
This is...
There's a shield rune as well.
Oh, that's
pretty significant for any hero.
I mean, so there's a Wisdom rune as well, chilling for Boom right now. I mean, they're not really too concerned with it. They've got ultimate map control. All their heroes are 25. And here's where I really wish we had a Wisdom rune tracker, because this is where you start to see where the pain comes in. An hour in Winter, and neither of Boom supports are even level 20 yet. They're not even close to 20. I mean, they're 19, but like, they're far away. DJ, he's just in. Oh my god, he's just murdered your mid lane of Barracks, and he'll do it again.
I mean, he just needs to just wait for cooldown and do it again. There's no risk for them. He has they have the song to protect him.
Corden gave him the Book of Shadows as well to get on out. Okay.
Oh yeah, by the way, they have a Hex on Beastmaster.
That's right. That's right, yeah, I pointed that out earlier. So still no Scythe. Still no Radiance like you were actually asking for, but he does have all right, they burst through the Lincolns. There's going to be the Global Silence and the Song of the Siren to cancel. They kind of stacked a little bit on the ultis. So far, not the worst kind of a fight. Yopaj unable to really catch anyone. Now the Roar as well, onto 2. The Gleipnir to follow through. The second Global Silence now off the fight. The Shackle as well, out from DJ. Corden pushing him back with the Sonic Wave. As DJ, he's in. He's actually committed the ultimate onto Yopaj. Yopaj is down, forced to buy back. The Shackle catches FBZ, but not before he gets off the BKB. At the very least, DJ now maybe in for a tough time, but he's not caught inside the kinetic field. He's just used Ex Machina. Will that make a difference? The second song now comes through from Jackie. They can just look for the racks here with the move from DJ. Low on the mana, but still has plenty of damage as they're going to blow through Zephyr. Does not have buyback anymore in this kind of a fight. And neither, well, does have BC anymore because he's just used it, but it's not Tsumi, who is targeted and killed off. Immediately buys back in this fight, but they're surrounding now onto the bottom lane of Barracks. They're going to be able to clear them out. Yopaj doing his best. Is going to be rooted now thanks to the Ag Scepter of the Naga Siren. In trouble is DJ. Receives the Book of Shadows from Corden, as that's going to be the horn for the Megas. Ice 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 now has refreshed, looking at least for Aurora. Finds it easily onto Yopaj. That's going to be a die back there. Dubu in trouble. Receives another Book of Shadows, though. I think that might have been his own. I'm not sure. Maybe Corden's. He's been on the money with him so far. DJ going in deep, going for the kill onto FBZ. Finds it at the cost of his own life, but that's only the Aegis and the rest of his team, Winter. They're onto the Ancient. DJ carrying the game for them. Another Book of Shadows on out. The throne just going down, and GG is called. Boom, Bleed. They will finally take this game.
Whew. I mean, is there a game where DJ can't carry, man? This man is just amazing, man. He can carry from any position, any hero, 80-90% of the time. Like, I see why the coach of the team is giving him a lot of preference in the draft. You know, he's getting like late picks. He's got a lot of priority in what he wants to play. I mean, like I can see why the coach wants to do that. You know, like he's just a man that can bring them the victories.
Yeah, and he really came in clutch here, right? I respect Bleed. Respect to them that they were able to kind of identify what, you know, kind of direction they needed to go with this game, giving the Aegis to DJ, really buffing him up, making sure that he had like a Lotus, a Linken's, you know, kind of built for it. And in the end, I mean, if we take a look at hero damage, it still actually might end up being Jackie, but a respectable amount as well here for DJ, who ends, with 6,000. Not bad at all for a position 4.
Yeah, but going back like to the early game, I feel like the Bat Rider deciding to play so greedy, like so selfishly, like for himself. I feel like that's like a problem. You know, the PL couldn't really shine because the Bat, he played like a position 1 in the early to mid game. You know, that allowed the enemy team to just take over the map. You know.
Yeah, that it did. Bat unable to really connect. Bleed were really enabled on their kind of early rotations moving around the map, and were able to kind of just, you know, control the game from there and take game 1 versus Boom Esports, man. The rise of Bleed, they've already taken down the past 3 major attendees. Is Boom going to be their next victim? Over to Tsunami and the panel to maybe fire the cannons and talk about this game 1 a bit more.
Oh man, I'm glad you reminded me. I was going to forget. Bang, bang, bang. As Boom get sunk in game number 1 by Bleed. Although, by golly, did they fight tooth and nail to make that game as long as possible. I think even at like 30 minutes, we were like, pretty sure Bleed are guaranteed win.
Yeah,
but I don't know how.
It's just closing the game was a little bit tough, right? Like you have the PL spam coming in. It was a pretty long process for Bleed to find solution. Like you were talking about this, Adam. If Ice went for a Crimson Guard, maybe that went a little bit faster.
Maybe, or if they just hit Rex on DJ.
Mm-hmm.
He did go Octarine. I mean, they could have definitely changed some items to like end the game. You know, DJ had Lotus queued out. He's like, nah, I'm Octarine. It's cool. We're winning.
They saw Zephyr build the Vanguard, and they're like, okay, if you're gonna meme, we'll also meme that up. You want to do Coddle Crimson Guard?
What was the Crimson Guard? It was a very interesting choice. I don't even feel like it's a great Crimson Guard game.
No.
It's like, okay, you build it on Coddle. He had like no mech, no force stuff, nothing, just Vanguard Tranquil Boots. It looks so weird.
Meanwhile, Radiant is against a Phantom Lancer and Pango, and they didn't build a Crimson Guard.
No aura items.
No aura items.
But I don't blame them, because I feel like they felt like they were so far ahead. They just needed more items to catch and kill and catch and kill.
But sieging high ground was the issue. You look at its Swashbuckle, Illuminate, Flame Break, and Chakra Lances.
Yep.
How the hell do you ever breach high ground against this team?
I think buying Crimson and Pipe would not have made it easier.
Maybe not at this point in the game, but 20 minutes earlier. 30 minutes earlier.
That's fair, that's fair.
Yeah, like it's
but
about
the drums
timing.
of Slum, though.
The drums of Slum.
How do you not buy drums of Slum?
Yeah, I mean, the drums made the PL game really hard. Then again, at some point, Natsumi just ignores Beastmaster, then you're kind of okay.
I feel like the PL could never really do any real damage in fights.
Yeah, he's always forced back.
He was burning Corden's mana constantly.
That was one. It was a really topsy-turvy game. I think we can look at both sides and say that both sides honestly made a ton of mistakes that I think that they both can correct going into game 2. I think the draft of Boom was probably not ideal. The Batrider Coddle opener.
This was the most useless Batrider I've ever seen in my life.
Like FEZ's impact
he
just
actually
wasn't
did
there.
nothing the whole game. Absolutely nothing. And I'm not sure if it's his fault.
Yeah, it feels like maybe their lineup just wasn't set to maximize their Batrider. The lane was also not particularly amazing. I think that also kind of connects to Yopaj picking the Pangolier, right? Like right after in their first phase in the second. It was just, I don't know, like it didn't feel like a great solution, but it was like some wave clear to deal with Naga, I suppose, but it just didn't line up.
Why would you first phase the Batrider, though, if you need to enable him? If you're out here picking Doom, for example, which was banned, you don't think about how am I going to enable Doom. Doom enables your game.
But I feel like he was top net worth. It's just that he didn't do anything. He had like Brown Boots, Octarine close to Travels, and once he got to Travels, the feed train kind of started out. Boom. So I'm not sure if it's on them, but they had a timing in this game where they were kind of strong. Even though Corden had a really good start, he actually dominated Yopaj so hard. Yopaj was actually ahead of net worth. After like 2 rotations from Corden. And I don't know, I feel like Bleed was 3-man squad running around and Boom never really responded to it ever.
DJ almost even equalizes Corden's net worth at the end of the game. He was still slightly less, but he decided that, okay, guys, clearly none of you are capable of finishing this game. I will take matters into my own hands. Although you were a little bit wary of his Octarine rush.
I really think that if he was more serious, he would have bought something else. If he was playing TI finals, he would not have bought Octarine. I really feel like he wanted Lotus and like, this game's kind of over, I'm going to buy Octarine.
And then he was like, this game is not almost over.
I'll ask him if they win in the interview.
Yeah, we will.
Sure.
But he ultimately took matters into his own hands. He took down the Raxes, he ex-machina'd, he won the game for them, and he was a well-deserved MVP. Now, will he be able to do that again in game number 2? Find out after the break. saw something about get your beachwear out in the ticker. I feel like if you were on the beach in this region, you were gonna get skin cancer because all of our games go way too late. This is not a healthy place for you to be lounging. You know, make sure you wear sunscreen because that was an extensively long game for what should have been the #1 seed going against potentially another relegation match or a relegation team because Boom, they got promoted, but they have not looked too secure in their Div 1, even though they've grinded their way back up here. Same thing with XERXIA, and same thing with quite a few teams. I mean, like, SMG only has 1 win, Army Geniuses only has 1 win. There's a lot of teams in this soup right now, but Bleed's undefeated. They should be just wrecking these fools. Not the case.
Yeah, it's not a direct stomp. Again,
they were wrecking though. They just couldn't end the game.
They just can't end.
They're definitely wrecking.
Maybe again that game not down to their skill per se, just itemization, maybe confidence.
I mean, I think it was a hard game to end.
True.
So if they like had a bit of fun, the game just became harder to end.
Yeah, but if you are if there is that big of a disparity, you should be able to meme and still win. As Shopify's out here.
PLX.
What do you say Saberlight built on the Arcane Blink?
Yeah, Saberlight, so that story is that game, it was a stomp.
Yeah.
I think we ended at 18 minutes or something. And Saberlight said at some point mid-game, he said he wanted the Arcane Blink, a 4-second blink, muted his mic and started pinging Arcane Blink how much gold was left. Actually, that game, I think when he did that, we didn't even reach the point where he could buy it. It just ended. So.
Oh, I thought you said he got it.
I think that was another game because I think we were
he just does it every game.
Yeah, he does it every game.
He just wanted it on the stat line.
Yeah.
But Shopify can get away with it. Is this more a testament to how competitive Southeast Asia is? Or did Bleed just not have the killer instinct necessary to end the game?
I think it was just draft as well. I think it's like what Adam said, the draft.
Every region's a bit more competitive than...
True, that's true. North America's a bit too lopsided in that regard.
It is, but it makes for some interesting games. But I think here it's, again, like a little bit on the draft where you've got to PL Coddle. Like that will stall your game no matter what. Like that used to be the favorite in NA as well for good old Pale Horse, aka a certain someone.
I felt like Boom had a draft that just didn't want you to end the game.
Yeah.
You know, Mushi trains them in the morning. I've seen the exercise videos, you know. They're like, we're gonna drag this game as I already messed up the draft. We don't really have a carry we can pick here. What can I pick to make this game go as long as possible? Look at them, they don't exercise. You guys do. Play to our strengths.
Okay, but how about playing to actually win as opposed to losing as slowly as possible?
I'm sure they tried.
Well,
you work with what you can.
Not with the first phase that I saw. It was Bad Rider, which we still don't know if it was going to be a pivot or not, because we initially thought it was a mid lane Bad Rider for sure, and then they whip out the Pango in phase 2, and we're like, okay, well, I don't know where this Bat Rider's going now. And Bleed were already prepared. They first phased the Naga. Just in case you turn it into an offlane Bat Rider, we're prepared. And so as a result, FBZ probably had the most boring game of his entire life.
Yeah, it wasn't a fun time. I think the one thing for Boom is, at the least when you drag a game along like that, like in terms of like a wider picture for yourself, if you can reset off of that better than the other team, then that works for you, even if it's a loss. Because at some point, you know, it's just tiring. You don't have the longest time between, right?
What's that Bad Rider again? Get me
God,
out.
okay. All right. I mean, at least the Naga Siren's banned.
But his first two bet has not won. It has not looked good in any single game. Why do people keep doing it?
I mean, at least they have the techies, which I feel like is a high priority, although the Bat Rider is just, I'm not...
Bleed have Doom.
Yeah.
Ice's best hero by far. Like, by far.
Yeah. I don't know.
And how convenient that it's also the best hero in the patch, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
It's up there for a good reason. The Silencer comes out again to punish your Bat Rider. For Boom, I think they've got to pivot this towards Yopach if they can. The issue is if they can. I mean, at this point, if you want that, you maybe ban out mid matchups the Bat Rider doesn't enjoy for the most part.
Yeah, are they afraid of the Quap? Do you think Corden played a good enough Quap that they would be like, ooh?
I think he wrecked Yopach in lane, which is honestly enough for Bleed to take the game over Boom.
Okay.
Like, it's enough. I think that the first 10 minutes, slowing down Yopach is like so good for them. It was so good for them. Because I feel like no one on Boom makes moves.
Yeah.
It's the supports and Yopach. And the supports don't have levels if Yopaj does not have levels. Like everything's just a chain reaction. I feel like Natsumi by nature is playing carry, is not going to do much, and FBZ just is kind of slow.
The patch has not been kind to FBZ's hero pool. Whenever he was like on his Mars, he was moving around quite a bit. But these days, he's very static.
Yeah, like his heroes were really what? Mars, Sand King. That was basically his big ones. Centaur and his Timbersaw, which is generally first phase banned against him anyway.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's a little bit tough for him to get the groove here. I don't know, I feel like though, as an offlaner, surely every offlaner can play like Doom Underlord.
I just think he's a bit less adaptive. Like I think in the last game, if he knows how hard Yopaj's game is, he can actually just play a bit more active. Maybe instead of Octarine, he could go for travels, win lanes. You know, Lasso with Static Storm, you do kill people. Chakram Battle is pretty strong. Like you have something to put pressure on the map for a team, you know?
Yeah, there should be enough aggression there to buy that space out, but I'm not sure. Like this is the issue we've had with Boom. It just feels their identity as a team has felt a little bit shaky since the roster shakeup. And I mean, you'd figure that by Tour 3, you know, that's with the same roster for 3 tours, you'd stitch it in a lot more together, but it still feels like that voice in game is still lacking to tell you or to force you to do certain things to compensate for shortcomings elsewhere.
I think the drop to Div 2 really hurt them. Like you play against these slightly weaker opponents, you know, your scrim shadows off because Tier 1 teams are overseas playing lands, or like Div 1's done, you know, you're kind of stuck, and
it's harder to find the bad habits that you're doing because you're still winning against
Yeah,
Div
you get
2
away
teams.
with all of it.
You can get away with
That's
it.
fair.
You show up against Div 1 teams and you're like, wait, maybe my Batrider can't build like a carry.
Arc Warden Ursa. So bleed 1 Terror Blade here, maybe?
It's fair enough. I think Terrorblade into Batrider lane is maybe a little bit more manageable for the Bat at that point.
It's
but
okay because of the silencer. I think that's what changes the lane.
Sure. Like the silencer still enabled to set up against a Bat.
How about Dusa? Is she just off the menu ever since
dog shit hero?
That's not true.
Okay. So my theory is that in SCA, a lot of teams are not good at playing around like one big timing together. And I feel like Dusa excels at that a lot. It's like you want to buff this Dusa, you know, he has this Manta plus 1 item, 15 minutes. You mow down buildings, you don't split the map anymore, you know. You just kind of take advantage and choke.
Okay.
But I feel in SCA, that doesn't really happen.
How about Muerta, though? Because I feel like Muerta has a very similar spike, and teams seem to be favoring Muerta these days over the Medusa even.
It's just Execration. Right?
Maybe it's just Execration.
I think it's just
Maybe
Execration.
recency bias.
Because they won like the last series with Muerta, and then they're like, they also were playing against an agility carry, and I think Muerta was a pretty good pick there.
Yeah, okay, fine. But still, I thought Medusa was just so autopilot that you could just pick her into any situation. Yeah, maybe aligning with her timings makes her really good, but even the mediocre version of Medusa is still amazing.
I mean, to be fair, I remember in Tour 1 when every other region was first phase banning Lina, Southeast Asia kept letting it through. So
that's true.
I think we just had different trends.
It had like a 30% win rate in our region.
Yeah, we I don't know. We're doing something this year. We're cooking, and maybe it's not tasting too good, but I don't know.
Well, they ban out another carry. They take out the Alchemist, and Boom respond with an Undying. Bleed pick up an Ember.
I mean, you don't have any way to punish this Ember. You don't have hold in your supports. Your only hold is really Lasso. Blast Off, I guess, can count, but I don't know if you can really consider that to catch the Ember off unless you always hide in Fog very well here on your rotation for Boom.
Will Bleed pick their carry here? How much priority does DJ get?
That is a good question.
Because it would be really weird to pick the carry, but that's what they have been doing. Yeah, DJ is the carry. That's
so, I mean,
All right,
you look at who's going to win you the game. Aw.
Coddle.
I don't mind that. You still get the strong combo out with Coddle Ember down the line. Your lane should be pretty good. Coddle Doom is not too bad as well.
And it goes with you were saying that they might want a TB because they were banning out Arc Warden Ursa.
True.
Now they can do Coddle TB.
Does line up.
Not too many carries left though. Just like Slark, Terrorblade, Lifestealer. Who might even take the Slark here? I feel like they need some sort of catch for this Ember. I can see Morphling too, but I feel like all the Morphling players have not been playing Morphling.
No, I know.
So Hero is probably really bad right now.
Yeah. I'd like the Slark. I think we've seen Slark into Ember feel good, into the Doom lane feel pretty all right for the most part. So it does fit into what Boom might want to do. They go with the DP first. So they hold on. I mean, that they hold on to some flex. We've seen FBZ play a lot of offlane DP, so you can kind of toss around. Although at this point, you know your matchups. And what do you prefer here then, Adam? A Batrider mid or a DP mid?
I feel like you want tempo on your punch. Just let FBZ play the Death Prophet, buy some Greaves, you know. I think it suits their playstyle a lot more.
Wouldn't Coddle be good against a DP offlane because you can just Blinding Light to break the Siphon?
You are
That is
correct.
true.
You can also Blinding Light Techie's Suicide.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
why it
that's
doesn't
true.
feel that great there.
There's probably DJ Techie's, right? Sorry, DJ Coddle, so...
Oh, you're right. It's going to be
in the
Ole.
lane.
Ole will
It's
be...
good against Undying. You run around, he can't catch you. If he goes on your boy, you just Blinding Light him away.
Yeah. Bleed ban out Troll Warlord. What's up with that?
Yeah.
Just the lane, I think. Just no simple lane. They need a tower sieger, tower hitter. I think it's also a hero that they will not pick. Like, there's no situation where Bleed will pick Troll, and they both need carries, so you kind of have to leave a bit of stuff in the middle.
I wonder if they're going to take out the Slark now for Bleed. Take it away from Boom.
Yeah, they banned the Bloodseeker.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of clear that Boom would probably want that Slark for good old Natsumi. I'm still enjoying the fact that in Southeast Asia is the one region of Cassid where Medusa can go all the way to last pick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no way the hero's that bad.
Yeah, there's not. Actually, Dusa looks insane for Bleed too. This
Yeah, I wouldn't mind
Coddle Medusa.
Yeah.
Super
Kind of unkillable
self-sustaining.
right now too, yeah.
Yeah, you just sustain into the
They banned the PL too, so I think
might
it is highly likely to be a Dusa. Or they could still TB, depending on comfort, I guess.
True. I think if you do the Dusa on Bleed, you don't have a straightforward answer from Boom necessarily. Like, you have no good way of melting through Mana Shield. If you do go Slark, I guess, they banned the Terrorblade and Boom, so they leave the Dusa in. They'd rather go against the Dusa than the Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's wild.
But always anti-mage the Dusa. Is not the best of picks, but it's something, you know, gives you somewhat of a win condition.
Is Doom and Silencer, you'd still be okay picking AM?
I think it's okay because the DP is really strong. And you just have to show up and kind of deal with the Dusa.
I see.
Like, your DP is the main hero until later on in the game.
That's fair.
It's putting a lot of faith in FBZ.
And he has had a bit of a rougher time on Boom, but if he could deliver the goods against that kind of pick, then I suppose it's not the worst team in the world. And what else is left for Bleed? Because I feel like the Dusa is just... Okay, they go to Slark instead on their side. So play it safe. They take that away from Boom.
They can TA here on Boom. I think it's a Natsumi hero as well. Gives them Roche, gives them some vision to play around the map. It's pretty decent against Slark.
You know what's funny? Medusa used to be his one hero in Polaris they'd win on. That was before the changes. That literally was the hero they used to win on, and now Boom just doesn't go into it.
Still a pretty sick Morphling game too.
It is. I wouldn't mind any of those. I feel like just looking at the draft as is, I'm not seeing a solid... Yeah, okay, the Morphling does come out. Honestly, in this draft, I mean, it's a little bit better coming in from Boom. I do want... Yopaj is still actually playing the DP mid up against the Ember, so FBZ's back
right.
on
I'm
that
so
battle.
curious. Why would you not put DP against Slark and
what the...
mid?
Why would you put the Dispel against the Batrider?
I do not know. That is very curious, but seeing how all of this comes out, I think like Boom has more play with Zephyr on a techies. I think there is more aggression you can try, although how much you can really get out from the Silencer lane is different. I think Bleed overall has a much more stitched together draft. Like, I think Jackie's not going to be under too much threat. There's, again, not too much to hold down Corden unless you can land your silences from the DP down the line. So you're kind of free to do what you want and Bleed again.
I feel like Yopaj needs the game of his life.
Yeah.
I feel like Natsumi's going to do okay and then probably get doomed and died. And FBZ's going to have a shit game. It's like a Slark Silencer. Do you know how hard that lane?
That's not
Techies ain't helping you, man. He ain't helping you.
It's not a game.
I don't know. I just don't really like how it ended up.
And while it was a good Morphling game, your anecdotal evidence is accurate. Morphling has only been picked once in the entire SCA DPC. Raven beat Execration with it. But that's one pick.
I feel like people just don't like the hero right now. I think it's warranted, but it is pretty good against Ember and Slark. It gives them a bit of catch too. So
if there was a game for it to be viable, this may be it. Now let's see if they can actually convert it into a win, or if this is another potential draft loss in game number 2 with Winter and Seek and Strike.
Thank you, Tsunami and panel. And yeah, Neil, I was just kind of thinking the same as what Adam was thinking, really, to be honest. You know, you exclaimed. We were arguing over what that last pick was going to be. I like the Faceless Void. You then rethought about it and liked the Ursa Warrior, but you still had a reaction when you saw the Natsumi Morphling come out. Would you care to explain that a bit?
It's one of his best heroes.
Yeah? What do you think he excels on about the hero? Why do you think it could be a bit dangerous for Bleed as they head into game 2?
You can play recklessly with this hero and not get punished, because it's so difficult to kill you. Like you see, I feel like when you look at most of his games, I'm a big fan of his Morphling and Arc Warden. I think those are the two heroes that I feel like he can actually bring out the best from those heroes, you know, because he understands how to play those heroes really well, and I think that he really excels at heroes that can, the carries especially, that can sit in the lane and keep farming, you know.
Got it. Yeah, going to be a bit difficult to boot him out, even as a Doombringer, right? It's a bit hard to just walk up and doom him.
Morphling, Lifestealer, Juggernaut, those are the heroes that are really, really difficult to boot out of the lane.
To battle.
In the later part of the game, I feel like the panel was right. Like, he'll struggle against the Doom and the Slug in the team fights. But when he gets to, I feel like when he gets to Ultra late game with the Aghalim's is very good against the Slug. And you're going to build a Lincoln's this game, I presume. You have ways to deal with the Doom.
Yeah, that you do. There's a lot of heroes here that don't mind fighting into Doom either, or like a DP if she gets Exo off and can kind of try and subsist through it, as it's going to be a Flame Break level 1, forcing the Pounce level 1 at the very least out from Jackie.
Yeah, and they managed to force the Scorch Earth out of the Doom. He was trying to contest the Bounty Runes, but Morphling plus Undying, not gonna be a fun lane, you know, for the Doom here.
Yeah, and 3 bounties in the end for the side of Bleed. It's gonna give Corden a nice lead in the mid lane as the Ember Spirit right into the Yopaj.
Yeah, this is a tough lane for the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit against DP, like Spirit Siphon. I think this lane should be at least 6-4 or 7-3 for the DP.
All right. Yeah, and your supports aren't too great at rotating mid either, are they? They bring a lot of damage, but we'll see if that ends up being enough. Speaking of damage, Dubu's dying up in the top lane. FBZ, no, it's Zephyr who's going to get the kill with Pounce at level 1. Not a whole lot Jackie could really offer other than just a couple of right clicks.
Yeah. And Talon mentioned that this lane is a horrendous lane for Bear Rider. Even Techies cannot save it. And see what just happened, you know, Techies is able to save the lane.
For now, give it a chance. I do think this lane is going to look a little bit more difficult as soon as we do see that eventually that point in the Dark Pack.
I feel like it's still playable though, because you get more points in the Firefly, and then sure he can remove the sticky napalm stacks, but what if you don't skill it, you know, you just get your Flame Break and your Firefly?
I mean, for now, maybe that'll be the case here. FBZ does have a second skill point. We'll see what he decides to put it in, but that seems realistic.
Ooh, look at it, it's so annoying. They're just nuking them from afar, harassing them down.
It's plenty of damage. The problem is going to be, you know, getting up close and personal to actually use that point in Firefly. But I'm eager to see how this will go, and of course for Jackie, soon to see that Dark Pact, and then this lane gets substantially easier for him. Other than that, Zephyr and Dubu both going to be trying to contest the poles and all that stuff. Back down bottoms where we might see a little bit of action as well, as DJ does secure the range creep, but Natsumi should not have too difficult a time lasting under tower.
Granite.
Nova, does he have a kill here? There's not a lot of HP on DJ. Yeah, another decay forced out, but DJ otherwise is going to be okay. Even once again, Ice was walking with him, says, "Hey, give me a tango." He stole my HP. Give tango.
Yeah, I still don't have my ring.
Boo. It's gonna be okay. Plenty of damage, and again, why this lane can be difficult early.
You say difficult. Look at the CS, man. FBZ is 10-5. The Slug is 4-3. So far, I don't think the Barrett is having a difficult time. Sure, he got a kill earlier, but still, you know.
And it is that point in Firefly, by the way, like you were talking about. So we'll see if they can actually continue, you know, the momentum in this lane to really take advantage of that and try and build this kind of unstoppable lead early.
Dubu.
There's another kill attempt onto Dubu. Blood grenade thrown.
Wow.
Plenty of damage. Stick charge used, however, and that does leave him at least okay. Even without the sticky napalm, these two are really spamming a lot of spells in this lane. Down bottom, Natsumi not having too difficult a time CSing behind the tower.
Radiant's bottom
He's
tower
going
is
to have
under
2
attack.
waves now underneath his tier 1. We'll see how many of these creeps he can pick up, but also doing a pretty good job over Ice. Are we going to see someone take the gate? Nope. Just DJ being a bit annoying from behind the tower. Trying to nuke through Natsumi.
Radiant structures
Yeah.
Oh, the blood
are
grenade! That was a cheeky
Ooh.
attempt.
That was close.
That was cheeky. Does this do damage right when it lands? I always forget. It's only like 15 damage, right? Maybe that's something you do have to watch out for here if you're going to play it ultra efficient on the stick uses. That's funny.
And Morphing is really having a hard time right now. He doesn't have any tangles. Undying doesn't have tangles. They have a solve. I might have to use it on the Morph. Oh my.
Oh, that was close. But Natsumi, you know, he's done the mental math and he already has the Morbid Mask Winter. So maybe he's just going to try and rely on that. Healing Salve as well available as DJ. Charging up another one from the side. There's too much HP here. There's just too much HP, my friend. And his 1 point as well on attribute shift only. He's not.
Man, look at where they are playing on this Doom and Kotal. Just so far back behind the tower, so aggressive.
He's going to be okay now. Morphing back into the Agi as he's sticking around. Avoiding the next little Illuminate.
Oh my god, this is so annoying for the Morphing right now.
Let's freeze up a little bit more space.
Can DJ snipe him from here? Oh, he has no mana yet.
Yeah, no mana. Chakra magic.
He's trying.
He's got too much HP though. He's got way too much HP. But an effective amount burned anyway.
Yeah, he lost a lot of the CS, I believe, as well.
That he did.
A lot of the creeps.
Where's the regen here? Where's the courier? He's just gonna play it like this. I guess he feels like Ice and DJ, you know, as long as he plays it right, can't actually kill him.
He is like a level 30 Grandmaster Morphling or something.
DJ top lane is going to take another death. That's this lane starting to get really difficult, but Jackie now with 2 points in the Dark Pact and a point in Essence Shift isn't so easy to kill.
Yeah, and meanwhile, mid lane, look at how DP is owning the lane.
Right.
He's pushing the Ember all the way back to the base, and right now 6 minutes, the first power rune is going to spawn, so this is going to have like huge implications in the laning phase if the DP manages to get a important rune.
Healing salve there for Natsumi, even if it's only half because it was out from X Nova, it's going to be almost a full heal for him thanks to how he can abuse the stats. Yopaj in the mid lane is going to find that DJ has rotated over very early on. That's another ward behind the tower. Good damage now into Yopaj. Quite enough
DJ's
for
trying
the
to snipe
kill.
him. DJ.
Okay, looking for the Illuminate just off the mark. Almost clipping, really, there on the wings, but so far so good. As Zephyr is also in the mid lane, has 1 point here in Blast Off that he can use to try and contest. Corden not quite yet level 6, however.
Rune, time for the rune, 6 minutes.
Let's see what it'll be.
Supports all here.
Haste. No, it's an illusion top and Doobie denies it.
Yep, that's nicely done. Denying the bottle refill.
Dire's bottom
Both
tower
offlaners as well. It probably makes it even easier now up here for Jackie, doesn't it? As without the techies here, he doesn't really have too much to be concerned with. There's no way FBZ goes diving that early.
And Tombstone committed in mid. They're trying to keep the catapult alive as long as possible.
I suppose they are. It's not going to be too effective for much more damage here, though, Winter. And they got in 2 extra hits, another 100 damage or so. I mean, it's something, I suppose, but other than that, not a whole lot to write home about.
And this Ember is really, really poor. Like his same net worth with the Kotal, actually lower net worth than the Kotal right now.
I think what's really brutal for him is like I talked about earlier, I don't think his supports are that great at setting up kills for him. I think they can be really annoying. They bring lots of damage if Yopaj, that is.
Yeah, Wisdom Rune, X Nova, making a play, he's trying to steal the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, he's so close.
DJ is here, no blinding light.
He got it, doesn't have the blinding light. Dubu as well on in, but they don't have any stuns, Winter.
Huge win for
He's
Boom.
out of there.
That's a Giga Chat play.
Giga Chad move, TPing right in the face, and I actually saw the TP out from Dubu, so Yopaj went for a cheeky little dive mid alongside Zephyr, but it's really bottom where we have a little bit of action, and a quick and easy kill there, actually. Natsumi taking down Ice. Nice little move through the portal. The gate, sorry, not the portal. Although they're thinking with portals, that's for sure.
Yep, now he's all the way back towards top. Mid lane, Yopaj.
Look at the damage as well.
A lot of harass. Top lane.
Jackie. He's going to be okay. He's already actually got himself a Shadow Dance, so basically a full heal for him alongside that big wand that he was carrying. They have at least forced back Yopaj. We still haven't seen the first use of the Exo. Do you think it's as important these days as at preventing the tier 1 tower from going down, given, you know, how much bigger the map is. Is that their main concern? As Corden picks up a DD rune, this could be big for him, Winter, in terms of recovery.
Yeah, it's still important to defend the tower. The map control and protecting the jungle, everything is still really, really valuable, even if the map is bigger. Corden with the Kotal right now, with the Chakra, they're trying to put...
They still don't have a blinding light, though. DJ really wants this kill, but he actually might be killed himself here. He's got the Earth Shadows.
No TP scroll, he's dead.
It'll take a while. They commit Tombstone. That'll slow him to a crawl. And the second Spirit Siphon with the level 2 Crypt Swarm picks him off.
Look at the tower taking so much damage from the DD, from the Ember. This is a very, very good trade for Kotal.
Natsumi's still having a really nice time, by the way. And Ice has at least recovered, given he can eat creep. And now, basically, with the Ring of Health, he doesn't really care about the Morphling, but he's not going to really be able to pressure here. Back mid, they are still looking for a bit of damage onto Corden. I thought they were going to hit him there on the stun, but Corden seemed quite relaxed there. He's got phase boots, right, so he can turn pretty much instantly. Top lane, there's a TP because FBZ's gone diving, has himself a lasso, no chance to use it, however, given that Ice dooms him up, and Jackie will collect what is his first stack of permanent agility.
I mean, you see how like the offlaners, they're really, really keen to move around because of like if you TP, there's always a twin gate for you to return to the lane, so you don't really lose too much.
Very true. Boom, though, well, they've circled this part of the map. They knew Ice was going to return, but couldn't have really done too much about it. But for now, it's both mid laners have kind of just stayed mid. Just really, you know, putting the mid and mid laner here for both Corden and Yopaj. I mean, we've already seen, what, DD and Illusion, so Haste Rune might be the one we expect to see Corden rotate on.
Oh, smoke up. They're going to run into DJ.
Broken DJ breaks the smoke and is going to have to pay with this with his life. I don't believe Corden's going to look for anything else here as he sees Yopaj chasing right on after him.
Yep, not the biggest deal for Bleed losing the Kotal here. 10-minute rune, that's going to be a huge contest here for the Ember Spirit. He wants to get the rune.
Advantage for Boom as FBZ is going to be able to snag the Arcane top. Immediately punished.
So far, what's the rune? It's DD, Arcane, and
Illusion. So we have Regen, Shields, Haste, and Arcane. That should be him.
Yep, so Doom is still getting towards his Midas, so he's still happy, like sitting in his lane and farming. Bluewood's getting his level 6. Like everybody's really contented and sitting in the lanes and farming right now.
Pretty much. I mean, even Jackie and FBZ still going at it. Zephyr now makes a return play, but a good pounce sees Jackie well into the tower.
He has the Occult Bracelet, so that's probably one of the best items for him in the early game.
Who's running top? It's going to be able to recapture, neutralize the Watcher. I don't know if we'll be able to sneak up on these guys. Yeah, it's just super chill here, man.
Yeah, the Kotal and Ember they've been sitting here. They don't really want the DP to use Exo to push the tower, so they've been sitting here trying to deal with the creep wave. They killed the catapult, so now they're smoking towards top lane.
Yeah, we'll see what they can find. Xnova's already here, does not have 6, not the biggest.
Level 3 Tombstone available.
That's a good point. They're trying to keep this
here comes the wraparound.
The wagon alive. The smoke will break onto 2. DJ as well from range with damage onto Zephyr, but Jackie's just out of reach. And now the Tombstone's been dropped, so Bleed are going to have to focus down onto that. They still actually end up getting the kill onto Zephyr. He takes out plenty of damage over time as the silence now connects onto Corden. They're going to push him back for more damage, and they have the kill. Corden with the Remnant out, did his due diligence, but simply caught out there by how quickly FBZ was willing to toss out that damn lasso. Jackie now turning right back in onto FBZ. Jackie with good damage and continues to fight now under the cover of the Shadow Dance, but Yopaj going for the backline supports. And without any creeps here to tank, this is dangerous. Jackie needing the TP out, will make it out alive.
That was close.
That was. As does Dubu. Dubu canceled his TP here, by the way.
So far, everybody has been involved in the game except Natsumi.
Except Natsumi. He's just Bing chilling down here.
So he has a Yasha up right now, he has an Ops, so he can use the Observer to protect himself. I mean, he is really, really happy. He is not being touched at all the whole game. So once I think he gets his Manta, he should probably start to join fights.
That is... It's crazy, by the way. Xnova already has a great healing Lotus. You need, what, 3 of those things, right?
Yep, 3.
That's kind of a bit of an oversight, a small one from Bleed. Apparently, they haven't really been contesting them.
Yeah, we should actually have a counter. You talk about the counter for the Wisdom,
runes. I think these things like Loki make a big difference to how aggressive you can play. When you think about this, especially with a stick, right? If you have like a 10 charge stick,
And you can always feed it to the teammates. So
you can, that's right. You can force feed them a Lotus.
It's pretty big deal in the team fights.
Yeah. Plus you have decay, right, as well. Even just a single point with enough units. You know, it's a lot of burst healing from Xnova. Might not be expected. It's basically like an early mech, honestly. You know, that you're kind of just walking around with. I do think it'll end up becoming something we end up seeing the more try-hard and fighting teams go for. Global silence here, is that going to be enough to see Corden to safety? Yes,
no.
and they also get Natsumi down bottom. They got him there basically with just a well-timed pounce into the global. It doesn't seem like he was able to morph strength and time. He was caught on almost max energy.
2-for-1 special, it saves the Ember and he kills the Morphling.
Perfect
Not sure if it was timed that perfectly, but...
It was just as they drew it up, you know?
I mean, that was a very, very good sequence of events happening for Bleed.
Would you say that Boom in this early game may be a little bit cooldown dependent? It seemed too threatening without a lasso, without an Exo.
Yeah. With the Exo, it's a longer cooldown spell. You can't really fight so much without it. Doom.
Wow, he actually
doomed the Tekis.
He did. He went through with that. And I don't think they're going to be able to kill him. I think he's going to just walk this one off. He doesn't have a lot of HP, but...
Hey, that's a man that's seen enough from Tekis.
That it is. I don't blame him. Nice. It's a man where you say, yeah, sure, you messed up the Doom, but honestly not guilty, you know? That jury returns a not guilty verdict. We've got a replay. What are we seeing? Oh, we've got the kill on Observer 2.
Oh, he was TPing.
Oh, and then got caught by it. Yeah. There's a lot of time in between there. Just kind of ended up getting caught out.
Yep.
And Bleed, by the way, they still haven't picked up their Wisdom Runes. I don't see a way for Boom to really get in there and steal it, but it is just Bing chilling there. You can see they're gonna maybe make a play. I don't know for the rune, but I don't even know if Boom's gonna check it, honestly.
Are they just gonna run up the high ground from here?
They are. They have Exo. Breaking the smoke is due. Rod of Atos will catch him. Yopaj has Shield Rune as well, bottled up, and Dubu's gonna be fine. He walks this one off.
Not the easiest way to gank without a proper setup.
Yeah, and with your longest best stun being the blast off, if you can't immediately combo that with the Rod of Atos, it doesn't really seem too likely that you're going to be able to pick up a kill. But Natsumi is going to be able to join the push in the mid lane. He takes down the tower quite quickly. FBZ on the run. His pursuer is DJ. DJ getting a bit aggressive here as he really wants to get his vessel online.
Oh, here comes Yopaj.
Xnova as well is going to break this. Global silence is good to stop Yopaj from getting off anything but the Shield Rune, doing a lot of work here. He's actually still fairly healthy, but Jackie really starting to do some damage now, and will be able to use a lot of that cover to not only get through the Shield Rune, but pick up the kill. Nice recovery from Jackie from what was a really tough couple of minutes.
They went through the Pavis as well, you know. They did that much amount of damage.
Was it a Pavis? Who's got it?
Yeah, the Tekis.
Oh yeah, Tekis got it. Yeah, it was a Pavis, it was a Shield Rune. That's a... Well, they took him down. Mostly just Jackie, honestly, just kind of let loose with his brand new Diffusal Blade. Well-timed delivery on that as he immediately goes into Echo Saber, which is now complete, and into the Ag Scepter.
And we have, I think, Octane Core almost ready for the Doom. I mean, the game is going to start to be played around the slug a lot more. Right now, he's going to build into the Axe next, but right now, even with the Echo Saber plus Diffusal, the slug is incredibly strong in the team fights. He can just run in because he has a Global Silence to back him up once it's off cooldown. And there's nothing much you can do to deal with the slug that way, you know. Maybe if you already preemptively use the Exo, then you can maybe try to fight the slug off, but he can always use his ulti.
Top lane, FBZ is going to be targeted. We'll see. Corden, nice cast there, actually. I don't know if that was a bit of luck or just proper positioning, catching them with the Natsumi. Not going to matter, though. Natsumi is in and picks up a kill in return. Has a full Manta style and may look for now a tier 1 tower. Down bottom, though, Jackie going hunting. Kavis trying to keep Xnova alive as Jackie keen to fight into this one. Does have himself a Shadow Dance and does activate it right before the silence connects. Has Pounce now available. He's going to be able to dispel a couple of things. Atos into the stun. The Doom is going to be under the Batrider. Prevents FBZ from getting off a lasso, which was not up for 30 seconds. Prevented him from getting off any more damage. And, well, with Exo committed, that's a big win for Bleed, I'd say.
I mean, you have to use the Doom for... I guess it's okay.
I think so. It's a Doom for Exo. Now you're going to have Corden soon with the Maelstrom, ready to join the next fight. You keep Jackie alive, which I would say is the most important thing here. Although, he's getting a bit aggressive. Oh, this is a lovely ward that Bleed had, by the way. I really like this ward. Highly recommend it. That's right beneath the outpost. Gives you a ton of vision, very rarely dewarded.
+1.
Yep.
I agree. That's a very good ward.
Yeah, it gives Jackie or Corden the confidence to just take the gate on through. Lets you know if anyone's farming in that area as well. Highly underrated ward.
It's also nighttime. This is a time where the slot wants to play aggressive and abuse the night vision. And you have the chakra onto the Ember Spirits with the double slide chains. So I think they definitely should try to put a lot more pressure on the map. They're trying to hit the tower here, but I feel like they should just smoke and run at the enemy. Their heroes are not the best at killing buildings, but they're very good at killing heroes.
That's true. There is Lasso ready, though.
The Ice is going to show himself in the mid lane.
Still a long time until they have an...
Oh, it's a bait.
They're going to take the bait. Oh, they should have known. The global immediately as Ice fights right back into this one. No doom, no problem as they take down the Yopaj, and now X-Nova looking for the deny, only finds himself killed off by Corden. Picks up a double kill there.
My friend Daryl, too delicious for the opposing team.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He said, that one's for you, Chanlibin.
Yeah, very nice little play there by Bleed. And that's going to give them a mid-tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, just really clean. That gives them even more map control as well. You can see Slark moves into the triangle, finds himself a D-ward. Love seeing and actively D-warding Slark. I mean, it makes you money. And observers get a good amount of...
If you are the one who buys the sentry.
Yeah, of course, but it makes you money. I think it's always worth doing, honestly. Careful here.
How many slots are going to buy the sentries on their own? They're yelling at the support.
You don't even need
Get me the sentry.
You know what drives me crazy is whenever Slarks just stand right next to the cliff and then they just still trying to right-click it anyway. So just tell me where the ward is. Or be like Jackie, be proactive. My man's out here setting the example on his... signature Slark. Would you say signature for him? I think his Faceless Void for me might be a bit more signature. TB as well. Oh, Echo Saber. Lots of stats from X-Nova, who does get a tombstone off on the
nice
round.
off.
They catch Jackie. Does manage to still activate the Shadow Dance with the mines bombasting here onto poor Mr. Jackie, who is cut off by Yopaj and killed off. That's a big old kill streak into the hands of FBZ. Dubu.
That's
a nice little hurricane back from Ice. Ice now just completed an item. Has Doom as well. Drops the Doom, but regrettably Natsumi a bit fast on his fingers. Finds himself morphing into the strength, so good luck getting through him, especially without a Slark. I respect this. You've got an Octarine core, right? You gotta cast Doom when you have it.
It's still like, what, 100 seconds?
Yeah.
110?
I mean, in actuality, this could be a little bit of a moment for Boom to perhaps strike back now at Bleed. Yeah, they're going to smoke up. They have Exo. It's now level 2. They have Lasso. That's also level 2. Global Silence is going to be the biggest difference maker here. So if they can find Dubu Winter, I suspect that's the best start to this kind of a fight.
Yeah, trying to get Ice again, but this time he's not a bait.
No.
He's truly alone.
He is alone in this world for now. Getting creeped. Wow, they've even Exo'd him. Nice Hurricane. I don't think it's going to save him. The Techie stun still managed to catch him. Disarmed, and he's dead. Can they convert this into anything more from DP, though, or on the usage of the Exo?
I mean, Roche is bot lane.
Yeah.
It's probably not. Oh, Morphling has Aghanim's. Okay, that's huge.
Wow, that was pretty fast. No universal heroes in this game. I did want to point out, if you steal stats from a universal hero, you get an additional 20% stat stolen.
Intended?
Yes, it's intended. It actually says that now. They kill Corden, by the way, down bottom. So that's what they're able to make happen. And that's courtesy of a nice lasso onto him. Big kill there into the silence, I suspect, which set it all up. I like this blink item on DP, right? Because you can just blink and then throw the silence at the ground now that it's a projectile. It's a pretty slow projectile. But if you just get right in their face, they may not be able to dodge it in time. I suspect that's what happened with Mr. Corden there.
Yeah, you can always get the overwhelming blink later. So
right.
It's pretty good for your hero. He's going for a BKB right now.
So Winter, we used to cast together quite a bit back when Morphlings were building Ag Scepters and stealing all of Slark's stats. There was 2 ways to deal with it as Slarks back then. Lots of people went for the Lincolns. You didn't ever like that. You liked just Moonshard, right? Or sorry, what is it? Hyperstone? Yeah, Moonshard, right? Do you think with the proliferation of new items, any new tier 4s, has that changed? Do you still want to see Moonshard on this Slark Or do you like some other item here to try and keep the Slark in fighting shape if he does get caught by the Morph?
Lincoln's is... I think Lincoln's is still pretty good this game. You're playing against the Bear Rider. I think it's nice to have that protection as well.
Okay, I like this. Jackie going for the Acceptor, right? The double pounce, even if it was slightly nerfed. However, I think the big news here that we should pay attention for is both carries have kind of gone for an aggressive fighting item. So whoever wins this next fight, I assume, is going to be much, much happier. And it's maybe going to be Bleed, even if they have kind of flubbed the initiation here just a bit. FBZ slowed to a crawl, caught by Jackie, who uses the Shadow Dance early. Now the Depth Shroud as well. The Techie's counter initiation. Jackie blowing up here rather quickly. The Doom managing to catch out one. But the fight's still pretty good out from Bleed. They haven't got very much, and Natsumi's still eager to fight. Morphs into the Ember Spirit here. Can't, of course, actually use the Remnants, though, so he's not going to be able to do too much, but did steal plenty of Agi. All right, a 1-for-none trade. Did you see who got doomed there, by the way? I didn't catch it. Was it the Yopaj DP?
Not really sure, though. I didn't manage to catch it. I was looking at something else, but Doom Moments has his Blink, so that's going to help him get on the Morph. I think the Morphing probably the only hero he wants to doom. I don't think he should doom the other heroes.
You don't even think DP at BZ is not even a consideration here?
No. Morphing is too much of a problem right now in the team fights. Maybe you can consider to doom the DP if the DP doesn't
use Exo.
Yeah, he doesn't use Exo yet. Then you can doom him.
Other than that, you think just taking out the Morphling here?
Yeah, because if you look at the other heroes, right, how are they going to kill Morph if it's not from Doom, you know?
Yeah.
The other heroes don't really have great ways of killing him. Sure, you have the Vessel, but he has the Manta to remove that. Maybe you can try to force him to Manta your Vessel, and then you pop Global after, then maybe you can
I see what you mean. Yeah, that could work. That could work. I wonder if Natsumi, if you'll get flashy with it, I always like seeing pros Manta during the Doom cast animation, right? To kind of reset it on the Doom and then either kill him or just waveform away or something like that. Could be cool. If you morph into Doom, do you also get his consumed abilities? I don't suspect that'll ever make a difference, but
not really sure.
I know, like, I'm just wondering. I don't know. You make a perfect copy, so I'm wondering next time if I don't think he's ever going to Doom or morph the Doom, but if he does, pay attention and let me know if you see him with.
Yeah.
For right now is Hurricane on Ice.
So the Slug has changed his mind, so he's going for the Moonshot against the.
Okay. Did pick up the Mage Slayer, right? He stopped for that one.
Yeah, that's still a very nice item against the Morphling and the Bear Rider.
Oh.
Like they both do so much magic damage.
Speaking of damage, boom.
Okay, who's getting the shard?
Zephyr.
It's pretty nice. I guess you put it on the DP when the DP wants to go in before the blink, and then you just put the buff on her.
Yeah, it's not a bad one.
She gets extra move speed from that.
Annoying against the Slark as well. The disarm against Ice, who otherwise needs to be able to, attack for Infernal Blade. Not usually the first person you think would be really annoyed by disarm, but might make a difference here and there. We're moving fairly confidently though. I suspect as soon as they pick up this BKB on Yopaj, they may look to make yet another more aggressive move. Jackie continues to farm up towards the Hyperstones.
And even with the BKB, it's still pretty hard for them to kill the Slug though. I feel like they need to get a Hex later on to kill the Slug.
Well, you just love these Hexes, don't you? I agree with your point, but I think the BKB is big for Yopaj because it allows him to have a Dispel against Global.
And it also allows him to face tank the Ember Spirit and the cultural magic damage.
Yeah, very true. Is this going to be a Roche attempt out from Bleed? They're all TPing in.
Do they have a good observer ward? They need a good observer ward.
They need a good observer ward. They have one. I think they have one. Yeah, it's going to be scouted though. Boom. Heads up play on this one. Take out the eyes, and now it's going to be Ice who takes out the bats on the side of Boom. They get through X-Nova as well. That's 2 dead already. Despite losing the Vision War, they win the war.
They both have buyback if they want to contest this.
Do they need to? Do you think they should?
Not really sure though. Maybe they can still fight. Go and poke. Morphling is really, really strong. I feel like the Morphling can do a lot of damage here without the Doom.
Oh. Zephyr's got a ward up. It is going to be de-warded here rather quickly. Jackie as well preempting on that stun there. Oh God. Natsumi's just in. He's got 2 pound charges. Incredibly mobile, as you can see, leaping across our screen in a matter of mere seconds.
Jackie can't fight right now with the buff on him and the debuff.
Nope.
They need to wait it out.
His attack speed is gone. It's still, look at that. I mean, that's pitiful. That's so bad. That's like level 1 attack speed. Attacks once a second, Winter. Whew. That's a carry? Not my carry.
So you have a moonshot, it kind of...
Offset.
You kind of offset it.
Yeah.
And you still have an extra.
Yeah, you should have, what, plus 70, right?
30%, 30 extra, is it?
Nah, Moonshard must give you more, right? How much does Moonshard give you?
So you're losing like 70. Moonshot gives you what, 110? Is it more?
140. I was about to say, it must be more,
Oh,
because two Moonshards.
So it gives you 70 extra.
Yeah. You know, you've got to also consider the 20% stat loss. Oh, Yopaj.
Oh, they got a silence?
They actually stopped them from getting the Dark Pact off into now the last,
this is big.
Oh, a huge pick off there as Jackie dies.
How did they
for the
how did they see
Arcane?
him?
They've got a ward.
Oh, they have a ward there.
They've got a ward. That's why you like these wards that watch the river runes, huh? That's a huge kill, Winter.
Radiant are scanning.
I know a lot of people say right now you should place vision wards around, because you play a lot on the side of the map, right? So you should place wards on the side of the map, but I still feel you should try to leave at least one in the room.
In the river, you mean in the middle?
Yeah, around that area. If you want to put it a little bit towards the mid, it's fine too, but I prefer to have it a little towards the rune so I can see what rune spawns.
Got you. Well, speaking of wards, Boom are going to get plenty of theirs up. Tombstone, a ward type unit, and the Observer set up a couple of mines as well. And we're going to make it pretty much impossible for Bleed to try and contest this. Yopaj has conserved the Exorcism, decides that he can afford to wait before popping it here.
Yeah, you
Rosh, and he's right.
You have Water Boy, man. Water Boy does Roshan very quickly.
Water Boy. Who is there's a C player that started off as a water boy for someone else. No, maybe it was an Eastern European, I'm thinking.
What, keyboard? You carry the keyboards around?
No, as in like literally at the Cyber Cafe. He learned from, it was definitely an Eastern European player, and I can't remember who it was, but he used to be the water boy for like Solo or one of these like more legendary Dota 1 names, you know?
I've heard a keyboard boy, but not a water boy.
Keyboard boy.
Yeah, somebody carrying the keyboards around.
Alright, he lets the Doom loose. Natsumi wants to fight this. Didn't see like there's a lot of follow-up, and the Doom will do nothing to save Dubu.
That's definitely a waste of Doom.
That is definitely the most Doom of this game.
So right now, Boom is going to try to... I guess you can try to force the mid lane down and try to see what you can get without the Doom available for Bleed.
I don't know why he doomed. He's also holding on to this Time Warp Aura again, by the way, so he's got even shorter cooldowns here on ice.
I guess he was worried that the Bear Rider would have gotten in range to get him with the lasso. Not entirely sure. Or his team, they had like some communications about perhaps maybe taking a fight. And then once he casts a Doom, somebody says, no, that's bad fight, then just run. You know?
Difficult for Jackie. He's got at least one Hyperstone in the inventory, so even if he does get morphed, he's only still losing 10 attack speed, minus whatever the agi that he would lose, which is a decent amount, actually. He loses quite a bit, 20% of
middle tower has fallen.
like 90-something, 93. Basically, he loses a lot. There it is, easy math for you. Wow. Ooh, making a move here, though. Smoke across the map. Bleed. They're also going to smoke onto the base, but they're heading bottom. Boom.
Jackie.
Oh, they're just out of the line of shot here. They will not be able to catch anything, as Jackie is going to join the rest of his team and start playing around the bottom side of the map now. That was a bit spooky. What could have been if Boom had decided to move up a bit more. But only a 3K net worth lead. I'd say this game's still very much in the balance here, right? Slark about to pick up the Moonshard allows him to fight even if he's still morphed. Not ideal, right? But still doable. Natsumi, of course, you've got to be careful here. Accordin does have BKB, so he's not super vulnerable to this. But like the double pounce into the Ember Spirits, you know, it's a pretty hard counter to him if he doesn't have magic immunity. Any Force Staffs on the side of Bleed? Not that I see. Yes, there's one actually. Coddle has one. And Boom have one Force Staff as well. So one Force Staff on both sides to be able to break a pounce. A leash, I suppose.
Oh, look at FBZ. He's trying to... He has Observer what? He's going to place one and try to lasso. Oh, he gets the Koto.
There he is, finds the Coddle. He's going to be doomed immediately for that. Ice has only eyes for the doom onto the Bat Rider. Global Silence as well is going to prevent the Exo from coming out. Ember Spirit not doing nearly enough damage though to X Nova, as they have actually caught the Slark on the Morph. So Natsumi, oh my goodness, he's laying the damage as well with the Eye of Scotty. Prox catches Ice, or is it Ice that catches him? Lots of damage out from the Infernal Blade. Natsumi morphing back into himself now. That's going to be a stun courtesy of Zephyr from the low ground, and Ice is going to perish without buyback for 70 seconds. Natsumi just jumping around in these fights. The full Moon Shard is being flown now the way towards Jackie. So he's about to be able to nullify this morph, but for now didn't feel super confident in that fight. And without the Fortify Winter, this is a dead tier 3 tower.
No buyback for Ice. I don't see how they're going to be able to hold this Rax, without the Doom. I mean, they really have to try to wait out this Aegis and save Doom for the Morphling. I mean, he can only Doom the Morphling.
Twice in a row he's doomed the Bat Rider. I mean, that time after the lasso even.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why.
I'm also not really sure why, but Ice, I'm sure with his reasons, is going to be left thinking about it for a while longer, as he's still dead for 30 seconds and will respond to see his team is shy at bottom, or top lane of Rax make that. Corden, bit close for comfort there. Otherwise, out of the firing line as well, we'll be okay. This does feel kind of bad. You can see the wards that Dubu has set up here. They were expecting to be able to get a little bit aggressive and play around this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, but now it's useless.
Yeah, they're using, and those are two. I mean, that's half your vision for what at least 5 minutes, isn't it? I mean, maybe if Boom mess up on this push, and then you get to go hunting immediately. Those are extremely unexpected wards, but for now, they just don't give you that much intel.
I mean, this ward placed by FBZ is still there. They can just use this ward and smoke towards it again.
The Radiant one, I think perhaps that's what they're doing here. They've scouted Bleed Smoke. They know exactly what's coming for them.
This could be bad.
There is a Doom. There is no Exo, however.
Aegis is running out.
And there's a Hyperstone now, a Moonshard, sorry, online for the Slark. So he's not as scared as this
they should wait for nighttime, so they have nighttime vision on the Slark before they fight.
Nighttime vision on the Slark. He's
45 seconds.
One of the only heroes with 1800 day nighttime vision, and he also still gets additional night vision courtesy of the Moonshard. So he sees very far.
30 seconds. I feel like they should be patient and wait for nighttime.
Boom are being patient as well. There is no more Aegis here, and certainly Boom knows something is up. They're holding their wards very disciplined.
They're doing the right thing here. A classic textbook play.
Yep. Hold the ward, let them come to you.
Yep. If they fight here, you have a high ground tombstone that would pretty much seal the fight. And do they have a gem this time around to remove all the wards? They don't have a gem, right?
No gems quite purchased yet, Winter. Corden with an Ag Scepter. He's got that item, I believe, is the newest, so he's trying to play off of this style of the Ember. A bit risky, right? But with BKB, it is definitely doable here. You've got two very slippery heroes in the Slark and the Ember now.
Yeah, he has to. I feel like
smoking again.
He has to try to go in and...
Bleed still haven't found this ward. I'm sorry to cut you off. There's no way they find it.
Here comes FBZ.
Do FBZ. Nice. Sleight of sleight of fist in time.
And Lotus.
Yeah.
You can't get the lasso off.
The slight was really crucial there. And the D-ward immediately, he's going in. Sees X Nova. X Nova does not get the tombstone off.
This fight is all DJ there, getting the Lotus off.
DJ, the savior.
Oh, another Lotus.
Another Lotus. Oh, but it might not matter. The damage, the tech, he's the follow-up. Corden still alive at the end of the day. The Doom this time, Winter. It's on to Natsumi, but he also got off the strength gain. Jackie at least free in this fight.
Can I bring it down?
And look at this. Corden is jumping around to the back lines. That's FBZ. Zephyr dead as well, as Natsumi will fall. DJ picks up the kill there. A poetic end to the fight for the man who started it so well for the side of Bleed. And why not a free Yopaj to boot, as Jackie make that. Corden is going to seal the deal here with a double kill on the Ember. What a turnaround.
How is DJ carrying every single game, man? This guy is just always on the right place at the right time.
Yeah, with pressing the right buttons there, and really, really nicely executed, completely catches Boom. They basically leaned into that one, it felt like.
Yeah, they were just, I guess, a little bit too ahead of themselves, I feel like they just lost the Aegis, so they have to try to maybe run up towards the high ground and hold a position, like what they did previously, instead of trying to run onto the low ground and just take a fight. They don't even have an ops there, so vision advantage not even there for Boom.
And for me, it was. I mean, you've got this beautiful ward in the base. I thought they were going to smoke in and try and take to that top ramp instead of trying to take the well-defended tier 3.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to play a bit around that, but that's also not as guaranteed of a play since you do set yourself up to be pinched and cut off.
Yeah,
nice reactions though from Bleed, honestly.
Just FBZ, you know, like I think the first time he jumped, he's kind of like messed up, and then he backed off. Nobody died, and then he tried to go in again.
Right.
I feel like at that point it's like you just have to back, reset, go up, maybe run up and camp the high ground, hold a position before you decide whether you should try to reinitiate. But just a little bit too antsy there.
You ever heard the saying, Winter? You know, fool me once, shame on me. Shame on you. Fool me twice, you know, shame on me. It was like FBZ, right? Both times he got stopped. The first time he stuck his finger in that trap, he got out, right? Relatively scot-free. This time around, though,
the Lotus.
Lotus reflecting the follow-up, BKB ice in time.
Yeah, once more things do him, I guess the fight is pretty much over for them. You know, they can't afford this to happen.
No, indeed. We are back on pause. It seems like DJ needed to plug in his headset. But other than that,
don't use wireless headsets. You might run out of battery during a match.
Big move there out from Bleed. Now Boom is starting to get slightly scared here. What changes for them after this kind of a fight? You know, do they have to respect DJ a bit more? Are they going to have to go for this position for Coddle now off the bat?
Yeah, they might. They might have to try to target him because the Parallel Lasso is their main way of initiating. You know, even at this point, the Broad of Atos is definitely not something you can count on too much. It's mostly the Lasso, and you have to be very careful. You're playing into the Lotus, you're playing into the Global. So it's definitely not easy, you know, because they only have one initiating tool. Like the Techies are undying, they're not going to do anything to start the fight for you.
Yeah, they're decent follow-up. They're really good at holding specific areas, right? Which is why maybe you wanted them to see hold another
Maybe
clip.
that's why he jumped the gun in the previous fight, you know. Like his teammates are talking, like, oh, can you go, because no one else can.
Oh, Dubu. Oh, he's not patient enough, Winter.
What?
Roche, he's going to respawn 2 seconds after he walked out of the pit.
I mean, he's gonna still have like a pretty good idea, you know. I feel like they're gonna stay around this area. It's nighttime.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, Boom. They're gonna try and take some vision here as well. Oh, there's the gem up now for themselves. They're gonna be able to get a very easy D ward here, but Bleed.
Refresher on Corden.
Corden is in with the refresher and the axe. Global Silence are out early to try and find the right kind of a Doom, and this time Ice, he holds on to it. Jackie, he's gonna let loose though, a bit of damage onto X-Nova. Burst heal out from him, sees him off to safety as well.
Oh, it's time for Boom to go. Global is down.
Winter, that was a Shadow Dance use as well.
Yeah, refresher down on the Ember.
All right, so plenty of remnants still to play with, and another BKB charge, but certainly without the ward there anymore, it feels a bit scary.
They should definitely...
Wait, look at that. Duber's left another sneaky ward, though. He's still actually going to get pretty good vision here onto the side of Boom as they do look to get a bit more aggressive. That was just planted. They somehow have missed that even with the gem.
Do they have ops? Yeah, Undying has ops. They need to make full use of this observer. Get it on the high ground and try to maybe get Roche for it. Yeah. If they don't do it now, Roche is going to move towards the bot lane in 1 minute.
You can plant observer wards inside the Lotus pool as well up here. And it gives you a lot of vision to fight over this kind of an area. We'll see. Generally, pros...
I think they should just wait for the Roshan to move, yeah?
It is going to be a minute. I mean, you've got a Morph lane, your Water Boy. Can he take it down that
You
quick?
don't want to fight the slot nighttime.
But this is a great point to use Exo, isn't it? And the Tombstone's already down?
Oh no, this is risky.
Undying has the shot as well.
It's
He throws in the Remnant, throws it back out, just looking to see what he can find. X-Nova jumps on, he's been evicted. There's going to be the Doom now onto FBZ, and he's going to be blown up rather quickly here by the looks of things. Jackie, that is, pops the Shadow Dance, leaps into the pit, not quite across it, can't quite find Zephyr, but Ice is on top of him, as that's now going to be both supports down for the count here for Boom, but they're still fighting. Yopaj, he's let loose the Exo Spirit. And Natsumi, out of the fight, did manage to morph into the Slark.
But it's useless, you know, his team is all dead. They can't really take a fight with this.
And Bleed, I think they're just going to reset. They're going to go bottom. Roche is going to run his little butt back down bottom.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Boom committing for the Roche just like that, you know. Yeah. It puts them in such a vulnerable position. They're on the low ground.
And Bleed are so great at poking, aren't they?
You're playing against Ember Spirit and Causal. It's so difficult, you know. I feel like in order for you to get the Roche, you have to win a team fight. If you're not winning that team fight, you're not getting the Roche. I mean, unless they just run into the Roche pit and...
Oh, he's going back top again, Winter. It's why is it always us? All right, see you later, Roche.
Wait, what?
Yep.
Huh?
Yep. He's back top. I don't know why this happens.
Okay. I think he has a different clock than our game clock.
I have no idea why this happened. I mean, the first time it was hilarious. The second time, you know, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Boom, they like legitimately may be expecting a fight down here because Roche should have been slain, but he's top. Bleed may still want to fight him, and they've got control over the twin gate right now with this nice ward down. It's a bit scary considering that Boom could be smoked on top of it though. When? I mean, look, that time it didn't really matter. And the other, what was it, Talon Blacklist series, was it, that we casted? That time it actually made a bit of a difference, didn't it?
Yeah, this time it was like, I guess it didn't really affect the outcome of the Roche kill that much.
Delayed it by maybe 10 seconds or whatever, but other than that, you know, we're just insulted, honestly. Roche, know your place. Go bottom. Stay.
So Natsumi has a double damage rune. What can they do?
You ever get like one of your dogs just won't listen, you know? It's like what Roche was doing there.
My dogs are always obedient.
Very good. It's because you're the alpha.
I don't feed them dinner if they piss me off.
Winter. You don't mean that. They always get fed.
Twice a day.
Twice a day. There it is. See? High quality meal as well.
They get my lunch, you know.
Very good. Smoke play out from Boom. We'll see how astute Bleed are, because they would have seen something was blocking the mid-wave. It was literally the movement of Natsumi. FBZ now on the hunt, looking for something. Gordon would be quite the catch here, moving quite confidently as well, close to the outpost, and they see him. FBZ this time makes the jump, and oh, the global ends up saving him. And I believe of all things, it was the Aesthetics Cap Dispel. That status resist basically ended.
But they used
the lasso.
They used global. So
That they did. That they did. Wow, Aesthetics Cap. I can't believe that.
Yeah, he just needs to make sure he can go in and go out without dying, and then wait for your next round of spells, play around the chakra magic.
This lineup's kind of crazy now. They gave it 2 more, over the course of this last patch, they gave it 2 more seconds of endurance, which is the active that gives you, it used to have 3 seconds of status resist, now it has 5. That's pretty good, actually. That's low-key really good. I don't know what Aeon Disc gives you, but it's probably somewhere around there. Zephyr, nice reactive taser onto Jackie. X-Nova nearby, which doesn't really want to have to take this fight 1v2. And now, Gordon's find himself on the cliff. Has his own gem, has the refresher. Natsumi has been jump looking for the Doom, but the Manta style allows him to jump away. That was that render action I was talking about. Natsumi, oh, they found the Doom this time around. Let's see if they can burst him, though. This follow-up's onto Jackie. The Doom does still actually come out onto Natsumi, and he's still mostly an agi Winter. Jackie eating him alive. Is Natsumi still alive? Trying to fight through this one inside the tombstone now. Does get pulled on in. The Global Silence doing a lot of work here against Natsumi. The Mute, is it going to last long enough? It is, as Dubu is going to get credit for the kill. Gordon buys back thanks to his shard. He's instantly back in the fight as well, but he has no refresher, and he has no more remnants.
He still has a cheese.
That he does. But the rest of Boom are going to be able to make it up onto the high ground. Of course, they've lost their core, but after the buyback on Bleed, that fight does not feel as nearly as bad.
So one more thing for, I guess, 2 cores.
2 cores.
Yeah, the Doom
correct.
and the Ember.
Nice.
That's as good as it gets for Boom right now. They have to try to wait for the morphing again, 60 seconds. Does not have buyback, 60 gold short.
Yeah, 60 gold short. Someone go find the 2 bounties that are...
Oh, lasso.
Or maybe you just find the lasso to win the game for you, Jackie. No.
No morphling, no damage.
He does not have the depth shroud up, but look at how much essence he's got stacked up now as he rips into Zephyr. Jackie, though, the BKB expiring, he decides to get off the high ground as there's like 10 volleys from the tower that chase him down. He'll heal those off in no time, but started to look a little bit spooky there for him.
Yep, that was still a pretty reasonable attempt there by BZ.
That could have been really bad, though, honestly. Imagine if Natsumi's got buyback there, TPs to the tier 3 tower. I think they blow that Slark to Kingdom Come.
Yeah, and he has no buyback as well.
That was definitely a risky move. I think maybe a, what do they call it, where your heart sinks a bit, you know? Oh, but for now, actually, they have seen FBZ. He recapped the Watcher, and he's underneath the ward. Jackie will connect Zephyr. Oh no, the stun, the scythe is just too good.
He has buyback.
He has buyback, as does the Morphling. He got it with the passive gold. Does Zephyr have buyback as well?
Doom the techies again?
He did doom the techies. That he did. He wanted him
60-second cooldown. Fine, it's fine.
Now you don't have doom for this high ground push. Morphling feels like he can kind of get in there, no?
They both have buyback. I mean, they definitely should go.
These should go. there's no Doom. I mean, how much do you
They're waiting
hear?
for EXO. Okay, they have EXO right now.
All right, that might be the game changer, especially with the Blink BKB initiation out from the DP. Jackie has 35 stacks of Essence Stolen Winter.
Oh, they have Hex.
That's
your punch is Hex.
That's 35.
Oh, he gets the Hex.
Initiation. Oh, but he preempted it. Natsumi is in. Did manage to morph into the Slark. Let's see what else they can find. For now, it's going to have to be Doom, but they're going to pull Ice back into this fight. Corden still available as well as Ice.
Oh,
Looking to try
BKB
out. The damage not
Oh
sufficient.
no, the buybacks just for one kill.
Just for one.
They were waiting for the side of Vice. It was coming on the career.
They did, and they hexed him. They hexed him. He just dark packed it off right away.
Oh no.
Le balanced hero.
It could have been amazing for Boom. If it was 1 second faster.
Or if they
1 second.
Maybe they waited a second as well, just for the dark pack to wear off. Otherwise, a pretty tough fight. And now, Bleed with a very clear win condition here, Winter. With buyback now on Jackie, have 2 enemy cores that have just bought back. Make that 1 rather, and Zephyr, who have just bought back for basically nothing here. Bleed, man, they're playing the series pretty clean. You know, they're still up 1-0. Have yet to drop a series this DPC season, man. And this one, I'd say after that, have certainly put themselves in prime position to be able to take this game too and the series.
Yeah, this is the Bleed that everybody has been waiting for, you know. Like,
Let's see this.
So,
dark pack.
He just dark pack.
He just dark packs basically right away, right?
Yeah.
And then he's out even before the silence could end. I mean, the dispel was there as well from DJ. Just way too much control, or not enough control, I should say. And a Slark who's really free to spam this spell, man. I mean, let's not forget, Ice is still holding on to this Time Warp Aura, so he's casually giving everyone 10%, you know, cooldown reduction.
Yeah, every little bit adds up.
Yeah, it brings this Slark thing down to, you know, just 5 seconds. How long is the dispel? 1.5, right?
He basically always has it, you know, in the team fight. There's going to be at least only 2 seconds in between when he doesn't have it.
Yeah, so he pulses for 1
3
second.
seconds. Okay, 3 seconds.
Yeah, he pulses for 1 second with a 1.5 second delay on cast. So that's what you're looking at here.
Yeah,
really.
you have a 3 second window.
it's real tight there, Winter. Even less actually if Coddle just starts.
Here we go, high ground.
Oh, let's see how good it can be. The Tombstone can't come out, courtesy of the Global Silence. Corden as well, keen to take down the Undying. Zephyr looks like he might go first, even through the Glimmer Cape. They take him down without a buyback as well. Tombstone is up here on the high ground, but Bleed with vision as they've taken down the Undying. Gem on the deck and a Doom on a FBZ. He's now down for the count. Winter 2 minutes after the dieback, but the Hex onto Corden has not going to be enough damage to catch him out. Natsumi trying to fight through this one, has found the morph onto the Slark, but it's not going to matter because he's already lost his mid, he's lost his offlaner, and he's set to lose his own life. Winter, he's got buyback, but just 1 teammate to play with, and Bleed, they look like they're about to wrap this one up.
Yeah, this fight is all Corden, man. He lands all his spells, all his remnant. He did so much damage. He gave his team the vision, so it made it very easy for everybody to find an opening for the team fight.
I want to highlight this ward still alive here by Dubu as well, which has done so much work, kind of next to where the Radiant Tier 2 used to stand. That really gave him a lot of confidence to move on in, and now you can see that confidence in action as Nova. That's a dieback for him. Natsumi 1 versus 5. I mean, Winter, they say it ain't over till it's over, but I do have to say, Bleed looking like almost surefire the victory here, as Boom will indeed call it. The 2-0 win for Bleed. They take them all down 1 by 1 here.
Yeah, what an amazing performance today by Bleed, you know. There was like some hiccups in first and second game, but this game is much, like you said, much more cleaner, except for the Doom casually using his ulti on supports on other heroes except for the morphing.
I guess it didn't matter. I mean, there he goes. He's like, guys, did you see me? I was just dooming whatever. I just doomed anything that came out on my screen.
Yeah, but during the late game, he managed to get a couple of crucial dooms on Natsumi and Corden as well. Like in the late game team fights, he was able to play really well, like do a lot of damage in the team fights with the refresher and the agonims, and everybody just did their part. You know, it wasn't just DJ, but DJ with the clutch Lotus.
That was big.
The clutch Lotus in the mid game, I felt like that probably was the start of a huge turning point in the game.
Oh, certainly. I mean, that was basically, the turning point, I have to say. I think from there, Bleed never really had to look back. They were setting up their own high ground wards. They were looking for fights, and Ice was dooming whichever closest hero was in his vicinity. Didn't really end up
60-second cooldown.
60-second cooldown, even a little bit less there. Winter with that 10% time warp aura. Looked really good there for Bleed as they continue to dominate Winter well into week number 2. That is going to take us, of course, over to the end of our day. Let me just see. Bleed, yeah, they're 3-0. What, 4-0 now after that win? Wow, the team to beat. As Talon, there may be some new competition over in the SCA region. For now, though, it's going to be the end for us here, Winter. Any other last things to say? This is the longest throw in history.
I mean, I'm just happy to see like Bleed, show up this tour. Everybody's been hyping how much about their lineup since Tour 1, and just happy that they are realizing their potential as a team right now.
For sure. I'm also really curious to see how much impact Misery is having, because he looked pretty pleased there towards the end, strolling into the shot. We'll have to see, though, as we're going to send it over to not Misery, but a very cheerful Tsunami and the panel instead.
Says who? You don't know my emotions. Maybe I'm a big Boom fan, and I'm heartbroken that my favorite team just got 2-0'd. But if you're a fan of Southeast Asian dominance, well then Bleed are continuing their undefeated streak. They were able to beat Talon, they were able to beat Execration, they were able to beat SMG, and now they beat Boom, which means that they are looking probably pretty confidently into the Bali Major. But still, anything can happen in this region. But for right now, life's good for Bleed.
Yeah, life is great. They've had a really strong start. They've beaten basically all their contenders on paper that you would expect to go into the Bali Major, right? SMG, Execration, Talon, now having this win over Boom. Granted, I don't think Bleed's wins were the cleanest, right? Like, especially game 1 was a lot more back and forth. This game 2 was also a little bit slower. There were moments where Boom were actually doing really well. They're finding this initiation on FBZ. Yopaj managed to hit this tempo into Death Prophet. They play around the push. So it's, again, not the cleanest. And when you think about the power levels of these teams, it's like two different thought processes. Did Boom get strong enough to bring a good fight to Bleed? Or is Bleed, lacking some certain things to still tweak up that Boom can find some holes here?
I think Neil put it into words just now. Boom's just Boom was dirty, but Bleed was less dirty.
Yeah, because during the cast, Richie was just like, Bleed are playing clean, and I'm like, are they though, or are they just playing less dirty than Boom?
I mean, less dirty is cleaner, right?
Yes, but is it the 4-0?
We still don't want to live there,
Yeah, you shouldn't be there. If you're the ones that are front-running the region, looking forward to a major, series like this shouldn't be that contested. Like, no. It should be a good thing that there are one-sided series, because that means that one team is super dominant. Yeah. And if it's this competitive, then props to Boom, I guess. But it's not like Boom were doing anything especially savvy this game. At most, they were able to prove that Morphling may be a little bit more viable than we're giving it credit for, because whenever he was able to get the Ags steal onto Slark, it looked great.
Yeah.
But he was only able to get it in 1 or 2 fights.
Yeah, and again, it was a little bit of a rougher game for FBZ once more. It looked better than game 1, to be fair. I think his lassos were a little bit more on point. The Ascetics cap did throw him off a couple of times, but they did manage to start reeling it back in. I think for Bleed, again, they found their openings, right? They managed to hold off after losing their top racks. They get these jumps back in. Jackie starts to man up, and in late game fights for the Slark, you always kind of feel good about these long fights because your stacks build up. Especially a hero like Morphling, you just get way more stacks up of your essence shift, and you feel good about almost any hero you chase. And just Ice again, on Doom, these conditions for the late game for Bleed just felt a lot easier to meet than Boom's.
Yeah, that's definitely true, and I think a lot of the game went to, because Boom dominated the laning phase pretty hard. They just couldn't really take fights or turn it into anything. It felt like when I think the DP hit this timing, there was this weird 3-man smoke into a triangle where they ran into Dubu, and they couldn't even kill Dubu. I was like, where's the Bat Rider? I feel like this game, the Bat could have gone Blink, and they could have just played with this DP tempo, and the game might have been a bit different. I feel like FBZ fixated too much on this Octarine core travel build, and he's just giving himself no timings in the game, but he could have played for his team. But I guess it's just how they see the hero right now.
Yeah, it's happened 2 games in a row now, basically, where he just does not seem aligned with what the rest of the team is doing. And also, off-lane Batrider just is not really that much of a thing. It's only a thing in Southeast Asia, I think. And then maybe some South American teams. But otherwise, the hero is primarily a mid these days.
Yeah.
And perhaps we're seeing why. It's just because the timing
It's probably because of Ice, honestly. Because Bleed played it and Ice made it look pretty good. But I feel like the difference is Ice knows how to push his limits. I feel like these Batriers we see for FBZ, both games he was pretty top net worth, both games, I think.
He was.
But
well, for the first
I didn't feel like there was a top net worth Batrier in the game. They're just chilling, you know?
And someone else who is a big chillin' and someone who we don't oftentimes get to speak to, we've got DJ from Bleed. DJ, congratulations on the win.
Thanks.
We don't get to talk to you that often. I'm glad we got the interview. Who forced you into this interview?
Yeah, I was trying to dodge the interview as best as I could.
Gotta lose some games for that, man.
Yeah, you
get to you eventually.
If you really want to dodge interviews, then you have to stop winning. That's the solution. But for right now, if you are going to keep winning and you are going to keep being our MVP, I don't know if you saw it, but you were MVP for both games this series. Hell of a performance. Really? Which game did you have more fun in? Your game 1 or this game 2 on the Coddle?
Game 1 was way fun because we were playing the late game and my build was like the dream build for Wind Ranger.
Did you know that you were going to be playing for the late game though? Because we saw the Octarine, and at first we were like, oh, maybe he should be building Lotus. And then our assumption was that you were having such a fun time in that game that you were like, oh, screw it, I'll build an Octarine.
We kind of know that it's going to be a late game, so I was talking about how I wanted to scale. Yeah.
So you knew at like what you completed the Octarine at like 25 minutes. So you knew at 25 minutes this is going to be a 60-minute game.
No, it's just my Wind Ranger build.
Oh, okay. Well, it looked very entertaining.
It looked fun to play. If anything, I want to make that my Wind Ranger build.
Yeah. Fun one.
Yeah, you got questions?
I am curious about something, DJ. You know, game 1 did drag on for a while. It's an illusion hero fight. How do you guys manage it in comms? How do you guys even figure out what's happening in that kind of game there?
I'm not sure actually, because the game was so laggy. Like there's PL and beast drums. Like the game was just so laggy. I guess we're just playing the team fight as best as we can.
Yeah, that makes sense.
10 FPS.
That tends to happen when you've got PL and Dusa up, PL Naga up there. Now I am curious, you know, you've been on Bleed for 2 tours now. What do you think is the biggest difference for you in this tour? Like in your perspective, what's changed with the team?
I guess we're more established now as a team. We kind of know how each other wants to play, and with Misery going in, he kind of solidized our strategy.
Right. Yeah. It has been looked that way.
I have a personal question. You've played for Fnatic for, I would say, 90% of your Dota career. How does it feel to finally be playing for a different org after those 7 years?
I don't know. I don't really feel much difference, actually. I actually just keep playing Dota. Like, it's the same thing. Just another day in the office, you know.
I have a question to ask on top of that. Does it help that Neil is still around with you?
No.
No?
I mean, it's good to have a Pinoy. Right?
Oh.
Like, you can talk
I'm going to tell Neil to look at this interview for sure. He's going to be heartbroken.
Yeah, see, maybe you only feel this way because there is some consistency between the two orgs. Whereas maybe if you went to some other, like, I think we've asked you this before, but you're not too keen on ever changing regions, right? You're pretty set on staying in Southeast Asia, right?
Honestly, I was. Like, I mean, I don't even know where that came from. Like,
yeah, I was curious too. I don't remember you doing an interview where you ever said that, but there was just this propaganda. So that has not been the case for you. You would be willing to change regions if the right offer came.
I mean, I like my team now, so.
Sure. Yes.
I guess not.
Right now, life is good, but like in a post TI shuffle, it is encouraging to know that you would be willing to, explore other options.
Yeah, I mean, it was always like that. Yeah.
Good. I'm glad we have cleared the air now. This is why you got to do more interviews,
That's
DJ.
True.
You got to clear your name.
Talk to you often enough, DJ. You know, you always dodge, but you never could dodge when we had those weekly interviews. Now,
that's what DJ stands for.
It is dodge, pretty much. We get freed of DJ instead of him being freed. I was trying to think of a question. How do you feel like the region feels right now? You've been in Southeast Asia for a long time. What's your perspective on the region right now here in Tour 3?
You mean in C?
Yeah, C in general.
I feel like it's still a very competitive region compared to like a lot of regions, right? Like China is not even that like scary for like the big teams there, like Aster and all the other teams like IG. And in NA, it's not really that competitive like we have it here in C, I guess.
All right, fair enough.
I just feel like in C, it's like very tight.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that with this series. You guys are undefeated at the top of the entire group, and boom, just got promoted from Div 2, and it was still this close of a series, so just shows how tight it is. Since we probably won't get to speak to you again before you qualify, assuming you do go to Bali, which team would you like to play against the most in international LAN?
I guess Tundra and GG.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're the strongest team. And Liquid, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so I was going to say, I'm surprised you picked Tundra over Liquid, but so the three Western European powerhouse teams are the ones you want to play?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's see if we can make it a reality. So far, you guys are looking pretty set to making it happen in Bali. DJ, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, and congratulations on this win.
Yeah, thank you.
Catch you later. Finally, we get a chance to speak to the man, and we get to learn something that I've been also spreading this misinformation that he was like, no, I gotta stay in Southeast Asia. I thought it was like a Mid-1 situation where Mid-1 was like, I want to make it in my home region. I thought that was the same thing for DJ, but I don't know how that got started.
Yeah, I think everyone just assumed because of his family. I think that's one big part as well.
He also stayed in Fnatic for a very long time. It's very hard to believe that any team in their right mind looking for a +4 did not drop him a slide to his DMs.
Surely
literally
at some
any
point,
team.
any post-TI shuffle, you're going to be like, hey, what about DJ? He's like on Fnatic, right? Can we try getting him?
Yeah, but he never left.
There's no way no one approached him, no way.
Yeah, he must have been approached, but you know, the Fnatic was home for a while. He had Neil, he had Pao, which apparently he doesn't care for too much. It's going to break your heart.
Well, that's why we always say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. And so maybe him spending so much time with these people, he's grown complacent. He doesn't know the
Suffering
impact
from
that it can
success.
have. Yeah.
Get me out of these interviews.
Yeah. But he has been freed, and that means that he comes back to the prison of winners interviews where we can really grill him. But it was a pleasure speaking to him and a pleasure watching Bleed get another 2-0 victory. So let's take a look at the day's results and see where we are after the end of day number 2, week number 2, the halfway point in our DPC tour here in summer 2023. Mansion Army Geniuses fell versus Execration. So much hype from Army Geniuses after Tour 2, specifically from Winter. I thought that we were looking at another major contender, and to be fair, they got quite close. They got 4th place during Tour 2, I believe. And so it was encouraging, but it seems that they only had the gusto for one tour's worth, because now they're 1 and 2. They lost to SMG and they lost to Execration, and the only team they were able to beat was XERXIA. Where are you ranking AG right now, Adam?
6th, 7th.
So you think they're relegation?
I think they're close to relegation.
Well, a lot of teams are close to relegation.
Yeah, but I think a lot of teams have wins against significant teams, whereas their only win has been against XERXIA.
That's a fair point.
Has improved a lot, I will say.
Today, maybe not so much.
Talon's hard.
Talon's hard.
Talon's hard.
Yeah, and so that was our second series of the day. It was a 2-0 in Talon's favor. And then our final series was also 2-0 in favor of Bleed, but amongst these two 2-0s, Talon was a lot more one-sided. The Bleed Boom one, that was a pretty close series.
Yeah, it was close, and again, that's not the best feeling for Bleed. I mean, a win's a win, but considering how close the games went, it should lend you to look back the replays, you know, figure out where things maybe could have been a little bit cleaner.
I think if you have a bad day and you win anyway, you take those.
That's true, that's true, yeah.
In a heartbeat. Let's take a look at the total standings for our entire league as we approach the halfway point. Bleed 4-0 right now, and their wins were against significant teams, like you said. The only opponents that they have left are Army Geniuses, and Blacklist Rivalry, and XERXIA.
Yeah, it's looking good for Bleed to be within the top 3. I think even in the worst circumstance, they're likely looking at a tiebreaker for 3rd place if they drop literally everything afterwards. And they have a leeway to drop at least one series as well to still have a shot at number 1. I am more interested in looking at, again, if you look at the DPC points and you look at where we're standing there, it's not good. Execration still having a shot for top 3. But if anything but number 1 for Execration here means that they have to place above top 8 in Bali, which for this team's track record, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, they have to make the bold call that Bleed get first seed, and then they go get like top 6 at a major. They'll be close in points to Talon.
All right.
But then do either Talon
I have no idea about that.
See, like, then we're in a situation where SCA gets no direct invites, and we get one SCA team.
That's a nightmare.
That's a nightmare.
I do not want to live through that nightmare.
Yeah, it was very close to becoming a reality last year, but T1 was like, actually...
LCQ kind of saved us, too.
That is also true.
Yeah.
But and if Bleed get first place and Execration don't even place, then Bleed nearly has as many DPC points, because first place in this tour gives 500 points. And so despite being completely irrelevant for Tour 1 and Tour 2, whereas Execration showed up to both majors, all you do is win one tour and you're nearly the same placement.
Yeah, this 3rd major has like more points too, right?
Also true,
for the
yes.
major and for the DPC. So it's pretty real, the dream.
Yeah,
pretty real.
Just need to ride it through.
The right time to peak.
Top 8 at this major will give you 300 DPC points.
I wonder what the cutoff becomes when things shift like that, though. Like right now, the theoretical cutoff is 1,300.
Yes.
So it does feel like Bleed needs to do a lot, like maybe a first place finish overall, just by points, depending on how a certain chips fall.
The thing is that if Liquid and Gaimin keep vacuuming up all the points, then the threshold gets lower and lower.
That is true.
And so if that's our grand final for the 3rd major in a row, then that would be very sad for Dota, but it would be great for the point distribution in Southeast Asia.
Great for us.
For us. Let's take a look at what our schedule will be when we return to the SCA DPC Summer Tour on Friday, May 26th. First series of the day is going to be Execration versus XERXIA. So you had, what was your 7th, 8th team? You said?
XERXIA, AG.
XERXIA, AG. So you're expecting Execration are going to be able to...
I think Boom's somewhere in there too.
But not Execration.
Not Execration.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense. The Execration beat AG and they beat Boom. So they're on a upwards trajectory. And hopefully XERXIA isn't too shook after this loss against Talon. At most, don't pick Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, just an interesting experimentation in draft.
Won with Winter Wyvern.
Yes, so that was the stat that I looked up.
Yeah.
Mid lane Wyvern, 100% win rate. Support Wyvern, 0% win rate.
That's
it's been
fair.
0% on supports in the 3 times that it's been picked. Second series is going to be Team SMG versus Blacklist Rivalry, which Blacklist have had some time off. They got 2-0'd by XERXIA on Monday. They didn't play today, and so they've had 4 days to stew.
Yeah.
This team's probably the biggest question mark for me, because week 1, they looked like they were on the road to the major.
Yep.
Week 2, they looked like they're on the road to Tour 2.
Which is literally just one series, though.
Yeah.
They get 2-0'd by...
But by XERXIA, though, which hurts.
That's a big
That's
painful.
probably the 8th ranked team I'll put. No offense to XERXIA, they played really well.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a tough
you heard from
loss.
DJ, it's a very tight region right now. But yes, that was a troubling loss. And we'll see how SMG are doing, because SMG are also not that hot right now. They are 1-2. They got 1 win against Army Geniuses, but they lost against Bleed and Talon, which are perfectly respectable opponents to lose against. And their final series is going to be Talon versus Mansion Army Geniuses, which I'm sure Talon got their 1 loss out of their system. You know, they lost against Bleed, and they were like, okay, now we don't have the pressure of having to be undefeated anymore. Now we can just chill.
I mean, one would hope so, but Talon has a history of sometimes, it's always in the last tour as well, where it gets shaky. Like, I believe the road to Arlington was also not very clean. They dropped like 2 series at the end, forced tiebreakers, if I recall that year in TI with T1, and they managed to take that out. So it's like, Talon can do some shaky things. I think they've got to shake it off. I think Sunby needs to stop with the tweeting the hot takes, although he hasn't recently. But, cool down the hot takes, whip your boys into shape first, and then you can post some crazy stuff in Twitter.
Doing it for the content. The storyline is what matters.
I don't want storytelling.
If you win TI, and then one day you have kids, and you tell them, like, oh, I just won. No, it's like, we almost got eliminated. The Liquid story from last year.
Oh my God.
LCQ story secret as well.
Dude.
Those are the stories you want.
True. It's a nightmare for all of us here, but that is true.
But do you prefer having the story, or do you prefer having your name on the Aegis at the end of the season?
Definitely take the name on the Aegis.
So how much better would Liquid's story be if, and then we went through LCQ, and then we went through the Western European Qual, and then we won, but instead the story ends, and then we got third place.
See, that's where the story doesn't end. That's why Liquid's top 2 right now.
You're right.
It's a long story.
That's a long story. They're going to need an intermission, it seems. And for this broadcast, we will have an intermission as well, as we will be ending things. But before I go, I want to remind you about some other competition that's going on right now. It's our ePolls quick matches. We are having a series of tournaments where you can buy in, and if you have Prime, it's actually even cheaper to buy in, and you can get prizes by playing in our quick matches. So you can go to epolls.com/wallet/redeem-code, or you can just scan this QR code, which is much more convenient, or use the code DPC23Summer, and you can have access to Prime, which lowers the cost of the buy-in, but you can still participate in these quick matches regardless if you have Prime or not. So if you enjoy watching competition, maybe it's about time that you start participating in some competitions. I know Adam has done his fair share of competing.
It was fun while it lasted.
It was a good run.
I miss competing, but it is what it is.
It's okay. We are blessed to have you competing for knowledge on the panel.
I'm a hot take champion now, baby.
Champion. We did not get a chance to let John. Wait, where was the hot takes? You two?
Yeah. It was me and Aurora, and then me and John. And then I hosted the third one.
Yeah.
You missed that. That was fun.
I missed out on that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the true test will be a you versus Winter hot take.
Winter was...
Well, Winter lost, so...
Yeah, which has been surprisingly soft. Even this series, Natsumi and Corbin on
he
opposing
didn't go
sides,
hard enough.
He was being too gentle. Yeah. Disappointing.
You know what? I expected him to flame FBZ over and over.
He's found a new
Winter's
target.
a bad Riot player too.
I think he's just professional cast. On panel,
Richie was holding his hand Winter, no.
Don't ruin my career.
Behave yourself. Well, that's it for us right now here on the end of week number 2, day number 2. I hope you've enjoyed the show, and we'll be back on May 23rd, Friday, for more Southeast Asian Summer Tour 2023.